He was more interested in absorbing energy and accumulating strength than engaging in kingdom building. To the First Flame, it didn't matter if the Red 2 or the Cybernetic Empire managed to reign over Red humanity so long as they remained human. As a god pilot who tried to embody a concept that was closely tied to the existence of human civilization, the First Flame always saw himself as a guardian of humans, not the Red Association per se. Yet just because he disdained to side with the Red Association did not mean he favored the Cybernetic Empire. To this 600-year-old relic, both powers were like squabbling children who were fighting over the same toys. Are you certain of your read of the First Flame? Yes, so long as the information is accurate. He said, if the First Flame is backing the Cybernetic Empire, then he would have said so or sent a very clear signal. Since he has not done so, he is likely preoccupied with reaching the next stage of his evolution. In any case, Ves felt confident enough in his theory that he already assumed that the Cybernetic Empire did not have the First Flame's backing. The Cybernetic Empire could only rely on the dominion of man and whatever secret superweapons the polymath had developed over the course of her reign over Bridgehead 1. Was this enough to protect her empire against a direct assault by a hostile god pilot? Nobody knew for certain. What the analysts were slightly confident about was that the Cybernetic Empire was a lot better at defending Bridgehead 1 than projecting its power outward. After all, Bridgehead 1 had been in the polymath's hands for half a century. That was plenty of time for her to lay all kinds of traps and build up multiple superweapons that could hinder or maybe even repel true god-level enemies. However, it would clearly be difficult for the Cybernetic Empire to exert the same degree of threat far away from familiar territory. That was probably what the war planets were for. They were slow, but incredibly well armed. Their massive internal volumes also offered lots of space to build a secret superweapon. Yet were the enormous but incredibly inflexible war planets enough to stop a god pilot from rampaging? Probably not. Ves believed that this was why the Cybernetic Empire tried to act so mysterious. The Cybers needed to create a smokescreen around them in order to keep their enemies guessing. This was also why the Cybernetic Empire could get away with undermining the Red Association and the Red Fleet. If it was obvious that the Cybers were weak, then nobody would take them seriously. Yet because the Cybernetic Empire may or may not possess the strength to repel hostile god pilots or ancient phase whales, it was able to throw its weight around, even if it was not as exaggerated as everyone thought. According to Mr. Fournier, the Cybers have made large strides in the development of energy weapon systems. Alexa eventually addressed another topic. I think that if you want to establish an initial form of cooperation with the new empire, it is best to start small and simple. You should try to persuade the Cybers to share one of their powerful energy weapon systems with you. Inadequate firepower is a common shortcoming among the mechs assigned to fight the native aliens. I will take your suggestion into account. Ves promised. This is a good idea, but I am sure the Cybers will drive a hard bargain before giving us the right to put these bad boys to use. Alexa felt the need to warn her mentor about another potential vulnerability. Our understanding of CE tech may be incomplete, especially if it is based on completely new technological paradigms. This will put us in danger of becoming dependent on the Cybers for updates, modifications and so on. If you do not understand or control the tech you are putting in your mech designs, then you must resign yourself to the reality that the true owners of those advanced technologies will gain partial ownership over your mech designs. The more important the tech, the greater the problem. If you want reliability, then use your own tech. If only that was possible. Ves sighed. Chapter 7031, Tech Bargaining Chips, hehehe. I've got you, lil bro. Let go of me. It's not fair that you are older than me. I already have enough. Nah, let big sis give you a few more kisses. You've been such a good boy as of late. I hate you, Andraste. The kids were up to their usual antics again. Andraste wrestled Marvane to the carpeted floor and began to put colorful-looking bunny ears on his head. Aurelia meanwhile watched over her siblings as she sat on the nearby couch. Both Lucky and Clixie cuddled her body from the sides. The two cats lazily yawned and enjoyed this moment of bliss. Their parents meanwhile spoke about much more weightier topics than they were ready to handle. Ves sat next to his wife as he summarized his meetings with Hugo Fournier and Alexa Strian. Just like him, Gloriana reacted with visible shock when she learned that the Cybernetic Empire had made such a massive investment in the development of living mechs and potentially other living technological creations. The director of the design department fell silent for a time as she kept a loving eye on her children. Much had happened in a short amount of time. Not even she could keep track of ongoing developments anymore. However, she could not afford to remain blind to all of the geopolitical shifts that took place across the Red Ocean. As a mother, she wanted nothing more than to build a society where her children could grow up in relative peace and not have to fear the specter of extinction. Just like Gloriana herself, she wanted Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane to grow up and become a part of a dominant human civilization that reigned supreme in the Red Ocean. The current state of red humanity was still far from reaching this point. The reappearance of Bridgehead 1 may have put their race ahead, but the sudden emergence of the mutated Vorabugs put them in a tight spot again. Red humanity was fracturing while at the same time its enemies had multiplied. The only consolation was that the mutated Vorabugs did not consider the native aliens to be their friends. Although the suspected territories taken over by the Vorabugs was relatively small, their explosive expansion combined with their rapid reproduction rates meant that they could easily become exponentially more powerful. Over time, they just needed more time and star systems filled with high-quality resources. The Vorabugs grown from generic materials and low-quality exotics were fairly easy to wipe out. They may possess the advantage of numbers, but did not possess the durability or attack power to pose a serious threat against more advanced human forces. However, the Vorabugs possessed keen senses towards valuable materials. They drastically became stronger as they devoured mid to high-grade exotics as well as hypers. Any excess devoured by these voracious insects usually got transferred to hives where massive amounts of stronger Vorabugs got spawned in a matter of days. Yes, days. The reproduction rate of the Vorabugs was insane. It was as if their race had removed a biological limitation and completely turned into an evolving biological calamity. If the Vorabugs kept invading human and alien space at this pace, a lot of theorists predicted that these powerful alien insects would only need up to half a year at most to reach critical mass and almost completely flatten all opposition in the Red Ocean. At that point, the threat posed by the native aliens became irrelevant because they too would get drowned by endless tides of evolving Vorabugs. The only star systems that would remain in non-Vorabug hands would be the ones that were permanently guarded by true god-level combatants. There were way too few of them to safeguard large enough territories. There was only one central star node that was as massive and energy-rich as Bridgehead 1. Other star systems were only worth 100 as much or lower. If red humanity was reduced to a dozen or so star systems, then it would be nearly impossible to overcome the massive amounts of Vorabugs that proliferated throughout the entire dwarf galaxy. It was due to the potential for the mutated Vorabugs to snowball at a rapid tempo that Ves considered them to be the most acute threat in the Red Ocean. Perhaps the hidden trump cards and vast reserves of the native aliens still made them the most powerful enemies of red humanity, but their flaws were also vast and numerous. The major races always had trouble mobilizing into a full war footing. So long as the native aliens remained complacent and unwilling to let down their guard against each other, they would always tie up a huge proportion of their population and military assets into keeping each other in check. That might change soon once the native aliens woke up to the true horror of the mutated Vorabugs, but considering how the ancient phase whales were used to operating at an extremely placid pace, by the time they issued the necessary directives, the Vorabugs may have already overrun half of their territories. Oh well, it was not the Larkinson clan's responsibility to tackle this incredibly complicated and delicate situation. The Larkinsons had become big enough to be placed on the map, but still lacked the strength to reshape it on a greater scale. The clan needed to focus on what little it could do to help the rest of red humanity fight against the incoming threat. Do you think that the cybernetic empire reached to you and our clan because of your previous dealings with the polymath or because we control the means to enter the blue dimension? Gloriana asked. The latter is definitely the case. Ves answered without any doubt. That is likely the reason why the cybers opened up a dialogue with us so soon. They cannot afford to miss out on the next superdimensional mining bonanza. However, I think that the existence of the living machine tower has turned me into a critically important mech designer to the cybernetic empire. I am the pioneer of living mechs and I am still ahead of the likes of Hugo and his peers. We share at least one common goal, and that is to turn living mechs into a permanent fixture of the mech industry and mech market. The living machine tower suffered from a massive handicap compared to the other 13 towers due to the absence of support from the Red Kingdom. While that probably made the LMT a lot purer and less prone to internal squabbles, it was difficult for its members to achieve anything of scale. The fastest way to unlock the living machine tower and enable it to recruit tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of mech designers was for Ves to realize his design philosophy. When Ves realized this shared interest, he knew that he could potentially milk a lot of benefits from the cybernetic empire. The cybers would be happy to facilitate him if that meant that he could advance to the rank of master mech designer sooner rather than later. Gloriana began to realize this as well. The polymath clearly recognizes the value of living mechs and living warships. This is why there are 13 towers instead of 12 towers. Everything you have described to me so far makes me think that it is a strategic imperative for them to cooperate with you. Even if they have managed to train enough living mech design specialists to get rid of their dependence on you, it is still much more efficient to let you take the lead. Ves grinned. That gives me leverage. I bet I can ask for a lot of interesting technologies in exchange for my assistance and cooperation. What do you think? The cybernetic empire has technologies in abundance, so it should be open to such an exchange. That said, do not expect the cybers to offer their most powerful and cutting-edge high technologies. We are not yet qualified to conduct such exchanges unless we are willing to trade our existing stock of high-grade superdimensional matter. While the cybers definitely stockpiled a lot of advanced technologies, trading them away once pretty much meant that it would be difficult to repeat the same trade in the future. Technology theft was far too prevalent in human society. If one group managed to acquire a set of trade secrets, then other groups would eventually learn them as well. Unless there were special limitations such as controlling the supply of destroyer particles or making it difficult for an individual to master the relevant knowledge, other parties would soon make use of their own local variants of the same tech. All of this meant that the cybernetic empire only possessed a limited war chest. Perhaps the polymath and the 13 towers were constantly working to develop new innovations, especially after learning about the importance of superdimensional matter. This would give them more chips to trade with other parties, but even then, the cybernetic empire could quickly give away all of its tech if it did not control the expenditures of the new stun grenades. Ves could not ask for hundreds of technological secrets. He also knew he could not ask for knowledge about the truly grand and impressive stuff. I think we should draft a wish list of what kind of tech we want to add to our clan. He said, the tech should be revolutionary enough to promise a lot of power, but not strong enough to demand far too much in return. This was not an easy balance to maintain, but Ves was sure that people could manage to work with these limitations. What is at the top of your list? Ves asked. Do you even need to ask? Architect is at the top of my mind. There should be enough scientists in the cybernetic empire that have conducted a deep study on it. It is extremely helpful for my own progression if I can access their notes or better yet receive private tutoring from those alien tech experts. That makes sense, but I am not too certain whether the cybers have committed enough in advancing red humanity's understanding of architect. I guess there is no harm in asking. What else do you want to know, Gloriana? His wife furrowed her brows. I am not too sure, to be honest. It is difficult to ask when we do not have a clear understanding of their technological strengths. The warfleets that passed through the translocation gates should be close to reaching the front lines, is that correct? Ves nodded. Everyone expects the first live feeds of their combat performances to start in a couple of days. Then we will wait to fill up our wish list until we have personally seen the new and technologically advanced mechs and warships in actual battle. No matter whether it is the native aliens or the vorabugs, neither groups have any reasons to be lenient towards the armed forces of the newest human power. The cybernetic empire made a strong impression upon its debut and had never retreated from this policy since. However, this behavior also attracted a lot of criticism. There were too many individuals and groups that openly questioned whether the cybernetic empire was worth all of the hype. This made it inevitable for the cybers to show off their strength this time. The time for subtlety was over. Regardless of what sort of tech the cybers will debut in the coming battles, I doubt that they will have shown their full capabilities. Ves analyzed. They just need to show off enough tech to handedly win their battle, but not so much that they would attract all sorts of tech-hungry bandits. They need to do so against two completely different opponents, neither of which are pushovers by our standards. This is an interesting conundrum. I have a strong feeling that the cybers will surprise us with uncommonly effective solutions. All of red humanity wanted to see how far the cybers had come when it came to advancing their high technologies. Offense, defense, mobility, utility. People expected for the cyber mechs to score better in all of those categories. Chapter 7032, the most urgent technological demand. The countdowns had begun. Many people tracked the progress of the three warfleets and eagerly waited for the cybernetic empire to show off its technological prowess. As for Ves and Gloriana, They spent their time devising a general wish list of CE tech that they would like to exchange from the new human superpower. Even if they did not understand the full extent of CE tech, they could still look at their own works and understand their own shortcomings. For example, the most recent battle of Screed Tanner vs exposed a few shortcomings related to the mechs that fought in the field. The Omega Threshers and the First Sword Mark III both fought well, but my issue with them is that their performance could not be sustained for a long duration. Gloriana mentioned it to her husband when he visited her design lab. She waved her hand and activated a projected screen that showed a few graphs. Ves studied them carefully. The curves corresponded to the activity levels of the First Sword Mark III and two different groups of Omega Threshers. In both cases, the First Sword Mark III and the Omega Threshers that took to the field started out strong, but gradually became more restrained as their energy reserves drastically dwindled. Even though their first-class energy cells should have supplied them with plenty of energy, their flight systems, weapon systems and energy shields imposed heavy demands. Nothing came for free. The electro-reactant flight system bestowed the First Sword Mark III with mobility that came a lot closer to reaching the standards of a light mech than other products, but wasted a huge amount of energy when used at full power. Most of the time, Saint Dice actually could not make full use of the power of this potent, but relatively inefficient flight system. The longer a battle dragged on, the more she rationed the full use of it for fear of draining her machine too soon. It also did not help that her earlier abuse of the transphasic flight system had damaged its internal components, but that was a story for another day. Actually, Kedis had the option of designing a non-sword Fey version of the First Sword Mark III. Ves mentioned, the original proposal for the Ace Swordsman mech would have kept everything simple in order to strengthen its basic foundation to the extreme. I distinctly remember that it incorporated much more dense energy cells that were especially developed by an RA master mech designer that specializes in this field. Unfortunately, when we opted to proceed with the Sword Fey version, we needed to make a sacrifice in order to make room for other relevant specializations. Gloriana nodded. I understand. Without the help of that master, you could only make do with energy cells that are more common and easy to obtain through the Red Association's internal market. That has led to the unfortunate result that the First Sword Mark III is constantly staving off hunger while she is engaged in battle, as can be seen on this activity graph. The Omega Threshers are doing pretty badly as well. Ves noted, there is a clear difference between the original Omega Threshers who fought in the field and the modified Omega Threshers that link themselves to the power systems of our warships. The former had to lower their firing rates and exercise more trigger discipline while the latter could keep pulling the trigger without any concerns about overheating or running out of energy. In other words, the bunker mechs pretty much showed the most ideal state for an Omega Thresher. The first-class multipurpose mechs armed with numerous potent Omega laser cannons would love to fire those devastating energy weapons as often as their cooldown cycles allowed. Yet because of the limitations of their self-contained energy reserves, the Omega Threshers that fought in the field had to fight with greater restraint, especially if they were under attack. Their shield links did not help matters either, as its usage significantly increased their overall energy consumption in order to keep them active and restore the depletion of the energy shields. The energy links did not actually alleviate their condition all too much because each of the mechs needed the energy themselves. The Saint Commander chose to deploy the Omega Threshers forward and out of energy link distance from the Premier Fleet and Blue Jay Fleet. This strategy prevented the native aliens from easily targeting the much more precious human carriers and warships, but it also left the Omega Threshers without the means to easily recharge their energy reserves while they remained in the field. Although the Premier Branch only considered the Omega Threshers to be a stopgap solution, it would eventually move on to fielding their own living version of a first-class mech that was strong in mid-range combat. Given that the Cybernetic Empire happened to invest a lot of focus in the development of energy weapons, if the next mechs of the Larkinson clan incorporated offensive CE tech, then they would also need the energy reserves to sustain the higher damage output. Do you think the Cybers have developed superior energy cells? Ves asked. Most definitely. His wife responded. Think about it, Ves. Bridgehead 1 has so many Dyson spheres and swarms that the Cybers are collecting more energy than they know what to do with it. The demand to store it as effectively as possible is high, so they most definitely focused on developing much better energy cells in order to more effectively power all of their energy-hungry tech. The environment shaped the tech. During the time of isolation, Bridgehead 1 was abundant in energy, but short on materials. The Cybers had to find creative and inventive ways to get more work out of less resources. Ves knew without asking Hugo that the cybers must have developed superior energy storage tech in order to increase their efficiency. Perhaps the polymath herself had devoted a significant amount of time to this research. These projects were worth her attention. He quickly began to imagine how much stronger the mechs of his clan would be if they had better batteries. They would last longer, be able to sustain their potent damage output, and would not have to go back and resupply at their motherships so often. High-performing mechs such as the First Sword Mark III would become even more restrained. Saint Dice no longer had to metaphorically tie one of her arms behind her back because fighting at her full power would rapidly drain the energy reserves of her ace mech. There were many other applications of much more effective energy cells. From stronger infantry wargear to longer-lasting stealth shuttles, many aspects of the Larkinson clan would become stronger if it made use of CE Tech energy cells. "You are completely right about this, Gloriana," he said with a serious expression. "This should be our highest priority request. Its importance exceeds that of superior flight systems, energy shields, shield-breaking weapons, and etc. The applications of superior energy cells are too numerous. Every mech can benefit from any improvements in this area. It would be great if the cybers have also developed superior second-class energy cells. The expeditionary fleet can also benefit greatly from fielding mechs with stronger battery lives. Even if this crucial CE tech would not remain exclusive to the cybernetic empire for long, it would still benefit the Larkinsons if they directly obtained it from the source. After all, compared to trying to learn this tech through leaks was much less reliable than obtaining full technical documents, working examples of the tech and direct tutoring from the relevant experts of the cybernetic empire. Ves had long grown dissatisfied with the energy constraints of not just the First Sword Mark III, but all other ace mechs of the Larkinson clan. The only ace mech with acceptable energy endurance was the Minerva Mark II, but that was mainly because the ace command mech was not armed with exaggeratingly powerful flight systems or energy weapons. Even so, superior energy cells greatly affected her overall combat performance because other mechs served as her weapons. The longer mechs such as the Omega Thresher lasted in the field, the more freely Casella Ingvar could use them to pummel their enemies. The Dark Zephyr Mark III did not possess too many energy sinks either, but the ace skirmisher mech also had much less capacity to accommodate energy cells. This meant that Saint Tusa frequently had to show restraint and curb the speed and maneuverability of his ace mech for fear of running out of juice in the middle of the battlefield. In fact, the Dark Zephyr Mark III was due for a minor upgrade. Ever since his last upgrade, the Larkinsons gained access to better tech and materials. Gloriana had already started to prepare for the much-anticipated superdimensional conversion of the Dark Zephyr Mark III. Unfortunately, her work was greatly hindered by the inability to combine superdimensional tech with architech. This was why she decided to voice her second request. "I need help in devising a solution to stably integrate superdimensional alloys in architech," she said. "Before you say anything, I know that the cybernetic empire likely does not have any prior exposure to superdimensional matter, so how could they possibly know how to combine a new technological field with an obscure alien tech base? However, I have much more faith in the ability of the CE to solve this significant technological challenge than the Ra and RF." "Why do you think so, honey?" "Motivation." Gloriana stated the key point. The Ra and the RF are not that interested in architech. They recognize the benefits of this alien tech, but it is exactly because it is weird and difficult to learn that they think that the costs outweigh the benefits. Even if they have assigned a number of researchers to the problem that I have mentioned, their abilities are not too great and they are not receiving much support from their superiors. And you think it will be different for the CE? Gloriana nodded with a grin. The Ra and the RF already have access to superdimensional matter. The CE does not. Before the opening of the third portal to the blue dimension, the cybers must be desperate to acquire any scrap of high-grade superdimensional matter. We merely need to offer modest quantities of armor and weapon-grade superdimensional matter to incentivize the cybers to put their formidable R&D capabilities to use on this problem. I bet that if we offer as much high-grade superdimensional matter to construct a full superdimensional mech, we can even convince the polymath to use her precious time to solve this problem on our behalf." That sounded outrageous. "Do you know how much value you are giving away with such a trade?" "I know very well, Ves," Gloriana seriously said. "Giving away this much high-grade superdimensional matter will mean that one Larkinson expert mech or ace mech will not undergo superdimensional conversion in the short term. However, I will still try to persuade the Saint Commander to negotiate this deal. Architech is too important to our clan. All of the high-ranking mechs of the latest generation are archimechs. That is not exactly correct. She conceded the point. The only notable exception to this rule is the First Sword Mark III, but she will suffer for this shortcoming in the future. If we leave out the absurd durability and damage resistance of her superdimensional armor system, her ability to tolerate damage in depth is inferior to that of the Dark Zephyr Mark III. If we want to raise the survival rates of our high-ranking mech pilots, then we need to be able to offer the best possible protection for their machines. Ves furrowed his brows. He did not object to the assertion that Architect had become an indispensable advantage to the Larkinson clan, but he did not agree with her terrible trade proposal. There had to be a better way for her to get what she wanted. He suddenly recalled that he had his own ways of gaining the cooperation of a star designer. Wait, Gloriana, before you go off to the new matriarch in order to share your proposal with her, hear me out for a minute. You just need the help of a star designer to solve a difficult technological problem in a short amount of time, right? That is correct, she confirmed. Only a star designer can solve this problem quickly and perfectly. Does it have to be the polymath? Why don't we try and approach one of the other star designers? Chapter 7033 High-level technological assistance. Gloriana shook her head in disappointment. If you still have 2 opportunities to ask for a minor favor from a star designer, we could have used them earlier and persuaded Kedis to turn the First Sword Mark III into an archimech. Resources are meant to be used, Ves. I thought you understood that, considering that you have been making a lot more decisions as of late that prioritized our short-term interests over our long-term ones. Ves shook his head. That may be true, but that doesn't mean we should use up everything right away. Kedis has more reasons to object to your inclusion in her mech design project. Besides, it is a bad habit to run to a star designer in order to solve our most challenging problems. It may take 2 years for you and your research associates to figure out how to combine Architect with superdimensional tech, but the lessons and insights you will learn on the way will expand and enrich your problem-solving skills. That is incredibly valuable to your long-term development as a mech designer. We cannot wait that long, his wife said with a scowl. I am aware that we are currently designing the Riot Mark III with an archimetal interior that is clad with a superdimensional alloy armor system, but this is not a genuine solution in my eyes. Out of all of our current and future high-ranking mechs, the Riot Mark III is most prone to enduring heavy damage during combat. The absence of superdimensional reinforcement in the internals will cause the machine to collapse too easily once he has suffered a single armor breach. She admittedly raised a good point. Ves did not think this solution was perfect either, but it was the best they could come up with given their current limitations. Just as with the First Sword Mark III, Ves hoped that the Riot Mark III would be able to rely on her energy defenses and superdimensional shell to prevent incoming attacks from penetrating any deeper. However, as soon as a greater phase lord armed with a Saint Piercer or another dangerous superdimensional weapon managed to punch through all of these tough shells, the internals would not fare well as their ability to cope with damage fell far behind. Granted, this was nothing special. Pretty much every other mech including high-ranking ones possessed this common weakness. The issue was that the Red War and the New War against the mutated Vorabugs drastically increased the number of deployments of any frontline military force. These days, many mechs fought in more battles in a month than they had in decades in the past. The heightened frequency of combat encounters combined with fatigue and inadequate repairs drastically increased the probability of mechs suffering an armor breach. This was also the instance where these machines were most prone to falling in battle. Their survival rates were much better if they were still relatively fresh. In short, strengthening the internals of a mech drastically increased its fault tolerance and longevity, especially during wartime. The downsides of difficult and more costly maintenance was trivial so long as Architect was only reserved for the expert mechs and ace mechs of the Larkinson clan. Right now, superdimensional technology was on the rise, and the Larkinson clan happened to sit in the front row seats of this powerful new trend. Not even the rise of the cybernetic empire could overshadow the brilliance of superdimensional matter. The new superpower may have developed clever ways to get more out of their existing materials, but so long as the latter remained constant, there was only so much they could do to raise their strength. Superdimensional matter was new and still underdeveloped. It had amazing potential that was just waiting to be tapped by anyone who was smart and capable enough to exploit its multidimensional traits. All of this meant that the Larkinson clan could not afford to miss out on this promising development. That was bad news for Gloriana, who already committed heavily to Architect. She not only sunk years of her time into developing this exotic alien specialization, but also shifted her design philosophy around archimechs. She had even discovered an opportunity to becoming a master mech designer through her new specialization. So long as she advanced her understanding of architect so much that she could reinvent it into a tech base that got rid of its alien weirdness and converted it into a version that was more compatible with human technology, then she believed that her breakthrough was just around the corner. Ves briefly narrowed his eyes. If he wanted to sabotage his wife's progress and make sure she continued to experience delays and setbacks in her difficult research, then he should resolutely refuse to use up his remaining favors to her benefit. After all, these were the favors that the Red Association extended to Ves for his massive contributions to Red humanity. If Gloriana wanted to enlist the aid of a star designer, then she should figure out how to help Red humanity become stronger in her own way. Why should Ves use his own precious reward to facilitate her progress? If he helped her with this problem, then the probability that she could become a master mech designer before Ves rose drastically. However, there was more at stake than Ves's own selfishness and ego. The Riot Mark III project, the Lionheart Mark II project, the Promethea Mark II project and the future refit of the Dark Zephyr Mark III all depended on whether Gloriana could combine superdimensional tech with architect. Without a practical enough fusion between the two techs, the Larkinsons would remain stuck in an awkward position where they were forced to resort to inferior means and solutions for an uncomfortably long time. This was also the wrong time to hold back on this front. The wars against the native aliens and the mutated Vorabugs would only grow more heated over time. Even if it looked as if the native aliens had no good answers to the more basic forms of superdimensional mechs at this time, Ves did not expect that to remain this way. The Larkinsons needed to accrue as many advantages as possible before conditions deteriorated even further. Ves had a vested interest in making all of the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan stronger and more survivable. If he could use up one of his remaining favors to help Gloriana solve this critical technical problem, then that would leave him and the clan with more room to demand other concessions from the cybernetic empire. Perhaps your proposal is feasible, Ves eventually concluded. The likelihood that the polymath and the cybernetic empire have conducted extensive studies on architect is too low. We may as well turn to the leaders of the Ra for help. Which star designer do you think we should approach for this problem? The resonance smith is the strongest materials scientist in the Red Ocean, but the xenotechnician excels at exploiting and reverse engineering alien technologies. Perhaps I can use both of my favors at once in order to get them to work together, but I have a feeling that is overkill. It would also be an excessive waste of a precious favor. If he could get what he wanted with one favor, then it would be stupid if he expended two of them at once. His wife frowned at the mention of the two star designers. Both of them are men. She spoke with a hint of distaste. Female star designers are underrepresented in the Red Ocean. Out of the 14 known star designers, only 6 of them are women. Ves adopted a weird expression. What does that have to do with the subject at hand? I am not going to approach the web mistress or the leyline seer to request their help on a problem that other star designers are clearly better qualified to address. That sounded as stupid as approaching the fleeters for advice on mechs. His wife was smart enough to know that as well, but her stubbornness prevented her from making the obvious conclusion. Fortunately, she was not in charge. This is my favor that I am using up, so I will be making the arrangements. He told her. Resonance smith or xenotechnician, which one do you prefer? The former is more likely to possess an in-depth understanding of superdimensional matter, and should offer more advanced solutions to transform it into more usable alloys. The other should be able to figure out how to expand the scope of architect to incorporate superdimensionality, though this may be a bit too much for a single favor. Gloriana scowled but did not argue the point any further. Being told to choose between the two male star designers was like trying to choose between two unpalatable meals. If I am forced to choose between the lesser of two evils, then I think it is better to solicit the help of the resonance smith. I admit that xenotechnician may be able to alter architect to accommodate this new tech, but I do not want him to solve this problem. I want to do it myself. The solution offered by the resonance smith may be inferior compared to the alternative, but it is not a heavy request, nor one that promises to solve all of our problems at once. There is enough room for improvement on our end. That was a thoughtful response. Ves thought about it and felt it made a lot of sense. Gloriana just wanted to solve the immediate short-term problem that prevented superdimensional materials from blending in with archimetal. The most superficial and basic solution would do. She did not want a star designer to solve the problem as completely and comprehensively as possible. That would turn into a form of over-reliance that could ruin her ambitious breakthrough plan. I agree with your reasoning, Ves said in an approving tone. Our proposal to the resonance smith shouldn't take up too much of his time. In contrast, if we ask the xenotechnician to expand the possibilities of architect, he may need to work on it for multiple days if not weeks. That is not a good use of a star designer's time. I am sure that his time is better spent on more important projects. He approved of her decision for more than one reason. Ves had already contacted the xenotechnician in the past, and his impression was not entirely positive. For all of the accomplishments made by this old star designer, the xenotechnician came across as weird and even alien at times. People also suspected the xenotechnician for maintaining an ambiguous relationship with the cosmopolitan movement. It was only because no one could prove this relationship existed that the xenotechnician could escape blame, at least in the open. Despite his apparent innocence, Ves would prefer it if he did not deal with this particular star designer. Most of the cosmopolitan cells would love nothing more than to claim Ves's head and earn a rich bounty from the Red Cabal. Ves also had other reasons to seek out an audience from the resonance smith. If he was able to speak with him in person, Ves may be able to bring up a few other interesting problems. A simple guiding answer from the star designer could help a lot. The resonance smith it is, then, Ves said and smiled. I will contact Jovi shortly afterwards and let him make the necessary arrangements. Hopefully, the resonance smith will be able to talk within the week. Now that Ves thought about using up one of his two remaining favors, he began to think about what he could do with the other one. After all, it was better to use it up now than later. There were many more problems that could be solved by the Ra as opposed to the cybernetic empire. Both super organizations excelled in different areas. The Ra definitely accumulated a lot more expertise in hyper-technology and superdimensional technology. The cybernetic empire most probably built up a formidable lead in almost every other field of conventional technology. This should guide his decision on what he should use. His last favor on the Red Association may have fallen behind in most technological disciplines, but it was not a pushover, especially when it still retained the services of 9 star designers, each of which excelled in different areas. Chapter 7034 The Uncertain Future of the Red Association. After his talk with Gloriana, Ves immediately acted upon his decision and informed Jovi that he wanted to cash in one of his favors. Are you sure about this, Ves? The reality trickster asked. This is your favor, but it will end up benefiting your wife more than you. The advice and guidance from a star designer is a rare and highly coveted privilege. Many mech designers would literally kill their own parents if they could obtain such a reward. The right guidance from one of the best mech designers in existence could lead them away from dead ends and help them overcome their bottlenecks. There are many documented instances of mech designers experiencing a renaissance in their careers after holding a brief but insightful talk with a star designer. Jovi did not exaggerate in his description. Star designers had reached an unfathomable level when it came to mech design, scientific research and practical engineering. They were for all intents and purposes the gods of the mech designer profession. Mortal mech designers, including most seniors and masters, were so much further behind that they could always gain useful pointers from a simple talk. However, Ves had already made up his mind on the matter. His wife clearly needed assistance more than him. The continued inability to combine Arctech with superdimensional technology was also holding back the development of all Larkinson high-ranking mechs. I have already considered all of the arguments, he said. You do not need to dissuade me from making this choice. Just arrange a virtual meeting if possible. Okay. I am not opposed to meeting the resonance smith in person, but I think we can save ourselves a lot of time if we keep it virtual. I can talk to him on the terrace if the connection needs to be highly secure. I shall make sure to mention this request. Do note that every star designer has their own individual quirks and preferences. Some insist on holding meetings with others in person. Others are more tolerant to holding sensitive talks over the galactic net. From what I know, the resonance smith is rather mistrustful of the galactic net, but he is also one of the most open-minded star designers. He has to be in order to become a leader of the Unbound Humanity faction. The mention of that faction caused Ves to chuckle. I guess what is unfolding across human space is a dream come true to him. Red humanity is becoming increasingly less bound by the overly restrictive rules imposed by the mechers and the fleeters. The cybernetic empire has explicitly rejected the rule of the Red 3 and has amassed over 10,000 warships despite the restrictions set by the RF warship quota program. The example set by the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact and most notably the Cybernetic Empire will encourage other states to take back their sovereignty, exactly as the Unbound Humanity faction has aspired. Hovey's expression worsened. Most mechers were opposed to the extreme ideology of the Unbounders. Only the members of the Dissolution faction were worse within the association. Currently, life had become awkward for survivalists such as Jovi. One of their great leaders had left the Red Association in order to start her own empire. That was already bad enough, but it became worse when she actively worked to undermine her old organization. Fortunately, the survivalist faction could still count on the support of the Fist of Defiance and the Xenotechnician. Their prestige was no less than the polymath and was more than enough to keep the faction under control. That did not stop mechers and particularly the survivalists from wondering whether the Unbounders had a good point. Were most mechers wrong about the need to keep the space peasants under their thumb? Was it truly better to give people the rights that had been withheld for centuries? Such debates became more and more frequent within the halls of the Red Association. This was also why Jovi did not dare to issue any strongly worded statements about this contentious matter. Once you or your wife has met with the resonance smith, you only have a single favor left. Have you decided how to use this remaining benefit, or do you prefer to keep it in reserve? I have thought about that, but our need for technical support is too great. Ves responded, I am plagued by a number of troublesome problems. None of them are as acute as the issue with Architect, but I can still gain a lot if I can obtain the advance of a star designer. Which esteemed star designer would you like to meet? Ves spent a bit of time on filling Jovi in on his plan. The choice of tech that he wanted to improve in the short term dictated the choice of star designer. Jovi listened and eventually smiled. I am optimistic about your proposal and choices. A star designer does not wish to be troubled by trivial matters. Your ideas are worth considering at the highest level. I will attempt to arrange another meeting. How urgent is this business of yours? Not that much, to be honest. Ves admitted. Gloriana's case is more urgent. Any delays on her part will significantly impact our clan. My demands are not that urgent, so I do not mind if my turn comes later. That is good to know. This will make it much easier to arrange a meeting, either virtual or in the flesh. They spent a few more minutes talking about the necessary rules and precautions when it came to speaking with a star designer. Every star designer bears a great burden. Jovi mentioned. Aside from the polymath, each of them is short on time. They have an excellent capacity to invent new technologies, refine existing ones and produce great works as long as they have abundant access to resources. However, doing any of that takes time. Star designers do not look kindly on people who waste their time. I know. I can promise you that my ideas will not be wasteful to anyone. Now that Ves had concluded the most important business, he relaxed his posture and began to explore Hovey's views on other matters. The Red Association has suffered a lot of blows as of late. Aside from strengthening your control over the Red Ocean Union, have you guys done anything to reverse the decline? Jovi sighed. He did not bother to hide his weakness in front of a close friend like Ves. We have indeed fallen into a pessimistic situation. We do not have the luxury to think about reversing the decline when we should still focus on stopping the bleeding. We do have a number of ambitious plans in the works, but none of them are close to completion. I think we must still monitor the cybernetic empire and the first-rate colonial superstates further before we can formulate a proper strategy. Are you guys hoping to restore the Red Association and the Red Fleet to their positions as hegemons of Red humanity? This was an important question. Jovi sighed again. I do not think it is appropriate for the Red Association to govern human territories like the Mech Trade Association had done during the Age of Mechs. I am personally of the opinion that Red humanity is ready to undertake greater responsibilities. While I do not necessarily agree with the Unbounders, now that multiple states have begun to claw back their rights, it is impossible to bring them back to the old status quo. Are you saying that you don't want to go back to the good old days of the Big Two? Not precisely, Jovi said with a frown. The Age of Dawn is not the Age of Mechs. Those that try too hard to make it this way will only see themselves crash into a Titan shield. Our association needs to adapt with the times. During the previous age, we provided security, stability and restraint to a traumatized race. These days, humans do not want to remain coddled. They want to grow up and undertake more mature responsibilities. They want to cast off the taboos that we have set for them in favor of making their own rules. That sounds a lot like children growing up to the point where they are ready to leave their parents and live by themselves. Ves remarked. That is a good metaphor, I suppose. It does not entirely apply to this situation, as many states used to be old and powerful star nations or star empires. The Big Two had forced them all to regress into their immature states. Now that we have entered a new age, those that have always resented our control over them seek to shed our patronizing treatment of them and regain full control over their own destiny. Do you approve? Perhaps. It is not a simple matter, Ves. I admire the Terrans, the Rubarthans and even the Cybers for having the guts to maintain separation from the super-organization that has the greatest number of god pilots and star designers at its disposal. Then I began to think about the future of the Red Association. What did you come up with, Jovi? Fault lines within the association have grown worse. I can no longer contact a number of my old classmates, and relations between the factions are continuing to deteriorate. The intelligence debacles related to the Red Split and the unveiling of the cybernetic empire has put too many people on edge, both ours and that of the people. The polymath has also proven that it is possible to effectively leave the Red Association and build your own little empire. Her success will embolden many other individuals, though not all of them are bona fide freedom warriors. Ves instantly thought of a god pilot who had always been out of whack with the rest of his exalted kind. The huntsman has become increasingly more estranged with the Red Association, right? Are you afraid that he will soon be next? Jovi simply nodded. That is correct. It is no secret that the huntsman is devoting much more attention to the development of his hunting association. He only needs to cease his ambiguous stance and make his preferences clear in order to clarify his new status as a leader of a powerful association. What he left unspoken was that the departure of the huntsman may spark a trend among the remaining god pilots and star designers. If they all began to declare independence and rule over different fiefs, then Red humanities would continue to splinter in a time where unity was needed the most. Just as Jovi was about to elaborate his concerns, both of them suddenly paused as they received emergency notifications. It's time, Ves whispered. It is, Jovi confirmed. The warfleets of the cybernetic empire are finally ready to showcase their power. The warfleets had reached their target destinations and had waited long enough to be able to strike at the same time. In two different star systems, two formidable warfleets stood ready to challenge the armed forces of the native aliens. In another star system, another CE warfleet was just about to reinforce a planet that had been losing a battle of attrition against the mutated vorabugs. None of the enemies targeted by the CE were easy to deal with. The native alien forces were all led by formidable phase lords, while the mutated vorabugs could drown the CE forces with overwhelming numbers. Yet the Cybers did not try to avoid these challenges. They could have targeted weaker opponents, but in order to make a statement, they deliberately picked adversaries that would have inflicted significant losses to the elite armed forces of the Rubarthan Pact. Why are they starting up a fight at the same time? Ves asked with a frustrated voice. Don't they know this makes it harder for viewers to keep track of everything during a live broadcast? Setting aside this annoyance, Ves at least appreciated the detailed and high-quality view. The quality was far better than the perspectives of typical battle footage. Chapter 7035, 76th Dominator's Warfleet 3 live streams started at the same time. A huge amount of people tuned into at least one of the broadcasts. Those who grew obsessed with the cybernetic empire's strength and technological lead even tried to view all three broadcasts at the same time. Nobody could talk about anything else on that day. Everyone who did not have urgent work duties to attend to all gathered around and began to exchange their views on how extensively the three CE warfleets would dominate the battlefield. Betting platforms pounced on the opportunity. They allowed their customers to place many wagers on the outcomes of the upcoming battles. I think the warfleets will crush the native aliens. They are 50 years ahead. That has to count for a lot. I don't think the Cybers will do that well when fighting against the mutated vorabugs. They are too different from other enemies. The bugs don't even make use of energy shields as far as I know. Oh, come on. The vorabugs only know how to throw endless bodies at their enemies. This is not the first time our race has fought against those kinds of enemies. We crushed dozens of these swarm-based races back in the Milky Way during the Age of Conquest. We developed specialized methods to exterminate them at the time. The cybernetic empire should easily be able to dig up the old manuals and make the appropriate preparations. The mutated vorabugs are different from other swarm races. There is not only proof that they are directed by a greater intelligence, but they are continuing to evolve. What works today might not necessarily work tomorrow. Peef, they are just bugs. No matter how much they adapt, they can catch up to the polymath's powerful war weapons. Debates continued to rage across human-occupied space. Many people grew fascinated by the mystique of the cybernetic empire. In the days since the return of Bridgehead 1, the Cybers had constantly been teasing everyone about the strength of their warfleets. Today, it was finally time for them to prove that their strength matched their boasts. As the warfleets approached their respective adversaries, Ves had reunited with his wife and his children back in their grand stateroom on the tortuous scream. They all settled down on the couches and decided to observe one engagement at a time. If Ves wanted to, he could watch all 3 live feeds at the same time and still remain fairly confident that he would be able to keep track of significant developments. However, not everyone was comfortable with collecting information in this matter. They wanted to enjoy the battles in the simplest and most straightforward way possible. This was why Ves decided to view the battles in sequence. He did not put too much value in the live viewing experience. It was not as if he could change anything considering the battles took place many light years away. Which live feed do you want to watch first? Ves asked his family. According to the information provided by the Cybernetic Empire, the forces on display consist of the 24th, Gamma Scorchers, Warfleet, the 27th, Assimilators, Warfleet and the 76th, Dominators, Warfleet. Their nicknames are not chosen at random. Gloriana noted and gestured towards the 3 live feeds that were currently projected in the center of the main living room. The Gamma Scorchers are clearly completely reliant on energy weapons as their damage source. The mechs and warships of the Assimilators are all made out of smart metal. The Dominators on the other hand look more conventional, though they clearly have a strong preference towards big guns. Due to the high detail and availability of multiple different recording angles, it was easy for mech designers such as Ves and Gloriana to incorporate their work into the overall setting. They only needed to study the individual feeds one by one to gain an overall understanding of the strong points of every fleet. Compared to most red humans, Ves possessed additional information that could explain why these warfleets possessed such radically different technological paradigms. The 24th Gamma Scorchers clearly enjoyed the backing of the energy weapon tower. The 27th Assimilators could not have grown up to this point without the aid of the smart metal tower. The 76th Dominators obtained all of their advanced big guns from the heavy ordnance tower. Ves was unable to determine whether one of the other 13 towers had intervened in the formation of these specific fleets. It didn't matter too much. The names reflected their essence. I want to watch the Dominators. Andraste already voiced her preference. With a name like that, these mechs must be able to kick the alien butts and teach them a lesson that they will never forget. The 76th Fleet doesn't appear too impressive. Gloriana gently pushed back. The only notable traits is that their gun ports and gun batteries are bigger. I do not expect them to introduce any revolutionary new tech. Perhaps that makes the Dominators a good choice to start with. Ves voiced his own opinion. I don't want to end this viewing session on a disappointing note. By picking the least interesting looking one in front, we can get it over with and simultaneously move on to watching the other battles. His wife pressed her lips. She contemplated his argument and decided it had enough merit. Fine. The other 2 warfleets will hopefully delight us with revolutionary new tech that only the polymath can invent. As Ves and Gloriana continued to analyze the tech utilized by the 76th Warfleet and tried to estimate the firepower of every mech and warship in view. Soon enough, the mechs on reconnaissance were about to collide with the enemy fighter screen. The Dominators did not hide their approach. Their warfleet possessed a greater proportion of capital ships than the other ones. Interesting. Gloriana spoke as she paid close attention to the types of mechs fielded by this warfleet. The warships and most notably the capital ships are clearly the golden boys of this fleet. The mechs are only present as screening elements. Their configurations are largely focused on scouting, ECM and intercepting enemy small craft. That sounds boring. Andraste complained. I changed my mind. I hate the Dominators. Mechs can do more than fight the enemy small fry. Let's not dismiss the Dominators too soon. Ves warned his daughter. The mechs are about to engage the phase fighters. The Cybers prepared for this moment. They clearly did not want to reveal too many details, so they only fielded a single mech model, a first-class multi-purpose mech that wielded a distinctly large shotgun. On the surface, these mechs exhibited good performance. Their armor looked thick enough to resist a couple of mean hits. Their Azure energy shields looked unusual and a lot more refined than what everyone else was making use of. Their mobility was considerably greater as well. This alone should give these striker mechs a good advantage against the opposing phase fighters. The only downside was that the enemy phase fighters outnumbered the first-class multipurpose mechs by more than 3 to 1. Even though the Larkinsons had recently faced worse odds, the difference was that the Larkinsons enjoyed the protection of 2 ace mechs, but the 76th Dominators had none. In fact, Ves did not spot any expert mech or ace mech at all. Perhaps the Cybers were holding them back for later, but he had a good feeling that the Cybernetic Empire was unable to produce them for reasons that Ves could not fathom. The forward elements of both forces began to clash. The phase fighters struck the first blow by launching transphasic missiles at long range. Each of them carried a notable amount of missiles, and their pilots or their field commander evidently chose to launch them right away. Whether this was the right decision or not became pretty clear when the CE mechs responded in unison. First, they formed active shield links with each other. Ves could not tell whether the Cybers had improved shield link tech, but it appeared they did not introduce anything groundbreaking. That, or they were deliberately limiting the performance of their shield links in order to appear weaker on this front. Whatever the case, the active shield links provided plenty of assurance to the outnumbered first-class multipurpose mechs. As the potent transphasic missiles were able to strike their targets, the mechs quickly responded by lifting their shotguns and firing them in the right direction. Thousands of explosions lit up the darkness of space. The power and penetration of those small missiles were so good that even first-class mechs would get worse off if they came close enough. Yet the shotguns launched small pellets that spread out just enough to intercept every Enmite missile. The phase fighter pilots must have felt surprised at how easily the humans repelled this attack, but they still committed to launching attack runs. Yet when the alien strike craft attempted to grind the mechs to death, the CE mechs simply tried to keep up with the phase fighters before using their shotguns to spray flechettes in their general directions. The mechs shouldn't have been able to land every shot. The enemy phase fighter pilots had grown accustomed to fighting against human mechs and learned how to evade attacks more effectively than before. However, all of this became useless when the flechettes actually honed in on the dancing phase fighters and struck their azure energy shields. What are those missiles? Ves gasped. Gloriana activated another projection and froze the instant those flechettes were in flight. When the female mech designer zoomed in far enough, she noted that the flechettes did not contain any propulsion or other systems that could explain why they honed in as soon as they flew somewhat close to energy strike craft. These flechettes are special, she said with a puzzled frown on her face. The data from the live feeds is not complete enough in my opinion, but from what I can observe, the flechettes are attracted by the phase fighters or more specifically their azure energy shields. When the flechettes are launched towards phase fighters that have lost their shielding, the homing effect disappears. Fortunately for every human viewer, the Cybernetic Empire started to display a portion of technical data during the live feed. Phase attractor rounds are shotgun rounds that are specialized in taking down enemy phase fighters. Ves read the description. Phase attractor rounds come in both transphasic and non-transphasic versions, but the former is very rare as the latter can already do the job. Your theory is right, Gloriana. The shotgun projectiles can indeed home in on energy shields without needing to resort to finicky tech. Due to these attraction characteristics, way more flechettes ended up hitting their targets than usual. Enemy phase fighters lost their most potent form of protection. Once their airframes got exposed, it was trivial for the first-class multipurpose mechs to take them down. In this way, the first-class multipurpose mechs of the Cybernetic Empire just showed that it relied on non-transphasic weapons to completely roll over the enemy's phase fighters. This small victory enabled the mechs to conduct more thorough and aggressive anomalies. The Dominator warships could freely advance towards the enemy mech in troop concentrations. The native aliens must probably be wondering how to counter the absurdly effective shotguns wielded by the mechs, but these were hardly the trump cards of this warship-oriented fleet. After reaching a certain distance, the Dominator warships brought their massive cannons to bear against the distant enemy warships. The range was still a bit too far for most cannons, but with the help of the scouting data from the forward mechs, the human warships were able to calculate their firing solutions a lot more confidently than normal. The warships are attacking. Wait, they're launching missiles. Instead of opening fire with their big guns, they chose to launch missiles instead. The data showed that they were all transphasic missiles, which meant that the Cybers had just expended a serious amount of phase water. Was it worth it? Ves and the others soon received their answers when they saw the effects of their warheads. The native aliens made a valiant attempt at shooting down the incoming missiles, but the CE munitions were fast and also agile enough to evade lots of intercepting fire. When multiple missiles converged on different targets, strange explosions took place that shocked Ves and other viewers. This was because the Azure energy shields that should have been able to resist explosive attacks of this magnitude briefly became inactive. The enemy energy shields have been disrupted. The aliens are likely trying their best to reset their shield generators, but there is still a delay. This delay was crucial as the CE warships simultaneously opened fire with their predominantly kinetic cannons. Each of them launched explosive shells that flew as fast as Gauss rounds and slipped through the temporary gaps in the enemy defenses. As soon as they impacted the exposed hulls, the shells detonated. Hull plating got ruptured, turrets became damaged or got blown away. Multiple compartments became exposed to the vacuum of space. This was just the opening salvo of the warships of the 76th Dominator Warfleet, but already its tech had put the enemy forces at a severe disadvantage. Chapter 7036 Dynapulse Disruptor Missile. The 76th Dominator's Warfleet dominated their opponents. The 53 years' worth of preparation and technological development paid off as the Cybers proved that they possessed the tools to effectively counter the defenses that the native aliens relied upon to stay in the fight. It was surprising to many viewers how the ordnance used by the CE mechs and warships immediately shut down any attempts of the enemy to make a comeback. The Dominators did not appear to rely on any other notable gimmicks to produce these devastating results. Their performance was definitely higher than normal, but this was not reason enough for them to be able to inflict serious losses against the native aliens while incurring little damage in return. These mechs and warships are not alive, Ves concluded with certainty. There is also not that much hyper-technology in them. Much of their power comes from regular exotics and phase water. What is notable is that their phase water content is not high, but outperforms anything we currently have. This was what 2 mech generations worth of progress looked like. The cybernetic empire had to do the best they could with limited amounts of exotics and phase water at their disposal. There is also another factor that is affecting their performance. Gloriana mentioned, have you noticed how the mechs and warships are so well controlled? Their responsiveness is higher than average and their targeting is excellent. What have you guessed, honey? I think that the extensive cybernetics allows the crew members to interface with any compatible equipment. This allows them to control their stations much better and more extensively than normal. I think that they also leverage the power of ice at the same time, but I cannot verify that from an outsider's perspective. Ves could see why his wife came up with those guesses. The performance of the mechs and warships were a bit too smooth and optimal. As Ves continued to ponder over this subject, the Dominators continued to dominate their opponents. So far, the CE Warfleet only lost a few dozen mechs. Many more machines remained spotless due to their superior energy shields and the added insurance provided by their active shield links. None of the warships incurred significant damage despite the best efforts of the enemy vessels. This was mainly because the CE vessels produced results too quickly. Each time they targeted an enemy warship, they first launched a salvo of what the annotation in the live feed described as Dynapulse Disruptor missiles, that inflicted low material damage but possessed exceptionally strong spatial disruptive effects against all manner of transphasic energy defenses. The polymath apparently developed the initial version of the Dynapulse in person to give her forces a relatively cost-effective way to bypass the ubiquitous transphasic energy defenses of the enemy. Subsequent uses of the Dynapulse disruptor missiles revealed that the pulsed spatial disruption effect was exceptionally strong. Their effects were similar to the space suppressor modules that had become ubiquitous in melee mechs. The difference between the two was that the Dynapulse concentrated all of its power in a single potent pulse effect. This successfully enabled the transphasic warheads to banish any nearby energy shielding, but only for as long as the spatial disruption weakened, which only amounted to a few seconds most of the time. A few seconds sounded like nothing. It was an exceedingly short window of opportunity for most humans. If mechs happen to be nearby, then they may be able to slip through the temporary gaps produced by the Dynapulses, but only if it was fast enough and already built up a head start. It was much more practical to use this temporary gap in the defenses to slip in attacks, which was exactly what the Dominators were doing. The warships timed their attacks perfectly. Their cannons opened fire just before the Dynapulses created a gap in the defenses of the enemy vessels. This made it so that the explosive rounds could always slip through the openings before they closed up again and never failed to strike the hull. There was nothing particularly special about the explosive rounds aside from their unusually fast muzzle velocity and impressive accuracy at this range. While none of the attacks penetrated deep into the hull, it was not necessary as plenty of surface components and other shallow systems got wrecked in the process. Besides, when several CE warships concentrated their firepower on a single enemy vessel, the sheer amount of attacks landing on the alien hull was enough to crack the vessel apart after enduring a few brutal salvos. As the alien fleet immediately began to diminish in numbers, it became increasingly clear that there was no way for the native aliens to win this bout. Their phase fighters get completely shredded by the homing flechettes shot by the mechs. Their warships were unable to tank a lot of damage with the help of their segmented multi-layered Azure energy shields because the Dynapulse disruptor missiles exploited all of their weaknesses. If nothing else happened, this alien fleet was doomed to fall despite the fact that it outnumbered the 76th Dominators. Yet the native aliens could field more than phase fighters and warships. The alien leaders clearly thought that since the Dominators did not bring their own high-ranking mechs, they would become easy pickings. That was not what happened at all. The CE mechs and warships seemingly came from a different era. They employed refined and optimized ordnance that the heavy ordnance tower had spent multiple decades on iterating. Perhaps the native aliens might still be able to fend off the Dynapulse Mark I or whatever, but became completely helpless when they had to defend against the Dynapulse Mark 15. Ves and every other experienced engineer could detect 100 different ways the Dynapulse had been improved upon over the years. This was not an experimental product. It was a mature product that could breach open the defenses of damn near any alien warship so long as enough warheads detonated in the same place at the right times. Oh boy, Gloriana said, the cybers have made the native aliens truly angry now. Their phase lords finally feel compelled to take action. The enemy phase lords previously disdained to take action when they saw that a human fleet sought to attack their mortal minions. Yet now that the humans deployed several unexpectedly powerful new tech, the phase lords realized quite quickly that they needed to take action in person if they wanted to prevent their forces from collapsing. A total of 2 greater phase lords and 15 lesser phase lords simultaneously took action. This was a formidable number of phase lords. The Larkinsons managed to defeat a similar force by relying on a superdimensional ace mech, but the 76th Dominators likely did not bring any champions to this fight. What did they intend to rely upon to kill or deter all of these phase lords? The greater phase lords and several lesser phase lords are equipped with Saint Piercers and incomplete Saint Armors. Ves observed, the ones with good equipment are leading the charge while the ones without this benefit are hanging back in order to use their spatial abilities to disrupt the Dominators. Already, the more erudite-focused phase lords began to constrict and destabilize the fabric of space across a wide area. Multiple Dominator vessels began to slow down as their superdrives were no longer able to maintain their warp travel states. Whether the CE vessels could secretly overcome this interference remained unclear, but for now they behaved similar to any other contemporary human warship. This meant that they lost much of their mobility advantage. The incoming phase lords would definitely be able to catch up to the CE vessels. Without the protection of ace mechs, most human fleets had no way of repelling so many powerful phase lords. Yet this time may be different. As the enemy phase lords continued to close in, the CE mechs conspicuously maintained their distance, making it clear that they did not intend to play any part in what was to come. Instead, the warships all started to launch missiles at the leading greater phase lords. They are unleashing the same Dynapulse disruptor missiles as before. The native aliens attempted to crush the missiles mid-flight by squeezing it with the fabric of space, but the missiles appeared to be strangely resistant against these effects. They flew unerringly through twisted and folded space until they accurately converged onto the 2 phase lords. So many missiles detonated against the energy defenses of the 2 native gods that part of their enlarged bodies became obscured by all of the explosions. Yet even if their views became obscured, Ves and the others keenly noticed that the clustered explosions actually managed to rupture the powerful spatial barriers, but just for a moment. The warships of the 76th Dominator warfleet had already primed their gun batteries. Each of them soundlessly boomed as they propelled a completely different kind of projectile towards their target than before. Unlike the regular explosive shells that had inflicted effective damage to the hulls of enemy warships on the cheap, these ones were clearly a lot more expensive and high-end. They soared through space at an even faster speed and slipped through the gaps in the spatial barriers with unerring accuracy. Once they struck the bodies of the greater phase lords from various angles, several things happened at once. The rounds that collided against the alien-grade superdimensional raiment actually fractured while only leaving scratches behind. They broke apart far too easily. The rounds aren't transphasic, however. The raiments worn by the enemy phase lords did not cover their entire true bodies, so the rounds that managed to slip through the gaps and strike open flesh actually managed to penetrate past the skin and into the flesh. They did not go past that, but this was already a respectable result for a non-transphasic round. Yet that was just the beginning. At first, the greater phase lords ignored the fractured metal that had lodged into their flesh. Yet they soon regretted it as they began to experience a lot of pain from the injured parts of their true body. When they turned their heads to look down at their wounds, they found to their horror that the flesh and other body tissue surrounding their wounds had begun to blacken and weaken. The rounds are toxic to phase lords somehow. Gloriana gasped in surprise. According to the annotations of the live feed, the new rounds are actually corrupting and breaking down the phase water that sustains the transformed flesh of these phase lords. Ves widened his eyes in shock and also a little fear. Phase water had become an essential component to sustain the life of every phase lord. If a new weapon was capable of corrupting phase water into another substance that did not possess the same properties, then it could easily drain the strength of a phase lord and cripple parts of his body. These polybyte phase corruptor rounds are another invention from the polymath. Ves noted without too much surprise as the live feed essentially advertised the latest product demonstrated by the dominators. They are made from processing high-grade and mid-grade exotics in a special way that allows the finished product to gain a necrotizing effect against phase leader body tissue. The production cost is fairly expensive, but the greatest advantage is that its production does not use up any phase water. This was a critical advantage that should make the polybyte rounds a lot more accessible to more human forces. At this time, the warships of the 76th Dominator Warfleet started to get serious. They split up into multiple squadrons and began to circle around the greater phase lords. They used the now classic combo of dynapulses to briefly open gaps in the spatial barriers before slipping polybytes to hurt the native gods. While the greater phase lords were still able to cope with the damage due to their larger bodies and much higher phase water content, the lesser phase lords had it much worse. Their spatial barriers were significantly weaker, so it took fewer dynapulse disruptor missiles to create a gap in their defenses. They also lacked saint armors and so could not defend themselves as effectively against the poisonous rounds. The polybytes also inflicted much more severe damage to their true bodies, as losing dozens of liters of phase water represented a much more severe injury for the lesser phase lords. In a mirror to the Battle of Screed Tanner VF, the lesser phase lords lost their nerves first. The polybyte appeared to be especially designed to inflict great pain on these arrogant native gods. That, combined with losing any feel or control for their injured parts of their bodies, caused them to grow so spooked that some of them proactively used their own blades to cut off their necrotized flesh before the toxins could spread any further. After suffering these heavy blows, the lesser phase lords no longer had any desire to challenge the strange new human warfleet anymore. They all backed away in order to get out of range from the astoundingly effective new missiles and kinetic rounds. This of course left the two greater phase lords without the support they expected. Eventually, the pair of alien leaders made the sensible choice and chose to retreat. Many human viewers became disappointed when they saw that the Dominators did not employ any other miracle weapons in an attempt to kill the retreating phase lords, but they had already delivered a stellar result as far as everyone was concerned. For the first time since the start of the Red War, a fleet of mortal mechs and warships managed to defeat a superior force of alien phase fighters, warships and phase lords without relying on gods and magic. The fleeters must already be salivating at the technological breakthroughs on display. We have to find a way to get our hands on the production methods of the Dynapulse Disruptor Missile and the Polybyte Phase Corruptor Round at all cost. Chapter 7037. The Polymath's Grift. In just a single brief engagement, the 76th Dominator's Warfleet accomplished a feat that resembled the Larkinson clan's victory at Screed Tanner VIF. Of course, the numbers and circumstances were substantially different, but the parallels were pretty clear to Ves. At Screed Tanner, the premier fleet sortied into battle with far less numbers than the enemy. However, the Larkinsons managed to defeat several times their own number and kill half of the alien defenders by relying on the superior arms of a superdimensional ace mech and the amazing synergy between the Minerva Mark II and the first-class multipurpose mechs under her command. In other words, the Larkinsons relied on the strength of their champions to turn a severely disadvantaged lineup into an unbeatable force. The Dominators belonging to the Cybernetic Empire did not take this approach at all, mostly because they did not have any high-ranking mech pilots to spare. Most of the existing expert pilots and ace pilots who found themselves trapped in Bridgehead 1 stayed loyal to their original states and organizations. Very few had been persuaded to pledge their loyalties to the cybernetic empire. This was detrimental to the nascent superpower, as its long-term isolation had caused its homegrown mech pilots to experience far too little life pressure. Short of staging cannibalistic and extremely wasteful death matches, the Cybers had no way of pushing the willpower of its soldiers to the extreme. The polymath therefore decided to seek her salvation in technology rather than people. If the latter proved unreliable, then the former might provide her with a solution. Her hard work paid off. With 53 years at her disposal, she was able to invent quite a few counters to the most common combat solutions employed by the native aliens. In this short-lasting encounter, the Dominators won against sizable force of native alien fleets led by over dozen phase lords. Even if none of them were particularly powerful or noteworthy, they were still difficult if not impossible to defeat by a fleet of mechs and warships that lacked its own champions. Yet the Cybers managed to do it. For the first time since the start of the Red War, the mundane cannons and missile launchers of dozens of warships effectively managed to easily dismantle enemy hulls and repel all of the phase lords. In fact, the enemy powerhouses might have been able to grit their teeth and forcibly get close enough to the cyber warships to physically tear them apart, but the high and mighty native gods proved completely unwilling to bear this hardship. When faced with a completely new and different kind of human force, the native aliens grew fearful of what other surprises the Dominators had in store. Combined with the large amount of pain and injury inflicted by the poisonous projectiles launched by the cyber warships, the alien phase lords ultimately decided to cut their losses and withdraw. This was the most prudent decision they could have made. Ves and most people had already guessed that the Dominators likely held a much more deadly arsenal in reserve. It was impossible for the polymath and her Cybers to spend half a century on developing just a handful of special munitions. In this way, the cowardice shown by the enemy phase lords happened to save them from even worse fates. The only real damage they suffered was the loss of face. As for the phase fighters and warships that got shot down by the humans, those casualties meant little to the native gods who had access to almost an entire dwarf galaxy's worth of manpower and resources. The native aliens could easily replenish those losses given how much territory they still held. The phase lords were much more difficult to replace, as it took a long time for new ones to emerge and even longer for them to grow in power. Damn cowards, Ves cursed. They already thought about retreating as soon as they experienced actual pain for the first time in many years. The Dominators could have shown off much better toys if these pathetic phase lords possessed an actual spine and possessed courage comparable to that of a valiant expert pilot. That is not who they are. Gloriana mentioned. Phase lords, and especially those of the erudite persuasion, are more often than not members of the politician, statesman and patriarch class of their respective societies. Even if they come from a military hierarchy, their actual combat experience is limited. Martial phase lords are better in this regard, but true warriors such as the Arena Lord of Yaguasa are the exception rather than the rule. This was the problem of making champions out of the top echelon of society rather than the bottom. The latter all experienced an uncountable amount of hardships before they managed to struggle their way to martial supremacy. High-ranking mech pilots understood the value of force and knew how to maximize every part of their strength. The former had lucked into their power due to the randomness of their birth. Once they were lucky enough to survive the most dangerous transformation event at the start, the alien phase lords no longer became susceptible to mortal weaknesses and constraints. Be that as it may, leaders still have to hold themselves to a higher standard. Ves said with a frown. It is really unacceptable for them to retreat at such an early stage. At least the protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach mustered up their courage and sought to challenge the first full superdimensional ace mech they had encountered on the battlefield. The two greater phase lords saw one of their own getting butchered by a superdimensional blade, but that did not stop them from doing their duty. You cannot compare them to the greater phase lords that fought against the Dominators, Ves. The protector of Karnak is a Jurg who is a die-hard loyalist of the Red Cabal. He has also received an abundant amount of rewards for his loyal service, from superior phase water organs to a full superdimensional armor that covers his entire exoskeleton. In contrast, both the lesser and greater phase lords that fought against the Dominators were clearly inferior. That was a fair point. The Dominators clearly did their research and picked an opponent that was unlikely to produce too many complications. It was clear that new weapons shown today were very effective against the phase lords like the ones that showed up in past battles. However, the Red War was evolving and so were its participants. Red humanity had slowly begun to roll out superdimensional mechs, while the native aliens did likewise by cladding their own phase lords in increasingly better and more comprehensive superdimensional armor. Without an abundant supply of superdimensional matter of their own, the cybernetic empire needed to scramble to develop effective counters against superdimensional weapons and armaments. Even so, that did not take away the stellar performance of the special munitions on display. Both Ves and Gloriana rewound the footage and observed the Dynapulse Disruptor Missile and the Polybyte Phase Corruptor Round in action. Since the cybers were responsible for broadcasting the live feeds, they helpfully provided annotations that contained a large amount of descriptions and technical data. While the information was not even close enough for people to produce their own versions of the two munition types, it still provided them with plenty of details to determine whether they were good fits for their own armed forces. What do you think, Gloriana? This live feed is clearly a sales pitch. Gloriana responded, it does not seem like it on the surface, but it is abundantly clear to those in power that the cybernetic empress is trying to sell them her solutions. If my suspicions are correct, the cybernetic empire will not license out its Dynapulse and Polybyte. It is much more profitable and advantageous for the cybers to produce their special munitions in-house and sell them to all of the major powers at a high profit margin. That sounds incredibly plausible. The polymath can even expand on this grift. She can sell outdated versions of the Dynapulse and Polybyte for slightly more competitive prices, but jack up the costs for the more modern and effective versions. This solves several problems at once. First, every human power will become dependent on the continued existence of the cybernetic empire. No one will dare to attack it openly because their supply of anti-phase lord munitions might get cut off as a response. Second, the cybernetic empire can quickly solve its resource deficit by accepting payment in the form of raw materials. This scheme possessed clear colonial overtones. The cybernetic empire played the role of an old and established industrial power while the other states that held vast territories had little choice but to mine and ship a large proportion of their resources to Bridgehead 1 instead of using them to fuel their own factories. If this pattern persisted long enough, then the cybernetic empire would eventually grow powerful enough to reduce all of the other human powers to its vassals. It did not matter whether they pledged their allegiance to the cybernetic empress or not. The de facto reality was that the other states and organizations remained heavily dependent on superior cyber tech and manufactured goods. How typical. Ves always suspected that the polymath was up to no good. He felt relieved now that he understood the scheme that she had concocted. It was not really underhanded when the cybernetic empire published so much information in the open. This was clearly an open conspiracy where the polymath invited everyone to play her game because there was no better option available. The cybernetic empire's monopoly on Dynapulses and Polybytes will not last forever. Gloriana told her husband, once these munitions fall into other people's hands, there will be plenty of researchers and developers looking to reverse engineer them and develop their own versions of the same tech. You're right, Gloriana, but the cybernetic empire still enjoys a massive head start in this field. It will take at least a year or longer for others to be able to come out with their own versions. By that time, the cybernetic empire has already made a killing from its monopoly. The differences in quality and performance will also remain substantial for a time. The rest of us can solve these challenges faster if we put a star designer or better yet multiple star designers in charge of these operations. His wife asserted. Ves did not agree with her, though. That may be true, but it will never happen. We are talking about the works of a highly respected star designer. I am quite sure that people of this status are personal friends and maybe even colleagues with each other. They will try to avoid stepping on each other's toes because they might need to ask others to collaborate with them in the future. There were very few star designers in existence, and each of them had risen up to become the ultimate masters in their specialization. The polymath happened to be a lot more special than others because she did not possess a particularly profound specialization. Yet what she lacked in specialization, she made up for it in generalization. Her knowledge base was so broad that she was practically the most comprehensive repository of knowledge in the Red Ocean. The polymath therefore played a vital role in the post-Great Severing Society of Red Humanity because she could adequately substitute for the many specialized star designers left behind in the Milky Way. It was for this reason and more that the star designers were inclined to treat the polymath leniently despite her acts of treason, rebellion and subversion. He needed to hurry up and become a star designer as well. So long as he became a true god in his current profession, everyone else would be willing to overlook his many transgressions. People would do everything in their power to please him in order to benefit from his creations. Chapter 7038 The Red Fleet's Salvation. The Dominators finished their battle the fastest among the three cyber warfleets. Their new tech spooked the native aliens and drove them away before they could put up a proper fight. That was regrettable, but the live footage still contained enough demonstrations of the new tech put to use. It was pretty clear to Ves that the 76th Dominator's warfleet basically served as a vassal to the Heavy Ordnance Tower. In turn, the Heavy Ordnance Tower served as the polymath's designated managers, custodians and maintainers of all of the new tech related to physical munitions. Ves grew more and more certain that a polity as large as the cybernetic empire could never be truly united as the polymath desired. Instead of letting different factions emerge and cause chaos within her dominion, the polymath must have decided to create her own factions in the form of the 13 Towers. This way, every major faction of her empire would at least be centered around productive research and industrial activity. The cybers would be more inclined to compete against each other to earn more wealth, resources, talent and most importantly their sovereign's favor. Although there were definite downsides to making the 13 Towers so dominant in society, the polymath must have made a careful calculus that proved that the benefits were worth the price. What do you think about what you have seen and listened to our discussion, kids? Ves suddenly asked. While they were just children, the three brats were also smart and precocious in their own ways. I don't like the Dominators. Andraste voiced her opinion first. They are boring. They clearly don't value their mechs because they are only there to protect their warships. It is all about heavy firepower for this fleet. While the big guns are powerful, there is no heroism behind their use. You don't even need people to man and control the guns. You just need to program the smart ice to time the use of the new missiles and rounds and make sure they don't open fire at the wrong targets. That was a typical answer from a mech-obsessed child. Andraste's words proved to be quite insightful. The development of the Dynapulse and Polybyte made warships more relevant again. The enemy phase lords needed to take human warships a lot more seriously once the new munitions became more prevalent. However, the new munitions also lowered the importance of ace pilots and reduced Red humanity's dependence on their champions. This was good as there were simply too few ace pilots to cover every battlefield, but it was also bad because this development might cause their growth to slow down. High-ranking mech pilots had long cemented their position as humanity's best troubleshooters. They defeated the undefeatable and created miracles on the battlefield. Everyone had good reasons to believe that the ultimate way to end the Red War was to make their god pilots strong enough to force the entirety of the Red Cabal to surrender or die. The Red Fleet has no choice but to cooperate with the cybernetic empire. Aurelia made a more politically insightful remark. The RF has been one of the greatest losers of the Great Severing. It is cut off from the vast amount of warships left behind in the Milky Way. The ones they have left in the Red Ocean clearly is not enough to maintain territorial supremacy over human-occupied space, let alone the Red Ocean Union. They also lack power players in the form of god pilots and star designers. The only source of hope they have is a living dreadnought in the form of the Dominion of Man, but she and her crew have long fallen into the palm of the polymath. In other words, the Red Fleet had turned from one of the two hegemons of human civilization into the weakest, major power, of the new frontier. The fleeters had not stood still. Despite their reputation for being old-fashioned and sticklers for tradition, they had made a few earnest efforts to keep up with the rapid changes by adopting living ice and letting at least some space peasants play around with warships, but that was not enough to offset their massive decline in reputation, power and military assets. This was why the performance of the Dominators was so astonishing to them. The superior tech developed by one of the ultimate mech designers of all people could very well be their salvation. The problem was that the RF and the CE were geopolitical rivals if not enemies. The cybernetic empire clearly was not satisfied with maintaining control over just a single central star node. It wanted to grab more territory. It wanted to subjugate its neighbors and bring them under the unified command of its empress. Early indications already showed that the cybers thought themselves as superior to the ignorant and backward space peasants that had been left behind. This also included the fleeters, who only remained powerful because they coasted on the attainments of their predecessor organization. If more people realized that the RF had degenerated more than what was apparent on the surface, the fleeters would have already collapsed by this time. In order to prevent such an outcome from unfolding in reality, the fleeters needed a way to regain power and prove their military might on the battlefield. They needed to do so without relying on high-ranking mechs or superdimensional matter. The munitions that Andraste dismissed as boring and uncool were just the solutions that the fleeters needed the most. Ves could already foresee the inevitable outcome between any secret negotiations between the two major powers. The Red Fleet would have to make a number of heavy concessions, such as not enforcing its rules upon the cybernetic empire and maybe outright abandoning its mandate on governing a united human civilization. In exchange, the cybernetic empire would be happy to supply the fleeters with a greater share of the industrial output of special munitions. Perhaps the RF might even be able to acquire an exclusive monopoly on the heaviest battleship-grade munitions, but that would force it to surrender so many concessions in return. The cybernetic empire may even be able to take over the RF outright, which was the worst outcome for many people. Ves reminded himself that he needed to talk with his RF liaison in order to find out whether the fleeters even had a future in this new and changing dwarf galaxy. "What do you think, Marvane?" Ves asked his youngest child. The child looked thoughtful even as he hugged his colorful lion plushie. If the dynapulses become so common that transphasic energy shields can no longer do their job of protecting warships, won't the native aliens switch to putting thick armor on their vessels like we do? This is not the weapon that we have that can counter energy shields. We have the Dark Zephyr and superdimensional mechs, and others have space suppressors and transphasic weapons. Both Ves and Gloriana nodded in agreement. "You raised another good point, Marvane," Ves said with an impressed voice. "Every invention provokes a reaction. It depends on how extensively the cybers are willing to let their Dynapulse disruptor missiles proliferate, but even moderate availability will still put their shiny and expensive battleships at great risk. The alien naval doctrine of going light on armor and heavy on energy shields will probably die, as you have guessed." Gloriana did not look too optimistic towards this development. "This does not actually improve our chances of winning the Red War all that much. The native aliens control much of the Red Ocean. Their industries are abundant and still largely intact. They can easily redesign their warships and order the mass production of new armor-heavy warships that are less susceptible to space suppressors and the new Dynapulse disruptor missiles. I am sure that the cybernetic empire has developed special munitions that specialize in penetrating transphasic hull plating as well, but I agree with your point. It is a lot easier to disrupt the functionality of energy-based defenses than penetrate through meters worth of dense alloys." Ves said. The native aliens would suffer for a few years as most of their warships were still biased towards energy shields rather than armor. However, once their ponderous shipyards had begun to roll out the new warships, the significance of the dynapulses would probably decrease, though not to the point of irrelevance. After all, no one prohibited the practice of piling a warship with both energy and material defenses. The only downside to all of that was that the vessel would become fat, slow and relatively light on firepower. My overall conclusion is that the Dominators are meant to showcase what ordinary red humans can do with the help of special munitions. Gloriana said, "I am sure that the CE will sell their dynapulses and polybites at a premium, but I do not have the impression that they are expensive to produce. Perhaps the cybers will intentionally increase their complexity and blend in useless materials in an attempt to increase the difficulty of reverse engineering, but that does not change my original point. Making it difficult to reverse engineer is not a purely selfish choice." Both of them knew that the cybernetic empire was on guard against the cosmopolitan movement. Red humanity suffered from their technology theft too many times. The native aliens had rapidly gained technological parity with their human foes by shamelessly taking advantage of stolen human technologies. The cybernetic empire's closed borders and reticence towards trading away its superior tech might frustrate a lot of humans, but it also denied the cosmopolitans another easy way to contribute to their alien masters. After making sure that he had seen what he needed to observe from the live feed of the 76th Dominator's warfleet in action, Ves was finally ready to switch the channel and observe another battle. Of course, by this time the engagement had already run its course, but Ves simply rewound the broadcast until it had reached the start of the battle. "The 24th Gamma Scorcher's warfleet has caught my eye for a while," Ves said as the footage began to play again. The projected view clearly displayed the 100 or so warships in a mech regiment flying forward in space. The ship designs appeared fairly consistent, though their gun batteries consisted entirely of energy weapons rather than kinetic ones. The mech designs looked much different, with most of them bearing all manner of energy weapons on the mech frames. Even their melee armaments came in the form of energized or energy blade forms. The assets of the Gamma Scorchers clearly consumed a lot more energy than average when compared to the mechs and warships of the Dominators. It did not do their sensor profiles a lot of favor. Their mechs and warships must be glowing like lighthouses when they start to warm up their weapon systems and put themselves in a more active state. Hugo Fournier told me that the energy weapon tower has received greater priority than the other towers. Ves said as he leaned forward so that he could focus more on the action that was about to unfold. I assumed that the cybers did not invest heavily into physical weapons, but I was wrong about that after learning about the heavy ordnance tower. Even so, I think that the performance of the Gamma Scorchers will definitely be a treat for our eyes. If this is the case, then I think that the tech demonstrated by the Gamma Scorchers will be more difficult to obtain by third parties. His wife warned him, "Do not assume that we can obtain superior CE energy weapons through exchanges. The cybers can trade manufactured special munitions to the rest of Red humanity without needing to fear for copycats, but the same does not apply for energy weapons as you cannot sell munitions for it. You can only sell the whole mechanism." Ves paused and thought, "You are right. Once we are able to obtain a few copies of the new CE weapon systems, reverse engineering them means that everyone can produce their own versions, and that includes the native aliens. If this was true, then the cybernetic empire would probably do their best to keep its energy weapons exclusive for its own usage." Chapter 7039 24th Gamma Scorchers Warfleet. Just like with the Dominators, the first contact between the Gamma Scorchers and the native alien forces that defended the occupied star system involved mechs and phase fighters. Both sides sent a portion of their screening forces further ahead of their main elements, so the chance that any warships would intervene between the initial skirmishing was minimal. At first, the first-class multipurpose mechs of the Gamma Scorchers behaved identically to their cousins at the Dominators. They flew forward with confidence and with active shield links pooling their energy defenses. One big difference was that at least half of the mechs carried a conspicuously large energy rifle. This was most definitely their main weapon, though their mech frames also contained a lot of barrels of smaller integrated weapon systems. "Damn," Ves said as the recorded footage continued to highlight the mechs in the vanguard elements. "None of these machines are living mechs. The living machine tower clearly hasn't gained enough influence to enable their products to spread to every warfleet." He looked forward to observing the Sea's own take on living mechs, but apparently living mechs had not reached a status that allowed it to earn a place in every warfleet. "What did you expect, Ves?" Gloriana said with a smirk. "You are one of a kind. The cybers may have raised 400 mech designers who can design decent living mechs, but do not forget that they are still journeymen at most. Without seniors or more importantly masters, they lack seniority in the face of the masters who work at the other towers. This is why they need you. Only the original pioneer and the best person to realize a design philosophy related to living mechs can lead them to glory and universal acceptance." Ves nodded even as he lamented the lack of living mechs on display. It would have been really great to observe alternate approaches to living mechs that had effectively grown into their power for multiple decades. "They're beginning to fight," Andraste yelled. The phase fighters began to use their typical opening, which was to launch a massive salvo of transphasic missiles. They unloaded at least half of their warheads at once. Lesser mech forces usually got devastated by these starting salvos if they were not adequately equipped to intercept dangerous warheads. The native aliens had long noticed that the humans did not use missiles all that much. They were practical weapons, but they cost so much that it was not profitable for most private forces to throw them around all day. Larger militaries invested a bit more into missiles, but even then the calculus was still not in their favor. The Great Severing put Red humanity in an even worse position. They could not afford to use transphasic missiles in great numbers, which also meant that they had very little experience dealing with them as both users and targets. The native aliens had begun to take advantage of this major shortcoming by loading every phase fighter and warship with missiles. Although the expense was not light on the part of the native aliens, they were much more able to bear the burden of producing them and expending them en masse. The range between the two vanguard elements was still considerable, but the Gamma Scorcher mechs did not wait until the transphasic missiles came close enough to take action. Instead, their integrated laser weapons instantly became active and accurately began to shoot at the missiles. Normally, the missiles tried to do their best to avoid getting shot down, as the aliens had invested phase water and other expensive resources into making them. From ECM to evasive flight patterns, none of the missiles should be easy to shoot down. Yet the CE mechs demonstrated very strong ECCM capabilities. They broke through the jamming and likely utilized excellent AI systems to aim the weapons in the right direction and trigger them to fire at the exact right timing. One missile after another shattered apart or exploded prematurely. What impressed knowledgeable viewers such as Ves and Gloriana was not just the amazing accuracy and precise power adjustments of the targeting systems utilized by the mechs. It was the weapon system itself. These are not ordinary laser weapons. Gloriana critically said, "Look at the energy readings. They are lower than what should have been used to destroy the armored missiles from a forward-facing." You're right, their feel is off, he said. On the surface, those mechs are making use of regular integrated first-class transphasic hyper-laser guns, but its implementation of phase water technology is far superior to their application of hyper-technology. Many weapon systems at this level had to incorporate both phase water technology and hyper-technology to be useful in the Red War. Ordinary laser weapons would not be able to effectively wear down the transphasic energy shields used by every enemy unit otherwise. Ves had witnessed countless mechs utilizing directed energy weapons in one form or another. He was most familiar with the simplest and most ubiquitous laser weapons, as they possessed excellent advantages in warfare, particularly in a space environment. He also worked a lot on luminaire crystal weapons, causing him to develop a good feel for the performance of similar energy weapons. This was why he could immediately detect that there was something off about the most inconspicuous energy weapon systems embedded into the CE mechs. The Warfleet is called the Gamma Scorchers. Gloriana noted, could it be that they are using gamma laser frequencies for their intercepting fire? No, absolutely not. That is not the feeling that I am getting. Besides, it is a waste of energy to devote so much power for the purpose of intercepting missiles. Gloriana wanted to ask how Ves managed to develop a feel for gamma laser weapons, but she thought better of voicing this doubt. Then what do you think is taking place? It has to be the application of phase water technology that is different. Ves spoke with certainty. I am a phase lord, so I have a sense of how space is being used and manipulated. The quality and fidelity of this recording is good enough that I can vaguely sense some of that stuff. The way the laser beams cross through space is subtly different from what I have seen from other transphasic laser weapons. It is cleaner and less disruptive somehow. So are you saying that the laser beams generated by the CE mechs are more efficient? Perhaps. The cybers need to publish more data before I can be certain about this. There is only so much can observe through vision alone. Still, logic dictates that 53 years is enough for the cybers to develop a much more optimized and energy-efficient version of a simple transphasic hyper-laser weapon system. That said, the tech currently on display was not particularly revolutionary. The really good stuff should come a little later. Just as expected, the CE mechs managed to shoot down many times their number of transphasic missiles. Although the enemy phase fighters wasted a huge amount of firepower in the process, they at least managed to lighten their mass and hold back a reserve of more agile missiles to use in short-range dogfights. What was more important was that the native alien pilots managed to gain a measure of their opponent. How well a force of mechs was able to cope with an incoming missile salvo usually described how well the aliens could put it down. Since the aliens learned that the mechs were quite powerful and tricky to defeat in a hurry, the phase fighters adopted a more cautious posture and began to split up into multiple wings in order to strafe the mechs from safer distances. They clearly did not want to get too close to the mysterious mechs. Yet just as the phase fighter wings began to fire at the mechs with their transphasic hyper-positron cannons, the mechs finally began to shoot at their adversaries with their main handheld energy rifles. In an instant, hundreds of beams that were much more energetic than the previous ones accurately struck each and every phase fighter in a domineering display of excellent training and coordination. Every mech accurately shot a single phase fighter each and managed to land their hits, thereby achieving the most efficient outcome possible. Ves had a feeling that such displays would become a defining characteristics of the Gamma Scorchers. In any case, when the highly energetic laser beams struck the azure energy shields that protected the phase fighters from taking damage, the spot where the shields got struck lit up far beyond the usual level. Ves and Gloriana both held in their breaths as they witnessed the aftermath of this unusual sight. The phase fighters have incurred damage. Gloriana gasped. How is this possible? The energy shields are still intact, if destabilized. Ves narrowed his eyes. I can think of at least two different explanations. The first one is that the gamma lasers struck the azure energy shield in a strange frequency or possesses special properties that caused that section of the shield to energize and involuntarily radiate destructive energy in the direction of the phase fighter. The second is that the gamma laser possesses a special property that enables it to partially pass through the transphasic energy shield. Both theories sounded viable, but it was difficult to determine which one was correct without the CE volunteering further information. Unlike the previous live feed centered around the Dominators, the Cybers did not choose to give away too much sensitive technical data. They only provided basic information such as the name of the new weapon system. Irradiator Gamma Laser Weapon, that is helpful, not. Ves snorted. The cybernetic empire's reluctance to share juicier data clearly sent a signal to people like Ves that this tech was unlikely to be available for exchange. The Cybers simply wanted to show off their powerful grazer weapons in advance so that others would not be surprised if the CE forces employed weapons that would have been associated with war crimes in the past. This was yet another instance of the cybernetic empire flagrantly violating the taboos of the Red 2. Whatever was the case, the so-called irradiators proved to be effective at eroding the phase fighters regardless of their energy shielding. The mechs could have finished off a lot of enemy strike craft sooner if they concentrated their firepower, but they deliberately danced around while always keeping their gamma laser weapons pointed at one phase fighter each. Since the phase fighters suffered from the same problem as warships, their relatively thin and flimsy armor was not able to effectively resist the reduced radiation damage inflicted by the grazer beams. Although it was very clear to Ves that much of the power of the energy beam on one side turned into waste heat, at least a significant fraction of it still managed to get through and inflict serious damage on the other side. The mechs only had to strike at a phase fighter 6 or so times before the latter started to suffer equipment breakdowns and serious internal damage. In a few lucky cases, the Azure energy shield generators fizzled out, causing the exposed enemy craft to get blasted and melted to pieces after getting struck by the full might of a grazer beam. In other cases, the propulsion system or the pilot died before the energy shields disappeared, thereby producing a strange sight of a shielded phase fighter coasting through space like a ghost vehicle. One phase fighter after another got eliminated in this silent and eerie display. The native aliens meanwhile claimed very little results. Their firepower was scattered to begin with, and suffering all of this damage while still maintaining their energy shields rattled their confidence. Eventually, the relevant alien commanders made the sensible decision to recall the phase fighters. The pilots couldn't get away from these hellish mechs quickly enough. Their craft all turned around and bolted away as if their lives depended on it, which happened to be true this time. They retreated too soon. Cowards. I think it is often a good idea to back off if you are dealing with the unknown. Ves gently admonished his daughter. Chapter 7040 Energy Weapon Improvements. The irradiators equipped by the mechs presented an interesting technological solution to red humanity. Although it was not the most efficient weapon, it did not matter so long as the targets behind the energy shields were fragile and easy to damage. The fact that the energy weapon-focused mechs managed to repel the vanguard forces of the enemy phase fighters with ease already showed how the irradiator gamma laser weapons could be used to eliminate or drive away similar enemy strike craft in future engagements. So long as this weapon became widespread enough, the native aliens would not dare to produce any more phase fighters that relied heavily on energy defenses but invested little in their material defenses. Together with the shotguns that launched flechettes that honed in on energy shields, it should already begin to dawn on the native aliens that the entire phase fighter concept had become obsolete. CE tech fulfilled the expectations of many hopeful viewers. Although the innovations were not as flashy as most people expected, their effectiveness was undeniable. Perhaps the native aliens might rely on their large number of researchers and developers to quickly devise countermeasures against the phase attractor shells and the irradiator gamma laser weapons, but these were just two of many technological countermeasures developed by the cybernetic empire. A few tweaks or quick fixes to their energy shield tech should not be able to negate all of the new countermeasures. Ves believed that the only way for the aliens to adapt to the new human arsenal was to abandon their focus on energy shield tech entirely. Generation after generation of alien shipbuilding had invested heavily in transphasic energy shields. It was the main form of defense that had served the aliens well for countless years. To be told that their defenses no longer did their jobs and that they had to switch to a completely different defensive approach would probably offend a lot of stubborn aliens. What was worse was that it threatened the dominance of the vested interests behind energy shield tech. When faced with the threat of obsolescence, this powerful trans-species mafia would never obediently roll over and allow the native aliens to reduce their investment on energy shields. Ves predicted that resistance against the adoption of human-style armor-heavy defenses would cause a lot of delays. It may take years if not a decade for the Red Cabal to finally overcome overwhelming opposition and finally convince all of the military industries to completely switch over. Even then, a lot of existing phase fighters and warships still remained stuck with their energy shield-heavy defenses. His eyes lit up as he realized the possibilities opened up by the availability of CE tech. If the aliens truly required a lot of time to switch over their entire defensive paradigms, then Red humanity enjoyed a multi-year window of opportunity to defeat a large number of native alien fleets and retake a lot of captured territory by taking advantage of the mismatch in generational technology. So long as the cybernetic empire made at least a couple of its anti-energy shield armaments available to the masses, that should already be enough for existing forces to gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. After all, most Red human commanders deeply understood the value of superior technology and were much more willing to adapt to the latest trends. Those who rejected innovation had already perished in battle or got removed from their positions. The Red War was so brutal to Red humanity that the latter could not allow itself to get bogged down by incompetence. Any failure could lead to the deaths of millions if not billions of civilian lives. Although it was terrible for Red humans to live and fight when subjected to so much pressure, it was only through adversity that they unlocked their potential and rose to the occasion. The native aliens were still too far from reaching that point. Even if they suffered a setback at the front lines, the vast majority of their population would remain safe and sound. Even the most recent Vorabug invasion only raised alarm among the aliens who lived in the regions closest to the advancing insects. The native aliens are repositioning their forces, Gloriana remarked. The phase lords in charge of the fleets recognized that they were facing a different opponent from usual. Seeing that the Gamma Scorchers had yet to deploy any high-ranking mechs, the lesser and greater phase lords made the uncharacteristic decision of unfolding their true bodies to the fullest. Whoa! The sight of several moon and asteroid-sized phase lords immediately bolstered the flagging morale of the alien soldiers. The phase fighter pilots who previously grew reticent at the thought of fighting against the mechs armed with strange energy weapons quickly grew confident now that they were being watched over by their gods. Ves leaned forward as the native alien forces began to leverage the presence of so many large phase lords. Although they had grown so big that their raiments no longer offered meaningful coverage, their body mass was so stupendous that it would take forever for warships to drill through all of that flesh and bone, let alone their spatial barriers. The enemy phase fighters and warships are beginning to position themselves behind their phase lords. Clever. Ves spoke in admiration. The native aliens are sharp enough to notice that the CE mechs and warships are overwhelmingly armed with directed energy weapons. They can only attack in a straight line, which means that if they remain in formation, they can only ever attack from the front. The phase lords can use their massive true bodies to serve as temporary walls that can block a lot of attacks. In the meantime, the phase fighters can get close enough to directly threaten the enemy warships while the alien warships can opportunistically appear out of cover and go back into it when they need to give their energy shields time to restore. This put the Gamma Scorchers at a severe disadvantage. They could split up their fleet into multiple squadrons in order to counteract this strategy, but that made them vulnerable in different ways. Both sides began to shoot at each other as they maneuvered around the battlefield. The CE warships initially did not demonstrate any remarkable tech at this time. Their powerful transphasic hyper-grazer beam cannon batteries inflicted hefty damage, but the overall performance improvements were incremental rather than revolutionary. Although they inflicted a bit more damage onto the enemy spatial barriers than contemporary laser cannons of the same caliber, it was nothing to write home about. Without additional countermeasures such as sending in melee mechs to weaken the spatial barriers with the help of their space suppressors, it would take forever to undermine these tough energy defenses. What is going on? Ves frowned. Shouldn't the Gamma Scorchers be unveiling their next big weapon already? They are letting the native aliens get uncomfortably close. The erudite phase lords have already begun to interdict and disrupt the CE forces with their spatial abilities. Many energy beams suddenly began to miss as the surrounding space became crooked and unstable. The human vessels also had trouble maintaining the right trajectories. In a few instances, a couple of mechs almost collided against each other. The alien warships had also begun to pummel the Azure energy shields of the CE warships. While Ves could perceive plenty of clues that the CE version of Azure energy shields had clearly been improved and optimized over several decades, the performance boost was not remarkable enough to turn the battle around. Ves did not think the commanding officers of the Gamma Scorchers warfleet were stupid, so it must have been a deliberate choice for them to give up their range advantage and let the enemy forces get close. So much bravado, Gloriana commented as she made a similar conclusion. The Gamma Scorchers are clearly armed with a large amount of long-range precision armaments, but they are readily throwing it away. Are they afraid that if they open fire in earnest, the native aliens will become so frightened that they will immediately initiate a retreat? That is the only explanation that makes sense. Whether it is true or not, the Cybers will have to present their answer soon, because if this continues, the Phase Lords will get close enough to physically kick or grasp the CE warships. Ves had no doubt that the Gamma Scorchers knew exactly what they were doing. He refused to believe that the commanders in charge of this warfleet overestimated its capabilities. In fact, the native alien advance proceeded so smoothly and without any interference from expert mechs and ace mechs that they grew suspicious. The alien forces slowed down their advance and channeled much more power to their sensor systems in order to search for possible ambushes. There was none. The Gamma Scorchers had come alone, and that puzzled the native aliens. Unfortunately for the clueless enemies, the Cybers had waited long enough. Now that the enemy had come close enough, they finally began to unveil their next technological marvel. "Look at the gun turrets of those warships," Marvane shouted. "They are transforming." Transforming was a bit of an exaggerated description. From what Ves could observe, additional reinforcing materials formed around the existing energy weapon cannons, making them look thicker and better protected. Unknown mechanisms also came into play and altered the functioning of the entire weapon system. Nobody knew what was going on. Even Ves could not recognize the purpose behind all of these changes. They're about to open fire. Once the primary and secondary laser cannon batteries completed their metamorphosis, they quickly began to accumulate energy before launching weaker transphasic hyper-energy beams at the spatial barriers that protected the Phase Lords advancing at the front. Ves and many other people initially became surprised that the warships fired weaker energy beams than usual, but they soon noticed an unusual sight. The energy beams did not shut down. Instead, similar to mining laser arrays, the cannons persisted in their efforts and continued to spit out their beams without any signs of ending. Ves and Gloriana's eyes gradually widened as they saw that the transformed cannons showed no overt signs of danger or instability. Although the cannons were obviously straining to maintain this constant damage output, it was amazing to see that none of its active components had overheated or broken down by this time. These laser cannons are expressly designed to keep this up for a longer duration. Ves spoke in realization. The damage output is insane if they don't get shut down. Look at how the enemy is taking this latest move. The Phase Lords grew disconcerted. While the laser beams that struck their spatial barriers did not produce any dramatic results, the alien leaders still did not like to see their main form of protection getting drained at a constant and unceasing rate. They tried their best to speed up their forward motion, but their spatial barriers continued to weaken over time, especially when multiple warships directed all of their primary and secondary energy weapon batteries to wear down their energy defenses. This is a massive improvement in the field of laser weapons. Ves said, persistent energy beam weapons are nothing new, but it has never been done for normal warships at this scale. All of those transphasic hyper-laser cannon batteries have overcome one of the biggest problems that plague most directed energy weapons. The new tech enables them to inflict much higher damage in a much shorter time scale. Normal laser weapons tended to fire their energy beams for a very short interval before immediately shutting in order to prevent overheating and accelerated wear and tear. The cooldown cycle was often many times longer than the period when the weapon was inflicting actual damage, and that had long been the source of frustration of many people. Most laser weapon developers eventually accepted this status quo. Trying to lengthen the period when the beam weapon remained active often reduced its longevity at an accelerated rate. The benefits were not worth the costs. Evidently, the Gamma Scorchers thought differently. Their reinforced laser weapon systems were clearly able to bear the incredible strain of keeping their beam weapons active for almost a full minute. This had obvious consequences to the native aliens. The Phase Lords under fire had already begun to consider whether they should retreat. Then, the Gamma Scorchers made their killer move. Their warships suddenly switched from targeting all of the Phase Lords evenly to concentrating all of their firepower to a single point of the spatial barrier of a single greater Phase Lord. This sudden concentration of firepower temporarily relieved a lot of Phase Lords, but happened to cause extreme distress for the single remaining target. Chapter 7041 Gamma Laser Beam Weapon Supremacy. When the combined damage output of dozens of warships including numerous capital ships focused on a single greater Phase Lord, the results were devastating. Not only had they aimed their weapons at the same Phase Lords, their energy beams also converged on a single spot of the enemy leader's spatial barrier. This exerted an insane amount of strain on the defensive barrier. Although the unstable spatial activity caused many beams to fly crooked, the advanced ice and targeting systems of the CE warships rapidly compensated for the anomalous behavior and made sure the persistent energy beams remained on target. The enemy was unable to endure this constant damage intake. The effects of the transphasic hyper-laser beams were not that exaggerated at first, but when so many of them concentrated at a single point and remained active for many seconds, the dramatic concentration of partially phased energies produced an unknown compound effect that began to disrupt the energy barrier even further. This was the goal of the Gamma Scorchers. They not only tried to focus their fire to the best possible extent, but also concentrated so many energies at a single coordinate in order to generate a temporary anomaly. Whatever the Gamma Scorchers were doing, it was working. The concentration of phased energies warped the local space to the point where the spatial barrier fizzled out at least 50% sooner than Ves and other people expected. "This is impossible," Gloriana exclaimed. "How can transphasic hyper-laser beam cannons produce this result so quickly? It does not make sense." She was quite familiar with how energy weapons worked, as did many senior mech designers who designing mechs armed with them before. Laser weapons had always been the most basic and low-end option available to mech designers. While they were efficient, precise and effective at longer ranges, their damage output had always been one of their greatest letdowns. However, the Gamma Scorchers proved to everyone that they had underestimated the potential of the laser weapon system. By giving them the ability to launch persistent laser beams, they transformed this simple method of inflicting damage into an effective counter against phase lords. Although the demands were heavy, the transformed laser beam cannon batteries had truly succeeded in breaking the defenses of a champion without relying on a champion of their own. Once the greater phase lord's body became exposed, the persistent laser beams mercilessly focused on his head, causing the gigantic Nunzer to rear back in pain as the combined energies along with the strange spatial anomaly almost carved a hole through his skull. Fortunately, though slow, the phase lord succeeded in rearing back and allowing his chest to take the brunt of the damage. Though his flesh was getting torn into at a prodigious rate, the Nunzer phase lord finally folded his true body and shrunk in size just before he initiated an emergency blink. The injured phase lord disappeared from view before suddenly reappearing just behind one of the other greater phase lords. While that saved the Nunzer from getting carved into pieces, it also caused the CE warships to direct their firepower at the greater phase lord that was being used as physical cover. The same thing was happening all over again. The laser cannons have not interrupted their fire once since they unleashed their initial persistent beams. The laser beam cannons continued to remain active with no signs of reaching critical condition. They only grew a little hotter, but not to the point where people grew concerned about whether they would begin to melt or anything. This was definitely not a normal result. Ves guessed that the cybernetic empire also managed to develop much more effective heatsinks. The amount of waste energy being transferred away was so much higher than what was previously possible for a warship-grade weapon system of this size. At this point, the native aliens understood that they had fallen into a trap. They had come so close that the persistent energy beams could burn at them for a long time if they attempted to turn around and get out of range. The native alien leaders reluctantly concluded that the only way for them to survive this unfavorable circumstance was to bite the bullet and commit to their attack. They needed to get close enough to break apart the human fleet formation and crush the enemy warships with their superior physical might. To that end, the greater phase lords all decided to move faster. They squeezed out all of the speed they could muster from their true bodies, though there was not much they could do to move any faster. The Gamma Scorchers weren't stupid enough to remain in place. They had already turned around and burned away, trying to traverse more distance in an attempt to prevent the enemy phase lords from closing in too soon. The warships accelerated faster this time, proving that they had previously been moving slower on purpose. The speed of the warships just happened to give the phase lords hope of catching up in time, but the latter would definitely lose a number of their own in the process. The alien native gods could still decide whether it was better for them to turn around and flee from this horrible human fleet. Whether it was due to pride, hope or stupidity, the phase lords chose to keep up the chase no matter the consequences. The phase fighters and warships under their command struggled to keep up with their giant leaders. Although they were able to contribute their own firepower to the fight, their influence was marginal due to all of the maneuvers. The 24th Gamma Scorchers are stringing the native aliens along. Ves commented, "I bet their warships can accelerate even faster, but they are deliberately controlling their speed in order to give their enemies just enough hope to get close. There is no other explanation why they are moving at those exact speeds. The native aliens are fools if they think they can get close. Gloriana frowned. I do not think the native aliens are that ignorant. They should know by now that they have fallen into the plans of their human foes. They just do not have anything better to do. The Phase Lords can only continue to close in while using whatever spatial abilities they have to debilitate the human warships. It was too bad that this was not working. It became obvious by now that the lesser and greater Phase Lords actually did not possess any good means to inflict damage at a distance. Their lethality was the highest at close range, but it rapidly dropped off after that point. The Phase Lords had always disdained the practice of wielding ranged armaments, and now that custom came to bite them back in their butts. Without a powerful rifle or any ranged weapon system that was superior to the primary gun batteries of a warship, the Phase Lords had no way of dishing out any significant damage. This shortcoming might prove fatal now that they were being strung along like a kite. Seeing as the Phase Lords were unable to close the distance, they instead began to rely on their minions to exert pressure. They forcibly ordered their Phase fighters and warships to stop cowering behind their bodies and accelerate forward as best as possible. The Phase Lords even focused their spatial manipulation on warping the space in front of their own units so that they could cover more distance than usual. The desperation move was working. Although the enemy strike craft and larger vessels could no longer hide against human attacks, they were able to launch repeated attacks against the human vessels. The Gamma Scorchers evidently adopted a naval doctrine that emphasizes firepower and mobility over defense. The hull plating of their warships were not very thick and their Azure energy shields were not as powerful, though they were remarkably more efficient. Even so, all of the sustained damage was taking a toll on the vessels. Their active shield links made sure that no single vessel got taken down prematurely, but as their defenses endured more strain, the warships required more and more energy to keep everything together. This posed a problem for the Gamma Scorchers as they needed to dedicate a large amount of energy to their persistent laser beam cannon batteries. The Gamma Scorchers needed to make another move. They did so by shutting down their laser cannons. A huge amount of emergency coolant sprayed from the primary and secondary turrets. The emergency release rapidly cooled down the strained gun barrels to more acceptable temperatures. The weapon systems began to transform for a second time. Their barrels lengthened and grew even thicker at the base. As soon as they finished their transformation, the energy cannons began to launch their persistent beams again, this time at a considerably higher intensity than before. Those are gamma laser beams. A regular grazer beam already inflicted a lot of damage even when it was active for a fraction of a second. What would happen if the energy cannon did not pulse its activation, but instead kept the damage output active on a continuous basis? The result was that any target that got struck by the gamma laser beams received much more damage than before. The sheer quantities and concentration of energies involved in this attack defied people's imagination. The spatial barriers of the enemy Phase Lords wore down at a faster rate, partially because the strange energy anomaly had grown a lot more severe. It was as if the concentration of all of the transphasic hyper-gamma laser beams seemed to generate a small star at the point of convergence. No spatial barrier was able to resist its might for long. Multiple Phase Lords lost their defenses and started to get cut and burned so much that they quickly got crippled and died. The Phase Lords had no effective way to defend themselves against the overpowering might of the grazer beams. Their huge true bodies should have given them a hefty buffer, but the gamma lasers were so precise that their combined strength quickly cut through all of the flesh and bone and instantly vaporized large pieces of brain matter or other vital organs. There was nothing the native aliens could do. Their damage output was respectable, but nowhere close to matching that of the Gamma Scorchers. Combined with the mechs that did an excellent job of clearing out the enemy Phase fighters, the Gamma Scorchers eventually relied on the overwhelming firepower of their persistent gamma laser beam weapons to finish off a formidable fleet led by multiple Phase Lords. Of all of the native gods that joined in the attack, only a handful of lesser Phase Lords managed to get away after they split up and let their peers attract the brunt of the firepower. The Gamma Scorchers did better than the Dominators. Gloriana commented. That is because the 24th relied on strategy and misdirection. The 76th solely relied on brute force to win its battle. There is nothing wrong with that, but the extra effort from the Gamma Scorchers enabled them to claim the lives of a lot more Phase Lords and other aliens. The demonstration of the 24th Gamma Scorcher warfleet was not too varied, but already showed the charm of the handful of energy weapon systems on display. The Irradiator Gamma Laser Beam Rifles and the Persistent Gamma Laser Beam Cannons both proved so powerful that the Gamma Scorchers did not need to rely on other parts of their arsenal to finish off their alien foes. Ves looked thoroughly impressed. Damn, If the other warfleets of the cybernetic empire can spank the native alien fleets as easily as this, then red humanity should not have to worry about going extinct in the next 5 years. It is too bad that the native aliens proved incapable of dealing with the new weapons. Gloriana sighed. If they were stronger, then the Gamma Scorchers may have been forced to reveal other innovative weapon systems. Chapter 7042 Undermining taboos. The 24th Gamma Scorchers warfleet definitively proved why they earned their name. Their main armaments all consisted of gamma laser beam weapons. This enabled them to channel a lot more energy through their weapon systems than normal. Combined with a few other advantages such as persistent beam technology, the mechs and warships armed with these armaments could inflict so much damage that even phase lords could not resist their concentrated might. You seem to have a strong opinion about this demonstration of energy weapon supremacy, Gloriana remarked. I do, Ves said as he continued to think about the seemingly simple but profound tech demonstration. Gamma laser beam weapons are like the premium deluxe versions of regular laser beam weapons. It is kind of frustrating that we already possess the basic know-how to develop and produce grazer weapons, but we are prohibited from doing so because the mechers and fleeters think that gamma rays go too far while destructive positron beams and deadly hot laser beams are somehow okay. A third-class gamma laser weapon could easily be outmatched by a first-class laser weapon. Yet the RA and the RF deemed the former illegal and the latter a weapon system that is very safe to use. Gloriana sardonically smiled. Everyone knows that the rules that govern which weapons are allowed and which are prohibited are not entirely logical. They just do not mention it because their objections are either useless or invite punishment. Besides, it is easier for gamma laser weapons to inflict collateral damage to people. That does not change the fact that the main reason to object to the use of gamma laser weapons is largely due to abuses that took place in the past. People prohibited the use of gamma laser weapons in the past. That stigma lasted for thousands of years and continued to be upheld by the RA and RF due to inertia and inherited fear. The cybernetic empire evidently thought differently on the subject of gamma laser weapons. The polymath adopted a completely objective perspective on this matter and concluded that there was no reason to abide by the taboo against the use of grazer weapons. Not only did she remove this prohibition for her empire, she also raised a warfleet that was specifically set up to specialize in this previously forbidden weapon system. Unlike the safer and more controllable energy weapons that many people had grown accustomed to using, the grazer weapons were new, powerful and above all exciting. Many viewers who had tuned into the broadcast of the Gamma Scorchers all admired the exceptional damage output of the grazer weapons on display. They too began to wonder why the Red 2 still bothered to uphold the ban on grazer weapons. The rule still made a little sense during the age of mechs. Back then, the MTA and the CFA had removed all external sources of conflict, leaving states with little choice but to go to war against each other. Naturally, since these were all human-to-human conflicts, the fighting had to be controlled in order to prevent the ignorant space peasants from repeating the mistakes of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. However, the current period was nothing like that. The Red War was a genuine war for survival to red humanity. How could they possibly abide by rules that would only cause them to abandon a highly effective weapon system and spare the aliens the suffering caused by grazer beams? Slowly but surely, more and more people questioned the taboo against gamma laser weapon technology. Why can't we be like the Gamma Scorchers? Our old laser weapons are weak and inflict almost no damage against alien energy shields. Since we aren't rich enough to obtain transphasic weapons, why don't we try and get our hands on gamma laser weapons instead? Arguments like these became more and more common. The second raters and third raters especially desired to make use of grazer weapons as they did not have any other superior options available. The vast majority of these people worked for parties that did not have the power or funding to arm their mechs with transphasic weapons. The difficulty of fighting against and defeating the native alien forces became much harder if the humans did not employ transphasic weapons themselves. Groups such as the Larkinson clan may have grown wealthy and pampered enough to readily hand out transphasic weapons and even entire mechs to all of its soldiers, but there were many more that could not afford such an extravagant treatment. Most of the time, only the leaders or a small elite detachment received the privilege of utilizing transphasic weapons or mechs. It was not economical to extend this treatment to the rest of a mech force. In fact, it was much more common for these soldiers to rely on outnumbering the native aliens by 5 to 1, 10 to 1 or even 20 to 1 in order to overcome the vast disparity in tech and resources. This was not a sustainable approach. Soldiers were dying in droves and settlements kept getting wiped out by the native aliens just because of the lack of availability of phase water. Each of them looked at the performance of the gamma laser weapons freely utilized by the cybernetic empire and grew envious. Even if the non-transphasic version of Grazer weapons would not be able to produce results as good as shown in the live feed, it should at least be a lot better than their bog-standard laser weapons, right? What a devious ploy, as expected of the polymath. As Ves thought about the implications of the use of Grazer weapons by the Gamma Scorchers, he realized that this display killed multiple birds with one stone. Not only did it show off the superior might and technological prowess of the cybernetic empire, but it also sowed further doubt and division among the people who had always abided by the rules set by the mechers and fleeters without question. The first step to convincing them to break away from the old human order was to question why it was necessary in the first place. Through a simple demonstration of taboo technology and showing how much good it could do on the battlefield, the Red Association and the Red Fleet suddenly became confronted with another crisis. Even if this controversy was not big enough to spark their downfall, it would definitely distract them and keep them occupied for a long time. They may even have to initiate even more reforms in order to satisfy the changing demands of the public. Yes, honey, do you want to equip our mechs with Grazer weapons? Why do you ask? Come on, just look at yourself. Ever since you witnessed the Gamma Scorchers in action, you became as excited as an eager puppy. You love the power of gamma laser weapons. Do not deny it, you want to master the tech behind these powerful energy weapons. Ves gave her a sheepish smile. You caught me, you're right, I have been thinking about adopting them and incorporating them into my mech designs if the Red 2 decides to change their policies. However, I am not sure whether it is practical to combine gamma laser technology with luminaire crystal technology. I know it is possible, but I also know that it will produce a lot of new challenges and complications. I don't have the time or interest to solve all of these problems. You do not have to do everything yourself these days. Gloriana rolled her eyes. There are other mech designers and R&D personnel in our clan that can undertake this project. If we do not have the right people, then we can hire them. Luminaire crystal technology is not that well known, but I am sure that there are plenty of energy weapon specialists that are willing to branch out into alien technology so long as they are given the right incentives. Ves thought about it for a few seconds. You can start the prep work for this, but don't go on an immediate hiring spree. We should wait and see how the Red 2 react to this development. It might be that they will insist on restricting the use of gamma laser weapons. Why would they do that after this? Gloriana frowned. The mechers and the fleeters should know better than to issue a rule that will never be obeyed. The cybernetic empire's flagrant disregard for the taboos has already broken a dam. I am sure that the Terrans and the Rubarthans will roll out their own versions of Grazer weapons as well. Since you have always desired our clan to become a sovereign power, there is no reason for us to abide by the pedantic taboos of the Red 2. Ves stared at his wife. As expected, she even fell victim to the polymath's conspiracy. What you just said is not wrong, but you are missing the bigger picture. The Larkinson clan is only independent as so far the other major human powers allow it to be. They are tolerating us and indulging in our whims because we are useful to them and we have never violated their bottom line. If we start to do the latter, our relationships with them will not break right away, but they will become a lot more strained. Gloriana frowned deeper. I know you have a good relationship with the mechers. I do as well. However, there is no doubt that the Red Association is in decline. Even if there are many more star designers on its side than with the cybernetic empire, the fact remains that the polymath had many more years to complete her research than the others. Perhaps the mechers will be able to make a comeback after a decade or two, but who knows whether the star designers will still agree to remain part of the same club. You've noticed that I have my own channels, Ves. They may not be as extensive as yours, but there are still people who are willing to tell me certain things that take place behind the scenes. Ves slightly narrowed his eyes after he heard that. He imagined that these contacts did not volunteer this information out of the goodness of their heart. The only way for Gloriana to obtain such information was to volunteer valuable intelligence in return. However, he had no reason to suspect that she was leaking secrets that were not meant to be divulged. After his latest deep discussion with her, he decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. It was not healthy for him to maintain his distrust towards his wife for so long. He actually felt much closer to her now that he had invited his wife to become the latest user of the mech designer system. If his wife had actually exposed the existence of the mech designer system to outsiders, then that was his fault for making an erroneous judgment. It is dangerous to make too many assumptions about star designers. Ves vaguely said, they have transcended their mortality and transformed into energy-based life forms. They are still marked by the vestiges of their humanity, but they have acquired so much more that it is difficult to judge them by human standards. The polymath is already a confounding individual, and all of the other star designers are just as complex. None of them are simple figures. Whether the star designers decided to split up and go their own way had massive implications. Nobody dared to make too many assumptions about them, but that did not stop them from wondering about possible futures. Ves was no exception to this. He personally could not understand the logic of breaking up a super-organization that united the strength of multiple god pilots and star designers. However, the fact of the matter was that the polymath and the huntsman had already taken steps to disassociate themselves from the RA. If this was the case, then how many more of their peers dreamt of going independent but never had an opportunity to do so until today? Chapter 7043, 27th Assimilators Warfleet. The 24th Gamma Scorchers Warfleet and the 76th Dominators Warfleet both demonstrated different technologies that the polymath and her legion of R&D personnel had developed and refined over the span of half a century. Everyone who expected the two warfleets to dominate and crush the native alien forces did not come away disappointed. Many people became happy when the Cybers introduced more than one miracle solution to the transphasic energy shield problem. The native aliens had been taking advantage of their superior access to phase water for too long. Their transphasic and azure energy shields often proved to be the bane of defenders who possessed the courage but not the gear to defeat enemies that hid behind such luxurious defenses. The people who fought against the native aliens out of duty or out of necessity finally saw a light at the end of the tunnel. So long as they gained parity in terms of tech and materials, many mech pilots did not believe that they were inferior to their alien adversaries. Still, Ves believed that many folks were celebrating too soon. Whether the newly developed tech would fall into the hands of the masses remained to be seen. The Cybers at least wanted to earn a hefty profit out of their technological achievements. Let us switch to the playback of the third battle, Gloriana suggested after they had exhausted their discussion on the Gam Scorchers. Yes, let's do that. I have been saving the best for last. When Ves and Gloriana switched the feed to the third battle, they expected to observe a very different kind of battle than the last two ones. The 27th Assimilators Warfleet did not disappoint them in this regard. Just like with the other two warfleets, the Assimilators entered a star system that had already fallen to the enemy. The difference was that this time the star system was occupied by swarms of mutated vorabugs. It was frightening to see how much they expanded their numbers since they took over the star system from the Rubarthan colonists. Their greed for mid to high quality materials was insatiable. To that end, the insects completely broke down all forms of life and construction and even began to burrow into rich ore veins. Live a superorganism, the vorabugs all moved in coordination with each other, passing on resources to special hives and other locations where the materials went through further processing. Ultimately, the materials ended up inside eggs and cultivation fluids where they would be used to grow and strengthen the next generation of vorabugs. At this time, it was impossible to count the number of vorabugs in the star system. There were simply too many of them, and they were constantly multiplying their numbers with each passing second. Even if 90% of them consisted of variations of the most basic cannon fodder bugs, the remaining 10% or so still amounted to billions of more advanced mutated bugs. Of course, their quality still varied. There shouldn't be too many large and formidable mutated vorabugs that could fight and win against mechs in a duel. The vorabugs did not ascribe to quality in the first place. They would much rather produce a lot more cannon fodder with low-grade exotics and hypers that were easily available in many star systems. It was already frightening to behold all of these hostile and dangerous alien creatures when they were peacefully nesting and gathering resources. From the moment the starships arrived, their behavior completely shifted. The mutated vorabugs instantly knew that their territory received unwelcome visitors. The nearest bugs placed in the edge of the star system began to maneuver around and monitor the arriving warships, carriers and support vessels. It remained unclear whether the vorabugs possessed the intelligence to understand the fleet composition of the assimilators, but they definitely took the new arrivals seriously. The vorabugs are spread out across the entire star system. Ves observed. They are particularly concentrated in most terrestrial satellites and more mineral-rich parts of the asteroid belts. That means that it will take time for all of these Vorabugs to converge on a single enemy force. I wonder what the assimilators will do now that they have clearly kicked the hornet's nest. The assimilators clearly did not hesitate and already began to move as soon as they excited their FTL travel. The starships of the 27th did not move straight into the inner system where the concentration of mutated Vorabugs was the highest. They instead made their way over to the furthest planet from the system. It was nothing more than a small icy terrestrial globe that contained small amounts of mid-grade exotics. That was an interesting choice. Ves had already an idea why the assimilators wanted to start off their action plan at a relatively small and remote location. Once the warfleet approached orbit of the furthermost planet in the star system, the Vorabugs that had been doing their own thing had already mobilized to fight against the intruders. Many Vorabugs did not possess the ability to traverse through space, but that did not matter when they could just board larger and more specialized Vorabugs that did happen to possess this capability. Although these bugs required an injection of phase water to unlock their speed, once they satisfied this requirement, they were not that much slower than a typical human vessel. Tens of thousands of teardrop-shaped Vorabugs therefore propelled themselves into space and flew straight towards the approaching warfleet with many more Vorabug combatants sheltered inside their sacks or clinging outside their fleshy forms. A sensible human force would take one good look at the sheer amount of Vorabugs closing in and decide it was better to turn around and maintain distance. While the Vorabugs had already mutated numerous species that specialized in inflicting damage at range, this was not their preferred mode of combat. They would much rather get into point-blank range and take a bite out of their adversaries. This desire was so strong that few if any of the bugs in space bothered to launch more than a pittance of inaccurate plasma bolts and spore projectiles. The assimilators still did not choose to retreat. Their vessels continued to barrel forth with no disregard of how badly they were outnumbered. Is this not the time for the warfleet to slow down and turn the other way so that they can kite the incoming Vorabugs? Gloriana asked. It would if this was a regular warfleet. Ves responded, I have a strong feeling that this smart metal fleet will not fight like the other ones. It is based on substantially different tech that has radically different implications. As the distance continued to close, the assimilators still did not stop or slow down. They did not even deploy their mechs. All they did was charge straight at the overwhelming swarm as if the disparity in numbers meant nothing. The two forces physically collided against each other. All of the starships of the assimilators promptly disappeared. Their hulls became surrounded by millions and millions of mutated Vorabugs, each of which had their own special way of drilling through solid matter and claiming the lives that their master sought. This is insane, Gloriana gasped. Are the Cybers truly confident enough in their warships that they are willing to let them drown in Vorabug bodies? I guess so. Ves shrugged. Keep watching. This is hardly over. It is just the beginning. Though Ves already predicted it, he still found it shocking that the assimilation also did not bother to launch more than a paltry number of ranged attacks. Seeing so many vessels getting surrounded by Vorabugs was like watching a catapult move forward until it was offering itself up the enemy side, yet the expected outcome did not happen. The starships did not behave anything like other hulls. Slowly but surely, the activity levels of the Vorabugs and the engulfed assimilators kept rising higher. Something was happening inside that caused the bugs to become a lot more active and vigilant. Wait, is the swarm thinning? Ves hadn't noticed it yet, but now that he directed his attention to it, he realized that his wife was correct. A situation like this should ordinarily lead to a reduction in human resistance. What happened instead was that the 27th Warfleet not only managed to withstand this test, but also launch a counterattack that was disturbing the Vorabugs increasingly further. Soon enough one of the warships became visible again, though it no longer looked like a traditional vessel anymore. Instead, massive chunks of internal compartments became exposed to vacuum. The Vorabugs kept crawling in from every direction and tried to gnaw at the warship's interior. Yet the vessel was also striking back. Not only did she rely on internal defense turrets and the like, but she also directed large swarms of tiny nanomachines to fight back against the native aliens. These smart metal swarms were gradually gaining ground. When faced with the Vorabugs, the nanomachines easily slipped between the cracks and overcame the resistance of every single Vorabug. Because these bugs largely consisted of relatively low-quality cannon fodder, the smart metal had a very easy time burrowing deep inside their organic tissue before beginning to break down their brains and nerves. As far as insect species went, the Vorabugs did not possess a particularly abnormal biology. Their organs resembled that of many other life forms in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way for that matter. When the smart metal ate up much of the brain matter, the vorabug in question ceased functioning. These shutdowns happened intermittently at first, but they rapidly exploded in frequency as more and more vorabugs lost all signs of life. As soon as these individual creatures died, the surrounding vorabugs automatically devoured their deceased cousins as if they could not stand the waste of biomatter. The rate of bugs dropping dead increased exponentially. As quickly as the vorabugs tried to recycle their deceased brothers and sisters, their ability to replenish their losses was not as fast as the smart metal that had infiltrated their bodies. In fact, devouring the bodies of the insects that dropped dead only exacerbated the problem as it delivered the lethal nanomachines directly into the bodies of other vorabugs. Although the vorabugs recognized the danger and attempted to stop what was happening by trying out several different maneuvers, nothing worked. Like an invisible plague, the smart metal continued to infiltrate their bodies and spread among their comrades. Even after the vorabugs had ceased to devour their fallen and attempted to disperse their swarms, the infection still couldn't be stopped at this point. Many vorabugs fell quickly while the larger and stronger ones exhibited greater resistance before they succumbed. The orbit around the furthermost planet eventually turned tranquil as the vast majority of vorabugs that had participated in the attack had perished. No, it was not correct to state that the vorabugs died. So long as their carcasses were not devoured by other vorabugs, the nanomachines that had drilled into their flesh and multiplied by making use of the living tissue simply continued their work. This naturally caused more and more bodies to break down until lots of nanomachines had taken their place. The feed helpfully displayed an annotation that described that the nanomachines actually consisted of a mix of 3 basic CE nanomachine models. The nano-gatherers were the basic scavenger units of this group of nanomachines. Their advantage was that they worked exceptionally fast dealing with weaker materials. The nanosmiths took all of those raw resources and produced brand new nanomachines, including copies of their template if there was need to expand their production capacity. The nano-warriors comprised the basic fighter units at the nanomachine scale. They were good at damaging both big and small opponents. They accomplished the former by carefully studying their adversaries and determining their weak points. These 3 specialized nanomachine models each fulfilled their functions brilliantly. This was because instead of getting devoured by the vorabugs, the assimilators had assimilated all of the vorabugs in the immediate area. Chapter 7044 Attrition Warfare Specialists. After the 27th Assimilators' warfleet took over a planet, they quickly began to build up their army. Swarms of nanomachines flew out of the starships, which happened to consist almost entirely of smart metal themselves. This had many implications. One of them was that the starships could dynamically alter in shape and acquire new functions as needed. The assimilators made good use of this function by merging several starships in orbital space stations and landbound complexes. These facilities quickly turned into productive powerhouses. They centralized a lot of heavy industrial processes, thereby enabling them to obtain manufactured goods at reduced prices. The expansion continued even after the assimilators completely mastered the remote planet. Instead of consolidating their control over this corner of space, the assimilators chose to go aggressive. With the remote planet as a springboard, the 27th Assimilator warfleet split up into several detachments that either stayed behind to guard harvesting and production operations, or went on different missions to conquer the other planets in the star system. This part of the battle was not that easy to convey in an easily digestible manner. This was why the broadcast dragged on long after the other 2 warfleets had concluded their battles. Despite the passing hours, many viewers remained riveted by the sight of the assimilators in action. With the help of their warp drives or superdrives, they moved around as quickly as possible and invaded the planets and if applicable the moons that the vorabugs had previously gained control over. The vorabugs were not kind to the satellites they conquered. No matter their development, the mutated bugs had no interest in living in harmony with nature. The bugs mercilessly engaged in destructive mining practices because they deemed that to be the most effective way to sustain their invasion. Now that the red humans dared to invade a star system that had fallen under their control, the vorabugs advanced their pace and engaged in even more destructive practices. They destroyed mountains and dried up lakes. They destroyed any terraforming that may have taken place in the past and made the environment unlivable for humans. They dug so deep and drained so many underground ore veins that they triggered earthquakes, some of which were so violent that they ended up killing a fair amount of vorabugs in the process. Why were the bugs behaving even more extreme than before? It was because they were actively changing their bug composition. The alien insects abruptly reduced the production of low-quality vorabugs. It became clear that whatever intelligence they possessed must have noticed that their cannon fodder was far too susceptible to getting killed by nanomachines. The Vorabugs in this star system despised their low-quality Vorabugs so much that they even cannibalized over 70% of their own ranks. Their biomass had to be reclaimed in order to speed up the production of more effective Vorabug subspecies. The newer bugs that emerged from this organic frenzy became larger, deadlier and far better armored than before. Their exoskeletons became a lot thicker and more reliable than before. When these new Vorabug mutations finally had a chance to prove their mettle against the invading smart metal warships, the variations proved effective at preventing the human nanomachines from passing through their exteriors and devouring their body tissue from within. "Damn, that is too fast," Ves remarked. "It only takes a single battle for the Vorabugs in the rest of the star system to form immediate countermeasures." After the assimilators found out that the mutated Vorabugs had adapted against their nano-infiltration methods, they did not give up on their assault. The cybers instead resorted to more conventional means of warfare. Finally, they are putting real mechs and warships into action. Andraste celebrated the return of the spectacle. The 27th Assimilator's warfleet might possess the capability to take on any form due to its predominant smart metal composition, but if it needed to fight like a traditional warfleet, then it certainly possessed this capability. The smart metal warships dynamically altered their gun batteries to output searing gamma laser beams. The beams raked across the swarms of bugs, striking thousands if not tens of thousands of armored units at a time. Although the newly adapted Vorabugs were much more resistant against damage, the assimilators had already adjusted the power settings of their gamma laser cannon batteries to ensure that a single pass was enough to kill or condemn an armored Vorabug to death. The assimilators showed no qualms about utilizing the signature weapon system of the 24th Gamma Scorchers warfleet. Ves guessed that the assimilators possessed the capability to imitate a lot of other proprietary CE weapon systems. Although the gamma laser weapons proved to be highly effective against organic targets, there were Vorabugs that did not fall so easily. These were the more elite types that relied on high-grade materials to grow stronger and much more resilient bodies. They were the closest equivalent to champions that the Vorabugs possessed. The Vorabugs also cherished their lives a lot more. They assigned millions of lesser insects to guard them and act as their sacrificial shields. Once these elite Vorabugs got close enough to the smart metal warships, who knew what kind of attacks they might unleash. In order to stop these powerful but agile elite Vorabugs, the smart metal warships tried their best to sweep them away with their gamma laser beam salvos, but the elites had grown special adaptations that made them much more resistant against energy damage. This was a rather familiar trait of the Vorabugs, but the mutated alien insects had found a way to improve it even further. The assimilators decided to respond with their smart metal mechs. Although not as large and powerful as warships, the smart metal mechs possessed much more finesse and precision. So long as they were not surrounded by a Vorabug swarm, they could dart along the edges and inflict critical damage against special Vorabug subspecies, such as those that were able to launch plasma bolts or the ones that rapidly helped injured Vorabugs heal from their wounds. Now, many of these smart metal mechs fearlessly dove into the middle of the swarms, having altered their shapes until they resembled arrowheads in order to pierce through the bugs in the way. Even the Vorabugs did not expect for these smart metal mechs to enter their swarms. They tried their best to block the machines, but their efforts largely proved inadequate. By the time the smart metal mechs had reached the center of the swarms, they finally managed to impale and cut apart the elite Vorabug variants that posed a potential threat. In order to make sure that the swarms could not absorb the body pieces and regrow an identical elite Vorabug, the smart metal mechs actually enveloped their dead prey before going critical. Hundreds of explosions set off among the Vorabug swarms as the smart metal mechs simultaneously self-destructed. Ves almost wanted to jump to his feet when he saw all of those mechs self-destruct without any hesitation. What about the mech pilots? Wait, both he and Gloriana immediately exchanged glances with each other. They had a growing suspicion about the nature of those smart metal mechs. Soon enough, the smart metal carriers that had previously maintained a low profile began to shrink in size. At the same time, pieces of their hull pooled up into balls that continually grew in size. Soon enough, a brand new batch of smart metal mechs came to life. However, calling them mechs was a misnomer at this point. These aren't mechs, Gloriana said with a frown. They are battle bots. There are no humans inside their cockpits. They are either autonomous or remote-controlled. I am 90% sure that the latter is the case, Ves said with his professional judgment. There are clear differences between the two. Autonomous mechs are much more clean and precise in their movements. They are also less prone to performing actions that make no sense. These smart metal mechs have shown plenty of traits that definitely makes me think they are controlled by real people. If I turn out to be wrong, then the cybernetic empire has apparently made great strides in their mech AI development. Are the smart metal mechs alive? Gloriana asked a direct question. No, I am certain they are not. I do not know whether to be disappointed or relieved by this fact. The onslaught continued. Smart metal units relentlessly eliminated as many vorabugs as possible. In turn, the vorabugs tried their best to use their combination of numbers and evolved resilience to overcome the heavy firepower and inflict real damage against the smart metal warships. Unfortunately for the alien insects, they had met their match this time. As the engagement gradually morphed into a battle of attrition that could last an entire week, it became clear that neither side could be forced into a quick defeat. The assimilators were rapidly able to cannibalize any resource found on the battlefield to replenish their numbers. They were practically inexhaustible as they relied on their superior nanotechnology as well as huge reserves of energy to fuel a formidable smart metal war machine. The vorabugs on the other hand leveraged their control over much of the star system to desperately extract more resources from the local satellites and convert them into more armored vorabugs. Although the mutated vorabugs also tried to experiment with other subspecies, the assimilators were too powerful to possess any obvious weaknesses. In the end, the two sides continually consumed the environment as well as the dead remains of each other's units as resources to sustain themselves in this brutal confrontation. Many viewers who had become initially buoyed by the excellent performance of the Gamma Scorchers and the Dominators had grown increasingly more numb or horrified at what they saw on this battlefield. Was this what it was like to fight against a biological calamity like the mutated vorabugs? It was terrible for the red humans to behold the enormous capacity for warmaking demonstrated by the vorabugs. This is a nightmare. I cannot imagine how the expeditionary fleet or the premier fleet can make any progress on this kind of battlefield. Ves said, as he swept his hand towards the projection that had switched back to a live feed. As long as these vorabugs have taken root in a star system, you have to fight against all of the planets, moons that support their organic war machine. This is a type of enemy that we have never planned against. None of our existing mech designs are suited for this mode of warfare. You are correct, Ves. To see the assimilators put so much effort to engage in warfare at an industrial level is mind-boggling. If the cybers have to resort to such a costly method, then the mutated vorabugs may pose a greater threat to us than the native aliens. This was not an exaggeration. While the vorabugs may be defenseless against expert mechs, ace mechs or god mechs, there were only so many of them, and they could not possibly sustain their damage output for days or weeks on end. So long as the vorabugs multiplied fast enough, they could sweep across the entire front lines and slip through hundreds of gaps in the defenses. The good news is that the 27th Assimilator's warfleet should not be unique. Ves said, I have learned from Hugo that there is also a smart metal tower among the 13 towers. This signifies that the polymath has deemed smart metal technology important enough to develop many innovations in this field. What the assimilators have shown so far is probably the tip of the iceberg. Their real nanomachines has to be a lot more formidable than just the basic 3 models in use at the moment. Gloriana sensed an unusual amount of admiration from Ves towards this tech. She glanced suspiciously at her husband. Are you coveting CE smart metal technology? I am, Ves freely admitted, because as soon as I witnessed the performance of the assimilators, I knew I had found the perfect foundation for my polymetal mech design project. Chapter 7045 Uncontrollable Infestation. Ves shut off the live broadcast. The battle between the assimilators and the mutated vorabugs would probably drag on for weeks. Ves had better things to do with his time than watch this titanic clash between two forces that specialized in battles of attrition. He had seen what he needed to see, and so did everyone else. Is this the future of warfare? Andraste asked with a disappointed expression. Ves smiled and moved over to pick up his daughter. Not necessarily, Pumpkin. The cybers managed to demolish the native aliens because they had many years to develop and optimize the right weapons to defeat them. That is not the case with the vorabugs. Nobody expected to fight against an enemy that doesn't rely on transphasic energy defenses at all. The vorabugs rely on the rapid reproduction of organic combat units to conquer every territory. This is not exactly new to humans, but the mutated vorabugs do this better than any other race that humanity has vanquished in the past. He continued to mull over this even as he and his wife accompanied their children for a time before putting them to bed. Each of them became encouraged by the superiority of CE tech against the native alien threat. At least half of their lives had become dominated by the Red War. The specter of losing everything constantly hovered over their heads as they grew up on New Constantinople 8. Ves felt grateful to the polymath bringing hope to a society that had become accustomed to being on the losing side. Unfortunately, the surprise appearance of the mutated vorobugs gave people a new source of fear. If every vorobug infestation needed to be removed with as great of an effort as the assimilators were making, the cost of repelling this organic foe would definitely be terrible. Late at night, Ves attended a private meeting organized by Saint Commander Casella Ingvar. She had invited Ves, Gloriana, Alexa, Saint Dice to her office where they went over the footage and analyzed the implications of the new tech on display. As far as the native aliens are concerned, the cybernetic empire has the power to stall their invasion. The Saint Commander concluded, the issue is that it is a new power that wants to claim a piece of the pie that is human-occupied space. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pect eagerly welcome the Cybers, but that does not mean they want to get taken over by the newcomers. The Terrans have no desire to escape the hegemony of the Red 2, only to answer to a different hegemon. This meant that the cybernetic empire would face resistance at every turn. Other human powers eagerly wanted to obtain the secrets of CE tech, yet they did not welcome the expanding influence of the rest of the newly emerged empire. This would lead to a lot of wrangling. Negotiations between the parties would definitely be tense and marked by difficulties. The old powers all had to scramble to protect their existing dominion and prevent their populations from defecting to the cybernetic empire. They needed to fight to maintain their relevance in a new age that may eventually be led by the cybernetic empress. I have noticed that all of the weapons showcased by the Cybers are not particularly effective against superdimensional armor. Gloriana mentioned, the new tech overwhelmingly focuses on countering transphasic energy shields. The Cybers have developed so many different solutions against this defensive measure that it is impossible for our enemies to close so many loopholes at the same time. So long as these weapons begin to proliferate, it will become much easier to defeat the fleets that are not led by well-equipped phase lords. What about the enemy fleets that are led by phase lords such as the Protector of Karnak? Alexa asked. The responsibility for defeating them lies with god pilots and ace pilots who are paired with full superdimensional ace mechs such as Saint Dice. Gloriana nodded towards the ace pilot in question. It will be a challenge. The female ace pilot said, alien-grade superdimensional alloy offers just enough protection to withstand my weaker attacks. I have to put serious effort into channeling my more destructive sword techniques in order to break open a full suit of superdimensional armor. It will be easier for me once I have developed new techniques and improved my existing ones. My resonance strength is also growing at a fast pace, especially if I am frequently challenging greater phase lords in combat. The higher my resonance strength, the easier it becomes for me to deal with multiple difficult enemies at once. If she had grown as strong as a senior ace pilot, then the Protector of Karnak and the Endless Stomach wouldn't have been able to bully her around so much in the last engagement. Unfortunately, the growth rate of ace pilot was usually measured in decades and centuries. Dice's circumstances were much more favorable than the ace pilots who grew up in the relatively peaceful age of mechs, but that did not mean she could sprint her way to the threshold of god pilot in record time. The general cultivation elixir and many other similar elixirs no longer possess the potency to stimulate the willpower of an ace pilot. Perhaps the alchemists and other experts of the Red Collective may be able to cook up a new solution that could speed up Dice's progression, but the cost would likely be so prohibitive that it would not be the turn of the Larkinson clan to receive a quota. The native aliens won't stand still either. Ves mentioned, they may not be able to rely so much on their transphasic energy shields anymore, but they will simply switch to building ships clad in thick layers of transphasic alloy. Plating. The cost of building them will easily multiply by a factor of 4 or maybe even 10, but they are large and prosperous enough to afford this extravagance. The Red Cabal has also been accelerating the deployment of Saint Piercer arms, and they have just begun to distribute Saint armors. I am sure that the armor worn by the Protector of Karnak is equivalent to a prototype. The future iterations of this armor will become much more sophisticated, especially if cosmopolitan mech designers are allowed to contribute towards their development. CE Tech may have put the native aliens at a disadvantage, but if the Red Cabal was able to produce and distribute more alien-grade superdimensional armaments and armor, they still had a chance of pressuring Red humanity. The emergence of the cybernetic empire made it less likely for the native aliens to wipe out all but a small remnant of red humans, but did not necessarily put an end to the Red War. Both sides still had plenty of reasons to fight against each other. This was bad news, as the appearance of the mutated Vorabugs put an even greater strain on red humanity's war-making capacity. The Saint Commander clearly grew concerned about this new threat. Tell me honestly, how well are we able to fight against mutated Vorabugs? Not good. Gloriana immediately replied, the Vorabugs always arrive in swarms. They do not care whether our weapons are far superior to their own offensive capabilities. They can throw so many Vorabugs at our forces that our weapons and our mechs will wear down sooner or later. Even if we are able to defeat the swarms that are sent in our direction, the victory may ultimately prove meaningless if other swarms have managed to relocate to nearby planets or asteroid belts before setting up their hives. Once this happens, the Vorabugs can constantly produce more cannon fodder while also sending more swarms to occupy planets and asteroid fields that possess useful resources. Unlike the native aliens, the Vorabugs could not be defeated by winning a frontal battle. So long as just a handful of Vorabugs survived, they could easily hide inside an inconspicuous asteroid and slowly build up a new swarm that could spread to other satellites and reproduce further. Once the Vorabugs began to snowball their numbers, the Vorabug invasion would begin anew. If the mutated Vorabugs were truly perverse like this, then they were practically impossible to get rid of once they arrived in any star system. There has to be a limit to these Vorabugs. Ves insisted. No organic life form is perfect. I am becoming increasingly more convinced that the Vorabugs were originally bioweapons that have somehow outlasted their creators. They are designed for warfare and conquest, but that means that they also have clear gaps that they cannot overcome, such as high-ranking mech pilots. Dice frowned. I cannot do much against them. I specialize in defeating enemy champions and high-value combatants. My sword Fey makes it easier for me to wipe out swarming enemies, but they can only do so much. In fact, I do not think that Isabel will be able to do much better once she returns with a new ace mech. Ace pilots like us are virtually unbeatable at the tactical level, but we cannot defeat an adversary that specializes in waging war at the strategic level. This is why I think that there has to be a weakness to the Vorabugs that we have yet to discover. Ves said, one of the things that stand out most to me is how they act in total coordination. They show no visible sign of individualism. Every Vorabug is a tiny cog in a massive machine. As you all know, every machine is centrally directed, or else it would not be able to fulfill a coherent function. If we want to shut down the machine, it is not necessary to destroy each individual cog. We just need to identify, locate and target the controlling factor. You mean the hypothetical queen of the Vorabugs? Alexa asked. He paused for a moment. We do not know whether the mutated Vorabugs are all controlled by a single queen or multiple queens. We do not know whether there are additional layers in the hierarchy that help to manage all of the disparate swarms. However, I think that if they do exist, the god pilots will find out and either solve the problem by themselves, or inform us how to eliminate the influence of these leader units. The Saint Commander looked thoughtful. You have an idea. I have several ideas, Ves said. The reason why the Vorabugs spook us so much is because we are not prepared to fight against them. We can address this by developing targeted solutions just like what the Cybers have done against the native aliens. For example, one of the theories I came up with is the potential means the hypothetical Vorabug queen uses to control her swarms across many light years. I mean, it is unlikely that this leader unit is coordinating her bugs with an organic equivalent of quantum entanglement nodes. What if this leader unit is controlling all of her minions through her own version of a kinship network? If that is the case, I should be able to whip up a countermeasure. Is this why you feel the need to relocate to the Rubarthan Pact? Casella asked. Yes, it may be wishful thinking on my part, but I truly think I have a chance of offering material help in pushing back this threat. I won't know until I actually reach the new front and see the Vorabugs in person. Even if my hypothesis is wrong, I am sure that I can do other useful stuff such as designing a mech that targets a different weakness. I have done it before. I am confident I can do it again. Red humanity needed a miracle solution against the Vorabugs, because all of its usual methods were clearly ineffective. The group talked a bit more about what they have witnessed and seen. They particularly focused on the new tech on display and what they would like to acquire for themselves if they had the option of exchanging these goodies from the cybernetic empire. Chapter 7046 Changing Geopolitical Landscape. The battles involving the three warfleets of the cybernetic empire shook human-occupied space. Many people already had a vague idea that the cybernetic empire took advantage of the time of isolation to develop superior technology and construct a large number of powerful mechs and warships. With a leader as smart and productive as the polymath in charge, Bridgehead 1 should have definitely made good use of the additional time that she managed to buy. Yet how good were her new warfleets, really? Nobody had a clear idea. This was why it became necessary to stage a demonstration. Until her forces tested their mettle in actual combat, few parties were willing to bet on the cybernetic empire. Now that the three warfleets had shown off completely different but equally effective combat capabilities, all of those doubts melted away. There were many more warfleets that possessed their own traits that had yet to showcase their strengths in combat, but it was not strictly necessary for them to show off their capabilities on an individual basis. Most people were willing to believe that these other fleets performed at least just as well as the three that had debuted in full view of the public. This caused many people to raise their evaluations of the cybernetic empire and treat it as a more serious threat, rival or potential ally. The cybers had shown that their bites were just as strong as their barks. They no longer appeared presumptuous whenever they threw their weight around. The confidence of having much superior tech in reserve and many more military assets that had yet to commit themselves in battle granted their negotiators a lot of bargaining power. All negotiations between the cybernetic empire and other human powers started to tilt in the former's favor. It couldn't be helped. Everyone wanted a piece of that sweet CE tech. Multiple states also urgently requested military reinforcements. Their core territories were on the verge of collapse and the existing defenders had increasingly run out of mechs, warships or supplies to hold HTE line. What made these negotiations all the more frustrating for the different states and organizations was that the cybernetic empire was not in a hurry to take action. The polymath ignored all of the appeals to her conscience and morality. She maintained her silence while restraining her negotiators from offering her empire's services for free. It appeared that the cybernetic empress had inherited the time-tested Mecher tradition of never engaging in a transaction at a loss. Many parties grew upset at the heavy demands imposed by the cybers, but what could they do? They were literally in a crisis and urgently needed help. The good news was that the Red Split enabled the Red 2 to free up a lot of combat assets. Perhaps the Mechers and the Fleeters still felt sour at the defiance of the Terrans and the Rubarthans, but that did not change the reality that the Red 2 no longer had to spread out their forces far and wide anymore. The warfleets and smaller detachments of the Ra and the RF that had previously contributed to the defense of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact decisively retreated from the places where they were not welcome anymore and retrenched themselves in the Red Ocean Union. The loose colonial alliance suddenly gained a lot more cohesion as the Mechers and the Fleeters suddenly became a lot more attentive to the demands of the states that had been struggling to hold the line. The reinforcements to the first-rate, second-rate and even third-rate states significantly stalled the advance of the native aliens that had been assigned to this front. What was even more significant was the transfer of multiple god pilots and dreadnoughts. These top-level combat assets suddenly became a lot more prevalent than before now that they no longer needed to burden themselves with covering the lengthy Terran and Rubarthan fronts. The improving conditions at the Red Ocean Union even granted them enough breathing room to retreat from the front in order to obtain much-needed upgrades, assist in secret groundbreaking experiments or even engage in clandestine operations that more often than not took place deep behind enemy lines. Hey, unlucky bastard, Ves smirked when he heard the latest news from Davut. The Colonial Federation of Davut had suffered enormous damage during the Red Tide offensive so far. The native aliens continually battered the capital star system to the point where half of it already turned into ruin. During the most desperate moments of the ongoing struggle for the Davut system, Saint General Ark Larkinson abruptly proposed that if he took over the Larkinson clan, he would apply for it to join the cybernetic empire. Such a campaign promise had massive implications, especially when made by a prominent figure such as Ark. It was already bad enough that he lost the election. What was worse was that the Red 2 had finally ceased their neglect of the Krakatoa Middle Zone and began to offer real military aid to its states. The Colonial Federation of Davut was finally able to catch its breath. Together with the increased presence of god pilots and dreadnoughts of the nearby border regions, Davut had become very much aware that they owed the Red 2 a lot. This was despite the fact that the Ra and RF's prior neglect of the Krakatoa Middle Zone put them in trouble in the first place. Whatever the Davutans and their government might think, the reality was that they had become a lot more dependent on the protection of the Red 2. The Mechers and the Fleeters had also begun to govern the Red Ocean Union more actively. No longer would the states in this part of the dwarf galaxy be able to do whatever they wanted with relatively little attention from above. The mechers and the fleeters could not afford to lose control over the territory and, more importantly, the resources of these states. That was why the Red 2 did not hesitate to transfer more troops and offer more technological aid to the various states, especially those who survived the brunt of the invasion but managed to stay aloft. Davut just so happened to rank high in priority by the Red Association for its steadfast resistance and other qualities. With Davut and the Ra cozying up to each other, the status of a military commander who openly proposed to defect to the cybernetic empire therefore became a lot more awkward. While Davut would never seek to spoil any relationship with the cybernetic empire, it was impossible for its government and major players to do anything that would make the mechers upset. That was why Ark's political position had become untenable within the Davutan society. He's become a pariah, though he has not completely fallen out of favor. Gavin Newman reported to Ves. It is undeniable that Ark has made massive contributions to the war effort. He is one of the reasons why the Davut system still remains in human hands. That means a lot to the Davutans, so he is still able to maintain his position without suffering official sanction. However, as long as the mechers begin to increase their influence in the state, voices that are openly in favor of siding with the cybernetic empire will continue to become more marginalized. So what does that mean for the clan? The impact to our clan is not too great, but the story may be different for the Davut branch. For a long time, its influence was growing in Davut. There was even talk of granting it control over multiple territories that have been raised by the native aliens. Those ideas are not mentioned anymore. Ark and his warborn have fought hard and made many sacrifices to defend the capital and the heart of the Davutan state, yet all they get in return is a pat on the back and the normal rewards that conform to the letter of their contracts. Ark has lost any hope of squeezing the Larkinson clan into the same level of status as the pioneers who founded Davut. He could have taken over as the president of the state in the best-case scenario. That would have been a massive political achievement. Even if Davut was a mere second-rate state, this success in the political arena still meant a lot to a clan that previously had no significant territory to count upon in its short and mostly nomadic existence. By essentially taking over the colonial federation of Davut, Ark would have completed the first steps to turning the Larkinson clan into a territorial power, one that was not necessarily bound to a single second-rate state. It was very much possible for the Larkinson clan to repeat the same plan in a small first-rate state. If he became the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, he would have been able to gain control over the premier fleet, which was already powerful despite still needing to build up its numbers. Instead of letting the premier fleet roam around wherever it was needed, Ark would have leveraged its strength to offer protection to first-rate states in exchange for territorial concessions. If this happened, then the Larkinson clan would definitely be able to gain a permanent foothold in the upper zones as well. Alas, Ark's plan went bust at the first step as he failed to become the patriarch. Other changes such as the realignment of major powers undermined his plan even further. Ves was not sad to see Ark's political ambitions getting ruined. His ideas about owning territory may have just become a lot more viable now that the cybernetic empire had arrived to strengthen Red humanity, but he still disagreed with the principle of the matter. So the Red Ocean Union is becoming a lot stronger due to the Red 2's retrenchment. Ves thoughtfully said, "How are the Terrans and the Rubarthans doing?" "Well, the native aliens have not made any major shifts to their current strategy, but there are signs that they may be looking to increase their focus on the Rubarthan Pact. If the native aliens want to weaken our race the most, then hitting the Rubarthan when they are down is the best choice. The Rubarthan Pact is currently being threatened by the Vorabugs. If the native aliens push harder, they can more easily collapse the defenses of vulnerable Rubarthan star systems and raid everything of value before the Vorabugs come and ruin the rest." "What about the Terran alliance?" "There is a chance that the Red Cabal may decide to attack the Terrans instead," Gavin noted. "This is based on the assumption that the Terran alliance is only protected by a single god pilot. If the Red Cabal chooses to dispatch many ancient phase whales to this front, they can quickly invade the upper zones and ruin many strategic colonies, thereby inflicting a major blow onto Terran R&D as well as industry." Ves frowned. "The cybernetic empire won't let this happen, though. With their translocation gate, they can easily transmit several dozen warfleets across the entire Terran frontline. Even if they are no match against the power of a genuine ancient phase lord, they can still delay the alien advance and buy time to deploy more powerful and effective deterrents against these powerful alien leaders. Perhaps, the polymath will even agree to dispatch the Dominion of Man." The mention of the living dreadnought evoked mixed feelings from Ves. He was the reason why the former CFA and RF dreadnought underwent a profound transformation and eventually became alive. Ves had risked his own life and fought against one of the most powerful lightning tribulations that could descend upon the Red Ocean. He even provoked a powerful extra-galactic god king for his troubles. All of this effort and sacrifice had given him a strong sense of ownership towards the dominion of man. To see this godship fall into the hands of the polymath who thoroughly treated the living vessel like her own crown jewel was maddening to say the least. Ves feared that if he ever came into contact with the dominion of man again, his heart might break when the living ship and her crew had forgotten all about his contributions. After all, it had been over half a century since his involvement with the dreadnought. In the half-century that passed since then, the polymath had plenty of time to endear herself to the dominion of man. There was no way she would miss this opportunity to convert the dreadnought into her possession. Chapter 7047 Departure Arrangements. Although Ves felt upset each time he thought about how much the dominion of man grew within the sphere of influence of the polymath, there was nothing he could do about this travesty. After all, if the Red Fleet did not dare to insist on the return of the dominion of man, how could Ves do any better? The polymath was not stupid enough to give away such a grand prize. Ves turned his thoughts away from the dominion of man for this reason. Nothing productive could come from continuing to obsess over the state of the living dreadnought. He instead focused on the affairs that he would definitely be able to affect, such as his ongoing mech design projects or his negotiations with different parties. Perhaps spurred on by the amazing technology displayed by the cybernetic empire, the Red Association acted quite quickly on his attempts to cash his two remaining, minor, favors. Jovi transited to the tortuous scream so that he could discuss this matter with Ves in person. They agreed. They did. Both star designers have agreed to meet with you and Gloriana separately. Jovi said with a smile. The Resonance Smith has agreed to look into the problem related to trying to combine superdimensional matter with Architect and provide guidance to your wife. I have the impression that he is not particularly enthused with this request of yours, but that he is willing to free up an hour in his schedule to address this problem. Ves did not hide his delight. That is great. An hour should be more than enough time for a star designer to come up with a quick fix and a framework for a more elaborate solution. I don't dare to ask anything more than that, though extras are always welcome. What about my second request? The web mistress has responded more eagerly to your request. Jovi revealed. Her Excellency is willing to clear up 2 whole hours of her schedule, which is a great privilege to an associate and a senior mech designer such as yourself. Do not underestimate the value of this favor. Many seniors who have received this much guidance from a star designer have a higher probability to become highly successful master mech designers. Good. Ves grinned. I was afraid that either of the star designers would look down on my requests or become so busy that they couldn't spare any time to meet with us. Do you have the details on when and where we can meet? I do. First, the star designers prefer to meet with the two of you in person. Remote consultations are inappropriate and an insult to their status. You are not immobile or trapped in a single location. Since you can move to them, then you should make the effort to do so. The good news is that both of them happen to be located at the xianxia Central Star Node for the coming weeks. They are there because they are needed to handle the fallout of all of the recent events. How long will they stay in xianxia? I cannot say, Ves. I advise you and your immediate family to move to the Blue Jay fleet and set off to xianxia as soon as possible. If the two star designers have completed their obligations, they will not wait for you to arrive. They are needed in many other locations. That was understandable. Ves knew that he had to stop dragging his feet. He had been wavering in his decision to separate from the premier fleet that he had spent a significant amount of time and effort in raising. It was nice to have a powerful first-class force at his command. Yet the premier fleet ultimately served the Larkinson clan except for Ves in person. As Ves continued to climb his way up in society, there were times when the Larkinson clan shackled him and prevented him from pursuing promising opportunities. Now that he had stepped down from his high position, he became a lot more free than before. He just needed to take this important step in order to turn this separation into reality. I will talk with my wife and the Saint Commander about our departure. Ves affirmed. I already thought about traveling to the Rubarthan Pact. It is not a big deal for us to go on a small detour. Xianxia also has a lot of stuff that I need to purchase now that I am separating from the premier branch. Good. For the best results, I advise you to leave no later than 3 days from now on. Make sure you have said your goodbyes and made the appropriate arrangements on how you can continue to do your work for the Larkinson clan even as you are far away from the rest of your clansmen. Jovi advised. That was indeed a big issue. When Ves did what he said and approached this contentious topic with Casella and Gloriana, both of them frowned. The design department is the heart of our clan. I do not agree with your proposal to let you take all of the mech designers away with you. The Saint Commander stated the obvious. It would be best if we can keep our best mech designers and the people responsible for designing both our mass-produced models and our high-ranking mechs close at hand. It is also necessary for them to regularly remain in close proximity to the mech pilots they serve. If they start separating from us, they are more likely to grow out of touch. Gloriana frowned. I cannot lead the design department from a distance. I can certainly try, but I do not think the results will be good. I cannot in good conscience insist on maintaining my post as its director when I am physically removed from my subordinates. You can opt to stay with us. Casella offered an alternative. You do not have to accompany your husband as he gallivates around the new frontier with his Blue Jay fleet. Unacceptable. I will not let Ves go away without supervision. Besides, he still needs to raise our children with me. Our work is important, but our family is important as well. That left Casella in a difficult position. The matriarch needed to respect the wishes of the founder of the clan as well as the woman who was chiefly responsible for designing all of the high-ranking mechs, which also happened to include her own Minerva Mark II. Yet she also had to think about the interests of the clan. It truly was a bad idea to let the design department follow Ves around while he remained separated from the rest of the clan. As the former patriarch of the Larkinson clan, Ves understood that his decision to depart had put his successor in an uncomfortable dilemma. Seeing that she was genuinely unable to figure out a satisfactory resolution, he decided to give her a bit of assistance. We can have the design department follow my wife and I on a temporary basis. He proposed. While they settle in the design labs of the Tarask, I will spend my MTA merits for the Red Association to open up a portion of its advanced library and to offer tutoring on different high technologies that are normally inaccessible to regular mech designers. That way, they can treat this as a learning excursion and enrich their knowledge. They will return to the Premier Fleet or another branch of our clan with a much better foundation than before. That sounded a lot more palatable to Casella. She looked thoughtful as she weighed the pros and cons. I can agree to this arrangement so long as the design department does not remain separated from the main branches of our clan for too long. The new matriarch eventually said, It would be best if you return to us after you are done. Will you return? Ves shrugged. I am not too certain. There is a lot of stuff that I want to do, and the Red Ocean is still a big place. However, I am very interested in participating in a deep strike expedition. Now that the Cybernetic Empire has successfully developed the translocation gate and used it to deploy 3 separate warfleets, I think the deep strike plan can finally commence despite all of the upheaval. The Saint Commander nodded. I have been considering this matter as well. For now, the Cybernetic Empire has not made any announcements in relation to the deep strike plan. It has also avoided any mention of letting third parties make use of its highly coveted translocation gate. We also need to take the time to prepare for a deep strike into the hinterland of alien space. We need to target the right region that holds great strategic value, but is not well protected to the point our fleet will become demolished if we dare to venture far away from any form of friendly support. The amount of concerns related to a possible deep strike expedition was immense. The Larkinsons could not afford to go through the translocation gate and arrive thousands of light years away without collecting at least basic data on the local territories and their holders. Going in blind was a good way to bump into the wrong opponents that could make the Larkinsons bleed if ill-prepared. The only person present who was not that eager to embark on a deep strike expedition was Gloriana, but she knew that it was useless to protest. Her husband was a junkie for adventure and novelty while the Saint Commander was an ace pilot who needed to challenge herself in order to prove herself worthy to become a god pilot. When these two highly influential Larkinsons both set their minds on a course of action, they were virtually unstoppable. In any case, now that Ves proposed a more palatable solution, the 3 Larkinsons quickly agreed on how to deal with the temporary separation. By the way, the clansmen that we sent off to ED-Net training are due to return soon. Casella mentioned. The mech designers such as Juliet Stamaros and Sarah Voikin will likely be sent to you, while the remainder such as Quinlist Verl and Calabast Arnlend should arrive at the Premier Fleet. Ves smiled. Those are names that I haven't heard in a while. Those fellows have practically missed half a lifetime's worth of events while they were peacefully stuffing their heads with knowledge over a span of 20 subjective years. That means that they will come out of their ED-net training as changed individuals. Gloriana warned him in order to temper his expectations. I have read articles about the profound changes that people go through after undergoing accelerated learning. Just as the cybers have come out completely differently after spending 53 years in isolation from the rest of the galaxy, you should expect our friends and comrades to undergo major shifts as well. Much of that is for the better, as they are undoubtedly much more effective at their vocations than before. However, there will always be a sense of separation. It is almost impossible to heal this divide. This is why Kedis would not dream of going through this herself. Ves sighed. I am not ignorant of the negative consequences of this, but it is ultimately worth it for all of those old buddies of ours. The sacrifices they have made has ensured their continued relevance for our clan in the difficult times to come. I cannot wait for our clan and I to make use of their services. The return of numerous loyal Larkinsons who all became qualified first-class mech designers happened at the right time. As soon as they came back and settled in, Ves intended to embark on the design of numerous first-class multi-purpose mechs for the Larkinson clan. It would be much faster and more convenient for him if he was able to work on these projects alongside other Larkinson mech designers who knew what they were doing. Chapter 7048 CE Tech Choices. Ves and many Larkinsons became busy after deciding to take the design department away with him on his journey to Xianxia and beyond. A lot of mech designers were completely caught off guard by the announcement. Not all of them were comfortable with this move. They had spent a lot of effort settling into the Premier Fleet, but now they and any families that they might have needed to transfer to the Blue Jay Fleet and settle anew. It was only after Ves announced the benefits he was willing to offer he managed to placate most of the mech designers. Being able to gain access to exclusive tech and learn how to incorporate them into their own work was a valuable benefit. As much as the Larkinson clan tried to provide its mech designers with the best learning resources, there was only so much publicly available libraries could offer them. Only by accessing a more elaborate repository of knowledge would the Larkinson mech designers be able to enrich their capabilities and distinguish their design philosophies further. Visiting Xianxia also gave them an opportunity to go shopping at one of the most developed star systems in human-occupied space. While Bridgehead 1 recently overtook it by an enormous margin, it was still a nice place to acquire high-tech goodies and luxury products that were difficult to acquire elsewhere. Of course, not everyone would transfer to the Blue Jay Fleet to work under Ves and Gloriana. There were enough assistant mech designers who rejected the offer to go on a long field trip and decided to stay with the Premier Fleet for whatever reason. Ves actually approved of their decision, as they would be able to keep at least a part of the design department connected to the users of its products. This decision would inevitably split the design department and create greater security and coordination issues, but Ves did not consider that to be a big deal. It helped that it was not his turn to solve this problem. He pushed this headache onto Casella and Gloriana. That said, Ves could not escape every responsibility. Since you are already making your way over there, please meet with Isabel Coden and take her away when you arrive at the Central Star Node. Casella requested to Ves. My fellow ace pilot has been undergoing augmented body reconstruction and rehabilitation procedures at one of the advanced medical facilities at Xianxia. From what I have heard, the transhumanist faction are impressed by how quickly Isabel has been able to maintain her motivation to regain her strength and learn how to control her new body and all of its enhanced features. She actually resembles a high-ranking cyber more than normal people at this point. That was indeed a weird coincidence. They always had the option of attempting to restore her original body, but both Isabel and the Larkinsons wanted her to become stronger and better able to defend herself against hazards in the future. Ves nodded. I can do that, Casella. It is indeed impressive how quickly she is able to bounce back after burning her entire body in a misguided attempt to force her breakthrough attempt. She will have to wait a lot longer for her to receive her new ace mech, though. After my wife and I have completed the Riot Mark III, we will devote much of our time on both the Prometheum Mark II project and the Lionheart Mark II project. If we don't have time to work on both, we will prioritize the former, but do not expect any quick results. Casella did not look surprised. Take your time, I trust you on matters such as this. All of your mechs and especially high-ranking mechs have always been works of art. As long as you can guarantee that the quality of the new Prometheum Mark II is no less than the other high-ranking mechs, then I do not object to delays. Just keep the timetable reasonable for Isabel's sake more than anything. Ace pilots who have gone through trauma like hers have an urgent need to prove themselves. I know. Despite working on 2 Ace Mech design projects at the same time, my wife and I don't expect to be delayed too much. The mech designers that we are leaving behind will make use of the productive capabilities of the smart AI cores in our stead. After Gloriana has received the guidance she needs from the Resonant Smith, I expect her to become a lot more fired up than usual, which should help her complete her work faster. I trust you to do what is good for Isabel and our clan. The Saint Commander said before changing the topic. I know you are interested in conducting a rather extensive technology exchange with the Cybernetic Empire. What sort of technologies are you interested in exchanging? What do you think is best for our clan? Ves took the time to sort out his thoughts on this matter. We need to master a weapon system that is fairly accessible but can be trusted to remain effective when employed against the native aliens. This is our highest priority. If we can only obtain one type of CE tech, then this must be at the top of our list. The biggest decision we need to make is whether to invest in energy or kinetic weapons. Do you have a preference? Not really. Ves shook his head. Arguments could be made for either. Irradiator laser beam technology is not particularly efficient and will expend most of our bargaining power, but we can potentially combine it with luminaire crystal technology and produce additional effects as a result. And what if we want to go physical instead? Well, it depends on what kind of payment plan you can stomach. I think the Cybernetic Empire will soon start to sell manufactured Dynapulse disruptor missiles on a large scale in the near future. We can make sure to order a generous batch of them so long as our clan is willing to reimburse the phase water used in making the transphasic warheads. However, so long as we do not master the manufacturing method, we will continue to remain dependent on this external supply. The Ace Commander crossed her arms and frowned. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. If anything happens that causes our relationship with the Cybers to collapse, then we will cut ourselves off from a supply of Dynapulses. Is there any way we can obtain the production method of these missiles? Ves snorted. Not a chance. The Cybers can milk us all by constantly selling us manufactured goods. They would have to be stupid to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, but they are too smart for that. If we are able to obtain the production method sooner or later, then the rest of Red humanity will find a way to get it as well. The Cybernetic Empire will seek to prevent this from happening, and the best way is to not give us anything other than missiles produced in their own munition factories. Are you not able to reverse engineer this tech and develop your own version? No, don't even think about it. Advanced products such as the Dynapulses are designed with specific factory conditions and production tech in mind. They are also so highly optimized that third parties will always suffer a loss when attempting to produce imitation products. In other words, it was simply not feasible to circumvent the many protections that the polymath herself may have had a hand in programming. So what is your recommendation? Do you think we should stick to ordering Dynapulses or invest in the tech that makes irradiator laser weapons work? There should be more choices available than this. Ves said. However, if we truly have to make a choice between the two, then I think that investing in the irradiators is a good choice. I do not like for us to become dependent on the CE to supply us with weapons that can help us defeat the native aliens more effectively. The Cybers can abuse this dependency by compelling us to perform actions that go against our mission. It is better to make a heavy concession at the start in order to obtain the secrets to enhanced energy beam weapon technology. This was a rather difficult choice to make as they were operating on incomplete information. The Cybernetic Empire wanted to leave its future customers in the dark about what was truly taking place. If you think that these special energy weapons are truly worth bargaining for, then I shall make an attempt. The Saint Commander promised. It may take additional incentives to persuade the Cybers into giving away a core piece of technological equipment. We control the entrance to the blue dimension. We are the Sea's best hope of obtaining more superdimensional matter. So long as you are willing to trade a bit of high-grade superdimensional matter, I am sure the Cybers will sing a different tune. The supply of high-grade superdimensional matter was too limited for the time being. That might change once Gloriana and Kedis upgraded the Dimension Observatory in the near future, but for the time being the Larkinson clan should be able to gain a lot of concessions by trading precious armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter in this early stage. Ves and Casella talked a bit more about further possible technological exchanges. One of the CE techs that I must get my hands upon is their smart metal. He said, my standards are not too high. I am already satisfied if I can get access to their 3 basic smart metal models. The nano-gatherers will enable me to salvage materials from the environment or the debris of broken machines. The nano-smiths will help me build stuff. The nano-warriors can help with defending them all at both the micro and macro level. If necessary, I can drop my demand for the latter, but that is all I can accept. The Saint Commander looked closely at Ves. Is this a personal interest or will it serve the clan as well? It can be both, but I won't lie to you. I am only really invested in using it myself. Ves honestly admitted, my polymetal mech design project has not yet started because I judged the tech was not there yet. Now that Bridgehead 1 came back, I finally see good enough tech. With the help of the polymath's work, I can design a smart metal mech that serves as a source of production as well as plain old destruction. It isn't everything that I want in a mech, but I will have to rely on it to defend myself against most threats. Ves painted a rather fantastical vision for his polymetal mech. The central premise of this machine was to give Ves the tools to excel as a mech pilot and mech designer at the same time. Polymetal mechs may be the best way to convert mech designers from rearline into frontline units. He claimed, I will not be the only one to enjoy this new product of mine. I do not object to making it available to the rest of the Larkinson clan and possibly the mass market. Most mech pilots will never be able to exploit the full potential of polymetal mechs, but mech designers still have a chance. Casella struggled to imagine an instance where mech designers on the battlefield knew how to behave. You expect too much from your fellow mech designers. Few have undergone more than basic training, but even if we ignore this factor, they are not true life and death soldiers. I am not too certain about the utility of this smart metal Carmen mech of yours, Ves. There are many alternatives available where these workers can make themselves useful aside from scrapping and recycling broken machines. They can do their work even faster if they all pilot machines with the new nanomachines. They can land on untouched lands and erect a small colony base before the first day has ended. Chapter 7049. Doing it right. The time had come for the Blue Jay fleet to separate from the Premier fleet. The two fleets had only fought alongside each other for a relatively short amount of time, but it had been a fruitful period. The Battle of Screed Tanner VF enabled the guard forces assigned to escort a VIP to confront a powerful native alien force in battle and earn a decisive victory. The mechers, fleeters and collies all gained opportunities to test their skills and any new methods that they might have in a realistic environment. They were all grateful to the Larkinsons for giving them the opportunity to do so under the protection and support of two powerful ace pilots. Fighting under the command of Saint Commander Casella Ingvar was an unforgettable experience to the mech pilots and other personnel. They might not be able to enjoy this luxury in the future, so not everyone was eager to depart from the Premier fleet. However, Ves needed to pursue his own goals. He needed to travel to Yernstall and subsequently to the Rubarthan Pact no matter what. If the Blue Jay fleet refused to accompany him, then he would set off by himself and a smaller escort force split away from the Premier fleet. That was unacceptable for a mech designer whose status exceeded that of a typical Tier 3 galactic citizen. His departure evoked a lot of mixed reactions from the clansmen. The members of the Premier fleet were sorry to see him go. While the Saint Commander was one of the greatest contributors of their most recent victory, Ves had long earned a reputation for being able to sniff out lucrative opportunities and deliver miracles on the battlefield. He had become a totemic existence as far as the Larkinsons were concerned. It was not as if his absence suddenly caused the Larkinsons to lose everything that made them strong and capable. They just lacked a central figure whose extreme decisions subjected them to a lot of good luck as well as bad luck. The expeditionary fleet, for example, had become a lot more stable after Ves departed from it. Kedis may have chosen to stay behind, but her leadership was nowhere near as extreme as that of her former teacher. The Larkinsons under her supervision therefore did not stumble into particularly extreme circumstances for this reason. That was both good and bad. Abnormal scenarios usually tested mech pilots more than most. These were the kind of situations that were most conducive to breakthroughs. However, too much excitement was not necessarily good. The Larkinsons needed time to adapt to new mechs, develop better tactics and train their fundamental skills. The steady defensive battles that the expeditionary fought at Davut and other locations enabled the Larkinsons to polish their combat acumen and gain a lot of experience. War was the ultimate crucible. Any flaws or mistakes could easily lead to death and significant material losses. Many forces that thought themselves ready had already turned into history, yet other forces such as the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance continued to persevere. In any case, once Ves left the Premier fleet, the the Saint Commander would be able to cement her leadership over the first-class Larkinsons without any concerns about split authority. This would do her a lot of good, both as the commander of the premier fleet as well as the matriarch of the Larkinson clan. On the day of departure, most of the mech designers of the design department had already transferred to the Tarrasque. The raw heavy cruiser quickly managed to charm the guests with her advanced technologies and facilities. From ultra-modern design suites to state-of-the-art laboratory instruments, the vessel offered much more substantial amenities to mech designers. While the Tarrasque lacked the RF-developed smart ice and powerful processor clusters, her processor banks were still fairly powerful enough to reluctantly meet their needs. It would be nice to get an upgrade, though. The Red Association is developing its own version of smart ice, but we are admittedly behind on this front. Jovi mentioned to Ves shortly after the Larkinson settled in the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. You have to understand that we are not looking to compete with the Red Fleet in this area. Our investment in the field of artificial intelligence is only a fraction compared to what the fleeters have spent in funding, resources and manpower. Rather than try to match this extravagance, we are more than happy to let the fleeters be the first movers. Anything they develop, our own R&D personnel would be happy to reverse engineer and imitate for just a fraction of the cost. That sounded like a sensible approach. The mechers made the most rational decision by leaving AI development to the group that most relied upon this field to run all of its warships. However, this decision also meant that the mechers would always be late to adopt the latest innovations. Compared to the modern processor clusters with embedded smart ice that practically turned into the second brain of the tortuous Scream, the processor banks of the Tarrasque felt much more primitive in comparison. Oh well, Ves would manage. I think the cybernetic empire may have overtaken the RF on this front. Ves threw out a guess. The living machine tower had over 50 years to figure out how to turn processors alive and make sure newborn smart ice can continually get better at their jobs. When it comes down to it, creating smart ice shouldn't be too difficult to anyone who is capable of designing a living mech. The bigger challenge is to restrain the behavior of the smart ice and make sure they do not go rogue. Joshua sighed. No mecher liked it when they got reminded that they were no longer the most technologically advanced organization in the Red Ocean anymore. The Mech Trade Association had not only managed to retain its technological dominance during the Age of Mechs, but also managed to increase it with every passing year. Controlling vast parts of human space in the Milky Way along with welcoming an increasing number of star designers had caused the MTA to produce more results when pushing the forefront of science. Promising new fields of science emerged with every new mech generation while armies of clever mech designers found new ways to exploit the possibilities of existing tech. The cybernetic empire has definitely made a great contribution to Red humanity by developing so many new technologies during its time of isolation. Jovi diplomatically said. However, the polymath is just one star designer, and she has never been able to do much with hyper-technology and e-technology aside from conducting thought experiments. In my humble opinion, the C's head start is only temporary. The more time passes by, the more the others will catch up, either because they have exchanged or stolen CE tech, or because they have worked hard to innovate in other fields. He was right, but only if the Red Association stayed cohesive enough. If it broke apart, then many of the star designers would probably be reduced to working alone or in small groups. That was bound to affect their productivity and their ability to develop complex multidisciplinary innovations. The pair of mech designers speculated a bit more about how long it would take for the Red Association to regain its technological lead. They also discussed a few other matters such as the usage rights of the Tarrasque's workshops and their itinerary once they arrived at Xianxia. Once Jovi left in order to take care of other matters, Ves sought out Venerable Rosa Orphan in order to make sure she settled in nicely. She looked rather forlorn when he visited her new guest stateroom. "How are you doing, Rosa?" "I am all right," she said, though she clearly did not look okay. "I am just being impatient. Every day that passes by without entering the cockpit of my riot feels like a waste. I am not able to do my daily training or challenge myself in battle. Others such as Tusa, Stark and Dice are improving by leaps and bounds with their flashy ace mechs, yet my machine is still in junk condition. I feel I am being left behind by everyone." High-ranking mech pilots were known to be unflappable. Their extraordinary willpower enabled them to withstand extreme hardships and help them do the impossible. Expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots had a reputation of never giving up and never compromising on anything. However, Ves had spent enough time among them to know better. These human champions indeed deserved their reputations for the most part, but they were still human in many ways. That meant that they could still experience fear, doubt, hesitation and other negative moods. This was not a weakness per se. Ves merely considered these low points to be an indispensable part of an expert pilot or ace pilot's growth journey. The Riot Mark III project may be delayed by another month depending on how much work Gloriana needs to undertake in order to merge superdimensional technology with Architect. Ves admitted to the frustrated expert pilot. Such things take time. More extensive changes will force us to redesign large parts of the mech frame in order to account for the new properties and variables. There is no other choice. We can either do this properly or do a rush job, but my wife will never tolerate the latter. Venerable Orphan grimaced further when she heard that it may take 2 months for her to be able to pilot her new machine. Ves last told her that it would take less than a month. Such a massive change to the timeline made her grow angry. It took all of her willpower to bottle up her mounting frustration and stop herself from making a scene. She knew quite well that having a temper tantrum would change nothing. Look on the bright side, Rosa. The Dark Zephyr Mark III, the Amaranto Mark III and the Minerva Mark III are all good in their own ways, but they are already outdated by our current standards. Your Riot Mark III will not suffer from this problem. So long as everything goes right, your new machine will be a genuine full superdimensional archimech. Not only that, he will also gain other powerful advantages, though it will be a little difficult to predict the final outcome. Another way to look at it is to consider the previous mechs as prototypes that lead up to your Riot Mark III. It is only with this machine that my wife and I will be able to combine the stuff that we have been working on in a single mech frame. As long as they manage to pull off their plans, the Riot Mark III may very well be the first high-ranking mech that could start a new generation of expert mechs and ace mechs of the Larkinson clan. Rosa reluctantly nodded. I know that I have a lot to look forward to, but there comes a point where I would rather settle for less than accept another delay. The Red War is still taking place and the Vorabugs need to be taught a lesson as well. I am not doing anything useful before I get my mech back. If you are getting bored, then try to improve yourself in other ways. Ves suggested. There are many mecher soldiers aboard this ship and the other ships of the Blue Jay fleet. You can spar with them or learn from them. You can access any library and read a few books on tactics or weapon handling. You can even contact the Terrans and ask for guidance on how to wield a destroyer weapon. The more you prepare, the better the results once you have finally delivered your new and improved Riot. The expert pilot nodded. I suppose I cannot wallow in my misery. I will try and do that, Ves. These mechers have already invited me to take part in their non-mech training sessions. Chapter 7050 Terrans under pressure. The Blue Jay fleet went underway. It departed from the Terran Alliance and entered the Red Ocean Union. Although the fleet did not bother to stop by any planets along the way, Ves and the others could still gain an impression of the mood among the people who lived in these star systems. The Terrans and their many dependents had come under a lot more uncertainty as of late. Their leaders had taken a bold step by declaring independence, but the consequence of doing so was that the Red Association and the Red Fleet no longer provided any substantial aid, military or otherwise. The Terrans had made a number of preparations to make up for this shortcoming. They mainly banked on adopting superior high technology that previously remained exclusive to the mechers and the fleeters. They also chose to violate numerous taboos that mainly existed to muzzle the firepower of every human state. It only took more than a week for the Terrans to roll out their first upgraded fleets. Although the Terrans had yet to build warships on a large enough scale to deploy them in battle, their carrier vessels had become much deadlier than before. Simply linking their mechs to the power supply of the large vessel did wonders to their damage output. Even if these carriers were unable to match the insane damage output of the Tortious Scream when all of her bunker mechs received the Minerva Mark II's enfeoffment, the improvements made by the Terrans was still a game changer. The abundant supply of energy combined with superior heat management solutions enabled the Terran machines to fire their energy weapons with much fewer constraints than before. The Terrans had also continued to expand on their use of support link technology. Just as everyone expected, they had long understood the secrets of shield link technology and energy link technology. It was remarkable how quickly the Terrans as well as the Rubarthans began to proliferate the tech now that they no longer had to restrain themselves anymore. The Terrans were able to hold the line a bit easier as proper use of shield link technology massively reduced their attrition rates. Many of their mechs returned from the battlefield without incurring any significant damage. Only the machines that had become entirely overwhelmed got eliminated, but it took so much more effort for the native aliens to make this happen that the remaining machines had plenty of opportunities to avenge their fallen. Perhaps the only downside to relying so heavily on shield link technology was that it put so much strain on the power management system and shield link arrays that they often required a round of maintenance in order to restore their reliability. If the mechs fought too many battles while relying heavily on shield links to keep themselves alive and active, then the parts responsible for collectivizing their defenses might reach their limits and malfunction at a critical time. Such incidents had already happened a few times. These failures taught the new adopters of shield link technology that its usage was not an excuse to neglect the need to take proper defensive measures. Fortunately, the success cases far outnumbered the failure cases. The Terrans were quite happy with the results and planned to equip every first-class multi-purpose mech with the necessary hardware. Many mech companies and mech designers had already begun the arduous work of modifying their existing mech designs to accommodate these essential features. If that did not work, they were not afraid of going back to the drawing board and designing brand new mechs that made use of shield link transceivers from the very start of the project. All of this would take time and resources to make them more prevalent on the battlefield, but at least the availability of shield link technology had restored the morale of the soldiers fighting at the front. They knew that as long as they held the line and as long as they remained alive long enough, they would definitely be able to pilot one of the newfangled machines. Not all of the signs were positive, though. The Red Cabal definitely learned about the massive changes that took place in this corner of the Red Ocean. Even if the ancient phase whales were still deliberating on whether they should thoroughly rethink their strategy, the Red Cabal has been urging the major alien races to shift their forces away from the Red Ocean Union and focus their attacks on the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. The theory was that even if the Cybernetic Empire dispatched reinforcements to its new allies, all the native aliens had to worry about was to form the correct responses to the new technologies. The native aliens did not look forward to sending so many fleets into human-occupied space, only to get wiped out by one of several god pilots or dreadnoughts that were on patrol. The soldiers fighting on behalf of their gods or their civilizations were not emotionless automatons. Mutiny became a very real possibility if their leaders only cared about sending cannon fodder into a front that had become a literal meat grinder. Even if the other two fronts were not actually that easy to overcome due to the escalating reinforcements dispatched by the Cybernetic Empire, the alien invaders only had to track the movements of the Light of Sol to prevent the worst-case scenario from taking place. As Ves sat in his design lab and spoke with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos over the comm about the Arboreal project, he thought about whether all of the recent events might necessitate rethinking the first Woodsap mech. We have been making excellent progress despite all of the distractions that arose after we declared our independence. Master DeVos casually revealed, it is possible that one of our star designers may personally assist with the development of a human body surrogate control system that is compatible with our upcoming Woodsap mechs. If this happens, we may be able to complete this project 1 or 2 months ahead of schedule at this rate. That caused Ves to raise his eyebrows. The intervention of a star designer was a big deal. Even if the Terrans only wanted his or her excellency to complete work on a complex piece of tech that could help Karman mech pilots to control their mechs as if they were moving their own bodies, this was still a massive contribution as far as everyone was concerned. Are you sure about that? The Arboreal project is an entirely new beast. It is unlike any other biomech that you and I have worked on before. There is no guarantee that it will succeed and deliver on all of its promises. Master Layla DeVos briefly hesitated before she made a decision. We have recently evaluated the concept of living mechs and decided to increase its priority. The main reason for that is because of how serious the Cybers are towards your design philosophy. One of their 13 towers is dedicated towards living machines. Even if their applications are currently limited due to familiar reasons, their potential is limitless. We do not want to be left behind, so we are trying to catch up to the Cybers in this area. Ves did not expect this to be the reason behind the change of heart. He welcomed any development that made his living mechs more popular, but the reasoning behind this shift was not exactly ideal. At least the Terrans were willing to allocate more resources and manpower to help the Arboreal project to completion. Don't misunderstand me, Master. Ves said, I am happy for the changes. I just did not expect them to happen. Can we expect to receive other forms of aid? No. The truth is that there were leaders that offered to increase our budget or give us better access to exclusive resources. My peers and I have rejected their offer because it would have been excessive at that point. There are many other projects that also require greater aid. That surprised Ves. He would have liked to become a part of this conversation, but since he was not a Terran, he did not earn a seat in this meeting. Ves and Master Layla DeVos talked a bit more about the consequences of the recent policy changes. From what Ves could gather, the higher-ups wanted to use the results of the Arboreal project to test whether the Cybers had made a wise choice by investing so heavily into living mechs. If the new Karman mechs designed by the inventor of living mechs met or exceeded the expectations of the Terran leaders, then the Arboreal project would not only be allowed to proliferate without restrictions, but also encourage the spread of other living mechs. Whether the Terrans wanted to urge Ves to design more first-class living mechs for the Terran mech market or invite the members of the Living Machine Tower to publish their mech designs, there were multiple ways to make living mechs more ubiquitous. The Terrans could even rely on the work of the young Terran mech designers that Ves had educated in one of his classes. This the least reliable solution of all because these individuals were still apprentices for the most part. Only Alexa had gone far ahead of the rest, and that was because she had become his student. Personally, Ves suspected that among one of the deals concluded between the Terrans and the Cybers, the former might open up its mech market to the products of the latter. This would have a profound impact on the economy of the Terran Alliance. The participation of Cybers in the mech market would definitely lead to the release of a lot of technologically superior living mechs. The downside was that the temporary dominance of cyber mech designers might cause the Terrans to lose too much ground. If the Terran mech designers lost their competitiveness, then they would lose a lot of market share. It would be a bit ridiculous for the Cybers to squeeze out the Terrans from their own turf. Yet that was exactly what might happen if the Terrans made such a heavy concession. They needed the superior tech offered by the Cybers. Ves grew more sympathetic towards Master Layla Rebecca DeVos after understanding how much pressure she was in. This may be one of the reasons why she was eager to accelerate the Arboreal project. One of the traits of the Arboreal project that many Terrans appreciate is how it is intrinsically tied to Gaia. Master Layla DeVos said, "As long as that is the case, then our Woodsap mechs will only work when it is grown and used by Terrans who have earned her recognition. We believe it is too difficult for the Cybers, Rubarthans or Mechers to overcome this security measure. Even if they can develop a workaround, the benefits are not worth the cost. We will be the only humans in this changing dwarf galaxy that make use of exclusive Woodsap mechs. Star nations with ambition for greatness needed to distinguish themselves now more than ever. If the appearance of the cybernetic empire constantly pushed them on the back foot, then they could forget about making it big, let alone get taken seriously by other rivals. Perhaps the weakest star nations would only end up getting devoured by their larger neighbors. I will do everything in my power to make your Terran dream come true." Ves solemnly said, "The stuff that I have already planned for the Arboreal project should be sufficient enough to turn it into a compelling value proposition. By the way, are we still going with the simple and complex versions of the Arboreal project?" Master Layla DeVos nodded. "Yes, for now. We still insist on developing two different models. The simple variant should be available for general users. The more advanced variant will be reserved for our elite infantry sources and so on. This may be our best chance to repel the native alien invaders without relying too heavily on the military assistance of the cybernetic empire." Chapter 7051 Prelude to Gaia's Rise. Ves did not expect for the Arboreal project to become a means for the Terran Alliance to increase its bargaining power in front of the cybernetic empire. It made a certain amount of sense, though. The stronger the Terran Alliance became, the less dependent it became on the cybernetic empire's help. The polymath invented a lot of great solutions, some of which had been proven to be effective against the native aliens. It was natural for her to bargain hard for her tech and services, especially considering that her hard work would eventually get leaked and proliferate outside of her control once her innovations got into the hands of others. This clearly did not sit well with the Terrans, who did not want to be reduced to the cybernetic empire's vassal state. The good news was that the Terrans were not as desperate as the Rubarthans. The Vorabugs would have to go through the Rubarthan Pact and the Red Ocean Union first before they ever managed to threaten Terran borders. This gave the Terrans a lot of breathing room, though the fact that they only enjoyed the protection of a single god pilot spurred the native aliens into invading their space. Compared to the Red Ocean Union frontline, which was currently being swept by at least 2 gods pilots and 2 dreadnoughts at any time, the Terran Alliance's frontline was a lot more tranquil. The Terrans were therefore on a time limit. They needed to try their best to convert the bunkers of their carriers, install shield links in all of their first-class multi-purpose mechs and develop more effective weapons that they were previously denied from using, such as gamma laser armaments. Even that might not be enough to stop the onslaught of native aliens who desired to wipe out red humanity from their home galaxy at any cost. It took time for the native aliens to shift their strategies and deployments. The Terrans hoped to use this buffer time to prepare as much as possible. Hence why the Terrans suddenly latched onto potential miracle works such as the Arboreal Project. Ves therefore had a fruitful talk with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos. The Terrans suddenly became willing to provide a lot more material support that actually mattered. These freebies came in the form of assigning renowned research institutions to solve the various technical problems, increasing the amount of processing power devoted to this project and any related side projects by at least an order of magnitude, permitting the use of classified and proprietary Terran tech and more. In light of all of these massive and expensive benefits, Ves did not really pay too much attention to the potential contribution made by the Grand Mender. Ves believed the only reason the Terrans sought out the aid of this Terran star designer was to prevent the complex variant of the Arboreal Project from unnecessarily delaying the completion of this project. He was glad that the Terrans did not attempt to increase the involvement of the Grand Mender any further, because that would not have ended well for Ves and the Terrans. He may have sought to collaborate with the Terrans to bring his vision of a woodsap mech to life, but that did not mean he wanted to surrender much of its ownership to another mech designer, even if it was a star designer. Before Ves concluded his call with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos, Ves brought up one more matter. Are you guys hoping that my Arboreal Project can effectively fight against the mutated Vorabugs? The physical projection of the Terran Master responded with a mysterious smile. Such an idea has come across our minds. The performance of the Rubarthan forces in the initial invasion and the subsequent demonstration by the 27th Assimilator's warfleet of the Cybernetic Empire armed forces has been illuminating to us. These incidents have taught us that the Vorabugs are not enemies that we can simply defeat on the battlefield. Entering into hostilities against this race means entering into a perpetual battle that will not end until one side has completely exterminated the other. Ves began to smirk. My own assessment is not much different from yours. Since this is the case, I can see why you Terrans have developed a greater interest in the one variant of an advanced Karman mech that is more accessible than others and also happens to possess the greatest endurance and longevity. The Arboreal Project has successfully inherited the most valuable traits of the late Emperor tree. Combined with the new control system that you are cooking up, you should be able to quickly raise a mech core or two that can potentially stop the Vorabugs in their tracks, that is, if they ever manage to introduce your borders. The mutated Vorabugs will come sooner or later, Master Layla DeVos said with certainty. They are unlike any of the other enemies that we have fought before. It only takes one enterprising native alien or cosmopolitan to smuggle a single Vorabug into our borders and deposit it into an empty star system. Before we know it, the entire location has spawned numerous Vorabug hives that subsequently begin to invade a dozen other adjacent star systems, and from there the insect plague will continue to multiply on an exponential scale. We cannot afford to be caught off guard and suffer incalculable damage. We have an opportunity to do better than the Rubarthans. Ves nodded in agreement. He approved of the cautious Terran stance. Their preparations may end up being redundant, but it was better to prepare for a rainy day. You guys are really banking on Gaia to help you win your battles. We have to, Ves. We are reluctant to admit it, but we do not have that many advantages over the Terran Alliance. Having Gaia at our disposal is one of the factors that distinguish us from the others. If we entangle some of our mech lines with this great existence, then we can not only protect our work against unauthorized theft, but also borrow the power of what can ostensibly be called a god. This spoke of an unusual degree of willingness for the Terrans to adopt new and unusual tech. The Terrans had always been rather cautious when it came to adopting new tech and solutions. They rarely preferred to embrace dubious innovations that had yet to prove their value on the battlefield, but the crises that emerged as of late had forced their hand. Ves actually noted that the Terrans may have greater plans in mind with regards to Gaia. The design spirit gone rogue had been rather quiet as of late. Ves rarely heard any news about her and she hadn't gone out of her way to pull off any stunts. As far as he knew, she had spent years quietly accumulating power while making up for her inadequate foundation. Perhaps enough time had passed for her to take on a more prominent role in Terran society. The debut of the Arboreal Project was probably a good time for her to become a household name among the people. Ves grew quite interested in this development. Even if Gaia had long slipped from his control, he still considered himself to be her creator. This meant that he still felt responsible for her success and actions. Does it not bother you that Gaia is not human in origin? Ves asked. Master Layla Devos shook her head. We have conducted a thorough analysis on her and deemed her acceptable. She is not human, but she is created and nurtured by humans. As powerful as she is shaping up to become, we still have our own means of keeping her in check. The light of Sol and any future god pilot that we may welcome into our ranks serve as effective deterrents. Besides, we have already come to a mutually beneficial understanding with her. She understands that only we can best support her growth and evolution. No other people is as devoted to old Earth as us. We are her chosen people. She spoke those words with more than pure logic. She had already generated a certain degree of faith in the young true God. Ves found that to be a little concerning, but this was nothing compared to the greater problems afflicting red humanity. After he ended the call, he continued to devote his time to designing the arboreal project. The Terrans acted quickly and already allocated much of the promised resources and facilities at the disposal of Master Layla Devos. She had chosen to set aside her own projects in order to serve as a full-time project manager and coordinator for this job. As a Terran and a master mech designer, Layla Devos was fully capable of communicating with her fellow Terrans and keeping the inflated egos of arrogant scientists and developers in check. Ves would have suffered a perpetual headache if he had to manage all of the Terran experts by himself. With Master Layla Devos handling these issues, he could devote his full time to preparing his wuxia mech to fight against the enemies of the present and future. He became quite interested in improving the arboreal project's ability to effectively fight against the vorabugs. Wood possessed a certain ability to grow and multiply. This could potentially be used to devour the carcasses of dead vorabugs and deny the hostile swarm from recycling them into new offspring. However, Ves and the Terrans had never tested this capability to the extremes required to stand a fair chance against the vorabugs, which was why they had to conduct a lot of stress tests. They managed to make a number of discoveries. First, Wood's ability to reproduce more wood was impossible without additional stores of phase water and soulless gas on hand. Fortunately, a wuxia mech was fully capable of producing lesser wood variants that were present in its database. The problem was trying to form wood variants using scavenged materials that were not present in the database. The Terrans needed to set up an intelligent and adaptable routine that essentially turned every wuxia mech into a highly specialized biotech expert and materials scientist. It was not strictly necessary to go through all of this trouble, but neglecting this issue would severely impair the arboreal project's ability to win a battle of attrition against the vorabugs. The cybernetic empire evidently chose to rely on smart metal to defeat the vorabugs at their own game. The Terrans chose to lean on their biotechnology attainments to do the same. It was a risky bet, but one that Ves approved. No good would come in attempting to match or defeat the smart metal tower. As Ves and the Terrans made massive progress in completing the arboreal project, Ves finally received a response from the cybernetic empire. Hugo Fournier called Ves in person to provide an update on the negotiations between the Larkinson clan and the cybernetic empire. Good day, Professor Larkinson. You and your Larkinsons are driving a hard bargain. After much consideration, we have agreed on a limited technology transfer. You have made a strong request to gain access to 3 of our smart metal models, the Nano Gatherers, the Nano Smiths and the Nano Warriors. Is this correct? Ves nodded with a grin. That is right. So what can I expect? Well, it is out of the question for us to give you the designs and technical documentation of our latest iterations of the 3 smart metal products. They contain advancements that have great implications to other smart metal products. We are willing to give you access to files related to stripped-down versions of outdated designs. Depending on your choice, they may be 2 to 4 decades old. Do not underestimate these versions. Her Imperial Majesty is responsible for creating their base versions, and contain numerous improvements that present a multi-generational gap compared to what the Red 2 and the others can produce. That sounded reasonable. Ves already expected the Cybers to hold back their latest advancements. So what choice do I have to make? You can choose whether to add our Nano Warrior design to our technology package, but doing so will strip features from the other 2 smart metal designs. Please consider carefully whether you deem it necessary to obtain a version of our Nano Warriors. Chapter 7052. They grow up so fast, splat. I got you, big sis. Andraste happily exclaimed as she held a colorful pistol which just sprayed a harmless beam of light at her sister. Just as she was about to secure her victory, a certain mechanical cat jumped in her direction and stole away her toy gun. Oof, no fair, Lucky. Marvane, help me out. I don't want to. The little boy stubbornly shook her head and instead began to shoot his smaller toy gun in her direction. I am paying you back for what you did. Andrastes barely managed to dodge the attack with the help of her reflexes. You traitor. You little snot. Wait until I get back my weapon. As the kids continued to fool around in the stateroom, both Ves and Gloriana watched over them with smiles on their faces. They grow up so quickly. Ves sighed. Aurelia is about to turn 10 years old in around 2 weeks. The contented mother reminded her husband, I would like for us to stay in your stall long enough to organize a proper birthday party for our eldest. There is nothing wrong with how we previously celebrated the birthdays of our kids, but reaching the age of 10 is a major turning point in a human's life. That is usually the date where children learn whether they satisfy the most important condition to pilot a mech. The results from the genetic aptitude test usually determines whether they attend a mech academy or a normal school. At least that was the case in the past. There were many indications that this old tradition had crumbled, and Ves happened to be the primary person responsible for this change. Unlike most changes, many people welcomed what Ves had done to them and their children. His Carmen mechs had freed red humanity from the shackles of the genetic aptitude tyranny. All children who became 10 years old now had an alternative option available to them. Even if they were limited to piloting just a single mech for their entire careers, this was still a far better option than the only other alternative available. Aurelia had a chance to become a mech pilot. Technically speaking, she had 2 chances, as both she and her companion spirit could theoretically take up this vocation at the same time. However, Ves already knew that Aurelia lacked the passion and drive for piloting mechs. That was largely because of the way he and Gloriana had raised their eldest daughter. From her designer genes to the deliberate attempts to shape her into a leader, both Ves and Gloriana wanted their firstborn child to pursue a career that placed her far away from the battlefield. Whether Aurelia would obediently follow the arrangements of her parents remained to be seen. In any case, regardless of the results of the genetic aptitude test, she could still spend her time on learning how to pilot a mech on a part-time basis. The only difference was whether she would be doing it with a regular mech or a Carmen mech. Gloriana looked thoughtfully at Aurelia as she commanded her younger brother and the cats to gang up on Andraste. They all fell into a messy pile while giggling and laughing. I wonder what her genetic aptitude will be. Aurelia ceased to be a normal designer baby for many years now. The geneticists and pediatricians of the Larkinson Biotech Institute frequently suffer headaches because of the many abnormalities that occur during the growth of our children. You called them primordial humans. I am not too certain whether they truly match the characteristics of supposed ancient humans who lived and breathed energy like natural chi cultivators, but everything they have demonstrated so far is so far beyond what other children conceived and born after the start of the Age of Dawn have shown. The babies conceived after the Great Severing already deviated from the previous generation of children in many different ways. These children were blessed, though some would say cursed, with energy radiation coursing through their cells from the very beginning. This had many consequences, one of which was that they were always spiritually stronger and a little more intelligent than what they should have been at their ages. Another consequence was that they developed natural affinities for certain energy attributes at a very early stage. This could even lead to problems such as a child with an affinity for fire having a higher body temperature than normal. So far, the deviations were relatively benign or harmless, but there were many medical professions that it might not stay that way in the future. If normal red human children had to go through this experience, then the effects were much worse for Ves and Gloriana's own children. The good news was that Ves had plenty of ways to address any problems as they might emerge. If he could not fix a particular problem, then his mother or his design spirits might have an answer. I genuinely have no idea what kind of genetic aptitude they will develop. Ves said, I am actually afraid that the changes brought by energy radiation may prove detrimental to them. We still do not know all of the factors that determine whether you have the right genetic aptitude to pilot a mech, but there is an unknown chance that several of those factors will get messed up by the mutations brought by energy radiation. What if the light from Messier 87 somehow changes our children as well as other people's children with a high sensitivity to energy in a way that stops them from developing the right genetic aptitude? His wife furrowed her brows. To be honest, I have been fearing that this may happen as well. Primordial humans appear to be highly suited to specialize in chi cultivation, but that may come at the cost of losing their talent and predisposition into becoming proper mech pilots. The only reason why I am not more concerned about this is because there are no signs that this has happened so far. We will have to wait until the 10th anniversary of the Great Severing to be certain, but the children who have become 10 years old in the last few years have yet to show any discrepancies when it comes to the rate of conversion into potentates. This may grow into a huge issue for red humanity in the future. Ves was no expert in these matters, but he cared a lot about how this might affect his own children. Marvane may be most affected due to his young age. He was growing up in a time when his young body became exposed to exotic radiation for most of his short life. All of that energy had to be affecting him in ways that nobody could predict. Ves stared at his youngest child and his only son. The little boy was oblivious to the concerns of his parents. He giggled as Andraste had caught him in her grip and began to tickle him in revenge for his betrayal. I have no idea how our children will end up, but I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to make them grow up happy, healthy and strong. Even if that means turning them into something other than human, no limit is too much as far as they are concerned. His wife leaned her head against his shoulder. I should normally feel concerned about those words, but I do not. I agree with you. I hope that such circumstances will never arise, but if the worst might happen, then do what you must. The parents soon turned their discussion to less weighty subjects. They eagerly discussed ideas for Aurelia's big birthday party. As their foremost heir and a potential future leader of the Larkinson clan, her 10th birthday could be turned into a grand social occasion. They could invite all kinds of prominent leaders as well as their own children if they had any. It would be best if they were in the same age bracket. This is another reason why we should stay in Xianxia long enough to celebrate Aurelia's birthday in the central star node. Gloriana argued, Xianxia has become the de facto center of our civilization. Bridgehead 1 no longer qualifies due to obvious reasons. Its positioning is also not too good. If we complete our preparations quickly, we can send out the most invitations in advance. That will give our guests plenty of time to decide whether they wish to make the journey to Xianxia if they are located further away. Ves was not as eager as his wife to invite so many members of high society to Aurelia's birthday. He was afraid that other events might overshadow his daughter's big day. However, the pros outweigh the cons. Gathering so many prominent people together would make it easier for him to conclude deals and grow more familiar with the leaders with real sway. We should make sure to send a number of invitations to the cybernetic empire as well. Ves suggested. The cybers have been rather distant to most of us so far. Aside from the 3 warfleets, I don't know if anyone else from the cybernetic empire has moved out of Bridgehead 1. We may as well give them an excuse to travel to Xianxia and mingle with the people that they have been separated from for so many years. His wife did not have too many objections towards this. In fact, if they were able to bring over cybers, then that would be a significant diplomatic accomplishment. After settling on a preliminary plan, they began to prepare. They sought out venues where to hold the birthday party and booked it on fairly short notice. This was a problem as many of the grander venues that met Ves and Gloriana's standards were usually booked months if not years in advance. However, as soon as Ves made his status clear, a lot of objections no longer mattered anymore. It was an honor for any venue to host a party organized by a Tier 3 galactic citizen, and the father of Carmen Mechs in particular. Ves also did not have to be afraid that not enough people would come and attend the party. In fact, he was suffering from the opposite problem. So many people wanted to become a part of this festive occasion that they were willing to pay quite a price in order to receive a coveted invitation. Both Ves and Gloriana were not entirely happy about this. Both of them wanted this party to center around their daughter as opposed to themselves. This was why they decided to be a little more sparing when sending out invitations. They also encouraged the others to bring their children, or other kids that they found promising. Aurelia could always use more friends, and her birthday party was an excellent occasion for her to expand her network. What are you thinking about, Ves? Gloriana asked when Ves remained still for a few minutes. I was thinking about doing something special to mark this occasion. He said, if I want to turn this birthday party into a memorable occasion for everyone, then we can put in a bit of extra effort. His wife narrowed her eyes in suspicion. What are you thinking about, Ves? I have been thinking about the birthday present I wanted to give her. Remember the flower parasol that I obtained from somewhere? I do. Well, I have always intended to gift it to Aurelia, but I don't want to give it to her in its current form. The artifact is quite powerful and has quite a personality, but I feel like I should be able to do more. Are you intending to upgrade it? Do you even know how? What if you accidentally break a vital component? Don't underestimate me. One of my incarnations is an excellent crafter. Together, I am sure we can figure out how to meaningfully upgrade the flower parasol. By the time I am ready to hand it over to our eldest daughter, it will definitely be the centerpiece of her birthday. Chapter 7053 Brokerage firms. Ves had many possible ideas in mind for the flower parasol. However, none of them sounded particularly exciting. Straightforward material upgrades, like fortifying the umbrella shaft with superdimensional matter, sounded far too simple. Incorporating common sense tech such as a small Azure Shield generator bored Ves. He wanted to do far more with the flower parasol than that. He wanted to convert this lottery reward into a masterwork and a living creation that exemplified his craftsmanship. At the same time, he did not want to go too far and ruin the original mysterious design that enabled this replica of a high-level artifact to possess such amazing thematic abilities. Vulcan had plenty of ideas on how to straddle the line between both, but his expertise in this particular subject was not perfect. Much of what he knew about craftsmanship was borrowed from a multitude of artisans who worshipped Vulcan for good luck or to gain his inspiration. That was great for traditional crafts that had always been going strong, such as modern blacksmithing and leatherworking. However, Vulcan clearly possessed a much more limited understanding on how to work with high-level artifacts because there simply weren't that many people who made them up to this point. Ves and Vulcan needed to devote time to figuring out how to upgrade the flower parasol and turn it into the worthiest gift for Aurelia. As Ves continued to cycle through ideas, he realized that it would be best if he did not finalize a design too soon. It would be better if he waited until he arrived at Xianxia and took a look at all of the tech and interesting goods he could buy from the biggest marketplace in the Red Ocean. Although the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact had withdrawn themselves from the Red Two's jurisdiction, their trading companies still resided in Xianxia and continued to engage in business as usual, or at least as much as they could do during a time of upheaval. Not even an event as massive as declaring independence could stop these greedy businessmen from making money. This was why Ves sought to enlist the services of a brokerage firm in order to help him find useful stuff. Gone were the days where he needed to enter a shop or warehouse and browse goods in person. A man of his status could easily order people to do the hard work of sifting through goods and picking out the most interesting, as well as expensive, items that met his criteria out of an ocean of trash. Ves was sure he would miss out on countless potential treasures if he delegated this matter to others, but he had no other choice. He was only one person. Even if he resorted to an extreme and used his mechanical avatars to manually visit every shopping boulevard, it would literally take years before he was finished with visiting every mall and boutique. Xianxia's population density may not come close to matching Bridgehead One's ridiculous numbers, but it's still numbered into the billions. Many of those people had devoted themselves to commerce, so shops were one of the most ubiquitous businesses in the star system. Many people across human-occupied space ventured here to sell their goods or purchase them at a central location. The amount and variety of stuff for sale had become so insane that many shoppers who did not exactly know what they wanted to purchase easily got lost in all of the commercial chaos. This was why brokerage firms had risen up like mushrooms. They knew the market like nobody else, and they made a lot of people happy by setting up mutually beneficial transactions. The best brokers also managed to form connections with dozens of powerful and high-status individuals. Given Ves's status, brokers were falling out of their chairs in order to persuade him to be their client. Ves did not bother to evaluate them in person. He threw all of this work onto Gavin. Find me a broker who has connections to the Hunting Association and is good at sourcing powerful but unusual materials. Ves told his assistant. Gavin nodded in acknowledgement. Do you have any other demands? It would be nice if he or she can obtain samples of high-end but obscure tech as well, but this is not too high in priority. You should already have a good idea of what I want, Gavin. I am looking for stuff I can use to upgrade the flower parasol in my possession. Power is important, but what I appreciate more is new and interesting features. Do your best to match me with a capable brokerage firm. I will get right on it, Ves. With that taken care of, the Blue Jay fleet continued to venture through space until it finally arrived at the busy central star node. Just as Ves expected, Xianxia did not lose any traffic due to recent events. In fact, people had flocked even more to Xianxia as it had become the unofficial capital of the safest colonial alliance of human-occupied space. Everyone knew that it had become a lot more dangerous to live in the Terran Alliance, but especially the Rubarthan Pact these days. Certain individuals who previously resided in the Rubarthan Pact moved to the Red Ocean Union if they had the ability to move. A few determined groups and individuals even willing to abandon their foundations in Rubarthan space if they had any, which did not endear them with the people they had left behind. It was rather shameful for these cowards to run to the Red Ocean Union before the Rubarthan Pact even had time to prove it was strong enough to defend its borders against two major threats, but this was human nature. In any case, there was another reason why Xianxia managed to maintain so much activity. The Cybernetic Empire has sent a delegation of its own trading companies to Sapphire of the Red Ocean. Gavin informed him when the fleet was close to arrival. Ves raised his eyebrow. Why haven't I heard of this? The arrival of cybers looking to conduct business should be big news. Nobody publicized it because they are seeking to keep all of the initial benefits for themselves. It is not in their interest to let others in on the action. I only managed to find this out with difficulty by pumping your contacts at Xianxia. Interesting. From what Ves could surmise, the cyber visitors did not hail from the government, which meant that they did not directly answer to the government. This gave them a layer of separation from official authority and allowed them to get away with stuff that a direct representative of the polymath could never dream of doing. Ves smelled an opportunity to establish a new and fruitful business relationship. Do your best to get me in on the action, he firmly instructed. I shall do my best, Gavin said. It would help if you told me what you are willing to offer in exchange. Also, will you be transacting with them on behalf of the Larkinson clan or as an individual? Ves thought about it for a moment. Tell them that I am primarily willing to obtain advanced tech and knowledge in exchange for my services. I will be looking to do business with them in my own name. The new Larkinson matriarch is already negotiating directly with the Cybernetic Empire. She does not need me to interfere with the ongoing talks. All right, I shall contact the parties involved and try to gain entry for you. We are late to the party, so do not expect guaranteed results. As the Blue Jay fleet continued to venture to the inner system where much of the commerce took place, it started to break apart. The RA and RF temporarily recalled many of the combat carriers and warships that previously accompanied Ves. Now that they entered a stronghold of the Red 2, they might as well service the hulls and apply upgrades when it was convenient. The fact that Ves and his family already conveyed their intention to stay in Xianxia until they concluded Aurelia's birthday celebration gave the mechers and fleeters valuable time to upgrade and modify hulls like the Red Fleet's Babylon excavator. The same went for the first-class multipurpose mechs. The Blue Jay fleet would emerge from Xianxia stronger and better equipped to handle any unexpected surprises. Ves even heard that the mechers thought about upgrading them to low to mid-grade partial superdimensional mechs. This would be a game-changer and make these mechs a lot more effective against all manner of opponents. They could even pose a credible threat against a lesser phase lord if caught off guard. With the Blue Jay fleet reduced to just the Tarask and the Moloch, Ves felt a lot more exposed than before. It was a good thing that he could rely on the defenses of the entire Central Star Node if anyone sought to make an attempt on his life. There was no need to tempt fate though. He did not think of taking his wife and children out on a day. It was not safe for a man with an astronomical bounty on his head to casually stroll down the shopping boulevard. Perhaps he might be able to get away with it if he made an effort to disguise himself, but so long as he had to inform the local authorities in advance, anyone could leak his true whereabouts. Besides, Ves and his wife had more important things to do on this day. We can meet with the star designers right away. Jovi smiled and nodded. That is correct. The secretaries of the Resonance Smith and the Web Mistress have your itineraries. They estimated our arrival time and made sure to keep the schedules of their principals clear enough to be able to meet with the two of you. After all, you did specify that it was better if you met with them sooner rather than later. Gloriana blanked out while Ves blinked in surprise. We did say that, but I didn't think that the star designers would be willing to meet us shortly after we arrived. Neither of us have prepared for this. We expected to be able to wait for a few days or a week before it is finally our turn. Jovi gave them an optimistic smile. Well, both of the star designers are willing to meet with you early, so count your blessings. I doubt you need any further preparation time since you have already spent enough time on it during the journey. It is best not to keep His and Her Excellencies waiting. We will teleport you straight to a hangar bay where you will board separate shuttles that will take you to secret locations. It is there that the star designers are working and holding audiences with any guests that may come. Star designers were hardly defenseless, but it was still not a good idea to let everyone know where they resided. Even with their amazing tech and their powerful escorts, star designers were not combatants by themselves. A powerful enough enemy could still get past all of the defenses and make an attempt on a star designer's life. The Red Association therefore went through a lot of effort to obscure the locations of its star designers. If that was not possible, then they would try to have a large army or maybe even a god pilot in the area to guard against sneak attacks. The Red Cabal and the Cosmopolitan movement have both proven their capacity to plan out sneak attacks and assassinations in the past. What happened to Ves a few months ago could easily happen to any other high-tier galactic citizen. Although your install was supposed to be absolutely safe, no system was infallible. Even Ves had to remain on guard and make sure that his super-class gadgets were active and in working condition in case he needed to rely on their features. Chapter 7054 The Web Mistress. As Ves prepared to meet with the Web Mistress in person for the first time, he briefly went over what he knew about the female star designer. The Zemana Ilsef was over 330 years old, which meant that she grew up and matured during a time where mechs had already become established and had reached its peak in human society. She had also risen up to become one of the most respected leaders of the mech supremacist faction and maybe even the Red Association as a whole. Although it was well known that the 5-century-old energy warder and leader of the expansionist faction was the most politically active star designer in the Red Ocean, Charles Marmedian did not hold the highest amount of respect among his peers. The Web Mistress had earned that honor for one simple reason, and that was because she was the inventor of support link technology. The development of energy links, data links and most crucially shield links qualitatively transformed the capabilities of mechs on the battlefield. No longer did they have to rely on their own compact power reactors, shield generators and armor systems to sustain themselves and defend themselves against a flood of attacks. With the help of support link technology, mechs could coordinate their actions better than ever, extend the longevity of their energy reserves and defend themselves against concentrated attacks on any single machine. Even if there were many limitations to support link technology, that did not change the fact that the Web Mistress had been responsible for helping a huge number of mechs survive when they otherwise would have perished without the use of her technology. Her work earned so much universal acclaim from the mech community that even the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact did not hesitate to adopt her technology after the Red Split. The Web Mistress may be an integral part of the Red Association, but her work transcended rules and boundaries. Shield link technology alone was too good to pass up, as it could literally reduce the attrition rates of Terran and Rubarthan mechs by a factor of 3 or more. As such, many people, but particularly first-raters, regarded her as one of the greatest saviors of their race and civilization. All of the mechs and warships were able to endure more damage, obtain more energy and coordinate much better than usual due to the impressive performance of her support link technology. Perhaps Ves gained a lot of reputation for becoming the father of Carmen mechs, but his contribution did not do as much to win the battles that truly mattered as the invention of shield link technology. There were numerous reasons why Ves wanted to visit the Web Mistress. He wanted to obtain advice on how to develop his kinship networks. He wanted to understand how to receive tips on how he could enhance the connectivity of his living mechs. He also wanted to obtain her assistance with regards to an ambitious plan related to his own polymetal mech. He could have chosen to ask for help from any other star designer. Their expertise could easily help him acquire or develop better power reactors, energy shields and more. Yet all of these were purely technological demands that he or his existing contacts could fulfill one way or another. What Ves truly wanted from his own tech went beyond these shallow considerations. As Ves rode the armored shuttle, he noted that it did a good job of isolating him and preventing his senses from determining where he was traveling. It not only isolated his senses and even blocked the passage of E-energy radiation, it also actively generated interference and spatial disruptions to further confuse the senses of the passengers. The shuttle could be flying through an underground tunnel or ascend into space for all he knew. It was too bad that Ves had a vague idea of where he was moving. None of the various measures used by the shuttle could block his connections to his incarnations, though they did become a bit weaker. If he wanted to, he could use Vulcan to accurately map out the route of the shuttle. Out of respect for the Web Mistress and a desire to avoid trouble, he declined to pursue this stupid course of action. Once the shuttle finally touched down, the hatch opened, allowing Ves and a pair of guards dispatched by the Red Association to step out of a completely empty and featureless hangar room. It was not quite clear by sight whether the base was located in space or underground, but Ves knew that the armored shuttle had definitely not ascended into orbit, so he was more likely than not located somewhere underground. His guards escorted him out of the landing zone. As he walked, he could feel many different scanners going over his body. They were quite obvious and intrusive, but Ves let them do their work without complaint. You could never be too careful when it came to protecting a star designer. Ves would have been fine with speaking with the web mistress by remote, but she had requested to meet in person, so he had to deal with this as well. They soon reached a guarded checkpoint where Ves had to go through a much more extensive security check. They even went as far as commanding Ves to strip, unfold his true body and allowing dimensional scanners to search him top to bottom for fear he might be hiding a weapon of mass destruction in a hidden pocket dimension. Ves very much did not tell them that if he wanted to smuggle a compact antimatter bomb inside this facility, he could have stuffed one inside the Vault of Eternity and completely fool all of their security measures. It was a good thing that Ves had no intention of threatening or coercing the web mistress. Soon enough, he could feel he had entered the range of a particularly powerful Saint Kingdom. The senior ace pilot whose identity Ves could not pin down swept across him and tried to detect any hint that he had hostile intentions towards the star designer under his charge. He already expected this, even if it was a bit too extravagant to park a god mech by the web mistress side. The mechers should at least be able to assign an ace mech as part of her guard detail. Ves calmly adjusted his mood and tried to be as honest and transparent as possible in his both mind and spirit. He genuinely did not harbor any hostile intentions towards the web mistress and tried to make that clear in order to save himself a lot of trouble. Once he finally got cleared to proceed, Ves stepped forward while feeling more and more nervous. He did not notice it when his shuttle initially arrived at this high-tech lab facility, but as he moved closer to the center of the secret base, he could gradually sense the web mistress' spiritual influence across the imaginary realm. Her presence was substantially different from that of many other star designers. Whereas the polymath and the xenotechnician came across as true god-level energy-based life forms that were both equally self-contained and integrally connected to the fundamental rules of the universe, the web mistress felt a lot more distributed, for a lack of a better description. What he sensed felt similar to how Saint Commander Casella Ingvar differed from regular ace pilots. By that, he felt as if the web mistress sacrificed a substantial amount of personal power in order to be able to channel her strength across her network. In fact, her entire existence could be described as a gigantic spiritual web. This intangible construct maintained so many different connections that Ves could not even begin to count them. There were millions if not billions of spiritual bonds that spread out in every direction. However, when Ves tried to see where they led to, they quickly slipped from the range of his senses. This was incredible. Ves prided himself on his remarkable spiritual perception, but when it came to networks, he was like a child in front of an adult. Ves figured out without even meeting her yet that the web mistress had taken the initiative to lift the veil behind her true nature so that he could get a small glimpse. She was showing him precisely what she wanted him to see, and nothing more. It was fascinating. The amount of control and the effects she demonstrated went beyond regular chi manipulation. This was a higher form of reality manipulation. The web mistress figuratively plucked the strings that represent the rules that governed reality and manipulated them in her favor. This was a particularly refined and elegant means of altering reality. It was not as forceful and overbearing as a god pilot forcing reality to obey his supreme will, but it was much more fitting for a star designer to rely on knowledge and a lot of leverage to produce the desired outcomes. Ves felt that he was missing a lot of important details about the true nature of the web mistress' presence. He felt as if Her Excellency wanted to test him by showing him a puzzle and challenging him to solve it somehow. To be honest, Ves felt as if the web mistress had grossly overestimated his capabilities. He never liked puzzles in the first place, and he was missing far too much information to figure out any mysteries. Perhaps he might be able to figure out a secret once they began their dialogue. After passing through a few more corridors and chambers, Ves finally entered the space where the web mistress resided. The star designer chose to meet Ves in a large hall that looked like the fusion between a temple and a lounge. This was the personal space of the web mistress. Spider as well as web motifs hung from the banners and had been painted on the walls. Moving spider constructs that varied in size skittered across the webs they spun from their own spinnerets. Red was the dominant color here, though the chamber did not look ominous. It instead granted the room a sense of vibrancy that contrasted sharply against the plain gunmetal gray walls and floors. Ves slowly moved forward and had to tread across a long stretch of low steps. It was a bit annoying to walk on them, but he suppressed his own irritation. He instead gazed at the web mistress who sat on a pavilion at the top of a raised dais. She was completely alone. There were no bodyguards, attendants or any other human present in the large chamber besides Ves and the star designer. Of course, the Saint Kingdom of the unseen senior ace pilot still affected Ves, so he must be close at hand. When Ves finally reached the top of the steps, he stopped and faced the woman that had earned so much renown and appreciation in the mech community. The web mistress possessed a darker complexion that contrasted sharply against her predominantly white robes. Her purple high hat and purple accents on her outer robe added a bit more flair to her appearance. She looked both human and a fundamental cog of the universe. This was the woman who personified the concept of networks, webs and connections in the Red Ocean and perhaps beyond. Just as Ves studied the web mistress studied Ves. He had no idea what she saw in him or how many secrets she could pry from him, but Ves tried his best not to worry about how much he was giving away. He already accepted the fact that he would have to expose himself to the star designer if he wanted to meet and talk to her in person. After half a minute of silent staring, the star designer finally gestured to the other side of the low table. "Sit," she spoke in an ethereal and slightly inhuman voice. "We have much to discuss." Chapter 7055. Have a cup of tea. As Ves settled down on his seat, his mind remained on edge. As human as the web mistress appeared, her true nature was completely different from her corporeal shell. Ves imagined he was sitting next to a vast spiritual web of untold power and scale. Even if the 3-century-old woman did not possess the same concentration of high-level energy as the other star designers, her reach was undoubtedly greater and vaster. He had the illusion that every human had already been caught in her web, no matter if they knew it or not. It felt as if she could easily take over red humanity and influence their thoughts with her invisible web. She was the ultimate nexus, the beginning and the end of networks. Ves inwardly shook his head. He needed to maintain his focus and stop entertaining these strange delusions. His overactive imagination often caused him to become distracted in times where it was not needed. Perhaps he was speculating way too much based on half-formed impressions and hints. As Ves sat down on the low table opposite to the star designer, he keenly felt the seconds ticking down. He only booked a highly coveted 2-hour time slot with the web mistress, so he did not want to waste time with this staring game. It was only due to the star designer's exalted rank that he did not express his impatience, though he was sure the clever and perceptive woman sensed it from him somehow. The web mistress abided by her own schedule. She did not let his impatience speed up her own pace. After several minutes of cloying silence, the web mistress finally made a move. She raised her finger. 2 teacups floated in from somewhere beyond Ves's vision and gently landed on the table. The star designer proceeded to grasp her delicate cup with her ring-adorned fingers and took a small sip. Ves picked up his own steaming cup and followed suit since that was the polite thing to do, he guessed. His eyes slightly widened in astonishment as he could feel actual taste from his sip. His taste buds had never been normal after his initial transformation. There were instances where it had turned normal again, but then his body mutated even further, causing him to lose a lot of progress on this front. In any case, it was rare for him to enjoy the taste of anything he put in his mouth. Most foods he ate came in such tiny portions relative to his true body that eating anything was like putting a minuscule grain of sand on his tongue. It was hard to taste anything at all due to the enormous disparity in size. This was why he became surprised and delighted that he could actually taste the pumpkin-like taste of this exotic brew. He decided to break the silence first. "This tea tastes marvelous to me. What did you put into it that makes it different from all of the other foods and drinks that I have enjoyed?" The web mistress merely smiled at him before voicing her answer in the same ethereal and slightly multi-layered voice that many true gods somehow acquired. "The tea is blended with Ves water." Really, Ves hadn't paid attention to his cup as he directed most of his attention to the star designer in the large hall. He belatedly shifted his focus on his cup. It looked and felt like a simple porcelain cup, but he could sense that it was remarkably tough despite not being transphasic. The cup was still strong enough to hold a liquid that had a phase water content of around 7 to 12% according to his estimates. Now that he thought back on his initial sip, he should have noticed right away that he was ingesting phase water. It was just that the novelty of experiencing a pleasant taste for the first time in a long while had commanded his attention. He had always been rather single-minded. The web mistress playfully toyed with his tendency to tunnel vision on stuff that caught his attention, thereby causing him to miss details that took place outside of his immediate awareness. Ves took another sip, but this time he paid careful attention to what was really taking place. How lovely. Face water fortified the tea in a way that caused it to gain actual substance and volume to his senses. He could finally experience the subtle flavors of the spiced drink in a way that harkened back to the humanity that he had lost during his rise to power. The more he progressed in his life and career, the further he moved away from what he used to be all the way back when he started out as a mech designer. Whether it was because of the flavor or because of a mysterious drug mixed into the drink, Ves couldn't help but think back to simpler times when he was just an ordinary third-rater trying to pursue a career in the mech industry after finding out he did not possess the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. It was surprisingly difficult for him to recall specific memories. He could still recall specific names and events, but he had lost his comprehension of how he was able to enjoy the simple pleasures in his life. Somewhere along the way, he had lost the ability to feel and think like an ordinary civilian. For better or worse, Ves shared more in common with the elites that truly held all of the power in human society. It was a depressing conclusion, but one that could not be denied. As his expression grew more mixed, the web mistress took one last sip of her cup before she carefully set it down. The cup disintegrated as if it never existed. So did the cup that he previously held in his hand. The cup did not disappear due to a fancy technological effect. The cup simply faded from his perception as if it never existed. A frightening guess entered his mind. Was it all an illusion? You can think so, Ves. He shuddered. There was absolutely no reason for a high and mighty star designer to respond with a lie, which meant it must be true. He never realized that the entire cup of tea was false. In hindsight, he should have accounted for this possibility. The cups floated in despite not passing through most of the empty chamber. Ves did not sense the phase water in his first sip because this particular illusion had yet to become active at that point. It seemed implausible that a non-transphasic cup was able to completely stop the spatial instability of a liquid that contained a phase water concentration that hovered around 10%. When Ves took his second sip, he should have monitored his body more closely and determined whether he was actually putting more phase water in his true body. He should have done all of that if he was sharper and more attentive, but he clearly did not. The star designer managed to deceive his senses because he never expected her to pull a fast one. A part of Ves felt betrayed. Why would a star designer as distinguished as the web mistress torment him with a falsehood? Did she possess a hidden sadistic streak? That should not be the case. Ves did not intend to fall for a deception like this again. He rapidly sharpened his resolve and fully put up his guard this time. He no longer considered this private audience to be an amicable gathering. He viewed the web mistress with the same kind of attitude that he ordinarily reserved for the likes of the polymath and the xenotechnician. "This is my first lesson to you." The female star designer calmly spoke as if she had done him a favor. Everything and everyone living in this universe is connected to each other. The threads that connect us to each other may be invisible and unnoticeable to the vast majority of people including you, but that does not change the reality that they exist. Those with the right power or insight can alter the interaction between two different elements. Ves wanted to scratch his head. How does that relate to you fooling my senses into thinking that I was actually holding a cup of phase water infused tea and drinking from it? You can't form a connection with nothing. The cup of tea is not false. It already existed in my imagination. It gained definition in your perception as soon as I wove a thread between this imaginary cup and yourself. Was that even possible? The illusion was far too realistic. Ves had never heard of a method of fooling people by connecting a figment of your own imagination to the intended target. This was an incredibly powerful ability when used at the right moments. He shuddered again. He had underestimated what star designers and the web mistress in particular was capable of. He assumed that if she had any powers, it would mostly be supportive in nature, just like her signature innovations. It turned out that he was wrong. Though the atmosphere in the large and mostly empty chamber had cooled, the web mistress maintained her regal but not unfriendly demeanor. Ves did not think she posed a threat against him, but it was hard for him to trust in her goodwill after the stunt she pulled off. Why would she do such a thing? The star designer ignored his confusion and continued to control the conversation. You came here in order to use up one of the favors that you have accrued. That you have chosen to meet with myself rather than any other god pilot of star designer indicates that your requests are at least partially related to your work on your own networks. As the inventor of kinship networks, you likely find yourself lost and unable to understand how to improve them further. That concerns you. In your opinion, the Larkinson network that is responsible for giving your clan its unique identity and uncommonly strong unity is flawed, outdated, rudimentary and most of all vulnerable against malcontents. Well, Ves should not be surprised that a star designer managed to deduce a part of his motives from those clues. You are right, Your Excellency. I have more requests than that, but the vulnerability of the Larkinson network is indeed one of my chief concerns. I would like to ask you whether you can help me strengthen it so that it cannot easily be assailed by enemies. The web mistress remained silent for a dozen seconds before slowly tilting her head. The bonds that tie us all together are only weak if we believe it so. If you have genuine faith in the strength of your clansmen and the brotherhood that they have developed, then your enemies shall not easily be able to harm them. Even if your Larkinson network collapses, it should not fundamentally change how much your Larkinsons already trust and respect each other. Ves frowned. Are you telling me, my clan and I have been using our kinship as a crutch? You ask me a question when you already know the answer in your heart. He tried to object to her accusation, but he could not because he knew that she made a valid point. The Larkinson network was the glue that enabled the Larkinson clan to rapidly integrate a large number of new members without worrying too much about double loyalties and treacherous mindsets. Yet as the clan continued to grow past the point where it needed to rely on this measure to ensure internal stability, the Larkinsons still clung onto their connections to the Golden Cat as if it was their lifeline. What would happen if the Larkinson clan suddenly lost its Larkinson network? The short-term consequences would be pretty severe as a lot of Larkinsons would become disorientated and distrustful to those who they cannot sense any latent sense of brotherhood anymore. Yet Ves believed that as long as the Larkinsons took stock of the situation and got used to interacting with other people like they did in the past, their acquired Larkinson identities should be enough to bind them together again. He was rather optimistic about this because the Larkinsons had forged an identity and built up a brand name in the short time his clan became active. Just like how the Terrans and the Rubarthans were able to inspire a strong sense of loyalty among their fellow people, the Larkinsons should also be able to maintain their strong culture and distinct identity through wealth and woe. Once Ves made this realization, he looked at the web mistress' statement in a different light. He bent his head towards her in respect. I appreciate this lesson. It is one that I needed to learn. Chapter 7056. Caught in the spider's web. Whatever Ves expected to encounter during his first personal meeting with the web mistress, he never imagined it would start off in this manner. The subtle star designer threw him off guard and did not follow any of the scripts that he had envisioned in the past few days. Ves prided himself on his steadily improving ability to predict how people behaved and how events might unfold, but incidents like this brutally reminded him that reality had no obligation to follow his arrangements. The fact that the web mistress acted completely different from his mental models of her caused him to remain mentally unbalanced. He had a hard time calming down and faced the web mistress with a less emotionally charged mindset. This was detrimental to his goals. If he wanted to gain the greatest amount of help from the woman, then he needed to get his act together and regain his old poise. As he struggled to rebuild his composure, the web mistress continued onwards, expecting Ves to follow her words without question. Do you still seek my aid in fortifying your kinship networks? That was an important question. Her second lesson had given him a reason to value the Larkinson network less, but he was not so eager to let it go. Even if his clan would be able to survive without the first kinship network, it would add a lot of inconvenience to everyone's lives. What can you do? He asked back. Everything. The web mistress dramatically replied. My ability to understand and manipulate networks of any kind is unparalleled in the new frontier as well as the old galaxy. You do not understand, but I will demonstrate what I mean. She symbolically raised her arm while concentrating a measure of her power. It was hard to detect what she was doing or how much energy she was gathering. Ves had not forgotten about the illusion she weaved. He believed she was fully capable of fooling all of his senses by tying them into a false representation of reality that she had constructed in her mind. What was real? What was false? Ves never expected to deal with such ambiguity in his meeting with the foremost experts on networks of all people. As it was, Ves had no choice but to place a limited amount of trust in the web mistress that she had not lured him into a completely imaginary dream sequence or whatever. The web mistress held out her hand for a few more seconds before she reached out into a dimension other than the material one. Ves felt profoundly dizzy and confused as he observed the star designer in motion. For a second, he felt as if a literal star had moved across space. The amount of momentum that had briefly bled out from the web mistress, corporeal form was so disorienting that Ves did not notice that the star designer held a glowing cat in her hand. Nya, nya, nya nya nya. Goldie, what are you doing here? Nya nya nya. The golden cat glowed brighter and cutely flailed her limbs in an attempt to wrench herself loose. However, the grip of one of the most powerful mech designers in the Red Ocean held the spiritual feline in an iron grip. It should not be a surprise that the web mistress was able to hold the golden cat. Both of them actually shared more in common than was apparent on the surface. The web mistress was an energy-based life form that just happened to possess a permanent vestigial physical container. The golden cat might not possess a permanent physical form, but she was also an energy-based life form, which meant that the web mistress could theoretically hold the ancestral spirit in her hand. What Ves could not figure out how she was able to reach so far in the distance and accurately pinpoint Goldie's coordinates and bring her back across many light years. The golden cat permanently resided inside the Larkinson Mandate, which should be within reach of the matriarch of the Larkinson clan. The Saint Commander still presided over the premier fleet somewhere within the Terran Alliance. Although Ves understood that distances were a lot fuzzier and easier to traverse in the imaginary realm, what the web mistress had done was ridiculous. She directly captured the nexus of the Larkinson network. Even now, Ves could sense over 1 million different spiritual connections, each of which represented a covenant between a Larkinson and the clan that he or she had pledged to serve and treat as family. Nya, the golden cat was not weak these days. She was among the oldest spiritual products created by Ves, and she had siphoned a huge amount of spiritual feedback from all Larkinsons since the founding of the clan. What was even more important was that she also received modest amounts of potent spiritual feedback from all of the expert pilots and ace pilots of the Larkinson clan. This provided her with rich spiritual nutrients which she used to evolve into stronger forms and do her part in trying to strengthen and harden her existing bonds. Even if she was not among the most martial of spiritual entities, she was hardly defenseless. Yet after getting caught in the palm of the web mistress, the golden cat might as well be reduced to a harmless kitten. The gap in power between the two was so vast that the weaker party could not even muster any form of resistance. Why you, the centuries-old woman who adopted the guise of an ageless matron, began to press Goldie against her chest. The star designer started to scratch the captive ancestral spirit as if she was an ordinary cat. The way the web mistress stroked Goldie's fur was anything but normal. Each time her human fingers went into motion, Ves had the faint impression that the star designer was touching thousands if not tens of thousands of active connections at the same time. It was as if Goldie had turned into a musical instrument while her connections with the Larkinson served as the strings. When Zemana Ilsef plucked a certain string, Ves froze as he felt his own connection with Goldie growing dangerously unstable for a second. Ves almost felt despair when he realized how easy it would be for the web mistress to pluck out this connection entirely. He already suspected that Goldie and the Larkinson network were vulnerable to external threats, but he did not realize that the web mistress possessed the power to unravel them at any time. It was ridiculous how easy it was for her to put one of the most important assets of the Larkinson clan at her mercy. Nya, nya. At this point, Goldie saw no point in resisting any further. She had reduced herself to acting like a normal cat. Perhaps she hoped that her cuteness would save her from potential doom. As Ves recovered from this latest shock with difficulty, he tried really hard to formulate a sentence that would not cause the unpredictable star designer to snuff out the heart and soul of the Larkinson clan. What lesson are you attempting to teach by snatching the golden cat? My intention is to show you how right you are to be concerned about your kinship network's vulnerability. It has no defense against one who understands the nature of such creations. I can destroy it utterly by exerting a slight amount of effort. I can even alter it while leaving the rest of the network untouched if I am willing to spend the time and effort. Ves already guessed as much, but it still chilled his mind to receive confirmation that the Larkinson network was utterly at her mercy. Fortunately, he and his clan did not break their relationship with the Red Association. The Larkinsons were still on good terms with the Red Association, so the web mistress should have no reason to kill the golden cat and destroy the Larkinson network. Ves did not dare to consider the star designer as an outright enemy at this point. If she possessed the ability to destroy the Larkinson network from the first time it came to her attention, then she had been holding this back for a long time. Since that was the case, there was no reason for her to change her mind and behave completely differently for no good reason. Ves therefore made the risky assumption that the web mistress was not hostile and meant no harm. It was a dangerous assumption to make, but Ves had no other choice by virtue of being too weak to resist anything Her Excellency had in mind. He instead diverted his mind to other potential threats. Who else can eliminate the Larkinson network as easily as you have done? Not many, Ves. I am the exception rather than the rule. Others in the Red Ocean will only be able to do worse. That is not a reason for you to relax your guard. There are still many possible means to sabotage or destroy the Larkinson network of yours. Most God pilots are able to destroy the Larkinson network as long as they are physically close enough to the anchor where this golden cat resides. As for star designers, they are subject to the same restrictions, but it is possible that they can develop solutions to impair the Larkinson network from a distance. That was not many people, but they predominantly comprised some of the most powerful humans in the Red Ocean. What about the aliens? The web mistress adopted a mysterious expression. Ah yes, the indigenous alien civilizations of the Red Ocean are struggling to unite. As much as the Red Cabal tries, it fails to bring enough unity to their alien territories that no one is pulling their fair share of the financial and troop burdens. The native aliens are either old, ancient but surprisingly tight-knit, or they are young, inexperienced and guarded against different races. It is an interesting dichotomy. As for whether they have the ability to threaten your kinship network, I cannot give you any absolute answers. I can only tell you that to the best of my clarity, it is unlikely for the Red Cabal and the native aliens to possess the means to threaten your Larkinson network. Ves almost wanted to let out a big sigh in relief. What about the cosmopolitan movement? I have come across intel that the cosmopolitans are secretly attempting to construct a shadow network that is meant to exist without anyone else noticing the covert movements. Preparing to eliminate the web mistress, eyes sparkled with unusual interest. That is odd. My intelligence network has not reported such an attempt. How have you obtained your intelligence? During a recent raid against the native aliens, while my forces were fighting against their mechs, warships and phase lords up front, a secret agent of mine slipped into one of their bases and sniffed around for secrets. The discovery that at least one cosmopolitan cell is working on developing their own kinship network is of great concern. The star designer did not find this to be an acceptable outcome. It is not outside the realm of possibility for them to be able to devise their own kinship network. It may even receive superior protection compared to your initial defenses. I do not want to put too much faith in the inability for the cosmopolitans to catch up on us in terms of technology. Is there a safer way for us to strengthen our kinship network? There is, the web mistress said before activating a projection of a generic first-class multipurpose mech. However, the most accessible means of strengthening your kinship network may require you to make choices that will test your tolerance. Tolerance on what, exactly? The web mistress kept stroking Goldie's head. The ancestral spirit had fully regressed into a cuddly kitten at this point. Your tolerance towards faith. Chapter 7057, 7057. The delicate touch of the web mistress. What did the web mistress mean by that? Faith. Did she equate kinship networks to faith collection mechanisms? Ves immediately frowned. If her advice to him was to turn the Larkinson clan into a religious organization, then he did not know what he would do in response. Can you clarify, Your Excellency? The web mistress maintained a serene expression as she continued to remain seated at the other side of the table. The golden cat somehow lost all of her vigilance and completely relaxed against the star designer's body. She even felt comfortable enough to purr. Ves wished that he could be like Goldie and completely drop his guard. It would be much easier on him if he no longer entertained so many complicated thoughts and did whatever the web mistress told him without question. Yet that was not who he was. He was Ves Larkinson, defier of god kings and breaker of taboos. As much as a star designer held the greatest competence and the highest authority within the mech industry, their words were not absolute. Star designers were fallible as well, and as long as that was the case, they could still be wrong. They did not know everything. They may understand their field of expertise to an unprecedented deep level, but they clearly did not possess anywhere close to the level of insight on subjects outside of their core specializations. Therefore, whether the web mistress was right about the value of faith in kinship networks remained to be seen. Despite making it clear that he was not ready to accept her words as gospel, the web mistress took no offense at his obvious skepticism. She even gave him an approving nod. Mech designers were similar to mech pilots in that they needed to hold onto their own truths and convictions. If all mech designers did was to copy and imitate their betters, then how could they possibly work their way up the ranks? Those who aspired to become masters and star designers themselves needed to possess the courage to defy existing star designers. Only by believing they could do a better job in an aspect of mech design would they have the courage and the conviction necessary to exceed their limitations. While the web mistress looked pleased that Ves did not surrender to her so easily, she still pressed on with her argument. You possess a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of a network and where it gains its strength, she said as she scratched Goldie's head behind the ears. You fixate too much on the nexus, the server, that centralizes and administers the network. You believe that only the golden cat is responsible for protecting the many bonds it maintains with your clansmen. You are not wrong to believe so, but it is only one side of the coin. What is the other side of the coin? He understood what she wanted to convey. He frowned as he thought about his kinship network from an angle he never considered in the past. Are you saying that the people that she has connected to can also contribute materially to the defense of the network? A kinship network that is only actively being defended by its nexus alone is akin to a bird with only a single wing. It is a crippled existence that easily unravels as long as an enemy understands how to exploit the obvious openings. That is how I have been able to gain complete control over your totemic animal spirit. Nya, Goldie helpfully added. Ves never thought about it in this way, but now that the web mistress pointed it out, it seemed so obvious. How could he miss such an obvious shortcoming? She was completely right. His mental model of networks had always been centered around a strong center, which came with the implicit assumption that the elements at the periphery were too weak to matter. That was clearly a waste of potential now that he became aware of his neglect. If the clansmen became more active in defending the network, then the web mistress might not have easily hijacked the Larkinson network earlier. Wait, was that actually true? Ves had a feeling that he had been underestimating the web mistress too many times. Who knew what other tricks she had in store? Your Excellency, if I address this shortcoming, will you be able to subvert the Larkinson network as easily as before? Her answer was simple and direct. What other holes did he need to plug? What other vulnerabilities did his kinship networks possess that made them so laughably easy for the web mistress to unravel? Unfortunately, the star designer did not have a satisfactory answer for him this time. She smiled as she continued to pet and caress the golden cat. It was as if the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan had always been her personal pet. You do not comprehend the true nature of star designers. That is excusable. We do not advertise our own capabilities. Let me explain it to you more directly. I am the mistress of webs. I am the administrator of administrators. I am the starting point and end points of all networks under my purview. Your precious Larkinson network cannot defend itself against me because its own nature will always make it subordinate to my touch. Ves widened his eyes. He struggled to accept her outrageous claim, but he did not think she was lying when she stated that she was able to control all networks. Was this one of the special superpowers that star designers gained after becoming a true god? So no matter what I do, the Larkinson network will always be full of loopholes in your eyes. What do you think the mech touch represents, Ves? He blinked. What did this legend have to do with the current subject at hand? He paused for a moment in order to think it through. I thought that the mech touch is the ability to raise your hand and produce a complete mech design in an instant. He steadily answered. It represents that a mech designer has become so competent at his job that he can instantly meet the demands of any client, or at least most of them anyhow. I take it that this is not a complete explanation. The web mistress elegantly inclined her head. The mech touch holds many meanings. One of them is a metaphor for the authority we have gained once we have broken past our limitations as mech designers and become greater. To ascend to a level of existence that you describe as a true god is to gain authority over a fundamental rule or concept. To put it in terms that you can understand, we gain limited administration rights to the source code of the universe. In my case, I have gained unique access and understanding of all networks, webs and even bilateral connections, no matter whether they are electronic, spiritual, physical or otherwise. So long as they fall within those definitions, I know more and can do more than others. Ves reacted with shock at her outrageous description. To be able to control all forms of networks and webs sounded straight up impossible. No single individual should be powerful enough to hold so much power and authority over every single network within her reach. There had to be limits that she had neglected to mention. Yet even if those limits existed, Ves seriously doubted it was within his capacity to harden his one kinship networks against a genuine star designer and one who specialized in networks no less. So it is useless to try and guard my Larkinson network against your control. You can just swoop in and take control at any time. She smiled. Can a gazelle prevent herself from getting devoured by a lion? To a certain extent, it is possible. She can move out of the lion's territory. She can make sure that she is not the slowest and weakest member of a herd. She can even train herself to run faster and increase her endurance to the limits of her species. Yet a gazelle is still a gazelle in the end. If the lion is willing to expend the energy needed to hunt a more difficult prey, then the fate of the gazelle is sealed. According to her description, she was the lion, while every network was a gazelle. There was a natural hierarchy that could not be defied through ordinary means. The only way for the Larkinson network to truly escape the scope of her scary authority was to change until it no longer fell into the category of a network. This was not possible. Ves could not morph the Larkinson network into a different construct, just like he could never turn himself from a mech designer into a mech pilot. The cold hard reality was that it was hopeless for him to protect the Larkinson network against the web mistress in his current capacity. Perhaps it might be different in the future, but for now he had to accept that this star designer could always rip out the heart and soul of the Larkinson clan whenever she wanted. Ves tried not to think too much about stuff that was clearly beyond his control. If he could not protect his kinship network against the web mistress, then he would settle for hardening it against potential attacks from other parties. You told me earlier that strengthening the Larkinson network demands faith. Could you explain that to me, Your Excellency? The web mistress was happy to oblige. She raised one of her hands and conjured up a stylized image of a spider's web. It looked perfectly symmetrical and was divided into 8 even, pie slices. Webs are remarkably strong and resilient structures in reality. She explained to him. This differs from your flawed model of a network that is a web that only holds a single anchor in the form of a nexus. If I sever the center of this construction, will the remaining webs fall apart? No, Ves answered without hesitation. A literal spider web is not that vulnerable. It contains a lot of redundancies. There are dozens of points where 2 lines of webbing intersect with each other. These serve as weaker anchor points that may not necessarily be strong in isolation, but are able to add a lot of resilience when working in unison. His description pleased the star designer. Exactly. Goldie over here does not have to bear all of the burden of defending and maintaining the integrity of the network alone. Your clansmen, and particularly those with notable strength of their own, can share this burden and contribute to a stronger and healthier outcome. If they take the place of the intersection points of this web, then they can not only keep your precious Larkinson network alive if anything happens to the Golden Cat, but can also accelerate its growth and evolution. What do I need to do in order to make that possible? In truth, your clansmen are already strengthening the Larkinson network through this phenomenon. Zemana Ilsef revealed. Belief and loyalty to the Larkinson clan passively contributes to its strengthening. The attitudes that stronger Larkinsons such as your expert pilots and ace pilots hold towards your own clan contributes much more to the hardening of your network. However, there is a difference between passive behavior and active behavior. If your clansmen are more explicit in contributing their strength to the network and its major junctions, then that will make it much harder for outside parties to disrupt its functioning. And to do that, the Larkinsons need to pray to the Golden Cat as well as our high-ranking mech pilot. Ves dubiously asked. It does not have to be your expert pilots and ace pilots alone. Anyone with sufficient strength can contribute. This includes senior mech designers such as you and your spouse. It also includes the design spirits that you have accrued over the years. It is not enough for them to be present. That only turns them into stronger junctions of your web. A network is defined by its connections, not its anchor points. Only when your Larkinsons interact with each other will your Larkinson network become stronger and more resilient on a holistic basis. Love is the strongest means to strengthen a connection. Faith is a close second. This is why the latter must serve as the basis for your Golden Cat's continued survival. That was a lot of information. Ves struggled to identify loopholes or inaccuracies in her statement, but he couldn't find any. Her logic was simple and clear. There was not much he could even begin to question. Was introducing more faith into the Larkinson clan truly the only way to make the Larkinson network stronger? Chapter 7058 The true foundation of the Larkinson network. Was faith the only solution to this problem? The Larkinson network was vulnerable. Ves readily believed this to be the case. Even if he left out the insane capabilities of the web mistress herself, there should be plenty of other true god-level adversaries that might be able to find a way to sabotage or outright disable the Larkinson network. The solutions offered by the web mistress sounded rather general and obvious, but Ves genuinely did not consider them in the past. This meeting had already been worth it for this information alone. Yet that did not necessarily mean that he liked her proposed solution to his problem. Faith, huh? Ves frowned as he tried to contemplate this unpalatable solution. Why faith? Why must the Larkinsons resort to make-belief and superstition to protect their kinship network against external attacks? Wasn't there a better alternative available? Ves came here expecting one of the best mech designers to ever exist to propose a high-tech solution to him. It did not matter if the tech was expensive or unattainable through normal means. So long as this solution existed, Ves was sure he could develop a bootleg version of it that might not work as effectively, but at least fulfilled his most immediate needs. Yet a leader of the highly secularist Red Association actually encouraged Ves to resort to the power of faith. A part of Ves felt as if the web mistress had not only betrayed him personally, but also everything the Red Association stood for. The mechers were supposed to be the voice of reason and the bulwark against fanaticism. Was the web mistress an aberration? Was she the exception among star designers, or was she just as crazy as the polymath? So far, his 3 meetings with 3 different star designers all left him feeling as if he had come face to face with mech designers who possessed more knowledge than any other human, but became irrevocably changed by the insights that only they understood. This was the first time that Ves truly understood what it looked like for other people to be cursed by knowledge. Faith is a subject of great controversy among humans. The web mistress stated the obvious as she continued to pamper the increasingly more comfortable golden cat. It did not have any particularly powerful manifestations during the age of mechs, and that has caused many humans to develop an overwhelmingly negative impression of this phenomenon. We do not live in that age anymore. The reason why the Age of Dawn is called this way is because exotic radiation has rewritten the rules and introduced a new beginning for many phenomena that we previously dismissed. Ves was not unfamiliar with this argument. He used it himself at times to excuse his own decisions and behavior. Yet now that the web mistress used it against himself, he felt uncomfortable about changing his mind on a subject that only evoked disgust and vigilance in him. Ves could not bring himself to swallow her arguments so easily. Why are you harping so much on using the power of faith? Ves asked. Isn't there a better alternative? The web mistress finally let go of the golden cat. The short answer is no. You are pining for a solution that does not exist, yet. There is no secret high technology in my possession that can artificially strengthen or protect a kinship network. The Red Collective may have formation masters and other cultivation scientists that may be able to offer slight upgrades and solutions, but they cannot change the fundamental factors that make your Larkinson network so vulnerable in the First Palace. Though the ancestral spirit surprisingly enjoyed the true god's delicate touch, she did not forget that the star designer could easily unravel her at any time. Goldie therefore decided to fly across the table and take shelter against Ves's own body. Nya. Ves picked up the frightened cat and tried to soothe her by kissing her forehead and scratching her head to make her feel safe again. It's okay, dear, you are safe. I would never allow you to come to harm. Ves felt more comfortable now that Goldie's light shone so closely to him. He basked in the warm and gentle feeling of family, evoked by the spiritual product. As Ves gazed down at the golden cat, he tried to imagine a future where the Larkinson worshipped her as a literal cat goddess. To be fair, a lot of Larkinsons already treated her in this fashion, but they were not too serious about it. His clansmen never felt the need to organize a church or accuse others of being heretics for not bothering to engage in this silly behavior. Yet what would happen if Ves tried his best to convert the Larkinsons into people of faith? The entire clan would change, and not in a good way. Ves recognized that religion and belief could evoke strong devotion from humans, which in the Age of Dawn translated into serious power when produced en masse. Yet was it worth it to distort the Larkinson clan so extensively in exchange for greater power and security? Ves felt conflicted about this matter. He desired the power that came from strong belief, but he was absolutely not willing to tolerate its manifestations in his own clan. What do you think I should do, Goldie? Do you want to become a god that forces her subjects to worship her in order to fuel your ability to keep them safe? Goldie purred as she continued to rub the side of her head against his body. Nya. She did not have a strong inclination on the matter. The golden cat was more than willing to let Ves decide on her behalf. She trusted him completely because he was her creator and the founder of the Larkinson clan. There was nothing in her that gave her any reason to believe he would act against her best interests and the interests of his fellow Larkinsons. This was because the two of them shared a close and intimate bond as soon as she first came to life. The very first spiritual bond she formed with a human was with her own progenitor. Their connection happened to be the strongest of them all due to how much Ves understood his own creation and how extensively Goldie had learned from his teachings and his example. Strictly speaking, Aurelia was not his first child. The golden cat had a stronger claim to this title. Ves felt incredibly flattered as well as responsible for the unconditional trust she placed on the human she regarded as her father. His eyes suddenly widened as he realized an alternative to the proposal made by the web mistress. "Thank you, Goldie. I may have just found a way to save you," he whispered in her pointed ears. "Nya." Ves straightened his back and faced the web mistress with a much more confident demeanor than before. Previously, the web mistress had completely taken control of the initiative. She constantly threw him off guard by voicing one shocking idea after another. Ves finally found a way to escape the trap that she had set for him. If the web mistress thought that she could pin him down and make him behave according to her own predictive models, then she clearly never had a taste of his ingenuity. "Your Excellency," he addressed her, "you introduced the web model to me and suggested that I strengthen the Larkinson network by altering the behavior of my clansmen, is that correct? Your proposal entails the institution of a religion and either force or strongly encourage the Larkinsons to worship them as literal gods, is that correct?" The star designer inclined her head. "Yes, only strong, consistent and fervent belief can produce the strong bonds you need to make every strand in the web strong enough to resist most of the possible attacks that you are concerned about." Ves smirked and leaned forward. "I am sure you are correct about that, but what if we rely on a different medium than belief? Earlier, you mentioned that there is a force that is stronger than faith, and that is love. Every life form that is capable of exhibiting complex thoughts is able to develop emotions as well. Among these emotions, there is nothing that can motivate organisms better than the emotion of love." His counterargument likely surprised the web mistress, though she did not show it. She instead let the silence pass for a few seconds before issuing a reply. "Love is powerful, but it is ephemeral. Do you know why I suggested you turn to faith rather than the ostensibly superior alternative? It is because a human's faith can easily remain strong and stable for many decades. Love is much more volatile in comparison. It has greater peaks, but rarely maintains this state for long. Love is subject to aging. Love must constantly be reinforced lest people begin to forget. Love is cruel enough that it can make two lovers hate each other for any number of possible reasons. The variables are too many to count. Constructing a kinship network with love as its source of power is an unnecessarily risky decision." "Ha ha ha." Ves couldn't help but burst out in laughter. "Do you know what the Larkinson clan stands for? We are no strangers to risk. Per Angusta ad Augusta. The very motto of our clan describes how we have risen far from our roots as a third-class family organization. We are not afraid of enduring difficulties so long as the payoff is worth it. As far as I am concerned, fortifying our kinship network with love is the most fitting strategy for our clan." The web mistress finally frowned in displeasure. "Do not make a decision that you will regret. Love is largely based on personal bilateral relationships between close relatives. It is difficult to experience love when dealing with many other people, let alone more divergent and abstract existences. More problematic than that is the lack of consistency of love. It is intense when it is experienced in a short time interval, but always fades after it is over. Love can even flip into hatred, which can threaten to undo everything that you have built." Ves snorted. This was an extremely disrespectful gesture to make in front of a star designer, but he did not care at the moment. "Your Excellency, do you know what has sustained us and kept us together through good times and bad times? Love. I only realized until now that our network already embodies at least a part of the most powerful force in the universe. Kinship stands for family, and family is held together by the pure emotion of love, not by bonds based on shared genetics or family names. Do you know what that means? Our clan is already predisposed to leveraging the power of love to strengthen the Larkinson network. As long as we implement a few policy changes and make more leaders aware of the importance of channeling the power of love, I am sure we can make the Larkinson network just as strong if not stronger than if we followed your proposal." Although the web mistress still did not agree with his own version of a solution, she ultimately respected his right to make his own decisions. "I see that you will not be swayed by my arguments. So be it. Your proposal is not entirely unfeasible. Since you approached me for assistance, I shall share several solutions that you can implement in your Larkinson network that can optimize it to better make use of love and strong affection. The star designer did not pull off any tricks this time. She genuinely passed a few technology designs to him that could substantially improve the functionality of the Larkinson network. The tweaks also attuned them better to love, thereby making sure that its power did not go to waste. It did not take long for Ves to gain a handle on the solutions. They were not too complicated and Ves easily figured them out. He did not think they contained any traps, though it went without saying that changing the Larkinson network in a direction that was partially determined by the web mistress would make it easier for her to tamper it, just like how Ves could manipulate his own living mechs. That just went with the territory. Chapter 7059 Imperfect Solutions. The star designer taught him a few simple but ingenious solutions that he could add to the Larkinson network, like expansion modules. These additions did not change the fundamentals of the kinship network, but added vital new security and efficiency gains that should allow the Larkinson network to remain competitive in the next decade. Ves was very grateful to the web mistress for these gifts. Their earlier talk already made him feel this meeting was worth it, but it would have been better if he also obtained more concrete and readily applicable solutions at the level of a star designer. Of course, 2 hours had not yet gone by, so there was still plenty to talk about. I am grateful for the assistance that you have given me, but I still feel the Larkinson network needs additional protection against potential enemies. Ves said, the best way to avoid getting attacked is to make yourself untargetable. I don't like how the Larkinson network is so exposed. Is there any way to hide it and prevent enemies from approaching it in order to tamper or destroy it at a time of their choosing? The web mistress did not look surprised that he made this additional request. There are 2 general approaches that you can choose from. The first approach is to shelter it behind a defense that is strong enough to deter most of your enemies. This can range from your own ace pilots, a god pilot, a specialized construct developed by a star designer, or the Red Kingdom. Ves frowned. All of these suggestions sounded unacceptable to him. The Larkinson clan needed to maintain its sovereignty. Relying on the protection of his own ace pilots sounded nice, but they were not strong enough to impede a true god-level opponent. Placing its Larkinson network under the protection of third parties such as other god pilots essentially subordinated the Larkinson clan to one of the other major powers. Of the god pilots he had opened up relations with, neither option sat well with him. Choosing the evolution witch was a terrible idea for many reasons. It did not matter that she had entered into an alliance with his mother when they were both awful individuals. This madwoman had proven to be quite temperamental and was not above resorting to coercion and intimidation to make Ves dance to her will. She was an option of last resort. Seeking the protection of the Destroyer of Worlds was much more acceptable. She was much friendlier and genuinely respected him. Unfortunately, she had a duty to the Rubarthan Pact and did not answer to the Larkinson clan. Ves did not want to put her in a position where she had to deal with conflicting loyalties. As for the 2 remaining options, relying on a construct developed by a star designer or seeking shelter from the Red Kingdom itself, both amounted to the same problem as before. Ves simply did not want to rely on the goodwill of a third party to protect the Larkinson network. That was just begging for him and his clan to get stabbed in the back during a time where they could least afford betrayal. What about the other approach? Ves asked, indirectly making it clear that he did not like to pick the previous options. You hide the Larkinson network. You obscure it from sight, either by making it less visible and conspicuous, or placing its nexus inside a large and powerful anomalous zone that scrambles every ingoing and outgoing signal. The star designer laid out. The former is too difficult for you to accomplish. I am perhaps the only individual who can help your kinship network hide in plain sight, but it will require a considerable amount of time and resources on my part to complete this transformation. Your minor favor cannot cover the material costs and, more importantly, the opportunity costs of this commission. How expensive? The only payment that you and your clan can offer me is the delivery of high-grade superdimensional matter. I will require enough armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter to construct 4 full superdimensional medium mechs, delivered within 6 months starting from this day. Do not think I am overcharging you. When I am done, your Larkinson network will be the most well-hidden kinship network in the Red Ocean. Most god pilots will not be able to sense it, and only a small number of other star designers should be able to detect it if they make a concerted effort to locate it. I do not anticipate that any ancient phase whale can stumble upon it. Not without help. The web mistress offered what she considered to be a fair transaction, and Ves did not think she was lying on this front. The potential rewards indeed sounded tempting. Making the Larkinson network invisible to all but a handful of true gods largely fulfilled his demand and could make it much less vulnerable against attacks by third parties. Unfortunately, the web mistress clearly told him that this measure did not go far enough. Sure, only a handful of human true gods would still be able to detect the Larkinson network, but that alone already negated much of the outcome that Ves desired. He and his clan had most to fear from strong opponents, not weaker ones. Ves did not blindly assume that he and his fellow Larkinsons would be able to maintain friendly or neutral relations with every god pilot and star designer. If the Red Association ever fractured, a future may arise where the Larkinson clan may ultimately become rivals or enemies with some of those powerful leaders. It would be nice if they could not threaten the Larkinson network so easily at that point. Even if this bleak future did not unfold, Ves still wanted to place his kinship network out of the reach of these powerhouses. I am afraid our clan will not agree to such a translation. Ves diplomatically replied to the star designer. The quantity of armor and weapon-grade superdimensional matter that you have requested is at the limit of the amount that we can gather in the next mining run and perhaps a part of the previous one as well. We would have to forego full superdimensional conversion of several expert mechs and ace mechs during a period of human history where hard power has become even more vital to our security and survival than before. Compared to the solid benefits of increasing our hard military power, it is difficult to persuade my clansmen to favor a more abstract solution that only offers vague benefits. He might be able to bargain down the price, but Ves did not even think of attempting this. Not only would it be uncouth for him to haggle with an honored star designer, but he still would not accept this proposal even if the price got cut in half. The web mistress obviously sensed his determination, so she did not press this matter. Then the only option that is palatable to you is to hide the nexus of your Larkinson network inside an anomalous region of space. You will have to search for an area that meets a number of specific criteria, travel to it, construct a temple stronghold for your golden cat and leave her behind in this isolated facility. Ves furrowed his brows. He did not like the sound of leaving Goldie behind in such a boring and dreary place. The ancestral spirit's ears drooped. She clearly did not like the sound of this proposal. Doing so will cut Goldie off from more direct interaction with my clansmen, is that correct? Not completely, Ves. The network will still exist, though its connections will become distorted and function less effectively than before. Yet so long as it preserves its nature as a network, the golden cat can still interact with your clansmen. It will only be less direct and straightforward. Think of establishing a low-bandwidth remote connection in an area that is subject to heavy jamming and signal interference. This is the trade-off that you need to make if you resort to this unconventional approach to reduce the visibility of your Larkinson network. Perhaps there were still ways to make the golden cat accessible to the common Larkinsons, but that would likely entail other convoluted solutions. Ves grew disappointed with the suggestions made by the web mistress. This was not her fault. She had presented him with multiple possible solutions instead of just a single one. His standards were simply too high to accept any of them as presented. Was he asking too much? Should he lower his standards? He did not want to. Every time he thought about it, he wanted to shake his head and look for alternatives. Yet doing so meant keeping the Larkinson network a lot more exposed and vulnerable for a long time. Ves would have to gamble that no one would come and try to mess with the Larkinson network in the coming months and years. I think I will try my luck elsewhere. Ves respectfully told the star designer. I am grateful for making me aware of these possibilities, but none of them sound acceptable to me. My plan is to continue to travel and look around for anything that resembles the solutions that you have mentioned and try to improvise if possible. There are so many oddities and curiosities in the Red Ocean that we have yet to discover and explore. I am hopeful that I will be able to stumble upon the right conditions and take advantage of it to fulfill my goal. If that did not work out, he could still attempt to figure out a solution of his own. Whether it was tossing the Larkinson mandate at a secret coordinate into the blue dimension, placing it inside a large and convoluted superdimensional vault, he might be able to homebrew a partially effective solution that might satisfy his needs in the short term. The web mistress was actually pleased to see that he had not simply given up on making his Larkinson network more difficult to destroy. Very well, I approve of your initiative. Mech designers are not individuals who should stand still when they are told that their dreams are unrealizable. Impossible is not a word that should exist in their lexicon. If there are no existing solutions available, then invent one. If the right materials are not available, then sidestep them and seek to solve your problem from a different angle. It is much more challenging for you to solve problems that fall outside of the category of mechs, but the willingness for you to tackle them in the first place is one of the many prerequisites that you must possess to have a chance of becoming a star designer. Star designers no longer worked exclusively on mechs. It could even be said that they had graduated from mech design and hardly spent their time on working on it further because there was so much more stuff they could make. True gods such as the web mistress may have become a lot more powerful than other mech designers, but they had yet to get rid of the limitations of time. They could only do so much work in a day. They had to be strategic about how they spent their time. Just this meeting alone prevented the web mistress from full devoting her time and attention on developing the next iteration of shield link technology or inventing another variation of support link technology. Circumstances where the polymath managed to reverse the effects of a greater spacetime bubble and buy an extra half-century worth of time for her to tinker on technologies were exceedingly rare. Ves definitely believed that the native aliens would never dare to pull off this trick again. If they happened to trap Xianxia or another star system with a notable population of high-ranking mech designers inside it, a second human superpower like the cybernetic empire might emerge from it one day. Chapter 7060 Combat Engineer role. When Ves requested a meeting with the web mistress, he did not think that he could automatically obtain the solutions to all of his problems. Star designers were much more capable than most creators, but even they possessed limits. The minor favor that Ves cashed in also only stretched so far. It would be unreasonable to demand a star designer to devote a lot more time and resources into creating a tailored solution for his problem. Ves was fine with this. He already felt grateful enough for receiving a clear analysis and suggestions on what he should look out for in a potential solution. He would proceed as always, which was to travel around and keep his eye out for new insights or phenomena that could be used to develop a brand new solution that was not available in the past. This was how he managed to tackle very big issues that no one managed to tame before, like the genetic aptitude problem. His previous track record of success gave him the confidence he needed to commit to this approach. That already made Ves better than many other mech designers who surrendered far too easily to the status quo. It was too easy for mech designers to blindly submit to star designers. This was why meeting with the latter happened infrequently. If Ves had not demonstrated his ability to maintain his critical thinking when meeting with one of the greatest figures of the mech industry, then he probably wouldn't have been able to be here today. The meeting continued. Ves already went over his concerns related to the Larkinson network, but there were still many other possible subjects that he wanted to talk about with a powerful star designer. When I asked to meet with you, I did so for two major reasons. He told her as he continued to pet the golden cat who was resting comfortably on his lap. I wanted to seek your counsel on how to protect the Larkinson network. My second objective is to borrow your expertise to improve an ambitious mech design project of great importance to myself. Ves hesitated a bit. So far, the web mistress has not proven to be as reliable and trustworthy as he wanted. The only reasons why he was still thinking about sharing one of his sensitive plans to her was because he genuinely needed technical support and because he wanted to realize a more ambitious outcome. Doing so entailed sharing sensitive information about one of the most important design projects of his career. Was it truly a good idea to share all of that to the web mistress? Perhaps not, but Ves was no stranger to bad decisions. As long as the fallout was not too bad, he believed he should be able to manage the situation. He decided to pull the trigger. Here, he said as he retrieved a secure data chip from his suit pocket and gently placed it on the table before sliding it in the star designer's direction. Please study the files contained within. It contains my draft design for an advanced Karman mech that is specifically designed for my personal usage. I call it a polymetal mech. As long as this concept works out the way I think it will, I am open to making it available to mech designers and other technically inclined individuals. The web mistress stared down at the data chip without touching it. Her expression grew intrigued as she was somehow able to directly read the data from the device without needing to put it into a machine. To prove this, she symbolically raised her hand and projected the image of the draft design over the low table. The design was clearly lacking in details as Ves had not formally started his design work as of yet. He had only recently incorporated the specifications of the smart metal products that he managed to obtain from the cybernetic empire. That latter part caught the web mistress. Attention first. I see you have already concluded a transaction with the cybernetic empire. The capabilities and cost-effectiveness of these nano-gatherer and nano-smith models are impressive. It is missing an obvious offensive component in the form of the nano warriors. That makes it unable to overcome greater and active opposition. Ves shrugged. I do not need it. The purpose of a polymetal mech is to grant a mech designer enhanced productive and destructive capabilities. The former is more important than the latter. If a polymetal mech is asked to fight, it shall do so by reshaping its malleable structure to accommodate armaments so that the elemental Karman mech can fight the old-fashioned way. Nano warriors are a dispensable luxury as far as I am concerned. There is no need for my clan to make further concessions in order to secure the right to make use of them. A polymetal mech can do more by salvaging materials from the battlefield and using them to construct new weapons and tools, both for itself and for other friendly mechs if needed. That caused the web mistress to grow intrigued as she studied the draft design of the polymetal mech. This is a subversive mech model. Just as your yellow jacket mechs have appended the centuries-old absolute that norms cannot pilot mechs, your polymetal mech can make mechs and engineers much more useful on the battlefield. As long as a person understands technology beyond a superficial level, he can be converted into a valuable field asset, either as a superior support unit or a versatile and self-sustaining fighter. With the help of the Nano Gatherer and Nano Smith's smart metal specifications, you can break any simple or advanced object down into their base materials before merging them together to fabricate swords, physical shields, rifles and spare armor plating. Polymetal mechs can even fabricate and install replacement parts for existing mechs. That is kind of the point. Ves explained. Polymetal mechs are not meant to drag mech designers in the field and expect them to match the performance of professionally trained mech pilots. They are meant to give people like myself a way to help true soldiers win their battles or survive a little longer by serving as the Karman mech version of a combat engineer and a mobile workshop, for a lack of a better description. No longer do mech designers have to stay in the rear and let mech pilots carry the fight by themselves. Mech pilots and mech designers can fight side by side while leveraging their own advantages to the fullest. Ves had often felt helpless and impotent as he watched his Larkinsons fight battles where everything was at stake. The lack of agency bothered him so much that he wanted to complete the polymetal mech within 2 years and begin to use it to make actual contributions on the battlefield. That did not necessarily mean he was useless without this new option. Ves still had plenty of ways to provide support from the rear, but it did not satisfy him as much because most of it entailed preparations before a fight. I understand the concept that you are trying to realize with this unusual Karman mech. The web mistress said, yet have you considered the full implications once this polymetal mech of yours becomes available to the general audience? By making it possible for mech designers to become field combatants, you are creating an expectation for people of our profession to actually fulfill this role. Mech designers are not soldiers by nature. Most members of our profession are not as eager to make a contribution on the battlefield as you, Ves. The old covenant between mech designers and mech pilots has always been to leave the life-threatening responsibilities to the latter. Your invention threatens to blur the line between the two. The very existence of this solution will pressure more and more mech designers into becoming mech pilots, if only in a supportive capacity for the time being. Ves huffed. That is not my problem, web mistress. I think it is always better to give the mech market additional options. I am sure that if mech designers are being asked to pilot my polymetal mechs on the battlefield, they will mostly encompass low-ranking mech designers. There are so many of them that our industry won't really suffer if half of them die in the line of duty. Instead, the lessons that the surviving mech designers have learned will definitely enable them to do a better job in the future. It has worked for me, and it will work for many others. The web mistress genuinely looked surprised at how callous he sounded over the potential for his innovative Karman mech design to make the profession of a mech designer much more dangerous than before. You are applying your own standards onto individuals who prefer to have nothing to do with them. I do not disagree with your premise, but mech designers should not be asked to go on trials in order to prove themselves. There are other means to give mech designers enough stimulation and improve their works. Traditionally, the practice of journeyman traveling around and absorbing new sights is enough to widen a mech designer's horizons and help them develop better mechs. This is not the day and age where such a leisurely activity is possible. Ves calmly retorted. Transit between star systems has become a lot more limited due to the lower availability of civilian starships. Red humanity is locked in an existential war against two powerful and hostile alien civilizations, though it is questionable whether the mutated Vorabugs are clever enough to constitute a proper civilization. The mutated Vorabugs have indeed developed a civilization of sorts. The star designer explained. Their society may not meet all of the definitions of a civilization, but that is not too important. The Vorabugs have a strict division of labor, a complex multi-layered social structure, shared communication through physical records as well as an e-energy network, strongly defined governance with an unknown but powerful queen insect at the top, the ability to learn and retain knowledge over multiple generations, the development and refinement of technology in the form of their own mutated genetic makeups, the ability to produce a surplus of food and other essential resources, and finally the development of a rudimentary but shared culture. These were all criteria that defined a civilization. Ves found it a bit dubious to claim that the mutated Vorabugs satisfied all of them. For example, Ves never really noticed anything resembling a culture from these savage insectal beasts. Nonetheless, Ves did not disregard the web mistress' opinion. Her words even contained a few pieces of crucial information. So this theory is right. The mutated Vorabugs aren't acting in a decentralized fashion, but answer directly to a queen entity. The web mistress nodded seriously. As I have told you earlier, I am the master of all webs and networks of any kind. It is not particularly difficult to identify the existence of a vast and fundamentally alien communication network tying all of the mutated Vorabugs together. Prior to the outbreak of their mutated variants, the Vorabugs have always maintained the existence of several smaller and weaker networks, but these were so weak that they are curiosities at best. That is not the case this time, and it is entirely due to the existence of a powerful alien queen organism that serves as the nexus of a much more tyrannical network. If you can find out that much, can you sabotage or disrupt it, or is that not possible? The star designer gently shook her head. You do not have the clearance to know what I can do to the alien network. This is not a discussion that you are invited to participate in. The mutated Vorabugs are not a simple threat, and the existence of this unseen Vorabug queen is 90% responsible for this. Whoever she is an exceptionally dangerous enemy of red humanity. This is not only because she possesses a formidable amount of raw strength. She also possesses more than enough intelligence to understand both human and alien language and civilization. Combine this with absolute command over exponentially growing swarms of mutated Vorabugs, it is not an exaggeration to state that she and her hive have already become the third major alien civilization that occupies the Red Ocean. It is not within my power to excise such a powerful alien adversary. Chapter 7061 Divided by 3. Ves perked up when the web mistress addressed the mutated Vorabug threat. The major human powers had not published a lot of information about them. Most of what the public learned came from studying the public combat footage against the new threat that emerged on the Rubarthan front. Many people already speculated that the Vorabugs were being directed by a central authority. The masses were just unclear whether this direction came from a Gestalt hive mind existence that formed when enough low-intelligence Vorabugs gathered together, or whether the direction originated from a single hyper-intelligent queen organism. It sounded as if the latter was the case. That had many implications. A single supreme Vorabug queen likely possessed absolute command over all of her swarms, making it so that each and every single element acted in complete coordination with each other. This was the kind of absolute control that the polymath could only dream of. The Vorabug queen was able to implement a cohesive strategy and ensure that her entire swarm moved and fought according to her will. Even if the individual Vorabugs lacked the autonomy to make too many important decisions by themselves, the superior control made up for it in most cases. Ves inwardly shuddered when he thought about what a formidable opponent red humanity had gained. Yet for all of the advantages that the mutated Vorabugs gained by centralizing their command and control, there was also a very big vulnerability. So have you guys sent out the Evolution Witch or another god pilot to track down the Vorabug queen and snuff out her life already? It is not that simple, Ves. We have mapped out the overall territorial expansion of the mutated Vorabugs, but we cannot pin down her exact location. She can be in one among tens of thousands of star systems. In fact, there is a possibility that she left the known holdings of the Vorabug race many months ago and secretly chose to hide her presence in an alien or even a human star system. Shouldn't there be ways for us to track her down? Ves looked puzzled. Whatever means she uses to control her swarms, there has to be an insanely high amount of signal traffic between the Vorabug queen and all of her minions. You should be able to map out this communication network easily and trace the location of the nexus. Again, it is not that simple. The alien network is dense and filled with large amounts of garbage data. Every signal bounces off other Vorabug, which bounces to the surrounding Vorabugs and so on. The Vorabugs are somehow also aware of signal interception and resort to more means to scramble and encrypt their data transmissions. This indicates that the Vorabug Queen has a good understanding of red humanity's capabilities and has already implemented countermeasures to prevent my senses from tracking her down. Ves grew alarmed when he heard that. Are you saying that the Vorabug Queen is intelligent and aware of our capabilities to such an extent that she has successfully employed countermeasures against your network authority? The web mistress nodded with a serious expression. The intelligence she has displayed through her actions is frightening for an alien being. I estimate that not even the ancient phase whales that have lived for over 1,000,000 standard years can match her in this aspect. We are confronted by a hostile alien true god that understands our language, society and technology well enough to target our weaknesses while evading our strengths. It is naive to assume we can strangle this threat in its cradle by tracking down this queen and dispatching our god pilots at her. She may not be a star designer, but she is gifted in her own ways. All of this was alarming information. Ves already had an inkling that the mutated Vorabugs would be hellish to fight against. If all of those swarms were directed by an intelligent and rational queen, then their threat level was much higher than anticipated. Are you able to tell whether the Vorabugs are bioengineered species rather than naturally formed? Oh, the answer to that question is simple, Ves. We know without a shadow of a doubt that the Vorabugs cannot possibly be a naturally evolved race. There are too many traits and too many signs of genetic tampering and optimization to conclude otherwise. What we do know is that the creations have almost certainly outlasted their creator. The Vorabugs would absolutely not behave as aggressively and reveal themselves at this time if they were still enslaved by their makers. Ves nodded in agreement. He thought so as well. It would be too outrageous if their original creators were still around. He also appreciated that he received confirmation that the Vorabugs were engineered. That would influence his strategy towards this race to an extent. Knowing that they were designed and bred for war and conquest was different from dealing with a naturally mutated species that possessed a lot of other traits. I am looking to travel to the Rubarthan Pact and take a look at how our mechs are faring against the Vorabug threat. Ves said, I am hoping to see whether I can help by designing a mech that is specifically designed to fight against them. Do you have any advice or insights that you are willing to share that can help me fulfill my goal? He was being completely earnest here. He hoped that the web mistress would sense that and be more generous in sharing her information. She remained silent for a few seconds. As I have already mentioned, the mutated Vorabugs are controlled by a singular powerful and intelligent queen, one who understands humans like us no less. Do not let your guard down and do not underestimate this threat. The Vorabugs are enemies that grow more formidable and more difficult to block as they grow in numbers. I am not too concerned whether the Vorabugs will make progress in human-occupied space. The reinforcements from the cybernetic empires should help the Rubarthan Pact hold the lines. It is the native aliens that reside in the territories around the expanding Vorabug threat that concern me. They are ill-prepared to fight a defensive war and will lose many more territories in the coming months. Her words alluded to a more terrible consequence. Ves only had to think for a brief amount of time before he figured out what she meant. Are you saying, the inability for the Red Cabal and the native aliens to hold back the expanding mutated Vorabug threat will only cause them to grow uncontrollably strong, perhaps to the point of completely overpowering both us and the native aliens at the same time? The star designer grimly nodded. For better or worse, the Red Ocean is currently divided by 3 contesting civilizations. This normally leads to a precarious but surprisingly stable equilibrium. If one of them grows too powerful, the other 2 will temporarily reduce their hostilities against each other in order to suppress the greatest threat. This should automatically bring the civilizations into balance again, until another one threatens to become too strong. That sounds nice, but reality isn't as clear-cut as you make it sound. Ves almost scoffed. People aren't rational, and the same applies to our alien adversaries. The Red Cabal and the native aliens hate us so much for killing all of their native gods that they are determined to wipe us out even if bugs have begun to infest their homes on a large scale. The Vorabugs meanwhile conquer so many star systems that their exponential growth will advance at record speed. By the time both humans and native aliens are finally able to acknowledge the greater threat, I fear the Vorabugs may have already surpassed a critical point where they are producing enough offspring to potentially conquer the entire Red Ocean. There were plenty of signs that the native alien races had utterly become consumed by their war against red humanity. They could not bring themselves to stop and face the latest and most acute threat. Even if red humans were more sensible and understood that they needed to hold back the Vorabug swarms first, their forces may not be able to relocate to the furthest border region of the Rubarthan Pact because of the continued threat of alien invasion elsewhere. In fact, according to the latest news reports, the Terran Alliance was enduring a renewed enemy push across its front lines. The native aliens seem more interested in wiping out red humanity first than dealing with the Vorabug infestation while its scale still remained relatively small. Ves began to grimace as he suddenly understood what the web mistress was alluding to with her earlier words. Are you saying that, if we want to contain the Vorabug threat and prevent it from growing out of control, we may have to assist the native aliens in repelling the bug infestations in their own space? The entire notion sounded like a farce. Yet such an absurd circumstance may actually unfold in front of their eyes. Ves disliked the idea of fixing the incompetence of the major alien races whose territories were being gnawed upon, yet the alternatives were worse. As much as Ves hated the native aliens and wanted to wipe them all out, letting the Vorabug swarms devour the original rulers of the Red Ocean would lead to a worse outcome. As the web mistress had said earlier, a galaxy divided by 3 civilizations maintained its status quo longer because any that grew too strong instantly got ganged up by the other 2. Right now, that correcting mechanism might not fire up in time to make a difference due to the absurd growth rate of the mutated Vorabugs. This meant that red humanity may have to do the unthinkable and assist the native aliens in defending their own space. Ves did not have a clue on how he could pull this off. It was beyond unacceptable to actually dispatch human forces over the border and fight side by side with the outnumbered native alien defenders. The latter would probably turn their guns on the arriving human mechs and warships. He wanted to palm his face when he thought about all of these headaches. What a mess. The web mistress maintained a stoic expression. Nobody thinks this is a desirable circumstance. Nonetheless, that should not prevent us from doing what is necessary to defend our race and civilization against the most dangerous biohazard in the new frontier. What separates high-tier galactic citizens such as you and I from those who rank below us is our ability and willingness to leverage our capabilities to the good of our society. I am pleased with the initiative that you have already shown, but I advise you to be open-minded. What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? A time may come when you believe it is in our interests to defend the native aliens against invading Vorabugs. If doing what is necessary earns you condemnation, then you should proceed without fear. We shall vouch for you and protect you. Others may be short-sighted, but star designers such as myself are certainly not. We know what is best. Ves did not entirely agree with that last part, but he understood the gist of her argument. He still did not feel comfortable with this mission. The very notion of having to fight on behalf of the native aliens sounded far too much like a betrayal for everything that he and his Larkinsons fought for in the past. I will see, he said in a noncommittal tone. I much prefer to keep everything simple and focus my efforts on helping our troops fight the Vorabug swarms directly. All of this, my enemy of my enemy is my friend, stuff is too convoluted for me. Besides, maybe we are looking down on the native aliens too much. They have huge war-making potential and they still have lots of phase lords and phase whales that have yet to commit to the Red War. They ought to be able to defend their own space. Chapter 7062 Polylife concept time was slowly ticking down. Ves was acutely aware of how much time had passed and how many more minutes he had left. As much as he was interested in continuing to talk about the new and rapidly escalating Vorabug threat, Ves did not forget about his original goals. Can we please get back to the original topic? Ves asked as he gestured to the projection of the draft design of a polymetal mech. As we have established before, my personal polymetal mech will consist of 2 fundamental smart metal products, the nano-gatherers and the nano-smiths. This should be enough to serve as a productive foundation for my polymetal mech. I think that I can produce remarkable results if I turn this smart metal mech alive. The web mistress looked intrigued. You already possess a solid plan for your future Carmen mech. What aid do you seek from me, young man? I have several questions where your input is welcome, Your Excellency. First, I roughly understand what will happen if I turn a smart metal mech alive. Only the collective is alive. The individual nanomachines are sadly not clever enough to be alive by themselves. They're too small and rudimentary to develop this quality. They are also just components rather than fully self-contained units. The Devil Tiger was his first true smart metal mech. It possessed several interesting qualities that Ves never fully appreciated at the time. It was only now that he had become a senior mech designer with ambitions to develop a polymetal mech that his first smart metal mech as well as Tiger mech possessed a lot of reference value. What Veronica learned from studying the present incarnation of the devil tiger both delighted and disappointed Ves. His father possessed excellent control over his now ace mech as a single unit, but he was unable to exert precise control over the individual nanomachines. It was only the programming as well as the living personality of the devil tiger that could perform such a feat. Perhaps the only way for his father to gain total granular control over the individual nanomachines was to become a god pilot, because by that point he would merge with his living mech. That should probably work out for Ves Larkinson. He did not possess the mental capacity to control an astronomical amount of nanomachines directly. He never expressed a need to control nanomachines to such a surgical extent either. He was more than happy with his present level of control over his battle partner. Unfortunately, that did not align with Ves's own demands. He had become a much more capable mech designer than when he initially developed the Devil Tiger on a whim. Ves also had access to much better technology as well as materials. With such luxurious conditions, he owed it to himself to design a smart metal Carmen mech that completely raised the ceiling of what was possible and set a new standard in the mech industry. Ves outlined his ambitious demands to the star designer. My wishlist for my personal polymetal mech can be boiled down to 3 key features. He said, the first one is what I call polylife. I not only want to find a way to make each and every individual nanomachine alive, but also grant them the ability to pool their intelligence in a very intimate and unbreakable kinship network. I want each of them to merge their spiritualities together in a superintelligence of sorts that is greater than the sum of its parts. The more nanomachines in the pool, the smarter and more alive my polymetal mech has become. What do you think about this idea, Your Excellency? This was the first time he shared this radical concept to anyone. He had never bothered to share this crazy idea to Gloriana or his raw liaisons because their perspectives were too limited to appreciate the greatness of this idea. Ves hoped that a star designer would be different. The one sitting before him should not only be smart enough to understand the intricacies of his idea, but hopefully be able to offer concrete tips and advice on how to realize it. He urgently needed guidance on how to translate his imagination into a concrete mech design. The web mistress genuinely looked interested at this point. You have presented a difficult puzzle to me, Ves. Do you even have a plan to turn every individual nanomachine alive? I do. I would not come here if I haven't figured out at least that much, though I still need to flesh out the mechanics of my action plan. What I am struggling with is how to tie all of these nanomachines into a small and most importantly unbreakable kinship network of sorts. As stated earlier, I want all of the nano-gatherers and nano-smiths, or at least their original batch, to not only be alive on an individual basis, but form a superintelligent amalgamation that will constitute the main living mech. The web mistress understood the key point. You believe that forming them into a strong network with my assistance will enable you to realize this polylife concept, is that correct? Ves nodded. Yes, I may be able to figure it out myself through lots of trial and error, but that requires me to commit a huge amount of time and effort. I can't spare that much these days. I would like you to help me draft the outline of a more complex, kinship network, that can satisfy my demands. The web mistress looked at the projection of the draft design of the polymetal mech with a different mindset. Knowing more about what Ves had in mind interested her a lot. This was definitely one of the boldest ideas that she had heard from a young senior mech designer. Most mech designers who heard about his polylife concept would dismiss it as pure fantasy that was impossible to translate into reality, but she was different. Star designers rarely if ever dealt with impossibilities. They were so much more capable than other mech designers that they were limited by time and resources far more than competence and ability. In other words, almost anything was possible to a star designer. They just had to find it worthwhile and cost-effective enough to pursue an ambitious project. Not every star designer would think so, but the polylife concept happened to be a viable design application to the web mistress. You have approached the correct star designer. She complimented him. I am able to devise the steps you need to take in order to have a good chance of realizing this polylife concept for your smart metal mech. It will appear as if you are creating a heavily altered version of a kinship network. It is much more limited in scope and lacks a true nexus of sorts. It will also be more difficult to expand. Adding more smart metal to your polymetal mech will not immediately upgrade the superintelligence. It may take days or weeks for the new additions to be fully assimilated. That last part surprised him. Why does it take much longer for the new nanomachines to assimilate into this polylife network, or whatever? That is because the nature of the network has changed too much. The absence of a nexus will remove a critical weak point to your polylife mech. Theoretically, each nanomachine can be eliminated and replaced by new ones without negatively affecting the whole. I am familiar with the ship of Theseus concept. Ves mentioned. I always take advantage of that when upgrading my existing living mechs. That is clever, but it is also a reflection of the looseness of the living traits of your mechs. The web mistress gently chided him. The polylife network that I have envisioned will strengthen and harden it against external tampering and attacks, but it will also make it much more difficult to adapt to rapid changes. Ves's eyes lit up. Can these measures be used to strengthen other kinship networks such as my own Larkinson network? Even the golden cat who had previously been napping in the last half hour perked up after hearing this possibility. However, the web mistress shook her head. Do not get your hopes up, Ves. It is theoretically possible to reverse engineer my specific solution for your polylife network and apply the same principles to the Larkinson network, but the conditions are completely different. A small-scale local area network is incomparable to one that rivals the galactic net in scope. Ves grew disappointed, but he did not dispute her words. It was ridiculous for him to think that it would be that easy to translate the benefits to the polylife network to normal kinship networks. So what do I need to know about this polylife network? There are several points that you need to be aware of. I am unable to create this polylife network myself. Only you can do so as you are the living mech specialist. I am therefore unable to verify whether it is viable enough for you to produce a successful outcome. In the event that you are able to create your polymetal mech as you have envisioned, your new living mech may not behave as you expected. Ves frowned when he heard that second part. What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? Have you ever spent much thought on the form this superintelligence will take? I am unable to determine how intelligent you can make each and every individual nanomachine. Regardless of that, even if every single nano-gatherer and nano-smith is only as alive and intelligent as an ordinary bee, their quantity is so vast that melding them together in a polylife network will result in the birth of an amalgamated life that far exceeds anything that you have produced with your living mechs up to this point. He froze as he thought about what she said. He admittedly put a bit of thought behind how smart or how stupid this superintelligence may be, but he possessed so little data and knowledge about it that he could not make any solid predictions. The web mistress evidently suspected that the most likely outcome would be an unprecedentedly powerful and intelligent living mech. All of my latest living mechs, especially the ones that I have designed and crafted in person, are what I call third-order living mechs. Ves explained. They are as intelligent and sapient as baseline humans. They are even better at certain aspects, especially when they grow older and more experienced. If what you are saying is right, my polymetal mech may be able to reach the fourth threshold of a living mech. It is one that I have yet to define or even imagine, but if your theory is correct, my polymetal mech may actually break the barrier of a third-order living mech, if only on a conditional basis. He never imagined that his polymetal mech may be the first living mech to become a fourth-order living mech. Even if it did not truly reach the fourth order due to the nature of its existence, what mattered was that Ves could study his machine extensively and gather lots of data on the traits that made it different from his previous works. It was like gaining a preview on what he was capable of if he mastered his specialization further. His analysis and conclusion would subsequently help him develop a genuine fourth-order living mech in the future. Perhaps his polymetal mech may only be classified as a pseudo-fourth-order living mech. This was because it could theoretically regress back into a third-order living mech if it lost a lot of smart metal. Yet Ves did not see any reason to quibble over this circumstance, as the only other alternative was a regular third-order living mech. Are you not afraid of what you may inadvertently bring to life, Ves? What if your creation escapes your control? I am not afraid, Ves said with a smirk. That is because I intend to form a polymetal pact with it right away. As long as we are bound by blood or rather smart metal, the two of us are completely tied together. That should be enough to ensure its loyalty and obedience. Chapter 7063 Ves the Trapped Fly. What the web mistress presented to Ves was ambitious beyond his own imagination. To think that the polylife concept could potentially result in the birth of a pseudo-fourth-order living mech. Ves's expectations for his polymetal mech design project continually rose as he continued to exchange his thoughts with the web mistress. She might not be a living mech expert, but she was still the definite authority on networks in the Red Ocean, so she was in a unique position to provide a lot of relevant consultation on this specific mech proposal. The notion that Ves may be able to create a living mech that broke past the threshold of the third order excited him beyond all measure. Ves became even more committed to his ambitious polymetal mech concept. Its attraction grew so strong that even the web mistress expressed a personal interest in the outcome of his experimental idea. Your ingenuity and boldness as a senior mech designer is a refreshing surprise. She complimented him. Regardless of whether you have what it takes to realize the full scope of your mech proposal, the journey towards developing it should already form a valuable component of your growth trajectory. You are still young enough that you can afford to make many mistakes. Ves disagreed with her assessment. He may be young, but human history was unfolding at a very rapid pace. The Red War, the Vorabug outbreak and the arrival of a hostile god king from Messier 87 in a few decades all loomed heavily over his shoulders. He lamented the limited status and capabilities of a senior mech designer. He urgently needed to progress his design philosophy and realize it in order to gain the power he needed to produce more meaningful changes to society. The Arboreal project was making good progress now that the Terran Alliance had thrown its full support behind the collaborative effort. Ves expected to see the first woodsap mechs roll out of their growth pools in a handful of months at most. Being able to develop a solid outline and theoretical framework for his polymetal mech should allow him to complete its development within 1 or 2 years by his estimation. There was no reason to expect any major delays so long as he was able to use the web mistress guidance to solve the most difficult technical problems in advance. That still left him with 3 more elemental Karman mechs to complete. The one based on the water element had become stalled as the Hunting Association had yet to decide on whether to go through with the mergewater mech concept that he proposed. The one based on the fire element had yet to enter the planning stage, but Ves was confident he could make good progress on it due to the data and experience he accrued when he bestowed life to the dominion of man. Only the one based on the earth element remained a mystery to him for the time being. He had yet to develop a solid idea on the configuration or central concept for a mech after all this time. He had been lacking in inspiration on this front. Ves was not worried yet, but it would grow into an increasingly more severe problem if he still hadn't managed to come up with a killer idea for an Earth-based Karman mech. Your time is running out, the star designer reminded Ves. Regardless of whether your polymetal mech is capable of becoming a so-called fourth-order living mech, you must first ensure that its polylife network is capable of producing this result. Let me explain my theory and proposed solutions to you first. She began to get technical, using a projection to draw out an elaborate and detailed theoretical model that involved many different variables. Although the basic premise of the polylife network was not too complicated, Ves needed to incorporate a lot of additional factors in order to control and regulate the fusion between an uncountable amount of nanomachine-scaled life forms. The star designer claimed that every step was necessary to reduce the failure rate and avoid any undesirable complications, and Ves believed in her judgment. The good news was that much of her layout consisted of pure technology. Ves just had to put on his spiritual engineering hat and work out the specific implementation to her suggestions. The more challenging parts came from trying to modify the designs of the individual nanomachines to better facilitate the creation of a superintelligence. Smart metal is a specialized field that possesses a high threshold to enter. A non-specialist such as yourself will not know how to modify the carefully engineered designs of the nano-gatherer and nano-smith. You will have to seek out a mech designer who specializes in nanotechnology and designing smart metal mechs to fully realize this blueprint. You can take your chances without completing this step, but I do not advise you to skip this essential step. It is abundantly clear to me that the polymath never envisioned that these 2 nanomachine products would ever be used to form a living mech and a polymetal mech no less. As much as Ves wanted to deny it, he knew she made an important point. The components had to fit the design. The base versions of the nano-gatherer and nano-smith were solely designed and optimized with lifeless mechs in mind. Even before he met with the web mistress, Ves already thought about implementing numerous tiny changes to them so that they would better support the functioning of a living mech. As Ves wondered where he should seek out a smart metal specialist, the star designer voiced her own proposal. You do not need to seek out a reliable and competent collaborator. I can refer you to a mech designer that can fully assist you in analyzing and modifying the designs of the CE nanomachines. As an upstanding member of my mech supremacist faction, I can vouch for his competence and trustworthiness. While I will not order him to offer his services to you, I do not believe my intervention is necessary for you to persuade the individual in question to fully cooperate with you, even up to the point of agreeing to strict conditions such as signing a non-disclosure agreement. Ves looked up at the web mistress with a hint of vigilance. Of course the Red Association wanted in on his ambitious mech design project. The polymetal mech concept had very strong implications for their profession. It was impossible for the mechers to ignore its potential and let Ves keep it for himself. I suppose you guys are offering me the expertise of a smart metal specialist for more reasons than giving me a hand, right? The star designer responded with a coy expression. Come now, Ves. You would not have come here and presented a revolutionary Carmen mech design that can change the mech designer profession forever if you did not already consider the decision to collaborate with the Red Association. This experimental project of yours is precisely the initiative we are willing to welcome with open arms. It is unthinkable to leave us out of the development of this promising endeavor. She was right, but that did not mean that Ves would welcome raw intervention with the same degree of enthusiasm. The initial version polymetal mech should ideally be a product made by himself and used by himself. He wanted to retain the freedom to publish or withhold his work in order to fish for greater concessions, but the star designer was onto his game. She clearly wanted the RA to get involved from the start of the design project so that it could become an important shareholder, while the cost of entry was still relatively low. The mechers would most certainly wanted to gain valuable concessions in exchange for their extensive support. We can use your collaboration with the Terran Alliance on the Arboreal project as a template for our own contract. We do not ask much from you, Ves. In exchange for providing the relevant mech designers and R&D support that you require in order to develop a powerful and future-proof polymetal mech, we would like to obtain exclusive distribution rights and other related rights to our collaborative efforts. You may use the resulting polymetal mech model and its variants as you wish in the Larkinson clan, but outside of that we must obtain control over who is permitted to receive and pilot such machines. That was pretty much the same deal he made with the Terrans about the Arboreal project. It was not a coincidence. He would not accept a stricter proposal, and the mechers would lose out if they gave up ground on the exclusivity issue. Do I truly need the help of you mechers? He asked even though he already knew the answer. You must. The cybernetic empire has admittedly done an excellent job in developing the nano-gatherer and nanosmith models, but they are both products of an environment that is devoid of E-energy and had no access to superdimensional matter. Are you truly willing to settle for an inferior product that lacks the benefits of hyper-technology and superdimensional technology? Let me inform you that it is impossible for you and your clan to develop superdimensional versions of the aforementioned nanomachine models, especially if you seek to make use of the most volatile high-grade superdimensional matter. You require external support, and it may as well come from our association. Ves felt as if he was a fly who got caught in her web. She made a number of valid points. He could not refute her arguments. Ves wanted the best for himself, and that meant upgrading the outdated CE nanomachine designs with the two technologies that the polymath had not been able to access until recently. The only issue that he could push back on was whether Ves could only collaborate with the Red Association on this project. That was not true. The Terrans, Rubarthans and even the Fleeters could help him solve his technical problems, but did they have the right experts and resources, and were they willing to put them all at his disposal? That remained unclear. He could even seek to collaborate with the cybernetic empire on this project. However, its attainments on superdimensional technology would definitively be at least half a year behind the other major powers. The thought of dealing with inferior tech and implementations repulsed him to the point of dropping this alternative. If Ves wanted to obtain the best and fastest results, then collaborating with the mechers was truly the most optimal course of action, and both of them knew this was the case. How could a fly possibly dislodge himself from a sticky web when he voluntarily flew into it in the first place? A part of himself already predicted this sequence of events. He may not like it, but the outcome was not completely unacceptable. Gaining the buy-in of the mechers drastically increased the success rate of his experimental project. He would not have to worry about trying to develop high-grade superdimensional nanomachines because the mechers would do all of the heavy lifting. The web mistress gave Ves an additional assurance. If you agree to collaborate with us right away, then I will guarantee your project in my name. This means that you will not encounter any hindrance from others inside or outside of our association. Trust me, Ves, the subversive implications of your polymetal mech concept will attract a considerable amount of opposition. With my guarantee, no one but other star designers are qualified to object to your work, but they are unlikely to confront us over this endeavor. It will also be easier for us to mobilize more restricted personnel and assets. That pushed aside any lingering hesitation that Ves had left. Fine, he replied in a resigned tone. I can agree to collaborate with the Rec Association on the development of the first polymetal mech. As long as you stick to those terms and let me be in charge of the design project, I have no further objections. I would still like to let our lawyers hash out a formal contract. That can be arranged. My contract lawyers will make contact with yours. Let us finalize this matter quickly. The sooner we sign the contract, the sooner we can get to work. Chapter 7064. Free trial. After Ves concluded his deal with the web mistress, a guard led him away from the center of the compound and brought him back to the shuttle. The vehicle then brought him back to the luxury accommodations located in a highly protected location on one of the planets of Xianxia. He remained seated while petting a disconcerted Goldie on his lap. He repeatedly went over his deal with the web mistress and tried to think of the implications. One of the consequences of the agreement with the Red Association was that Ves had renewed and reasserted his commitment to partner with the mechs. This was an important gesture and vote of confidence during a sensitive period where the Red Association suffered repeated setbacks. The Red split and the emergence of a shiny new rival in the form of the cybernetic Empire had sparked a massive confidence crisis over whether the mechs were still developing in the right direction. Change was already inevitable, but there were multiple different sides that each proposed a different future for their super-organization. On one extreme, there were mechs that wanted to return to the previous status quo as much as possible. They not only advocated for sticking to the old rules that defined the age of mechs, but also sought to undermine the Terrans and the Rubarthans as much as possible in order to subjugate them again. On the other extreme, there were extreme reformists and ideologies that argued that the mechs and the fleeters had completed their historic assignments of letting humans recover from the end of the Age of Conquest. Now that the states had become stable and populous enough, they no longer needed to abide by so many patronizing rules anymore. It was best if the Red too withdrew from direct governance and turned into pure supervisory organizations. Both sides cared a lot about their viewpoints, so their arguments frequently became heated. Although the mechs stationed in Xianxia were professional enough to keep their arguing behind closed doors, Ves could still feel the underlying tension and repressed emotions across the entire planet and central star node. It made him feel as if Xianxia had turned into a powder keg. Ironically, it was the continued presence of Terran and Rubarthan visitors that restrained the mechs from engaging in open warfare. They did not want to embarrass themselves by airing out their internal disputes in front of their rivals. The web mistress was probably the most sensitive towards all of the discord raging through the ranks. Perhaps she sought to secure exclusivity rights for the first polymetal mech as a means to give the mechs a distraction. If his ambitious project worked out as expected, then the release of genuine polymetal mechs would make a lot of mech designers ecstatic. For the first time, they finally gained access to a Karman mech that was especially tailored to their needs and capabilities. Unlike the yellow jacket models that were specifically geared towards the lower end of the mech market, the polymetal mechs were bound to turn into expensive luxury products no matter the addition. Smart metal was already much more expensive than regular metal alloys, and the various features that Ves hoped to include could drive up the costs even further. Despite that, most mech designers should be able to afford a polymetal mech as long as they were successful enough. They only needed to set aside a portion of their savings or go deeper into debt in order to obtain a polymetal mech quickly. The difficulty of learning how to pilot a Karman mech and how to take full advantage of the smart metal aspects should consume a lot of time and energy. Perhaps playing around with polymetal mechs may cause the productivity of mech designers to drop, but it would be worth it as first-hand experience in piloting real mechs would translate into much more fitting mech design work. In any case, if the web mistress was willing to guarantee the polymetal mech in her own name, then she definitely concluded that its benefits outweighed the costs. This was not a casual move. Once it became known that a star designer personally invested in a mech design project started by an associate, it would inevitably attract a huge amount of attention. Fortunately, Ves was already accustomed to the spotlight. He was not afraid of all of the attention. The support of the web mistress meant that he did not have to restrain himself in order to appease narrow-minded idiots who questioned every potential innovation. Either the project would succeed or end up producing a failed product. Either way, Ves remained in control, and that was just the way he liked it. His partnership with the mechs should not drown out his voice in his own project. At least he hoped that would be the case. What do you think, Goldie? NYA, do you think that cooperating with the web mistress is the right decision? She has taught me a number of tricks to make your Larkinson network more robust and harder to exploit. NYA. I guess you're right. Although the web mistress had given him concrete tips and instructions on how to strengthen the Larkinson network in the short term, they did not go far enough to turn it into a fortress. If Ves wanted to attain this result, then he needed to look for new variables or unusual phenomena that he could leverage for this purpose. That was not a condition he could satisfy in the short term, and that disappointed him. It may take years or decades for him to upgrade the Larkinson network to a more satisfactory standard. Even then, it may ultimately not be enough. Ves was mainly worried about true god-level enemies for the time being. From the ancient phase whales of the Red Cabal to the mysterious hive queen of the mutated Vorabugs, each of them had the potential to tamper or ruin the Larkinson network. However, in about 5 decades, a god king would arrive in their small dwarf galaxy. This was a crisis of epic proportions. Such an enemy would be able to dominate trillions of humans with his immense spiritual presence alone. The gap between ordinary humans and an alien cultivator of the 4th major cultivation rank was so huge that the former could not think of doing else but offer their absolute surrender. This must not happen. The only way that Ves could think of that could make his Larkinsons and potentially all humans maintain their wits in front of this supremely powerful enemy was to transform kinship networks into another variation of support link technology. Just as shield link technology allowed individual mechs to withstand punishing amounts of damage by borrowing the shield energies of other machines, kinship networks had the potential to function in a similar manner. However, there was so much complex engineering behind support link technology that it was not easy to translate all of those design principles in a completely different medium. At least we can make a start. Ves was able to recognize that the specific instructions conveyed by the web mistress shared many parallels with shield link technology that his clan had recently acquired. Although Ves was not a specialist in energy shield technology, he made sure to study the theory behind shield link technology and energy link technology in preparation for designing first-class multi-purpose mechs for the Larkinson clan. He had always been envious about support link technology that he never thought about reverse engineering its principles and applying them to kinship networks until the web mistress directly showed him how it could be done. The knowledge she bestowed to him earlier was so specific and helpful that he definitely believed she had already applied similar solutions to the Red Association's own kinship network. There was still much to go before a kinship network could truly function in the same manner as shield link technology. Ves recognized that the web mistress only gave him a freebie with regards to this major endeavor. She gave him enough to plug the biggest gaps and complete the first step in the transformation. As for the subsequent steps, Ves and the Larkinsons either needed to figure out everything by themselves, or approach the web mistress and negotiate for Step 2 feet, Step 3 feet and subsequent instructions to finalize the transformation of the Larkinson network into a more helpful and resilient form. The female star designer could milk the Larkinson clan for all of its spare superdimensional matter by stretching out this exchange. That obviously did not sit well with Ves. He preferred to solve the problem in-house. That would not only spare the clan a lot of strategic resources, but also prevent the mechers from embedding secret backdoors into the Larkinson network. When Ves returned to his temporary accommodations, he began to contact the T-Institute and quickly brought its director up to speed on the latest developments. Director Pesca Aduk, formerly of the Aduk family, looked pensive as Ves issued his latest demands and specifications. Our cultivation scientists shall do their best to implement the instructions given by the honored star designer. From what you have described, the instructions are straightforward enough that we do not need to apply too much critical thinking. It is what comes next that is problematic. You are asking us to engage in a cross-disciplinary research project that will not only demand a large research team, but also research leaders who are highly competent and brilliant. There are not that many of the latter in our institute. Hiring them is also challenging as they are already committed to existing employers. So you can't do it? Ves asked directly. The director of one of the most important research institutions of the Larkinson clan did not dare to misdirect the former patriarch. I did not say that, but it will be a long-term commitment, sir. She said. The new matriarch will have to approve a new initiative where we will establish a new research division that is solely dedicated to maintaining, repairing and upgrading the Larkinson network. We will only be able to assign regular cultivation scientists and research-minded practitioners to it. Without a highly competent leader that can provide clear direction to the scientists, progress will be slow and incremental. How do you intend to solve the talent problem, then? It is unlikely we will be able to hire the right experts from the Red Association or other groups. Director Pesca said, our only viable choice is to identify promising talents while they are still in school or graduated recently and put them through focused training. Many will fail to live up to our most optimistic expectations, but the handful that do will be fast-tracked so that they can pioneer a new vision for the research division. Their roles should be similar to what you have done for your design department. I see. That is a reasonable setup, but it will take many years for this scheme to yield solid improvements and results. That is way too long in my opinion. I am not telling you to give up on this, but I think you should still try and see if you can hire a talented and highly capable outsider to kickstart the process of transforming the Larkinson network. Both of them understood how vital it was for the Larkinson network to exist and to become stronger than its current state. I will draft a proposal and present it to the Saint Commander. Director Pesca Aduk promised while also reminding Ves that he did not have the final word on this matter. From my previous talks with her, the new matriarch cares greatly for her Larkinsons. I am confident I can gain her approval and also secure a higher budget if I frame this proposal as a means to make our clansmen safe against the more esoteric enemies we might encounter in the future. Ves also did not believe that Casella would block such an important initiative, but it was best to do this properly. Do what you must, Director. Chapter 7065. Reliance on collaborations. When Gloriana returned to their temporary accommodations after her meeting with the resonance smith and taking the kids out to play, she still retained a lot of energy. Papa, look, I bought a new shark plushie. He can fly and he can swim in our baths. Doesn't he look cute? Ves smiled and lifted his only son in his arms. So what do you think of your install IV? It is not as busy as your install V, but there is a lot more high-tech stuff. Marvane babbled. There is so much stuff about mechs for sale on this planet. Not just whole mechs, but also parts and new technologies. They even have Meccano's box sets for sale, but Mama refused to buy any for me. They were so cool. We already have more than enough to keep you satisfied, young man. Gloriana lectured him as he sorted out the new jewelry and smart clothing she bought during a visit to a shopping mall. It is a waste to keep buying new Meccanos when you have not sufficiently explored the possibilities of your existing ones. Remember that each new set opens up new combinations and possibilities with your old sets. It is the habit of a good mech designer to look back at your old works and see if you can upgrade them with the new tech that has become available. She made a very valid point, but Marvane did not look so pleased. Ves was actually surprised that Jernstall, the stronghold and de facto capital of the Red 2, still sold Meccano products. After all, they were invented by the polymath, who not only disgraced herself a few years ago, but had completely turned away from the Red Association while appropriating the richest and most developed star system in the Red Ocean. Then again, Meccano was genuinely a good product. The toys were beloved by many children in both galaxies and created an entire ecosystem of third-party kit developers. It would be unreasonable to replace it with another toy system as it was extremely difficult to cast Meccano from its throne. Its quality and design specifications are close to perfect while the network effect was firmly on its side. In the face of this entrenchment, the mechers would only seem desperate if they forcibly tried to replace Meccano with their own rival products. It would also offend the cybernetic empire during a time where she was sitting on a mountain of advanced, next-generation technology. The mechers did not want to offend the polymath during this tense period. So long as that remained the case, Meccano would probably remain a fixture in the lives of many children and teenagers. After dinner, Ves and Gloriana let the children play and run around in the living room while they moved to the side and shared what they had gained from their respective meetings. Ves went first. I underestimated the web mistress. He began. You would expect a mech designer who specializes in networks and stuff to be relatively weak compared to the rest of her peers. It doesn't help that she has always maintained a lower profile compared to the likes of the polymath. It turns out that Zemana Ilsef is much more formidable in reality. His wife responded with a smug grin. I could have told you that, but you wouldn't have believed me. You are far too prone to making judgments in advance based on the incomplete information that you have gathered. The reality described on the galactic net and hearsay from your friends is not an accurate match to our actual reality. A star designer is still a star designer. Just because the web mistress does not shout all of her accomplishments is not an indication that she lacks ambition. She is likely working on a big project that is not yet ready for public consumption. That may be the case. Ves did not know what the web mistress was working on next. It could be trying to upgrade the Red Association's kinship network into a much more powerful version. It could be a massive improvement to her existing support link technology applications. It could also be a new form. A support link technology that further reduced the separation between individual mechs. From what I gathered from the web mistress, she is a true mech supremacist at heart. Ves said, the supremacy of mechs is under threat. They fare better and better against the native aliens because we are constantly developing new and more cost-effective means to counter transphasic energy shields. The mutated Vorabugs don't care about that at all because they don't have a heavy defensive focus to begin with. Instead, their combat strategy amounts to flooding our troops with an excess of disposable insect warriors. Even shield link technology will reach a limit after a bunch of mechs have endured so many attacks for multiple hours. The native aliens engaged in attrition warfare on the strategic level, but like to decide important battles with concentrated offensive pushes. This forced red humanity to change in order to cope with both at the same time. The mutated Vorabugs fought differently because their doctrines did not center around phase lords or other champion units. Their absence made it difficult for them to fight against expert pilots and ace pilots, but it was not impossible to overwhelm them after sacrificing millions if not billions of individual Vorabugs. His wife understood the problem as well. Mechs are most suited for relatively short duration deployments. Those designed to last longer tend to allocate more capacity to energy cells and other supplies. That subsequently makes them weaker, which is exactly what you do not want in mechs assigned to fight against the mutated Vorabugs. A more ideal mech is one that can output strong damage over a longer period of time. Such mechs certainly exist, but they were never designed to fight against enemies as outrageous as the Vorabugs. Ves recognized an opportunity to make a difference. He could design a living mech that was specifically configured to fare better when deployed against the Vorabugs. However, the demands were harsh and the competition had already begun to develop their own offerings. If Ves wanted to make a greater difference in this new war, then he needed to visit the front lines in person and observe with his own eyes how the mutated Vorabugs fought. Only after gathering all of this data and forming his conclusions would he be ready to start a new mech design project that could truly push back the relentless tide of Vorabug swarms. Let's leave the Vorabug issue for another time and get back to what I have gained from the web mistress, he said before proceeding to summarize what he learned to strengthen the Larkinson network. Can you give me a copy of the improvements? She asked. My companion Spirit Alexandria relies heavily on creating design networks to increase harmony among our design teams. I want to see whether I can apply the improvements that the web mistress has prepared for your kinship network on a different kind of network. Ves looked a bit skeptical. You can certainly try, but it is difficult for me to think you can readily apply them to your situation. I am aware of the difficulties, Ves. I do not hope to be able to replicate the specialized solutions to my design network. I am already content if I can decipher the general principles and gain enough inspiration to devise my own custom solutions. I am quite grateful for you for being willing to use up your favors for us to meet with two different star designers. Their insight exists on a completely higher level. If you had not talked with the web mistress, I would not have been able to come up with this idea myself. A star designer did not always have to solve problems by presenting the most advanced and coolest tech possible. Even a true god was willing to resort to mundane solutions that completely lacked elegance but solved the problem in the fastest and most expedient measures possible. A stupid mech designer always tried to put the most complexable parts of an entire system in a project. He did so first without putting enough thought in the alternative. A clever mech designer sought ways to cut back on advanced tech and expensive materials, but squeezed what remained to their absolute limits to the fullest. That was partially what the web mistress presented to Ves. Her data transfer contained dozens of blueprints and instructions on how to develop small and specific programming code that would not look out of place in the development of a new mech. After Ves completed his explanation on kinship networks, he moved on to explaining the latest deal he made with the mechers. Gloriana responded with a slight smile. You made the right choice as far as I am concerned. You have always entertained big dreams whenever you thought about designing your polymetal mech, but it is clear that your ambitions have left your competencies far behind. Your expertise on smart metal is too shallow to realize such a project by yourself. No ordinary mech designer specializes in this expensive and highly complex field. They can only be found among the major players, and they usually maintain a tight grip on their nanotechnology wizards. Choosing to cooperate with the Red Association is the best and most expedient decision that you could make under the circumstances. He sighed. I do admit that delegating all of those complicated technical problems to the RAS mech designers and R&D teams has shed a large weight off my shoulders. On the other hand, it feels too much like cheating. I am not putting in the hard work needed to develop one of the most important technological applications that defines a polymetal mech. While I am still firmly in control of the e-technology side of this design project, I feel like I am only designing a part of a mech instead of the whole. That is what collaboration is all about, Ves. If you wanted to retain full ownership of your polymetal mech design project, then you should have never mentioned it to the web mistress in the first place. I think you should get used to this sensation, because you will be repeating it many times in the future. That message did not sit well with Ves. I miss the old days, his wife snorted. Forget about the past. Our standards have risen beyond the point where we can design everything at a level that we are satisfied with. Sure, I can design a good archimech, but I am not a specialist when it comes to flight systems, armor systems and mech armaments. It is not a weakness to admit your lack of competence in these fields. Acknowledging the truth requires bravery. As a mech designer, you should be objective and recognize when you need help to adequately design the other core aspects of your mech. Her overall message rang true. Collaborations with much more competent specialists and experts became increasingly more essential to realize the high-quality mechs that Ves and Gloriana envisioned. The Larkinson clan was partially able to meet this demand, but its foundation was far too shallow. The miracle couple had grown too quickly relative to the Larkinson clan. The Larkinson Biotech Institute, the T Institute and all of the other R&D institutions had expanded quickly over the past decade, but they were still many leagues behind compared to the renowned establishments of all of the big players. This left Ves and the other Larkinson mech designers with little choice but to get used to cooperating with the likes of the Terrans and the Mechers. Gloriana most definitely believed this to be the case. You should get used to working with third-party collaborators to complete the development of your remaining 3 elemental Carmen mech design projects, she stated, because if you hold them to the same standard as the Arboreal project and your new polymetal mech design project, you will never be able to complete them in-house. Your potential breakthrough to master mech designer will therefore be a community-supported effort. Your success is no longer a solo effort. Chapter 7066 An Unbounder's Desire. After the pair was done with talking about Ves's meeting with the web mistress, they moved on to Gloriana's shorter meeting with the resonance smith. So how was he? Ves asked. His wife adopted a complicated expression. The resonance smith was eccentric to say the least. I am used to that from you, but His Excellency is much less restrained in this regard. He has no desire to hide his true nature from anyone. Why should he? He is a star designer. Very few people can restrain him these days, and none of them have a compelling reason to do so. He can do damn near anything so long as he doesn't threaten the core interests of his peers. Well, I can tell you that he was probably in a good mood. Human civilization in the Red Ocean was moving towards a future envisioned by the Unbound Humanity faction. José Ukeve believed that this will unlock our race's potential and help us regain the astounding growth rate that we last experienced during the first half of the Age of Conquest. Only through overwhelming pressure will we be able to cut out the rot that has festered our society and let a new generation of proven leaders take charge. I can already tell he is a big fan of the societal revival theory. Ves mildly said, I do not necessarily disagree with this sentiment, but isn't the resonance smith being a bit too celebratory about all of these changes? He is, and he is being shameless about it. You should have heard him bragging about this to me. He thinks that the breakdown of raw authority is essential to creating room for upstarts like you and I to grow and take their place. Is that the only subject he talked about? Of course not, Gloriana said. We merely chatted about various topics while he devoted most of his attention to devising a solution for my problem. After working for over half an hour, he granted me documents containing initial solutions to the problems that arise when trying to merge architect with superdimensional technology. As far as the resonance smith has tested, his solution works, but the outcome is still far from perfect. Fortunately, he has been generous enough to bestow me with a roadmap that outlines what research we must complete in order to produce incremental performance gains. She shared the virtual documents to Ves. He skimmed through them quickly but quickly got lost in all of the dense jargon, mathematical formulas and complicated theories. Perhaps he might be able to understand half of what is contained in the documents, but that would require him to sit down and read the pages carefully while referencing all kinds of textbooks. That was way too tedious and time-consuming for him, so he ceased his examination and decided to leave this matter to Gloriana as originally planned. So does that mean we can proceed with completing the Riot Mark III as a full superdimensional archimech? Ves asked the most important question. The short answer is yes. The long answer is more nuanced than that. His wife replied, "You will need to elaborate that further." Gloriana drew a projected graph in the air. The initial solutions provided by the resonance smith are far from perfect. They do the job by meeting the minimum standards. In my eyes, they are akin to half-failed solutions. Incorporating them in the Riot Mark III project without implementing any further changes and adjustments will lead to an expert spearman mech that is not as light and strong as he could have been. The architect-compatible alloy formulas that he managed to research and placed in my possession incorporate a lower proportion of high-grade superdimensional matter and a higher proportion of stabilizing materials. She placed a dot at the lower end of the performance graph. The only advantages of these superdimensional alloy formulas is that they are cheap in terms of superdimensional matter requirements. We only need to use up less than half of the volume of raw matter in order to produce a stable alloy. Best of all is that the formula contains a number of complementary exotics that slightly increases the potency of the existing superdimensional matter. The resonance smith told me that he has taken inspiration from his study of alien-grade superdimensional alloys to come up with this small improvement, but that he still has much to go before he can find more effective combinations. Ves looked intrigued. I see. So the performance of this alloy is not good if we compare it to the theoretical peak that can be attained with a much better variation of superdimensional alloy, but it should be enough to satisfy our short-term needs, is that correct? Gloriana nodded. From a purely physical perspective, the solutions provided by the resonance smith will make the Riot Mark III less resilient than the first Sword Mark III if their mass is equal. Their mass and volume are not the same, though. He pointed out the obvious. The Riot Mark II is significantly thicker and should also be denser as well. The Riot's armor system is truly designed to resist serious blows, while the First Sword's thinner armor system is more of a reliable backup option if the Ace Swordsman mech has failed to evade attacks. That is true, but I hope you can understand my point, Ves. If we abandon the use of Architect, we can make use of simpler but more powerful superdimensional alloys to significantly increase the damage resistance of the Riot Mark III's armor system. This version will bounce away projectiles and resist energy beams noticeably easier. However, its internals are much softer, so any attack that is powerful enough to punch through armor-grade superdimensional plating can obliterate whatever internals are sheltering behind. That was not an ideal situation for a mech that was designed to confront enemies head-on without fear of suffering injuries. Let me get this straight, he said. You are claiming that the superdimensional Architect version of the Riot Mark III will possess the advantages of both superdimensional technology and Architect, but it won't really excel in the former because too many compromises had to be made to develop an alloy that is stable enough to be used throughout the entire mech frame in the form of archimetal. However, you think that this is still a superior alternative to using the same approach that Ketis has used for the first Sword Mark III, right? Correct. The initial implementation of the Riot Mark III may be further from perfection than I prefer, but it is possible to upgrade the composition of his Archimech frame over time. As long as our scientists and I continue to conduct follow-up research in the directions pointed out by the Resonance Smith's roadmap, we can develop better and more optimized superdimensional archimetal alloys that effectively bestow greater resilience and damage resistance compared to older versions. This will be a long-term effort. That was okay. At least there was a way to improve the relatively mediocre initial solutions. The Resonance Smith had truly done the minimum work required to reciprocate the minor favor. He did not do more work because he had more important priorities to work upon, but also ensured that a young senior mech designer like Gloriana remained active and invested in her architect specialization. If the Resonance Smith solved all of the technical problems, there would be little opportunity for Gloriana to conduct research on Architect and understand its nature better. So this was a good outcome all considered. Did the Resonance Smith convey anything more during your meeting with him? He said. Did he mention anything that is of great political significance? Did he talk about the Larkinson clan specifically? His wife had to pause and recall the conversation. His Excellency seemingly spoke without constraint or filters. He made more than a few outrageous remarks that would have definitely stirred controversy if not for his high status and identity. He has not mentioned anything about our clan, unfortunately. I have the sense that he does not take us seriously. Our clan is too young and the two of us are merely senior mech designers. We may have a healthy amount of ace pilots in our service, but they are far from the peak ace pilots that have a chance of turning into god pilots in the short term. In other words, if his wife's assessment was correct, then there was not much point in engaging with the Resonance Smith at this point. He sounded as if he looked down on Ves and Gloriana due to their relative youth and inexperience. Perhaps it was just Gloriana that was the problem. Her attainments were much less impressive than his own. She did not really deserve to speak with a star designer. It must have annoyed the resonance smith to be spending an hour of his time on a mech designer with insufficient qualifications. That made sense given his ideology. He was an anti-establishment figure who railed against the corruptive nature of old organizations and institutions. He was a strong believer in meritocracy and thought that taking down the old structure would clear enough room to accommodate the rise of leaders among the newer generation. The important part here was that only the best deserved to lead red humanity in the future. Whether Gloriana belonged in this group or not remained to be seen, but so far she still had a long way to go before she made a big enough contribution to the mech community. Anything else I should know? Did he say anything about me? He asked. He approves of your work, she said with a hint of jealousy in his tone. He specifically commended your Carmen mechs as the most disruptive invention that the mech industry has received in the last century. The availability of the Yellow Jacket line has already disrupted a large amount of existing structures and rewrote many rules. He hopes that you can continue your work in shaking up the status quo and unsettle the lives of those who have grown too complacent in their positions of power and wealth. Ves's lips twitched into a smile. I think he will not be disappointed at what I have in store for the future. His Excellency is certainly not afraid of confronting new challenges. Is there anything else about the meeting that I should know? Not about the meeting itself, but I have received a number of invitations during the rest of the afternoon. She told him. When I took the children out to shop and sightsee, numerous attendants approached and hand-delivered their invitation letters to me in person. There are not too many of them, and I think that each of them represent various important groups and consortiums. I think it is worth it to attend at least half of the gatherings and events. Not only will we be able to mingle with Jernstall's high society, but we can also seek out new partners and business opportunities. Ves frowned. I don't know. We have better things to do than socialize every day. I am not opposed to attending 1 or 2 gatherings, but that is my limit. Let us look over the invitations and accept the ones that bring together the largest amount of guests. That should give the groups who are interested in doing business with us and our clan enough opportunities to get in and come up to us with business proposals on hand. I like it. Let them come to us rather than the other way around. We should make sure to coordinate this with our new matriarch, though. We should check whether we have discretion to trade away superdimensional matter. We are in the possession of highly coveted materials whose value far exceeds phase water. While we should reserve most of it for internal use, it does not hurt to trade modest amounts of superdimensional matter for a new starship or proprietary technologies. Chapter 7067. Near full body augmentation. One of the assignments that Ves accepted was to pick up St. Isabel Coden. The Larkinson ace pilot had lost her entire body during a misguided but ultimately successful attempt to break her limits. Her entire body got burned, but her upgraded willpower exerted just enough control over the flames to keep them relatively light around her head. Combined with the modest fortification provided by her willpower, her brain had received minimal damage. Human technology allowed for people to replace nearly their entire body with artificial substitutes. No matter whether they replaced their bodies with bioengineered or more mechanical components, so long as anyone could afford the expensive price tags, they could completely upgrade their bodies to superior variations. During the Age of Conquest, the concept of a human came under repeated attack. As greedy and ambitious people sought greater power and wealth for themselves, they tried to invest in their improvement in any way possible. They funded the development of new and more extreme augmentations. These ranged from splicing alien genes into the human genetic makeup to creating a supercomputer that was designed to accommodate a human consciousness. Few of these experiments succeeded. Most of them outright failed, while a minority only produced partial or conditional successes. Many clients did not care. They only paid attention to the results. They accepted the side effects without considering their full implications as they were too busy with climbing up the ranks and outcompeting their rivals and enemies. Due to this insane demand, the augmentation sector continued to boom. Scientists and developers became flooded with cash and could procure all of the facilities and resources they wanted in order to invent even more extreme but high-performing products. Back then, their supervision had been grossly inadequate. Many star empires and star nations all maintained different policies. The mad scientists who developed the most extreme but promising augmentations could always leave the places where the rule of law was strong and move to a state where they could kidnap children and experiment on them with near impunity without getting into trouble with the authorities. Due to these fractured and inconsistent enforcement patterns, the liberated scientists freely indulged in their fantasies and created many products that produced far more problems than they solved. The Age of Conquest was a golden age for the augmentation sector. Many of the implants and genetic treatments used by humans to this day could trace their origins during this near-mythical time period. Unfortunately for many transhumanists and cybernetic enthusiasts, the Age of Mechs kicked off with a complete reversal on all of the rampant augmentation development. The MTA and the CFA had managed to rise up during an age that was previously dominated by monsters that wore human skins. No matter whether they were chi cultivators or excessively augmented superhumans, both of them had completely lost all of their empathy, their common sense and their ability to identify with normal humans. The Big Two sought to eradicate this trend that caused far too many people to lose their humanity in exchange for more power than they deserved to wield in their lifetimes. Their efforts bore limited success. Their attempts to regulate the augmentation sector forced many scientists and developers to follow ethical rules that they previously treated as worthless. Their output became heavily restricted as they needed to be much more rigorous in their testing while making sure they stayed away from one of the many taboos imposed by the new regime. The mechers and the fleeters also initiated a profound cultural change in human society. Although they were unable to remove the urge to upgrade oneself in order to attain greater intelligence and abilities, they were at least able to reassert the value of being human and make a lot of extreme and inhuman augmentations undesirable. During the Age of Mechs, the combination of heavy-handed regulation and more subtle cultural influencing led to a sharp retreat of the augmentation sector. Third-raters rarely managed to get in touch with them. Cheaper augmentations simply did not exist as the risks became unacceptably high when trying to produce augmentations on the cheap. Second-raters were able to access them easier, but the selection of implants and gene mod templates were largely constrained by laws. Their capabilities were limited and did not generate too much concern. First-raters and especially the wealthier ones had not been able to get rid of their dependence on augmentations. While the Big Two had managed to get rid of the worst practices and abuses, they were not able to fully restrain the human need to become better. It was telling that even the mechers and the fleeters themselves relied heavily on augmentations in order to maintain their superiority over other humans. Since that was the case, the Big Two could never fully eliminate the gigantic augmentation sector. Even the chosen human who exerted an enormous influence on humanity's relationship with augmentations could not overcome the immense opposition against a near-total ban. Fortunately, most first-raters still valued their humanity to varying degrees. They were unwilling to become inhuman just so that they could raise their performance to the next level. Full-body replacements and other extreme transformations rarely took place. They had become entirely phased out by designer babies. Parents hired biotech specialists who methodically planned out the augmentation journey of their next child. By planning ahead, these experts could not only optimize the selection of augmentations to produce the greatest possible synergies, but also avoid hasty and ill-thought additions that could completely disrupt the mental balance of the designer baby. The designer baby solution therefore presented the most ideal way for people to undergo augmentation. While this did not provide an adequate solution to people who were born as baseline humans or those who had experienced a rapid rise or drop in wealth and status, it satisfied most first-raters. Full-body replacements like the ones implemented on Isabel Coden were therefore the exception rather than the rule. As Ves boarded an armored shuttle that took him to an exclusive military hospital and biomedical research institute, he received a brief tour from one of the directors of the large and luxurious facility. The hospital and related grounds hosted tens of thousands of patients, each of whom were locked in various stages of their recovery journey. The Red War is a conflict marked by high death rates, the director explained to Ves as they toured the serene grounds. You should understand more than I once a mech or warship's defenses are shattered by the transphasic weapons wielded by the native aliens, total annihilation is quick to follow. Those who manage to escape by ejecting the cockpits or escape pods are usually unharmed. Usually does not mean always. Ves spoke. The native aliens have never abided by any formal or informal agreements that prohibit the deliberate targeting of escape vessels. They target our escape pods while we do the same to theirs. We rarely take prisoners because it is too much of a hassle to keep captives that we have no use of. Our hatred against each other is so great that we refuse to entertain any prisoner swaps. The director grimly nodded. That is true. This is why there are not many hospitals and recovery facilities that are dedicated to treating injured soldiers. There are many more hospitals that are dedicated to treating wounded but surviving civilians that received a first-hand taste of alien brutality. However, you shall not be seeing any of them here. Wounds suffered by civilians are different from those suffered by soldiers, and mech pilots present an especially difficult challenge to treatment centers. Ves gazed around the grounds and noted dozens of patients that were healthy enough to spend their time outdoors. Many of them bore visible signs of wounds and marks of treatment that had yet to be cosmetically hidden. One soldier had lost a part of his skull and bore a refined but unambiguously artificial metal enclosure in its place. Another wounded trooper had lost both of his legs, but was currently regrowing them, as could be seen from the transparent tanks wrapped around and below the knees. The devices stimulated the regrowth of leg tissue, enabling the soldier to regain legs that would perfectly align to his original physique. This was a benefit that alternative treatments such as grafting cloned legs or fully cybernetic limbs could not match. There was even a group of humans that had accepted full cybernetic body replacement treatment. These people clearly stood out among all of the patients. They all radiated a sense of undeniable strength due to the power of their cybernetic limbs and other parts. No human hearts beat inside their chests anymore. The only blood that still flowed through their brains was the small amount that was still needed to keep their original organic brains healthy and functional. For the rest of the body, small-scale power reactors supplied energy to all of the electronic components that ensured that their artificial bodies remained strong and in working condition. Does the current situation of Isabel Coden resemble these patients? Ves asked. Every patient's circumstance and treatment is unique. We do not believe in standardized treatments. The director responded. Near full body replacements for mech pilots has always presented a serious challenge to our staff. The brains of the patients must be retained as much as possible, as there is no means of piloting a classical mech with cloned or electronic replacements. Is that still the case these days? Ves asked. Karman mechs are available nowadays. I see no reason why those who have undergone more extreme brain treatments cannot bond with a Karman mech. As long as they still consider themselves human, they should be able to get back into action. Our researchers have not conducted the relevant experiments themselves, but we have access to the results of other institutions that have performed the relevant studies. We have found that it is theoretically possible for patients who have received these brain conversions to still be able to pilot Karman mechs. In practice, many patients reject this option even if their original brains are in worse condition. Far too many of them value their ability to pilot mechs by relying on their genetic aptitudes. Ves did not blame these skeptical pilots for clinging to such a notion. Everything was still new. Glitches and failures could happen at any time. It was not wise to gamble your entire career on experimental treatments. Saint Isabel Coden still retains her original brain, right? Oh, yes, you do not need to feel concerned about her. As an ace pilot, she possesses several advantages and disadvantages that make it easier to complete certain steps but also hinders the completion of other steps of her treatment plan. Her original brain is strongly affected by her willpower to the point where it actively resists most artificial modifications and additions. It has been an uphill battle for our researchers to install a cranial implant piece by piece. By stretching out this installation process over several months, we are able to trick the patient's unconscious behavior into believing that little has changed. By taking the incremental approach, we have completed a vital process while giving her fragile brain plenty of time to heal and adapt to the trickle of upgrades. He liked the sound of that. While it was a time-consuming process to install the implant components piece by piece, the results should definitely be worth all of the effort. So does Isabel currently have a powerful cranial implant at her disposal? Yes. The director smiled with pride. We have partnered with one of our implant development companies to customize a cranial implant for an ace pilot. This is a formidable challenge, as the brain and physique of every ace pilot mutates in different directions due to the unique properties of their willpower and domain fields. So every ace pilot requires a custom job. Just so, Professor Larkinson, it has been extra challenging to devise a cranial implant for Saint Isabel Coden, as her E-energy attribute alignment is strongly biased towards the fire element. The researchers and developers had to experiment with many samples of fire-attributed hyper materials before they found the ones that worked well with the rest of the implant. The inclusion of these hypers also strengthened the patient's ability to sense and channel fire-attributed E-energy. Chapter 7068 Survival Build, Fixed. Is all of this brain stuff safe? Ves asked. I mean, I am already aware that implant developers have successfully incorporated hyper-materials in their latest generations of cranial implants, but the brains of mech pilots and especially high-ranking ones are different. How much has the tech used in St. Isabel's cranial implant been tested? This was a sensitive topic, especially during the Age of Dawn where many rules had changed. Not nearly as much as we would prefer. The hospital director frankly admitted. The pace of development in the augmentation sector has multiplied by at least an order of magnitude than before. Since the Great Severing, the evolution which has taken over the transhumanist faction from the chosen human. The new leader has a much more proactive vision of human augmentation. Many laws have been rescinded and almost all of the remaining regulations have been softened to promote faster and more powerful development. That ultimately comes with an enormous reduction in the amount of mandatory testing that is required before releasing any product or service. Ves did not look good after hearing that, so there is a significant risk that any of the novel augmentations used to reconstruct St. Isabel's body can glitch out at any time. The probability is not high, Professor Larkinson. We have conducted extensive simulations as well as isolated live experiments, and we have worked out many potential flaws and vulnerabilities. What we have not been able to do is test the interactions between all of the different implants and cybernetic components working together while being actively under the influence of the patient's willpower. We have tried our best to account for these conditions and implement contingencies, but there is only so much tech we can fit in an artificial body of human proportions. I see. Does that mean we have to assign dedicated cybernetic experts to her team so that her condition can be monitored on a daily basis? Correct. It is best to see her new body as a highly engineered machine that is 90% mechanical with a limited number of organic tissue interspersed throughout her body for various reasons. Her new body shares more similarities with a high-end mech than a humanoid organism. Her cybernetic body not only demands regular maintenance, but also updates and bug fixes over the course of its life cycle. The worst part is that it is already out of date. Ves had an inkling of what the director was talking about. The cybernetic empire. The mention of the elephant in the room caused the director's mood to plunge. You guessed correctly. Before the return of Bridgehead 1, xianxia was known as the center of human augmentation. Encouraged by the new policies implemented by the Evolution Witch, the transhumanist faction and other relevant groups concentrated many of our R&D institutions on xianxia IV and xianxia V. Not only have they made many attainments, the cross-pollination that takes place between them has also led to many joint innovations and enhanced knowledge sharing. We have made more advancements in the last 2 years than in 3 whole mech generations. Ves crossed his arms, and then the cybers arrived, each of whom spent 53 years on starting up new lives and conducting a huge amount of research inside their safe and comfy greater spacetime bubble. That is equivalent to 2 whole mech generations worth technological innovation and refinement. The gap between us is too big. Even if Bridgehead 1 is only 1 star system, it is not a normal one. With the polymath herself leading a star system-wide adoption of cybernetics in lieu of systematic cultivation, she has successfully created a society and culture that has not only embraced augmentation through body replacement, but created an enormous sector that is filled with mature companies and institutions that are all several generations ahead of us. Since her empire bears the word cybernetic in its name, you can easily imagine how much the cybers take pride in their augmentations. We do not think it is possible for us to catch up to their progress. This was an enormous blow to the transhumanist faction as well as many other groups that possessed a strong interest in human augmentation. All of their research and development amounted to nothing more than inferior and outdated results when they compared their works to that of the cybers. The cybernetic empire also protected its advanced technologies tightly, making it so that only a fraction of cybernetic innovations would trickle down to the rest of human-occupied space. This ensured that the cybers always maintained an absolute leadership position in this market. Ves actually felt regret that he had arranged for Isabel to be treated by the mechers based in xianxia. If he kept Isabel as a brain in a jar at this time, then he would have the freedom to approach the cybernetic empire and arrange a new and hyper-modern cybernetic body for Isabel. Alas, it was too late to change his mind now. The Red Association installed too much of its own exclusive tech inside Isabel's new artificial form. It would be difficult for other organizations to repair, tweak, modify or upgrade its systems for this reason. Ves did not think of turning to the cybernetic empire to overhaul Isabel's cybernetic body and upgrade it to their standards. The cybers would ask a high price for this service, and their augmentations are not without their flaws and shortcomings. One advantage the cybernetics of the Red Association possessed was a much more integral understanding and application of hypermaterials. That became clear when the director began to explain the configuration of Isabel's extensive cybernetics suite. How much have you guys been able to meet the requirements set by our clan? As per your specifications, we have tried our best to make her new cybernetic body capable of protecting her against heavy damage. Even if her cockpit is breached by a powerful enemy attack, her body may not necessarily break due to how well it is protected. We have made a special effort to make her artificial physique as fireproof as possible. The director projected a humanoid figure and highlighted the exterior as well as a few internal components. The patient carries a compact shield generator in her abdomen that can generate a strong transphasic fire hyper-energy shield. Since it is not an azure energy shield that is based on the water element, its ability to resist most damage types has decreased, but it has proven to be more effective at withstanding energy and heat damage. That was understandable. Most of the metals used in the structure and exterior plating are made up of transphasic fire hyperalloys. They provide excellent protection against most forms of flames and heat. Their physical damage resistance is also decent, but do not expect miracles on this front. I noticed that no superdimensional matter is involved. The director stared directly at Ves in the eyes. That is true. We know too little about whether human beings can safely remain in very close proximity to different quantities of superdimensional matter, whether raw or processed into stabler alloys. We have barely completed such studies related to transphasic materials, and we have identified numerous instances where the health of carriers of transphasic implants are at risk. We prefer to conduct several years of intensive studies to figure out once and for all whether a new and volatile material is safe enough to be used in augmentations. From what I have heard from the relevant research institutions, their scientists have only just begun these studies. That meant that until these biotech experts had completed their studies, there was no immediate option to upgrade this toy machine. However, so long as they completed their research, Isabel and many other people gained the option to replace their existing transphasic cybernetics with superdimensional equivalents. They would probably have to supply their own superdimensional matter in order to complete this upgrade, but that was not a particularly big problem for the Larkinson clan. Compared to a future superdimensional upgrade, Ves cared much more about another important factor. Have you been able to build an imitation of human blood vessels that penetrates every part of her new body? He asked. The director responded with a wry smile. This unusual request of yours has generated considerable consternation and frustration among the cybernetic experts assigned to this project. They had to make many uncomfortable compromises to the design in order to include false blood vessels that are primarily made out of alloys that include heat-resistant materials as well as fire hyper-materials. While they do not reach into every individual component, they still have a strong presence in the entire torso, all four limbs and the neck as well as the lower head. You can channel pure flames through these channels and not inflict any damage to the false veins and the rest of the heat-resistant body. Ves grinned when he heard this. He already had a vague intention of turning the Prometheum Mark II into the first proper Bloodfire mech. He could think of no better candidate to choose from than this unique instance. Although the existence of the Dominion of Man already proved the viability of the Bloodfire Pact, the fact that it depended on the circulation of hot and dangerous fire-attributed E-energy made it very dangerous for ordinary people to pilot and fire Carmen mech of this specification. Just as the Terrans assigned to pilot the Woodsap mech needed to undergo body modifications in order to be able to cycle the sap of the Emperor tree through his veins, the pilots of future Bloodfire mechs needed to withstand the heat brought by fire energy on a repeated basis. As far as test pilots were concerned, Isabel Coden was not representative of the general population because of her extensive high-quality cybernetics and her unnaturally strong willpower. However, if Ves just wanted to produce a success case with the least amount of risk, Isabel was by far the best candidate due to her insane resistance against flames and heat. He did not have to worry about accidentally cooking Saint Isabel Coden to death. Once he completed the Prometheum Mark II and observed the performance of the Bloodfire system in action, he could easily design a downgraded version that was suitable to be piloted by any individual who was willing to install the augmentations required to safely circulate fire energy through their veins. This was certainly a heavy demand. Ves did not expect massive numbers of people to agree to such an inhumane demand. Yet Ves also expected much from those that did. Fire energy was powerful and potent, and Bloodfire mech could easily unleash enormous amounts of firepower. All of this would have to wait for the future, though. The first step was to make sure that Saint Isabel Coden recovered from her heavy injuries and regained her will to step back into the cockpit and fight to become stronger. What about the remaining features of her artificial body? We have incorporated an extensive range of weapons, defensive options as well as mobility enhancements. The director said, at the request of the recovering pilot herself, we have upgraded her arsenal at the cost of other reductions in performance. She currently possesses integrated laser weapons, integrated plasma weapons, a pair of compact flamethrowers, a plasma blade as well as a solid alloy blade. Ves frowned. That sounds like a bit much. I know those weapon systems take up a lot of capacity in a cybernetic human body. We know, but this is a personal request from our client. I have already addressed her defensive options, so I will not repeat them. Her mobility options are relatively weak. Aside from an integrated single-use teleporter, she possesses strengthened legs, limited reactionless flight capability, and she can anchor her feet onto solid metal surfaces. Those options indeed sounded weak, but it was already the best that Isabel could hope for without sacrificing any of the other features of her artificial form. What about utility? We have upgraded all of her senses to the point where they can serve as substitutes of actual sensors. Aside from that, we have added powerful but compact processors to the lower head and spine that can enable her to perform calculations by herself or coordinate her computing with that of her ace pilot. We have also installed a robust communication system that enables her to overcome lighter forms of jamming and interference in order to transmit encrypted signals. She can even extend an antenna from her upper back that can boost her signal transmission and reception. That would look rather odd, but there were worse cybernetics on the market. Having an antenna stick out from your body was only a minor inconvenience in comparison. Chapter 7069 Burning with Spirit. After the hospital director gave Ves an extensive overview of Isabel's new cybernetic body, he finally led him to a more private and better protected compound. This was the VIP recovery area where the people who were actually important received from their battlefield injuries. Many of them actually consisted of expert candidates and expert pilots. Each of them possessed the potential to ascend to a god pilot one day. Even if their chances of overcoming all of the trials in a long and difficult journey were slim, who knew whether they might succeed one day? The remaining patients consisted of mech pilots and norms who were heirs of powerful families or belonged to powerful organizations that paid a good price to deliver the best possible care. It was for that reason why the RA spared few expenses when setting up this section of the medical recovery complex. Doctors and other biotech professionals constantly remained on duty in order to monitor the conditions of the patients and respond to any emergencies that might arise. Small-scale Titan shields defended every section and wing of the luxurious compound, and mechs and infantry soldiers were constantly close at hand, though never too close in order to avoid putting the recovering patients on edge. Ves was pleased with the amount of funding and effort the mechers had put into this facility. It reflected their belief in the primacy of humans over technology and showed how much they cared about helping people pick themselves up after they suffered a setback and gain an opportunity to grow from their learning experience. To that end, the hospital and its partner institutions had gone above and beyond to recover the most seriously injured soldiers who still possessed value. The doctors and other professionals provided meticulous care to remake, rebuild and in a few cases reinvent the broken warriors that passed through their halls. Aside from the cybernetic empire, the Larkinsons couldn't have picked a better place to hand over responsibility of restoring St. Isabel Coden. While the Larkinson clan was able to heal broken soldiers as well, its capabilities were only sufficient for relatively mundane injuries. A case as extreme as that of Isabel required specialist care that only a few powers had available in the new frontier. This gap in capabilities was yet another reminder to Ves that the Larkinson clan still had a long way to go before it became a true great power. In here, the director spoke as he led Ves into a well-furnished gym hall. Ever since St. Isabel relearned how to move her old body, she has developed an obsession of turning her cybernetic body into a weapon. Without a mech for her to pilot, she has tried to use her artificial form as a substitute. While her training is excessive, her body is designed to cope with physical extremes. Her strong will allows her to train continuously for 12 straight hours or more, with only a few hours of rest and meditation in between. That sounded rather excessive to Ves. Isn't she supposed to spend more time on rest? That would be the case for normal patients, Professor, but expert pilots and ace pilots are different. St. Isabel has deep feelings of inadequacy. She equates peace to impotency. She has a strong desire to become strong, and that means she must keep herself active somehow. She has taken to training her weapon handling skills and her mastery over her cybernetic body as her preferred means to prepare for combat in the future. Ves soon understood how much Isabel threw herself into training when he came across an obstacle course. Isabel used the formidable power of her legs to sprint across the distance at a pace that was several times greater than a professional athlete. She then came across a straight wall, but managed to translate her forward momentum as well as her new reactionless flight capability to run and vault over it in one straight move. At the other side, she came face to face with a trio of practice bots. Each of them shot out harmless training laser beams, but none managed to strike their target because Isabel had already kicked herself off the ground with the help of her blisteringly fast reaction speed. Even as she evaded the laser beams, a pair of small laser guns unfolded from her shoulders and struck two of the bots in an instant, marking them as disabled. As for the remaining bot, Isabel raised one of her arms and sprayed a blast of orange flames that knocked out the remaining bot. After getting rid of her opposition, Isabel continued to traverse the obstacle course, demonstrating many different capabilities. Her torso-mounted plasma guns practically obliterated the solid wall that barred her way. Her alloy blade cut through a transphasic energy shield. She was able to navigate a lightless and soundless room with relative ease. Her transphasic fire energy shield was able to block a respectable amount of incoming laser beams and positron beams. For all intents and purposes, Saint Isabel performed better than a first-class infantry commando. Although her weapons and armor were restricted by the size of her body, her excellent combat acumen along with the instincts of a saint enabled her to complete an obstacle course that would have tripped most highly trained infantry soldiers. There was no way Ves or the Larkinson clan would ever think of commanding Saint Isabel to exit the cockpit and board an enemy starship or whatever. However, if Isabel ever came under attack when she was far away from her ace mech, then she would always be ready to defend herself. Once she ended her latest run, the obstacle course began to scramble and reform into a completely new and randomized circuit. It turned out that everything consisted of smart metal. That made it easy to specify every parameter and customize every part of the course. As Ves and the hospital director approached the ace pilot, Isabel stared back at them with intense artificial eyes. Those orbs were able to perceive far more than just the visible spectrum. Once Ves came close enough, the two stared at each other. Saint Isabel Coden had returned from the brink of death with a fundamentally different body. Though the mechers had done their best to restore the facade of her former human body, they were not able to get rid of the uncanny sensation that clearly marked her form as anything but organic. Beneath the fake human skin rested transphasic fire hyper-alloy components. Together with her willpower, Isabel attracted a constant influx of fire energy, causing her body and the air around her to feel hotter than usual. Standing in front of Isabel was like standing in front of a vehicle with a hot engine. Her body contained a formidable amount of heat and energy. What also impressed Ves about Isabel was the strength that exuded from her physical body. She had never possessed a particularly strong body. She was not trained as an infantry soldier, so had no need to build up or augment her body for this purpose. Yet her total body reconstruction gave her a pair of arms and legs that far exceeded the strength of her former human limbs. Isabel actually had to relearn how to interact with the environment around her due to this explosive strength increase. She might vault herself to the ceiling or crush anything in her hands. If she did not regulate her newfound physical strength properly, she received so many new features and upgrades that it should have taken 4 to 7 years for her to fully acclimate with all of her gifts. Yet an ace pilot was far from a normal human. She had climbed her way up the ranks and proved beyond anyone's doubts that she was one of the best mech pilots of the Larkinson clan. No matter the means she used to force her latest breakthrough, the fact that she succeeded and managed to muster up the motivation to recover to this point spoke of great inner strength. Ves dropped most of his concerns about Isabel's condition. "Hello Isabel." "Hello, Ves." The ace pilot spoke in a voice that closely mimicked her old one, though it was not quite the same. "Have you come here to take me away? You look a lot better than I expected. I see the mechers have indeed taken good care of you. To be able to move like this so quickly after starting your treatment shows that they have made an excellent effort. Is your treatment complete or do you need to extend your stay?" Isabel's artificial expression started to frown. Her expressiveness had improved compared to before. Her new face may be compensating a bit too much. "To be honest, I am thinking about staying here longer," she eventually responded. "The soldiers here have good stories and taught me a lot about the reality of piloting mechs outside of the Larkinson clan. The training facilities here are all top-notch, and I can request access to any combat instructor or training manual that is available in the RA. Besides, my mech is still many months away from restoration, right? Right. Ves looked pensive. The mechers couldn't resist. They subtly attempted to win her over by providing her VIP treatment. If Isabel was not so committed to the Larkinson clan and the Promethea, then she may have been thinking about defecting to the Red Association. Fortunately, it was not too late. We can't provide you with the same level of training facilities and other amenities aboard the Tarrasque. He honestly said, if you think you need to master your control over your new body further, then it is best if you stay here for a few more months. We don't have an ace mech for you yet. Just like Venerable Rosa Orphan, you will have to wait patiently for us to complete your new machine. Then why should I leave and accompany you, sir? Because I need your cooperation to upgrade the Promethea Mark II into a very new and powerful elemental Carmen mech. Ves said with a smile. The Bloodfire mech that I have envisioned is a perfect match for the Promethea Mark II project. As long as you are willing to form an upgraded version of a blood pact with your upcoming ace mech, we can turn it into a truly special machine. Your control over it will be unparalleled, and the synergies you can achieve with it will reach a whole new level. Are you willing to commit your life to the Promethea Mark II, or would you rather stick to being a regular ace pilot? Ves was not quite sure of her intentions at this moment. Isabel went through a traumatic life-changing event and only recently regained her body and ability to communicate. Whatever her intentions may be a few months ago, she was a completely different person today, so her opinions may have swung in a completely different direction. Fortunately, Isabel still held a lot of trust towards Ves. The Promethea saved me during that time, she said in a softer tone that her artificial body conveyed pretty well. I owe my life to her. It is only right that I pledge to dedicate myself to mastering her for the rest of my career. I am not blind to the risks, but I will become stronger than ever with the help of the new blood pact that you have in mind. I cannot afford to be weak anymore. If I do not become strong enough to resist the flames, then I deserve to get burned. Ves could clearly feel the conviction from her willpower. She truly wanted to wash away the shame and ignominy of her near death and redeem herself on the battlefield. She also understood the value of a good mech and wanted to do whatever she could to make it better. Ves smiled. That is good to hear, Isabel. With your active cooperation, I can conduct experiments on the Bloodfire system and make sure it works properly with your new physique. Chapter 7070. Cybernetics and Mechs. Ves brought Isabel back to the same compound where he and his family resided on Xianxia IV. There was no need to bring her to the Tarrasque right away. In principle, Ves could even let her remain at the recovery facility for a few more weeks until the Blue Jay fleet was ready to depart to the Rubarthan Pact. However, Ves grew concerned about the Ra's attempt to win her over. The more Isabel remained in the custody of the Mechers, the greater the possibility that she might actually choose to defect to their side. Ves liked to think that Saint Isabel possessed too much loyalty to the Larkinson clan to ever contemplate such a choice, but nothing was impossible. It was best to remove the possibility entirely by keeping Isabel closer to him than the Mechers. This decision burdened him with keeping Saint Isabel occupied. She needed to spend her time wisely in order to start off with the best possible footing once she was finally able to get back into action. Ves thought for a moment before deciding to dredge a hefty amount of knowledge before transmitting it to Saint Isabel over a secure channel. Her new cybernetic form also caused her mind to become partially digitized, so she was able to receive, decrypt and skim over the documents at a rapid pace. This is, do you remember the set of fire element spells that I have given you in the past? I do. Kuroshi and I have learned most of them already. They get easier to learn the more spells you have already mastered. I stopped studying more because they do similar things to the previous ones. As useful as it is to know how to cast a fireball and so on, they are too weak for me to bother with using in person or while piloting a mech. I can get better results with a firearm. They are beginner spells. They are not meant to be too powerful. They are meant to be easy to learn and digest. You may have outgrown those beginner spells already, but the principles and concepts that you have comprehended while mastering them serve as the foundation for more advanced applications of fire energy manipulation. You want me to continue with learning more spells? Not the spells, but the working principles that make them work. Ves corrected the ace pilot. Learning the spells is a means to an end, though they are quite useful by themselves. Have you taken a look at the documents I have sent? Yes. From what I can understand while skimming over them, they all have to do with teaching me how to defend myself against flames and make myself more fireproof. You will need this knowledge for what is to come. He told her, since you have agreed to upgrade the Prometheum Mark II into the very first Bloodfire mech, I want to aim high rather than low. What do you mean by that, sir? Unlike the Yellow Jackets, which have one of the lowest possible floors of my works, the Prometheum Mark II shall leverage her experimental Bloodfire system to the highest theoretical configuration that I can get away with. I should normally be cautious and err on the side of caution when implementing a brand new experimental system like this. Trying to form a blood pact by using raw and hot fire energy as a substitute for regular human blood is already a risky choice, but I am not satisfied with settling for lower concentrations. I have a theory that the greater the quantities and concentration of fire energy circulating through your body and the mech frame of the Prometheum Mark II, the stronger the positive and negative effects of the Bloodfire system. As a woman who specialized in playing with fire, she was not unaccustomed to this setup. So in other words, you want to push the limits of your new tech as far as you think you can go. You want to trade stability for power. I can definitely see why that is risky, but since we are both so new at this, we don't entirely know where we should set the limit. Ves nodded. That is true, but I will attempt to determine the safety threshold through numerous experiments that I will conduct on you in the following weeks. At the same time, I want you to learn the theories and practice the techniques described in the documents that I have sent you. I have acquired them by exchanging resources with the Red Collective, so I do not want you to waste this investment. It is vital for you to learn how to make yourself more resistant against fire energy and excessive heat exposure. Is this truly necessary? She wondered. I do not mind learning this theory, but I am anything but a normal person now. I hardly have any flesh left. Most of my body is now made up of heat-resistant alloys. I know, but more is always better. I am especially concerned about your ability to tolerate spiritual flames and heat. The fire element is one of the more dangerous E-energy attributes that you can encounter. Your advanced tech won't be able to help you there. When you interface with your Ace Mech, you will be able to rely on your true resonance and Saint Kingdom to strengthen your artificial body and veins, but I do not think the effect will be too strong. It is a body, not a mech. Normal Ace pilots are unable to reinforce their own fleshy bodies with their true resonance, and I expect your case to be the same. I was meaning to talk to you about that, Ves. Isabel said with a frown. Ever since I gained this powerful new body of mine, I repeatedly tried to resonate with it, with and without the help of my companion spirit. However, aside from making my body parts slightly stronger and hotter, I failed to produce the same results as I can with a mech. He did not look surprised. It won't work. Your cybernetic body may remind you of a mech, and it does share a number of similarities, but they are not the same. The reason why it isn't working is because your body is fundamentally not a mech by definition. It may be a machine, but it is not significantly larger than a human body, and it does not contain any resonating materials. More importantly, it is not developed by a proper mech designer. Instead, your cybernetic body is a custom job involving hundreds of biotech experts, cybernetics specialists and other engineers. All of this means that your body lacks the essential connection that all mechs share. Ves was not able to perceive the Red Kingdom and its many connections, but he did not need to guess that it had absolutely nothing to do with Isabel's cybernetic form. Whether this was the source or a symptom behind Isabel's inability to resonate with her body was not quite clear. This was a chicken and egg problem where everyone probably came up with their own opinions. Regardless, Ves was clear that Isabel's attempts would never succeed even if she possessed the willpower of a god pilot. Just as a sword practitioner could only resonate with swords, a mech pilot was only meant to resonate with mechs. Perhaps you could get away with stretching the definition of the latter by employing machines as small as demimechs or as large as juggernauts, but there were limits to how far you could test the definition of a mech. Saint Isabel looked disappointed. Oh, I see. Is it possible for you to design a new cybernetic body that contains resonating materials? Will that work, you think? Ves had to seriously think about the answer. He could see how it could theoretically work, but he still did not believe his work would connect to the Red Kingdom. The short answer is that it is unlikely to work. He told her. However, there may be a chance to make it work if I attempt to create a demimech instead. It will be considerably larger than a suit of heavy combat armor, but it will be far smaller than a light mech. You won't be able to fit through tight indoor corridors, but you will still be able to squeeze through larger ones, though stuff like this depends on the design more often than not. If indoor operation is truly necessary, then I could design a very compact tiger or dwarf-style demimech. And I would be able to interface it with my cybernetic body connections rather than a neural interface. She asked. Yes, but, have you just forgotten about your decision to turn the Prometheum Mark II into a Bloodfire mech? Bloodfire is just a label. The proper designation for this kind of mech is an advanced fire-attributed Karman mech. The point is that as soon as you form a Bloodfire pact with your Prometheum Mark II, you must abide by your promise. You are not allowed to pilot any other mech. You will not be able to control this theoretical cybernetic demi-mech that I can design for you. The fact that your current cybernetic form is not defined as a mech is therefore a boon rather than a curse. If the opposite was the case, you would no longer have a body to control once you exit the cockpit of your ace mech. Isabel clearly did not think about these consequences. She frowned and looked down at her artificial arms and body. She started to understand the greater limitations imposed by her new corporeal form. I see. We should forget about it, then. We might be able to take advantage of your cybernetic form to do other cool stuff in the future. Ves proposed. For example, we can technically detach your head from the rest of the body and place it into a smaller and much more compact cockpit, though that may be a bit too much considering that your torso is essential to the functioning of the Bloodfire system. How about detaching your arms and legs instead? If you are willing to pilot your mech while removing the limbs and stashing them somewhere safe, then Romonda de Vos, Gloriana and I can completely redesign the cockpit of the Promethea. Instead of making a traditional cockpit that has enough open space to fit 2 or 3 individuals if they squeeze in tight, we can reduce this free space to fit just your head and torso but nothing else. Isabel had never thought about this. She looked perplexed as she tried to imagine what it would be like to pilot a mech while residing in such a cramped cockpit. Are you treating my body as if it is a plug that needs to be inserted into a socket? That is a pretty good analogy. You can think of it that way. Do not underestimate the benefits of shrinking your free space. The additional capacity can be used to increase the energy reserves of the Prometheum Mark II or add enhanced protection to your cockpit. There are many reasons to favor this design choice, and not many reasons that argue against it. I highly recommend you think about accepting this new layout. It won't work for most mech pilots as they do not like to chop off their arms and legs, but that is not a problem for you. From what I have learned about your cybernetic body, your configuration is semi-modular, meaning that trained personnel can detach your arms and legs without compromising the functionality of the rest of your artificial body. This is ideal for the new cockpit that I have in mind. Ves already had plenty of ideas on how he could take advantage of these new conditions. With a mech as compact as the upcoming Prometheum Mark II, it was best to reduce the size of the cockpit and make it a lot more compact without making too many sacrifices in terms of defense, mobility and other essential features. If the cockpit could be shrunk by a factor of 3 or 4, then that would free up enough capacity to integrate another module or significantly improve the performance of one core system. Chapter 7071. Ottaviani and partners. Isabel could not make up her mind whether she wanted to embrace the compact cockpit concept proposed by Ves. She could rationally understand the benefits of piloting her machine with a much smaller cockpit than normal, but the thought of getting rid of the limbs that made her more human-like sounded terrifying to her. She would be rendered helpless without any means of moving aside from relying on a relatively weak reactionless drive. That said, she did not dismiss this option outright. She recognized the potential gains of piloting a mech with a reduced cockpit. Its diminished size would free up room for additional energy cells or other benefits. Give me time to think about it. She ultimately told him, it would be nice if you can send me a draft image or blueprint so that I can visualize the experience of piloting my mech inside a shrunken cockpit. Ves nodded. Got it. I will contact Lady Romonda de Vos of the de Vos ancient clan and request her cooperation for this task. She normally specializes in designing mechs with ultra-large cockpits, but her expertise should still be relevant when designing cockpits that follow the opposite direction of her design philosophy. I will cooperate as best as possible. It was a bit weird for a mech designer to develop such a weird design philosophy, but Ves was grateful that Lady Romonda existed. It was much better to leave cockpit design and modification to a mech designer who specialized in this subject. Don't forget about the theory and techniques that I have passed on to you. He reminded the mostly recovered ace pilot. The higher you can raise your tolerance of fire energy, the more powerful your Bloodfire mech will become. This is brand new technology that has very high potential. It is one of the key systems that has transformed the dominion of man from a regular dreadnought into a godship. Saint Isabel looked hopeful. How powerful can it make my Prometheum Mark II? That depends on many factors. Ves responded. The biggest variable that will determine how powerful your ace mech can become is the source of fire attributed E-energy. I suppose you can rely on absorbing large amounts of E-energy radiation to meet your consumption, but there is only so much you can take from a medium energy environment. It will also leave your ace mech vulnerable to regions of anomalous space where the flow of fire energy is diminished or extinguished entirely. It is best to integrate a self-contained source of fire energy into your machine. Does something like that even exist? Isabel skeptically asked. Ves confidently smiled. Yes, I can think of at least 2 ways to solve this problem. The first is to secure the cooperation of Master Benedict Cortez of the Cross Clan. His Index System version 3.0 is not able to output enough E-energy to make a difference, but his remarkable alien variant Original Energy Bridge system is capable of outputting formidable amounts of electrical energy as well E-energy of the attributes derived from the source, which mostly comes in the form of heads or skulls taken from powerful mutated beasts or alien beings. In fact, the non-alien variant of this tech was based on taking advantage of the heads of high-ranking mech pilots, but that was so outrageous that Ves did not dare to mention any word about it, especially here on Xianxia IV, which was known as a stronghold of the Red Association. I heard that our relations with the Cross Clan has become more tense than before. That is somewhat true. We are still allies, but Master Benedict Cortez is not in a mood to collaborate with us at the moment. He may mellow out in a few years, and we can always bribe him with enough superdimensional matter, but I would rather look for alternatives. What else do you have in mind? Nothing for now, Ves honestly admitted. I am looking to acquire a relic or a powerful fire-aspected reagent harvested from a calamity beast or other wonder of the universe. I am not too picky. So long as it generates a large amount of fire energy, I am confident that I can tame it and reshape it into a stable source of fire energy. I don't need to seek the cooperation of Master Benedict if the item already pumps out plenty of fire energy by itself. Well, it doesn't have to be a dead object. It can also be a living being as long as it is small enough to put inside a mech. Saint Isabel grew horrified at the thought of stuffing a living fire entity into the heart of her mech. Would its hostile energies course through her artificial veins? The pressure would definitely be great. It was no wonder that Ves ordered her to practice techniques aimed at raising her fire energy resistance. It became much more vital for her to make sure that she would not get burned by the fire she hoped to wield as her weapon. Will you be able to find this source of fire energy here in your install? That is the plan, Isabel. I will be meeting with a handful of trade brokers later today. We have assigned them to search for rare and high-end goods that match the descriptions on my wish list. I have made sure to add a source of fire energy to that. Your install's trade brokerage firms are well connected and can find sellers that are well outside of the public eye. I am mildly optimistic that they can deliver what I have asked for. The only uncertainty is how much we need to pay to secure our prize. People all knew that the Larkinson clan had grown wealthy through a combination of mech sales, various business deals, battlefield plunder, and most crucially controlling the only known means of entering the blue dimension. That meant that there were a lot of shrewd businessmen out there that viewed the Larkinson clan as a fattened pig that was ripe for slaughter. The companies and traders found by the brokers would definitely ask high prices for their goods. The rarer and more difficult it was to acquire a specific item, the more outrageous the asking price would become. That would leave Ves and the Larkinson clan in an uncomfortable position. They could still say no, but that may result in losing the only opportunity to obtain highly desirable goods. The only other way Ves could obtain the rare goods he desired was to enter the system space and check the randomized selection of goods for sale in the Divine Bazaar. He saw a number of potentially useful items. There were always goods for sale that had a strong connection to the 5 classical elements. However, their potency was doubtful and the price in precious ascension points was great. Ves would rather try and seek his luck in your install where he could acquire a source of fire energy by trading more expendable resources. A day passed by as Ves and his wife settled down and took care of a few matters. Neither of them had time to accompany their children all of the time, but that was what nannies were for. Shannon Maris and her colleagues took the children out to play. There were plenty of fun and interesting places to visit on a planet as well developed as your install IV. From historical museums to water parks, the kids would never run out of venues to visit. Gloriana sunk her teeth into completing the Riot Mark III project with the help of the initial solutions provided by the Resonance Smith. While the superdimensional alloy formulas were relatively basic, they did the job and allowed for the creation of archimechs that remained dimensionally stable. There was no risk of a superdimensional archimech tearing itself apart one day. Despite the simplicity of the initial solution, Gloriana still had to commit a lot of time to her design work because she essentially had to apply the new alloys on every section and make individual adjustments due to changes in mass, density, heat capacity and many other variables. The overall mech design remained the same, but the underlying details changed. In order to speed up her design work, she even applied to the mech supremacist faction to borrow a portion of the vast amount of processing power in the Xianxia system. Being able to perform a large amount of brute force calculations helped to speed up all of the simulation work, enabling Gloriana to gain greater confidence in the soundness of her altered design. While Gloriana did her best to finish the Riot Mark III project as soon as possible, Ves busied himself with various different design projects. He coordinated with the Terrans to advance the Arboreal project. He helped out his wife by completing the easier but still time-consuming design work related to the Riot Mark III project. He also began to conduct a number of small experiments in order to develop a high-end bloodfire system for the Prometheum Mark II project. Ves would have preferred to move around the Xianxia central star node and take advantage of different opportunities, but moving in the open risked his safety. To that end, he tried to meet people at his temporary accommodations as best as possible while keeping his journeys to other destinations at a minimum. Ves met his first trade broker inside the large and white marbelled office space located at the top of an estate. Gavin guided a distinguished middle-aged-looking gentleman into the office. The trade broker certainly carried himself as if he possessed a lot of connections. His tasteful green suit with a checkered gray tie stood out just enough to stand out from other businessmen, but looked just classic enough to convey professionalism. "Sir, this is Raul Ottaviani, the founder and head of Ottaviani and Partners." The trade broker made a shallow but respectful bow. "It is an honor to meet you and be of service to you, Professor Larkinson. We may not be able to offer everything that you have wished for, but we have moved with great haste to identify promising opportunities that are available at this time." Ves appreciated that, from what he heard, the other trade brokerage firms needed a week or so to gather enough comprehensive offers. Ottaviani and Partners evidently worked on a completely different timetable compared to its peers. "I should be thanking you for conducting a thorough search and tapping your contacts for the goods I need. Tell me more about the trading partners that you have managed to tap. I am a citizen of a first-rate state from the old galaxy that you probably do not recognize." Raul Ottaviani began to explain. "It is to my regret that the pioneers of my old state has been too late in founding colonies in the new frontier. The great severing took place before more of my compatriots entered the Red Ocean, and that has caused us to suffer. None of our colonies managed to take off as they are located inside the border regions that have since been overrun by the native aliens. My condolences." The other man grimly smiled. "You do not need to do that, Professor. It is because of our weak foundation in this dwarf galaxy that I have spent much of my energies into building up Ottaviani and Partners. Without a state or colonial state of our own to support us, my firm invested a great deal of time into forging friendships with many smaller trading partners from many different first-rate states of the Red Ocean Union. Since they lack the prestige and connections of the Terrans and the Rubarthans, these trading partners have a greater demand on our services. Over time, our business transactions have increased and our friendships have grown stronger." He made it sound so simple, but Ves knew it was anything but easy for him to successfully establish a brokerage firm in one of the most expensive star systems in human space. The fact that he succeeded as a self-made man meant that he truly possessed the business acumen to thrive in the sapphire of the Red Ocean. Such a man should be able to deliver much of what Ves needed, for a price that would definitely strain his tolerance. Join the Mech Touch's unofficial Discord server, https://discord.gg/apb5ksu chapter 7072, Booming Your Install. Ves chatted with Raul Ottaviani for a few more minutes. Just as he expected from a successful broker, the head of Ottaviani and Partners had plenty of stories to share. He also had a good sense of what sort of information Ves was interested in the most. The man knew more about the economy and business opportunities of Xianxia than anyone else. Without the backing of his old state back in the old galaxy, Raul had adopted the sapphire of the Red Ocean as his new homeland. The reappearance of Bridgehead 1 may be a disaster for the Red 2's control over Red humanity, but it has led to a resurgence of our economy. The trade broker said, "The Terrans and the Rubarthans have declared their independence, but that has not only decreased their trade needs, but increased them instead. They are flocking to central star nodes such as xianxia in greater numbers in order to acquire the goods and services they need to make up for the gap the mechers and the fleeters have left behind. They have even gone as far as to skip intermediaries and transact with each other directly, considering they are peas in a pod. That surprised Ves, and the Red 2 allows them to enter their unofficial capital and conduct their trade. Ves inquired. It is better that they do so in a territory they control than elsewhere. The mechers and the fleeters still earn a large amount of fees and taxes from their stay, their spending in most of their transactions. Do not underestimate the magnitude of this revenue flow. There are strong interest groups among the local mechers and fleeters that have gone out of their way to reassure the Terrans and Rubarthans that it is still safe and convenient for them to trade in this central star node. It is rather problematic for them to possess such a strong pro-trade stance. They are being opposed by their more hostile peers who believe in choking out trade between the dissolute states. Ves grimaced. I hope that does not happen. How much power do they have? You need not be concerned, Professor. Raoul responded with a reassuring smile. The pro-trade factions maintain a persistent advantage. They are not warmongers who advocate hostile actions against the seceded superstates. Their income also dwarfs that of the pro-war factions. The Red Association and the Red Fleet no longer receive tribute from the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact, which means that both of them are operating with severe deficits in income and material imports. The pro-trade factions are doing their best to fill these gaps. I see. The mechers and the fleeters were too accustomed to their wealth and luxuries. While most of their members were not decadent or anything, their research and their other activities demanded a huge amount of funding. They had long relied on their ability to suck blood from the states under their control to maintain their military supremacy and their technological lead. Now, the RA and the RF were both at risk of losing their absolute advantages in these areas. There are those among us who argue that the Red 2 have already lost their lead. Raoul said in a more subdued tone. Participating in the Red War has savaged their mechs and warships. They cannot replenish them as fast as they are being lost. This is particularly the case for warships, which are much larger and more expensive to build. If you have access to the right statistics, you will note that the Red Fleet has been trending away from constructing large and unwieldy battleships and allocated more shipyard capacity to constructing small to mid-sized warships instead. Ves nodded in approval. His clan already owned a lot of sub-capital ships and capital ships, so he knew a thing or two about the differences between the two. This was especially the case after the tortuous Scream had entered into service. That is understandable. There is stuff that capital warships can do that smaller vessels simply cannot match up with, but it is much more important for the fleeters to maintain a presence in as many star systems along the border as possible. Battleships are powerful without a doubt, but once they incur serious damage, they need to be sent back to a dry dock and occupy it for many months at a time in order to repair it. Meanwhile, most sub-capital ships can be repaired by smaller repair yards in a month or less without necessarily needing to occupy an expensive dry dock. The two chatted a bit more, unheeding of the time they spent or whether they had any other appointments on their agenda. Ves actually grew comfortable enough with the trade broker that they soon addressed each other on a first-name basis. Raoul Ottaviani clearly wanted to turn Ves and the Larkinson clan into his latest persistent trading partners. This would grant an insane boost to Ottaviani and partners, as it would be able to attract powerful parties to come and use the trade brokerage firm to arrange potential business deals with the Larkinsons. Ves saw no reason to reject this proposition, though he did not hold ultimate decision-making power over the clan anymore. Since the new matriarch came into power, Ves tried his best to remind the trade broker that he should make contact with the Saint Commander directly in order to establish a fixed partnership. She might not decide to work with Ottaviani and partners for whatever reason. It all depended on her judgment. Raoul's eyes seemed to sparkle as he observed Ves deferring to the leadership of the ace commander. I will certainly do as you say. Your introduction is all I need to get past her secretaries. It is noteworthy to see that you have truly shifted your leadership responsibilities to the ace commander that you have brought up for more than a decade. Ves frowned. What are you implying? The trade broker quickly held up his palms. Please forgive me, Ves. I do not mean to imply or insinuate anything unpleasant. It is just that rumors are circulating about the abrupt and unexpected leadership transition of your clan. What are the gossip mongers saying? They are claiming that your own subjects rebelled against you and usurped your leadership. The details of these rumors vary, but the gist of it is that your decision to step down was anything but voluntary. These stories also claim that there are Larkinsons who harbor different ambitions and have been longing to cast You away so that they can remake the clan in their own image. Raul Ottaviani studied Ves carefully to discern whether these rumors were accurate. The situation of the clan was quite clear to Ves, but the same could not be said for outsiders. It was not as if the Larkinsons publicly aired their political and personal affairs to the public. They tended to be quite close to each other but a lot more aloof towards outsiders. Most clansmen no longer even had any contact with any outsiders. The Larkinsons had become the only community that mattered to them. They had very little need to interact and socialize with people they could not trust. Would you like to make a comment? It would be best if you issued a statement to clarify any doubts that your customers, suppliers and other people may harbor. I can tell you that the rumors are depressing sales of your living mech corporation. Ves frowned for a minute, but took a deep breath and let go of his concerns. That will not be necessary. The press statements published by the Larkinson clan already contain the essential facts. I have nothing to add to that. If the clan sees a need to provide additional clarification, then it will do so at its own leisure. I have better things to do with my time. The trade broker obviously disagreed. Are you certain about this? It may sound banal, but rumors can lead people to form prejudices that are detrimental to your business affairs. I can tell you with confidence that the doubts related to your decision to step away from office has led at least half a dozen potential trading partners from refusing to consider any potential trades. Then that is their loss. Ves snorted while crossing his arms. I am not pleased with this circumstance, but if this is how they respond to unverified rumors, then they are obviously not farsighted enough to do business with. I hope they reconsider on their own, but if not, I am sure you can find substitutes. Raul slightly grimaced. That is not as easy as you think. Half of our trading partners offer unique goods and services that only they can deliver. You may be able to find alternatives that can meet your demands, but their cost and quality leaves much to be desired. They continued to chat for a bit before Ves finally decided to proceed with actual business. Enough, he said while raising his palm. As much as I appreciate your insights of the local and regional business climate, I have contracted your services with the aim of finding rare and valuable goods that I have specified. Please present your findings to me. I have been waiting for days to hear what you have found. Raul Ottaviani immediately switched to a more professional demeanor. Why certainly, sir. Let me start with an alien relic that should offer considerable research value of your inclinations. The trade broker projected a highly detailed image of a black alien ornament of sorts. It did not match the common alien art styles that he knew of. From what he could see, it may have been an idol, but the relic sustained enough damage and erosion that many of its identifying characteristics had been worn away. It would have been great if he could study the relic in person, but that was not an option this time. Ves could have gleaned a lot more information by utilizing his other senses if that was the case. So what is special about this relic? He asked. As far as we can determine, it contains the soul, or at least the remnant of it of an alien being. We cannot determine his or her identity or species. Its current owner had repeatedly tried and failed to make contact. The only result gained from these attempts was to damage the relic even further. I suppose that is why the owner wants to sell it. Ves made a guess. He doesn't have any confidence in extracting any value from this alien trinket, so he wants to sell it so that he can recoup his investment and maybe earn a profit while he still can. That is an understandable decision. Not everyone has the expertise to convert exotic relics into a useful and valuable possession. Are you interested in this relic? If you wish to acquire it, I can contact the seller and arrange a meeting if both of you are amenable to a personal meeting. If not, my brokerage firm will serve as an intermediary. This is a good option to choose if you cannot stay in your install or if you wish to hide your identity. That will not be necessary. Ves said as he dismissively waved his hand. I will stay here until my eldest daughter has celebrated her birthday, so I still have enough time to meet with these potential trading partners. As far as this relic is concerned, I am curious, but this is not a must-have for me. I still have a lot of skepticism towards it. Not every remnant alien soul is worth studying and reviving. The serious damage represents the loss of vital knowledge and memories. Ves was admittedly interested, but not to the point of paying a fortune to secure this prize. He modulated his words to inform the trade broker that he was not willing to be too generous to obtain this damaged and half-broken relic. Understood, Raul said. I shall convey your sentiments but proceed with arranging a meeting. Chapter 7073, Relic of the Sixth Star Emperor. The alien relic did not earn a lot of appreciation from Ves. That was because he had no indication of where it came from, which race created it and what sort of remnant soul had managed to cling to life with its aid. The benefits that Ves could gain from this trinket were too questionable relative to its estimated asking price. Even if Ves liked to take a gamble every now and then, that did not necessarily mean he wanted to become known as a gullible fool who could easily be convinced into overpaying for stuff. He had a lot of items on his wish list. If word got around that he was bad at bargaining and did not understand the real value of goods on offer, then he would soon find himself paying twice, thrice or even 10 times more than what he got in return. His eyes sharpened as he gazed at Raul Ottaviani. Ves had a feeling that this initial offering served as a test. The self-made trade broker deliberately presented an item that barely stretched his willingness to make a bid on it. How Ves chose to respond to it would say much about his appraisement skills, his negotiating skills and his ability to control his emotions. Perhaps Ves may not be a consummate businessman who could easily act in a nature that was completely opposite to his true self, but he was no stranger to performing a specific role. He had to remind himself that Raul Ottaviani was not on his side. Not truly. The man was a broker who earned a living by connecting buyers to sellers and vice versa. The trade broker was not an agent to either party. No, that was not quite true. He had a vested interest in helping sellers succeed as he earned a commission based on the money, or value expressed in MTA credits, changed hands. This not only incentivized the trade broker to persuade a buyer like Ves to accept the transaction, but also encouraged him to overpay as much as possible. It might not sound fair, but this was how the xianxias played this game. They perfected it as they facilitated trade between first-raters up to and including the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Ves could enjoy the same advantages if he turned into a seller as well. That was what kept trade brokers in everyone's good books. They managed their relationships carefully and made sure to find a way to make a buyer regain their satisfaction by profiting through other means. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the trade broker continued to earn his commissions through every transaction that took place under his supervision. Sure, his clients may seek to conduct repeat business with the trading partners that Ottaviani introduced to them, but there was always a demand for the services of a trade brokerage firm. Xianxia was too big, and new entrants like Ves showed up all of the time. After reminding himself of his positioning and the positioning of Ottaviani and partners, Ves made a gesture with his hand. "Please present the next item to me, please." Raul Ottaviani smoothly changed the projection to show an item that stirred immediate interest from the target audience. This is a damaged, incomplete and partially burned banner that used to symbolize the might and authority of the sixth-star emperor of the new Rubarth Empire. Raul spoke in a serious tone. Despite its outwardly shabby appearance, there are enough intact portions left to repurpose this cloth into an object of the dimensions that you have specified. The damaged banner only appears dark and covered with soot because its present owner and those that came before decided to preserve its original condition. If you choose to acquire it, then you may clean it however you desire. The underlying threads are completely undamaged due to their rare and precious material composition. Ves stared intently at this damaged banner. Even if the projection could not convey it, he knew that it carried the marks of history. This was a banner that had once generated pride among the Rubarthans. Now, it only evoked shame and regret, and that was solely due to the failures of the sixth-star emperor. What used to be the significance of this banner? Have you verified its provenance? Raul had all of the answers. The damaged banner is one that has hung in the very throne room of the new Rubarth Empire since the time of the late Imperial Majesty's ascension to the Coldstone throne. If you rewatch historical footage of the broadcasts of the throne room from that time period, you may see glimpses of it. Ottaviani and partners has thoroughly examined the banner and concluded that it is the genuine article beyond reasonable doubt. I can transmit the documents that explain our analysis and conclusion. A banner that hung in the legendary throne room of what used to be one of the most powerful human empires in the old galaxy. Ves felt his desire for this historical relic growing by the second. This was good, because it indicated that he could definitely think of a way to make good use of this precious item. It was also bad, because showing too much interest in this banner meant that the seller could demand a higher price that Ves would have to swallow in order to secure this unique prize. What is it made of, and who would possibly want to sell such a precious historic relic? The threads that make up the banner are made out of the back fur of a rare but exceptionally powerful mammalian exo-beast that resides in the Milky Way galaxy. The species has evolved on a planet that is rich with a certain combination of exotic resources. The Arxylon rex species somehow managed to evolve stronger and more resistant bodies through forming fur out of combining these exotics in a unique and mysterious fashion. The Arxylon rex have been able to dominate their ecosystem as a result, as they have proven themselves to be almost invincible against the other exo-beast species. While Raoul explained the origins of the thread, a second projection appeared that showed a savage exo-beast that was the size of at least several mechs squashed together. This creature radiated power. Even if the Arxylon rex species grew up in a low-energy environment, that merely meant that it was incapable of mutating rapidly like the creatures of the Red Ocean. The exo-beasts of the Milky Way instead relied almost entirely on the power of Earth along with traditional evolution. While most exo-beasts across the old galaxy did not possess any remarkable or powerful traits, there were always outliers. The Milky Way was so big that these exceptions grew numerous enough for humans to find plenty of interesting creatures to hunt and break down into rare and precious resources. The Arxylon rex species is filled with so many powerful exotics that every part of their bodies are organic marvels. Raoul continued to explain, that has also led to an overhunting phenomenon that has almost caused it to go extinct. Cooler heads from the Galactic Hunting Club prevailed and took concrete measures to protect its home planet, but the exo-beasts never quite recovered. This adds to the rarity and preciousness of this banner. Even if we can engage in limited trade with the old galaxy, it is highly unlikely you can obtain this kind of fabric because its existing owners refuse to part with it. Their most protective clothing is woven with this thread. The trade broker certainly did a good job of hyping up the value of this fabric. Ves could already feel the price tag increasing with every additional spoken word. Since this fabric is so tough, why give it away at all? Ves repeated his question. Because the seller, who happens to be a Rubarthan of high standing, has little need for a historical relic that is only gathering dust in a vault or a museum, Professor. Times are tough these days. The Rubarthan Pact is beset by not one, but two powerful enemies. It is not that useful to recycle the fabric of this banner in order to make protective clothing because the life of any single individual that is weak enough to benefit from its defenses is inconsequential to the war effort. It is also taboo for a Rubarthan to break down an imperial banner of such historical significance. Then there is a separate taboo for making use of an object that once represented the Sixth Star Emperor. The Disaster Star. Ves voiced the title that this infamous Rubarthan sovereign had earned during his lifetime. Nearly every Rubarthan had a negative opinion about this infamous former sovereign. The Disaster Star oversaw the descent of his empire towards depravity. He had been utterly unable to prevent his own admirals from going rogue and bombarding planets for reasons that most contemporary people would consider flimsy. What was worse was that the Disaster Star was unable to resist the explosive rise of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. Rubarthan spacers who once pledged allegiance to him had forsaken their oaths and turned into fleeters. They used the Empire's powerful battleships and other warships against their former masters and won. This shame could never be erased from the legacy and historical record of the Rubarthan people. They all lived in the shadow of the Disaster Star's blunders and failures. It was a small miracle that the Imperial Rubarthan household could still remain standing after everything that happened. Fortunately, the Seventh Star Emperor that reigned to this day was doing a far better job than his father. It was a pity that his authority only extended as far as the old galaxy. That did not mean that he was off the hook. Many Rubarthans, most notably the survivors of the final days of the Age of Conquest, still watched their Imperial Majesty vigilantly for any signs that he might falter. The trauma of those calamitous years still haunted far too many people. Even now, after the Rubarthans of the New Frontier managed to pry their sovereignty back from the Red Two, they still remained highly vigilant towards the Mechers and the Fleeters, afraid that history might repeat at any time in the future. It was understandable that the current owner, who presumably had to be a Rubarthan prince or a member of Rubarthan high society, wished to part with this symbol of Rubarthan failure and impotence. The imperial banner may have served as an adequate reminder of the descendants of those turbulent times, but that did not help with resisting the advance of the native aliens and the mutated Vorabugs. A potential buyer like Ves did not have to deal with all of this stigma. He was not a Rubarthan, after all. Perhaps a few people might kick up a fuss, but the Rubarthans had much more pressing issues to deal with than a mech designer tearing apart a relic that they would secretly like to destroy anyway. Ves folded his hands. I would like to obtain the data concerning the performance of this special fabric to understand how much damage it can resist. Since it is not a transphasic or superdimensional, it is not necessarily the most damage-resistant fabric in the Red Ocean. Raoul Ottaviani nodded. That may be true, but the fibers that comprise this Rubarthan banner do not come with the complications that make it difficult or even dangerous to place transphasic or superdimensional items too close to a fragile human body. The threads made out of the fur of the Arxylon rex species are known to be nearly absolutely inert. They do not even stain as any dirt slides off their surface. Well, you can contact the seller and let him or her know that I am interested in acquiring this banner. Much will depend on what I can make out of this shameful relic. I shall do so, Professor. Please take into account that it is unlikely that you can purchase this banner with MTA credits, phase water or other widely available resources. The seller has needs that are greater than funding. You will know more when you finally meet the party in question. I look forward to this meeting, then. Chapter 7074. Fire Heart Tissue. After introducing a very valuable relic in the form of the damaged imperial banner of the 6th Star Emperor, Raoul Ottaviani began to present a number of less astonishing goods. Ves's enthusiasm cooled as he beheld the items that the trade broker had curated. Each of them were valuable in different ways. They just did not fit his needs as well as he hoped. These goods encompassed powerful exotics, rare hypers, a handful of alien relics, incomplete chi cultivation scriptures and samples of exoplants and exobeasts. The trade broker was able to offer a surprising amount of the latter. The claim that Ottaviani and partners built up a good relationship with the Hunting Association appeared to be true. There was no way that Raoul was able to present so many different organs of powerful alien exoflora and exofauna without getting into the good books of the hunters. Unfortunately, these organs were so weird that it would take far too much trouble for Ves to figure out what to do with them. Just because they held power did not necessarily mean that he could graft them onto a mech and call it a day. It took a lot of expertise and understanding to decipher them and learn how to extract the stuff that was the source of their power. It was similar to the trouble with phase water organs. The Larkinson clan managed to harvest another batch of mostly pristine phase water organs from the Battle of Screed Tanner VF, but all of them would probably remain stored in the freezers for a very long time. The Larkinson Biotech Institute lacked the expertise to quickly and efficiently understand the more complicated phase water organs and convert them into human-compatible ones. The same applied to all of these bizarre organs. So what if he came across a gland that could produce a highly acidic slime? That could dissolve transphasic and even superdimensional matter. Without understanding the cause behind this effect and finding out how to increase the potency of the dangerous slime, it would take forever for its application to melt a hole through a warship hull. Another organ that sounded valuable but was actually pretty useless to him was the fin of an aquatic calamity beast. It possessed the strange property of increasing the acceleration of a mech by 40% and larger vehicles by a lower percentage proportionate to their mass. This might be a priceless relic to certain clients, but Ves already had access to Lucky's gems. He knew that the effects of these gadgets were strong for standard mechs and useful for expert mechs, but mostly lost their power for ace mechs because a Saint Kingdom overpowered everything. Since that was the case, Ves had little reason to bid for the fin. The only other excuse to purchase it was that it was not restricted to mechs. Yet even then he declined to acquire it because it was not cost-effective to use this expensive calamity beat organ on anything else. As Raoul received rejection after rejection, he did not look surprised. He maintained a professional demeanor and did not convey any disappointment. This was the reality of his business. Trade brokers tried their best to match buyers to sellers, but the nature of their demands were so strange that the two sides simply had no way of reconciling their demands with each other's bottom lines. A case like this took place when Raoul presented an object of undeniable value to Ves. It was a heart, an alien heart, to be precise. Ves happened to be familiar enough with phase whale physiology to recognize it came from this species. The heart was massive in scale. It was a giant biological engine of power that ensured that phase water-infused blood flowed through every vein of the phase whale's titanic body. What was unusual about this heart was that it was on fire. The projection did not show a still image, but a video capture. Even when it was secured in a special preservation chamber, the heart still blazed with strong fire energy. What the hell is this? Ves eventually asked. Did a phase whale experiment on himself by trying to leverage the fire element and actually turn his heart into a furnace that eventually got himself killed? Not quite, Professor. The greater phase whale who this heart belongs to was a casualty of the Red War. In his death throes, he wanted to deny his human opponents the opportunity to carve into his carcass and cut away his precious phase water organs. He used the last drops of his power to teleport himself into the local star and surrender his true body to the searing flames. What a brave decision. The greater phase whale probably made the best choice under the circumstances, as it was well known that humans were able to squeeze a lot of benefits from the corpses of phase leaders. Given that this burning heart exists, I take it that the phase whale's attempt to deny resources to red humanity has failed. Ves stated. Correct. The forces at the scene only retrieved a handful of remnants. Bones, mostly. This heart is by far the most notable exception. It is a mutated organ that has technically died, but still shows signs of activity. Attempts have been made to transplant it into a starship, but it has failed to act as an enhanced power generator due to the fact that it is dead. The owners therefore proceeded to slice small to moderate pieces from the organic anomaly. The tissue samples harvested through this process boast a number of useful and exceptional properties. The trade broker transferred a report to Ves that detailed exactly what the abnormal tissue samples were capable of. Even if they were cut into ribbons, the thin flesh of the enormous heart was still able to produce a surprising amount of fire energy by converting it from other energies. Ves studied the data carefully. He also began to visualize how he should work with it and how he could convert it into a useful component to his upcoming Prometheum Mark II design. It would be difficult but not impossible to turn it into a source of fire energy that could push the Prometheum Mark II to the next level. Ves did not know if the LBI was up to the task of performing the biological transformations necessary to turn it into a functional, stable and controllable mech part. He may have to approach the transhumanist faction or maybe the Red Collective to do the job. Once he obtained the transformed product, he should be able to plug it into the Prometheum Mark II and witness the Ace Mech transform into a raging hot bloodfire mech. I need to disclose additional information to you, Raul Ottaviani said in a slighter graver tone than before. The seller has demanded a steep price for this exceptional fire element heart tissue. He demands a quantity of weapon-grade superdimensional matter that is 100 times the mass of the quantity of fire heart tissue that you wish to acquire. If you want to obtain 5 kilograms of fire heart tissue, then the seller expects to receive 500 kilograms of weapon-grade superdimensional matter. Absurd. Ves shot to his feet and almost slammed his fists against his desk as he heard this outrageous demand. Weapon-grade superdimensional matter is the most precious strategic good in this dwarf galaxy. God pilots can practically kill anything if their armaments are upgraded with them. Their immense might is proportionate to their scarcity. There is so little of it in the blue dimension that even a kilogram is precious enough to hurt us if we have lost track of it. This fire heart tissue is admittedly interesting to me, but I will not squander the strategic resources of our clan when I can look for many other substitutes that are also strong in fire energy. Weapon-grade superdimensional matter cannot be substituted by anything. The trade broker nodded slightly. That is the case for now. It may be different in the future. Are you certain of your decision? Ves resolutely repeated his stance. The final decision does not rest with me, but I cannot imagine that the new matriarch of our clan will agree to squander so much high-grade superdimensional matter for organic tissue that is available in much greater quantities. I do not believe for a second that other buyers have paid a price that is close to what the seller has asked. There are many more cost-effective sources of fire energy available. I just need to be patient enough and wait for other opportunities to arrive. In any case, I have no immediate demand for it yet. I can wait months to obtain a more reasonable and affordable alternative. Raul nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall convey your words to the seller. Depending on the reaction, you may or may not receive a second offer. Do you think it is likely to happen? To be honest, no. The trade broker said after a short pause. The fire heart may be enormous, but it is an utterly unique and remarkable biological marvel. Nobody can explain its birth. It should have been impossible for the heart of the phase whale to survive the intense heat of a star, let alone transform into an element that is as far removed from the phase whales as you can think of. It is impossible to replicate the chain of coincidences and stroke of luck that has produced such a unique marvel. Every slice of tissue that gets removed from the heart represents a permanent reduction in reserves. This resource will eventually run out, forcing clients such as yourself to seek other alternatives. Ves did not look impressed. That is a nice story, but I do not have to wait until this fire heart has been cut apart in its entirety for me to look for alternatives. My requirements aren't too strict or specific. I would be happy if I could get a space rock, a strange hypermaterial or even the first flame's tears. It matters not as long as it is compact and can produce a stable and constant output of fire energy. He wanted to make it very clear that he did not appreciate the attempt to rip off the Larkinson clan. Even if Raoul managed to fool Ves, it was useless so long as there was someone in the Larkinson clan that was smart and shrewd enough to recognize how stupid it was to accept the trade. Hopefully, Ves was able to make all of that clear and thereby prevent potential sellers from inflating their demands to such a ridiculous degree. Raoul Ottaviani spread his arms. The fire heart tissue is the final item that we have been able to identify and present to you. We can find more matches for you in a number of days, but this is the extent of what we are able to deliver to you at this early stage. I am pleased with the service that you have provided so far. Ves said, I understand that stuff like this takes time. You are the first trade broker to present trading opportunities to me, and I appreciate how quickly you have been able to deliver. I may not have agreed to look deeper in most of the items available for trade, but it is good that there are at least a couple of hits. I shall do my best to present a more relevant selection of trading goods to you in our next meeting. Raoul solemnly said, now that I have met you in person and gauged your reactions to different items, I have a better understanding of your interests and your budget. The more often we meet, the better I can calibrate future selections according to your needs. We hope that you will retain our services on an ongoing basis. I can promise you that other trade brokerage firms are not as timely as us, and very few of them possess as close of a connection with the hunting association than Ottaviani and partners. Ves did not have a strong opinion on this matter. We shall see. As I have said, you are the first trade broker that I have met. Your speed is commendable, but results matter as well. I will withhold my judgment and let your competitors have a chance to prove themselves. Chapter 7075. The first barter. Coordinating the trades was a bit troublesome. Since Ves was no longer the patriarch of the clan, his current status in the clan was that of a mech designer who operated beyond Gloriana's authority. That turned him into a free agent inside the clan, but also separated him from the hierarchy and its many levers. In practice, that meant that Ves had to ask Casella for permission if he wanted to borrow key personnel, retrieve a valuable resource from the strategic vaults, or draw upon a huge amount of clan funds. The good news was that Ves did not have to turn to the clan for everything. He had amassed a huge personal fortune. The problem was that money alone was not enough to exchange the rare and precious goods on offer. For the first time in centuries, the MTA credit and the CFA credit had become subject to inflation. It couldn't be helped. The RA and the RF no longer maintained absolute dominion over human space anymore. They could no longer extract tribute from the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. Their spending continually increased. They exceeded every deficit limit that they previously imposed on themselves and went deeper into debt to produce more war materiel and train more soldiers for the wars raging across the borders of human-occupied space. The Red 2 also pressured their researchers and developers to innovate and develop new wonder weapons to use against the native aliens and the mutated Vorabugs. All of that cost a lot of funding as well. Many R&D institutions had turned into black holes where money kept disappearing without producing anything of substance in the short term. Whether that might change in a few years was anyone's guess. Increased spending and decreasing revenue were not the only reasons why the top human currencies fell from their thrones and began to roll around in the dirt that they previously tried to avoid. People simply lost confidence in the value of the MTA credit and CFA credit. This was an understandable reaction. During times of crisis, stacking lots of money in a bank account was one of the least useful ways to protect oneself. This was just hoarding wealth without converting it into anything concrete and useful enough to win the necessary battle and ensure one's own survival. This was also why the Red 2 spent so much, even if they knew that they were contributing to the hollowing out of their own precious currencies. Compared to maintaining the value and confidence of the MTA credit and the CFA credit, the mechers and fleeters would much rather obtain more mechs and warships to defend their borders and squash any alien invaders that attempted to chip away at the Red Ocean Union. There were many ways they could come back from a debt crisis and a hyperinflationary spiral if it came to that. What they could not recover from was to see all of their territories devoured by the aliens and their armed forces shattered beyond recovery. In short, during a time of war, it was better to have lots of mechs and warships on hand rather than piles of unused cash. While few people would argue that the mechers and the fleeters made the wrong decision, the reality of the situation was that a lot of other people effectively paid for their profligacy. Inflation of the more unusual and unexpected variety was a tax on everyone else who possessed and depended on cash. They might still earn the same amount of money in terms of numbers, but when their value had dropped by 30%, Then the Red Two effectively robbed them of all of that wealth and used it for their own purposes. The only reason why few people objected to this behavior was because it was for a good cause. The Red Two ultimately spent their money wisely and did everything in their power to defend the core territories that maintained their allegiance to the old order. That did not mean that everyone was happy that they were being exploited by the current economic reality. Suffice to say, the people and organizations that suffered the most from this hidden tax or more nefariously a form of legalized theft were those that possessed a huge cash reserve. Ves and to a lesser extent the Larkinson clan fell into this category. It sucked because Ves was rapidly seeing his real wealth diminish by the day. His reluctance in spending his money on real estate and colonization may have saved him from concerns about the native aliens raising his expensive efforts into dust, but it also left him bereft of more value-retaining resources. Hard currencies such as phase water, strategic resources, mechs and warships mattered a lot more these days. The biggest players increasingly eschewed cash as an exchange medium and resorted more and more on barter to obtain what they needed the most. It was a primitive and inefficient means of exchange, but this was the best that they could do under the circumstances. Ves had no choice but to play by the rules of the game. That became very clear when Ves entered a luxury hotel and entered a small and elegant conference room in order to meet with the seller of the damaged imperial banner. The Rubarthans had already half taken over the hotel. They replaced all of the security personnel with their own troops, and they had even found a way to station their mechs at the perimeter. Naturally, the mechs of the Blue Jay fleet arrived as well and constantly kept an eye on their Rubarthan counterparts. Ves arrived in his most formal outfit, which was the one he wore during the transfer of power to the new matriarch. Lucky accompanied him as well. The gem cat would rather spend time with the kids, but Ves needed his pet in order to help him examine the imperial banner and verify its material composition. Meow. Don't worry about it. These mechs and soldiers can't do anything to us, he said with a reasonable amount of confidence. The possibility that this might be an elaborate attempt to assassinate him was not zero, but Ves was confident that it wouldn't work. Even if the mechers were completely caught off guard and reacted incompetently to an ambush, Ves still had plenty of ways to defend himself. He was a lesser phase lord and had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. If it came down to it, Ves did not mind letting Sev out of his cage and rampage to his heart's content. That shouldn't happen today. The Rubarthans were in dire straits and needed all of the goodwill they could get from others. Even rogue elements among them had to restrain themselves in order to save their newly independent polity from collapsing. As Ves entered the conference room after going through a thorough but ultimately useless security inspection, he encountered a familiar and unfamiliar face. "Good morning, Ves," Raul Ottaviani said as he made a short bow. "You have come just in time. Let me introduce you to one of my Rubarthan trading partners. This is Mech General Harman Raider Kavalauskas, patriarch of the Raider Kavalauskas family and its most senior military official. The Raider Kavalauskas family, or RK family for short, has always been a loyal retainer to the Smokestack Principality. It is a pleasure to meet with you, General." Ves extended his hand. The older and much more stockier man gripped his hand tightly and shook. "You honor us by your visit," the Rubarthan gruffly responded. As they went through their introductions, Ves discreetly used his cranial implant to pull off information about the general from the galactic net. Any Rubarthan that was prominent enough to become a mech general in the hierarchy of the Rubarthan Pact should definitely have a large public profile. According to the information that Ves obtained, the Raider Kavalauskas family existed for a long time, but only became prominent after the Smokestack Prince elevated it into a trusted position. This was an important detail, as the Smokestack Prince was the strongest rival to the Inferno Spear Prince in the competition to ascend to the recently made red-stained throne. In any case, the 476th Prince raised the RKs to become his guard dogs, which meant that he could easily put them down if he wished. This put the family in a rather precarious position. They had long attempted to branch out, but they could not do so openly for fear of earning Prince Titus' mistrust. The mech general standing in front of Ves was known as a strong and unflinchingly loyal retainer of the Smokestack Prince. This was important as the latter's non-military inclinations left him with relatively few trusted military officials by his side. The reason why Major General Harman traveled to Yurnstal at this time was to engage in the mass procurement of essential goods and services to help the Rubarthan Pact survive the difficult months ahead. In order to fund all of these procurements, the Major General brought plenty of stuff that the Rubarthans had stashed in their vaults and museums for a long time. The Imperial banner was just one of many trade goods that they sought to use as barter. After Ves and Harmon completed their superficial chatter, they quickly moved on to business. Both of them were busy people and neither of them liked to waste their time. The general and the trade broker led Ves to the center of the room where a highly secure protective container floated in the air. General Harmon solemnly proceeded to undergo the rigorous steps to unlock the container. Once its lid shifted open, Ves was able to behold the folded banner in all of its glory. Its impression in reality was so much richer and more vivid than the high-resolution image capture that Ves had studied previously. The banner was indeed in bad condition. It used to be fairly large, but so much of it had burned away that the intact amounts of fabric were much smaller in size. Ves did not touch it, but he could feel the weight of history and the complex sentiments attached to this broken symbol of authority. He could already tell its material qualities were excellent, but what Ves valued just as much was the hopes, dreams, disappointments and loathing that a huge number of Rubarthans had directed towards this banner and the sovereign it used to represent. That accumulation of multiple generations worth of humans subtly elevated an object that had no right to be an artifact into a relic that possessed a disproportionately strong spiritual weight. Ves could make use of that. He could rely on his specialization in spiritual engineering to convert this dormant and unused reserve of complementing and contradictory energies into a powerful application. He already began to entertain a lot of ideas, a few of which were more dangerous and risky than others. While his desire to obtain this imperial banner had spiked, Ves tried his best not to let that show in his reactions. He maintained a neutral stance and demeanor and did his best to pretend that the banner was useful but anything but essential. "What do you think, Lucky?" Meow. Lucky did not show the slightest amount of interest. The banner was made out of organic fabrics. Even if the threads were laced with strong metallic exotics, that did not change the fact that it used to be the fur of a long-dead exo-beast. Lucky would rather eat a lump of weapon-grade superdimensional matter rather than take a bite out of reprocessed hair. "So what do you want for it, General?" Ves asked directly. "What most people want from you and your clan. Superdimensional matter, the high-grade variety." Ves immediately grimaced. "No, out of the question. As interesting as this historical object may be, it is not worth any quantity of the strongest resource in the Red Ocean. You can settle for the mid-grade variety or ask for an entirely different good, but we will not exchange armor or weapon-grade superdimensional matter for this exchange." Chapter 7076, Fire Sale. A period of haggling ensued. Both sides had strong needs and limited resources at their disposal. There was no way they were willing to sacrifice a fortune only to receive a pittance. The problem that both sides faced was the difficulty of appraising the value of the goods on barter. What was the worth of a kilogram of weapon-grade superdimensional matter? 1 billion MTA credits. 1 trillion MTA credits. Nobody knew. Nobody ever paid money to acquire superdimensional matter. They only ever paid in goods, in knowledge and in costly favors. Those concessions were also difficult to price because their value fluctuated greatly depending on the changes in the environment, the economic conditions of human space and how well humans fared in the Red War. In short, there was so much uncertainty surrounding the value of different goods and services that people naturally tried to pin the value of their own concessions at the higher end while doing the opposite for the offerings of other parties. That was how the bartering session basically unfolded. The Rubarthan Mech general tried his best to emphasize the historic significance and material excellence of the imperial banner. It may have been associated with a disgraced Star Emperor, but it was still a genuine imperial relic. Only one of its kind existed in the Red Ocean. Once it was gone, a piece of human history would disappear forever. Even if Ves did not care about the historical context, he could not ignore the material properties of the fibers that remained intact. Without relying on hyper-materials, phase water or superdimensional matter, the fibers made out of the fur of an absurdly strong exo-beast could already rank in the top 100 strongest substances known to red humanity. The cloth was like a thick wall that took the form of slightly thick fabric like one would use on a typical coat. Ves could think of many possible uses for such a remarkable fabric. Yet the fact of the matter was that the imperial banner was not the only item he needed to fulfill one of his objectives. He made that very clear to the good general. "I am sorry, General, but we truly cannot agree on exchanging any of our high-grade superdimensional matter for this banner," Ves calmly said as he maintained an impassive expression. "The only reason why I am interested in your item is because I need to acquire a modest quantity of high-quality fabric to create a special birthday gift for my eldest daughter. I have no interest in the story behind the banner. I just want to unravel the threads and weave them into a different form." I also intend to dye them into a different color so nothing of its previous incarnation will be left intact. The two continued to negotiate with each other. Ves constantly downplayed the uniqueness of the banner while the general did the opposite. In the end, Ves managed to shift the balance in his favor. His negotiating strategy worked because it was based on the truth. Superdimensional matter and especially the high-grade ones possessed undeniable value. Even smaller quantities could be incredibly useful as they could be used to make virtually impenetrable piloting suits, combat armor or a protective external cockpit shell. Given the many valuable uses for armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter, it was difficult to argue that Ves should fork over a lot of it in order to acquire what most people would probably regard as a luxury product in this day and age. Ves eventually managed to bargain down the price to just 4,700 kilograms of hull-grade superdimensional matter. As far as mid-grade superdimensional matter was concerned, this was not a particularly large quantity, but it was not trivial either. Even if the mid-grade stuff could not match the performance of the high-grade stuff, it vastly outperformed the best transphasic alloys in most areas, which meant that it still held a large amount of intrinsic value. It could easily be used to upgrade the personal protection of dozens of ace mech pilots, thereby increasing their survival chances in the event that their ace mechs fell in battle. After all, most ace pilots that met their end in recent times usually found their ace mechs impaled by St. Piercer arms. The alien-grade superdimensional weapons cut straight through true resonance and pierced through transphasic hyper-armor plating as easily as cutting through a thick layer of butter. Facing such threats, ace pilots often had to face sudden lethal peril that they could not effectively resist with the tools that they normally had at their disposal. In these cases, being able to add a thin layer of hull-grade superdimensional armor to the exterior of the cockpit of the front of the torso was enough to impede the tip of a St. Piercer just enough to stall or at least impede its forward momentum. This was enough. As long as the ace pilot was able to react fast enough, he or she should be able to withdraw to safety so long as the ace mech still remained functional enough. That should drastically improve the survival rates of the ace pilots in question. This was a matter of great strategic importance to the Rubarthan Pact, whose declaration of independence had left it bereft of the protection previously offered by the mechers and the fleeters. Sure, the Rubarthans had already negotiated a deal with the Cybernetic Empire for military assistance, but at what cost? It was not cheap for the Cybers to construct so many mechs and warships. Activating the translocation gate to rapidly deploy their warfleets to the Rubarthan Pact also came with a price. The polymath would never let the Rubarthans freeload at her expense. The less the Rubarthans were able to defend their own borders, the more they had to surrender their wealth and resources to the hungry Cybernetic Empire. If beleaguered Rubarthans did not shape up quickly, they would soon find themselves hollowing out their foundation while also contributing to the ascension of the Cybernetic Empire as the premier human power in the Red Ocean. This had to be prevented at all costs, so the Rubarthan had become truly desperate to expand and strengthen their armed forces in every way possible. Ves understood their position and the heavy pressure they endured, so he did not hesitate to exploit their unfavorable circumstance and come away with a deal that he found more than acceptable. The Larkinson clan might not necessarily think that way, though. To him, the imperial banner possessed great value because he was confident he could convert it into added protection for his daughter. However, this was a personal desire. The Larkinson clan had greater needs. Exchanging almost 5 tons of mid-grade superdimensional matter for an upgrade that had no bearing on the modern battlefield was not necessarily a favorable deal. The Larkinson clan's remaining reserves of hull-grade superdimensional matter dwindled even further. If Ves conducted more exchanges like this, then there was a very real risk that the clan would run out of mid-grade superdimensional matter a lot sooner than the high-grade variety. After all, the clan had to wait until they were ready to upgrade the right mechs in order to use up its reserves of armor and weapon-grade superdimensional matter. These resources were far too valuable to be squandered on ordinary projects. It was a good thing that Casella was on his side. He only had to send a brief message detailing the exchange to her and wait a few minutes before receiving her assent. The deal went through. "You drive a hard bargain," Mech General Harmon Raider Kavalauskas eventually said as he symbolically shook hands with Ves. "I cannot say that our princes will be happy when they learn about this result, but it is clear that you have done your homework. I am glad that we still managed to come to a consensus that my people can barely stomach. Under normal circumstances, we would never agree to part with a historical relic with strong imperial origins so easily, especially considering that you plan to dismantle it for parts." The message was clear. Despite the controversial story behind the imperial banner, the Rubarthans still hoped that Ves would treat it with respect. I am not in the habit of paying a small fortune just to add a useless trophy to my display case. Ves calmly responded, the imperial banner will not exist anymore once it comes into my possession. I have no obligation to preserve your history. You and your people should have already made peace with this reality after you offered it up. For exchange, Raoul Ottaviani eventually approached the pair and congratulated them both. Gentlemen, thank you for using the services of Ottaviani and partners. We have already filed the necessary paperwork with the relevant administrations. We still need your signatures on a handful of documents. As per our agreement, our brokerage firm will be receiving a commission in phase water instead of superdimensional matter. It would have been outrageous to pay Ottaviani and partners even a single gram of superdimensional matter. The major players had all formed a tacit agreement not to let superdimensional matter fall into the hands of smaller players, especially those who were unable to defend their newly gained prizes. This was because even the smallest quantities of superdimensional matter could be used to cause significant harm. Those with ill intentions could use it to produce superdimensional rounds that could punch through nearly any form of energy and physical defenses. Ves had already fallen victim to that, so he knew more than most people how important figures including his loved ones could get killed by a well-equipped sniper. This reminded him that he should make sure to equip his wife and children with superdimensional defenses. Their personal Azure energy shield generators no longer offered as much absolute protection as before. In any case, Ottaviani and partners clearly was not worthy to obtain and make use of superdimensional matter. Raoul was tactful enough to understand this truth, so he easily accepted phase water as an alternative reward for his services. The trade broker showed no sign of discontent. Even if phase water was nowhere near as precious as superdimensional matter, it was still a scarce resource that consistently rose in value over the course of the Red War. Demand for it remained sky-high as everyone needed it to mass-produce transphasic hyper-armor plating, Azure energy shield generators and superdrives. After handling a bit of paperwork, the air between the trading partners began to clear up. The Rubarthan general relaxed and spoke a little more comfortably in Ves's presence. You guys still haven't solved your succession crisis? Ves asked in a perplexed voice. It is not that simple to choose a successor of a newly independent star empire that has yet to complete its reforms. The Raider Kavalauskas Patriarch said, for too long, we have been reliant on the centralized government of the new Rubarth Empire. The pact was never meant to operate outside of active supervision and intervention from the old galaxy. We were almost done with deciding on our new form of governance when the Vorabugs invaded our space. That has caused multiple shocks and radically changed our circumstances. The general was careful not to express any opinion on the chances of which prince was likely to ascend to the throne. Shouldn't the latest crisis be an impetus for you Rubarthans to finally make up your mind? Ves questioned. As an outsider, the situation is relatively simple. You can choose to enthrone the Inferno Spear Prince if you want to shape your pact into a militaristic empire. If you want to create a powerful industrial and logistical powerhouse, then the Smokestack Prince is more suitable. If you guys are too divided to pick a polarizing choice, then you can choose a weaker but more neutral candidate such as the Brownstone Prince or the Impresario Prince. Whatever the case, don't keep us all in suspense. General Harmon let out a breath. I do not disagree with you, but you are not aware of how delicate our political landscape has become. The stakes are too high. Choosing the right leader can lead our pact to greatness or damnation. We cannot afford to make the wrong choice. Chapter 7077, A New Identity. The Rubarthans were a strange sort of people. They completely opposed the Terrans and tried to run their government completely differently. Instead of running a decentralized oligopoly where multiple ancient clans all shared power, the Rubarthans liked to elevate a single central leader to a position of supreme authority. One voice, one direction, zero division. At least that was supposed to be the case in theory. Ves knew that it worked out a lot messier in practice, but the Rubarthans still clung to the fantasy of answering to a single leader. What complicated this insistence on centralization was the heavy promotion of meritocracy. The Rubarthans believed that any one of them had a chance to ascend to greatness. They should be given a fair opportunity to excel in their studies and prove their worth in their work. This was nearly impossible to realize in practice. Cronyism, favoritism, prejudices and office politics often caused people to promote their friends and minions above those who deserved the positions more. Such abuses were more prevalent in certain states and organizations. The Red Fleet had recently moved to a much more closer form of a well-functioning meritocracy after letting Archie evaluate its members. The increasingly more sentient and powerful AI effectively gained the power to decide on which fleeters were eligible for promotions. The Rubarthans had not gone that far. Humans still decided who to hire, promote and fire from their jobs. So long as this remained the case, the Rubarthans could never be truly fair and neutral when dealing with each other. Even so, most Rubarthans tended to be quite fair. Their culture promoted a strong sense of responsibility. Each of them needed to be fair about each other's merits and shortcomings. This was the only way the Rubarthans could overtake the supposedly decadent and corrupt Terrans and become the ultimate masters of the universe. While Ves admired the noble and ambitious sentiments of the Rubarthan people, he personally thought that they were too stubborn about clinging to old glories. The new Rubarth Empire had indeed been great during the heyday of the Age of Conquest, but they had declined in power and influence ever since. Ves seriously doubted whether the Rubarthans in both the Old Galaxy and the New Frontier had any hope of regaining their former glory. Red humanity was currently living through the Age of Dawn. This was 2 ages past the Age of Conquest. Not only had they arrived in a different time period, but they also found themselves in a completely new galaxy, if only a small one. Why the hell were they still pining after the dream of restoring a star empire that effectively died over 4 centuries ago? Rather than engage in a difficult and most likely futile attempt at necromancy, Ves would rather have these people form a new polity that was unburdened by the shameful failures of the past. At least they were making a bit of progress on that front by cleaning out their old stash of undesirable relics. After returning to his compound with his latest prize in tow, he carefully began to study the damaged banner. He first unfolded it and spread it across the floor of his borrowed workshop. The original banner was around as tall as a mech, but only a fraction of its length remained intact. After brushing the surface of ancient soot and ash, he could spot various stylistic elements used by the Rubarthan imperial household. Ves had already verified it earlier, but as he touched the banner with his own hands, he could feel its connection to a pivotal period of Rubarthan history most acutely. It was not the main item that symbolized the new Rubarth Empire's dramatic fall from grace, but plenty of people harbored a lot of ill will towards this banner and the sovereign it was supposed to represent. All of those hatreds and regrets caused the banner to become a focal point of negativity. Back in the old galaxy, that translated into nothing more than to subtly stoke the hatreds of any Rubarthans that beheld this damaged relic. Yet it was different in the new frontier. Here, the thoughts and emotions of every sentient being could exert enough power to alter reality. All of the dormant negative emotions embedded into the imperial banner gradually became increasingly more active and significant. Ves could not guess what sort of difference they could make, but he doubted that it was anything good. The Rubarthans had made the right choice by getting rid of this banner because it might turn into a source of bad luck if they remained in close proximity. Even Ves might fall victim to the vagaries of misfortune if he stayed in its presence for too long. Let's stash it away for the time being. After completing his examination of the banner, he requested for it to be stored in a vault that was hopefully isolated. He already had a good idea of how he wanted to process it and rework it into a canopy for the flower parasol, but he needed to do a lot more preparation work first. Ves briefly pulled the artifact in question from his system space. The object's attitude towards him was lukewarm at best. He was clearly not the right person to own it, which was understandable considering its pink canopy. Don't worry, it won't be long until I gift you to my daughter whose company you prefer a lot more. I first need to modernize and transform you into a more suitable protector. Your original was made and used in a very different time and place. Things are completely different here in the Red Ocean. You will need greater protection and reinforcement. Let me show you what I have in mind. Ves began to project his draft design for the upgraded flower parasol, giving the high-level artifact a good view of its next iteration. In order to offer the best possible protection to my daughter, I really need to strengthen your capabilities. In my opinion, it is essential to incorporate the strongest materials that we have access to, which is high-grade superdimensional matter. Combining this new material in the form of workable alloys will allow you to keep up with the times and worry a lot less about getting broken into pieces. The flower parasol shook in his hand. I am well aware that you are strongly aspected towards the wood and flower attributes. The careless addition of cold metal alloys can potentially ruin your astonishing formation, which is why I am not trying to replace your parts with it. I would much rather expand you with superdimensional alloys. This way, you get the best of both worlds. You get to keep your powerful runes, but also enjoy the protection of superior metals. The artifact shook harder in his hand. I understand what you are concerned about, which is why I decided to reward you and strengthen you by feeding you powerful explants. This is one of your capabilities, right? You can continually evolve and strengthen yourself by absorbing more and more resilient exoplants. I will do my best to satisfy your hunger, but I expect you to cooperate with me to help integrate superdimensional alloy and other powerful materials into your structure. The flower parasol had clear concerns about whether Ves was skilled enough to avoid mistakes and preserve its existing features. Don't worry, I will explain my plans and my steps to you as I work. If you have any objections, then share them with me. We can work this out together. Ves was not arrogant enough to know how an artifact like the flower parasol worked. Not even Vulcan knew too much about it, as the incarnation had turned into an all-rounder of sorts. Ves and Vulcan would have to learn advanced woodworking skills in order to properly transform a wooden artifact like the flower parasol. It was a good thing that they were not afraid of the challenge. I know that you are already fairly powerful in your current state, but you don't enjoy the benefits of any modern technology and materials. Don't underestimate what I can offer to you. In order to make my daughter safe, I am willing to go all out to turn you into a powerful protective umbrella. Ves cared a lot about upgrading the flower parasol. Not only did he want to make it more resistant against powerful attacks, he also wanted to obtain a greater understanding of the nature of ancient cultivation artifacts. The key trait that separated old-school artifacts such as the ocean collar, the flower parasol and most notably the heavensward from modern artifacts was the sophisticated use of runes to shape and channel power. Ves did not have a clear understanding of runes as of yet. His attempts to impart ascension runes to his mechs did not count, as he did not master the runes himself. He merely laid the groundwork for their appearance. Working with an existing artifact that was marked by runes was a good opportunity to learn how ancient creation cultivators utilized runes in their attempts to produce high-level artifacts. So long as he understood the gist of it, he could apply his newfound knowledge in all kinds of useful applications. Perhaps he could upgrade his ascension runes and help them reach the next level by having them synergize with each other much more extensively than before. This was still an uphill battle, though. There was only so much he could learn from studying an artifact without completely dismantling it. He was also lacking crucial theoretical knowledge that Vulcan would not be able to make up for due to his lack of book learning. All of this made it more difficult to upgrade the flower parasol to his satisfaction. He hated the thought of disappointing his daughter. This was more than trying to create the best possible birthday present. Ves wanted to create an iconic relic that would serve Aurelia well and accompany her as she grew older and entered different stages of her life. In order to ensure that the flower parasol remained strong and useful enough to remain in use, Ves needed to do his best to future-proof it and ensure it could continue to improve over time. Do you think you can teach me how to change your size like the ocean collar? How about creating a pocket dimension where Aurelia can safely stash you before pulling you out when she needs your protection? Do you even know anything that I can use? An artifact was just an artifact in the end. It was unable to explain how it was made just as much as Ves did not understand how his Phase Lord physique worked nowadays. He at least managed to earn its trust. It might not be able to provide much technical guidance, but it was willing to let Ves examine its structure and runes. All of this helped Ves refine and expand upon his design for the next iteration of the flower parasol. If this works out, you will definitely become a lot more powerful and unique. You might not be able to come close to matching the power of the heavensward, but that is okay. So long as you persist in your growth, you may one day be able to catch up to this ancient relic weapon. The flower parasol became increasingly more enthusiastic about the changes that Ves had in store. He not only proved his sincerity, he also showed excellent understanding of what the flower parasol truly desired. A unique identity. Ves did not forget that the mech designer system only produced a copy of the original flower parasol. No matter how remarkable this template must have been, the one in his possession was ultimately a pale imitation of the real thing. Ves went out of his way to propose a redesign that would make it impossible for others to mistake it for the flower parasol. Only by transforming it into an entirely different object would it truly be able to forge its own legend rather than borrowing the legend of its predecessor. Ves believed this was the essence of true high-level artifact production. Chapter 7078. Ves the naughty boy. Over the ensuing week, Ves met with more trade brokers and the sellers they found for him. He attended a lot of meetings and discussed business with plenty of people. Ves felt as if he was rapidly integrating into the bustling business scene of Xianxia IV. He quickly became a known figure among this community. The Larkinson clan made a lot of small to mid-sized concessions during this busy week. With the Saint Commander's approval, Ves traded away bits and pieces of mid-grade and high-grade superdimensional matter, depleting the strategic reserves of the Larkinson clan by a worrisome degree. The only reasons why Ves and Casella did not feel more concern about giving away all of this superdimensional matter was because Kedis was close to opening up another dimension breach. With the handful of upgrades to the Dimension Observatory, the next mining run should definitely deliver a greater yield than in the past 2 mining runs. Of course, not everything deserved to be paid with this precious resource. The Larkinson clan freely exchanged strategic goods that it had plundered from the battlefield, such as phase water, salvaged high-grade exotics, mutated beasts, high-ranking alien prisoners, and even phase water organs. Ves did not agree with exchanging that last part, but this was one issue where the Saint Commander insisted on standing her ground. We cannot keep piling up these gigantic phase water organs inside enormous vaults that all require tight security in order to deter thieves from robbing them. Her physical projection calmly explained to Ves. It would be one thing if our researchers are actually capable and numerous enough to derive useful studies from them, but that is not the case. Despite your focused investments in the Larkinson Biotech Institute, it simply cannot scale up as fast as necessary to study and make good use of all of those phase water organs. The fact of the matter is that we can get much more out of them if we sell them straight away rather than hoard them for no good reason. But, I am aware of your interest in them, but there are limits to what our biotech researchers can do. Casella said, the only way to quickly improve our ability to research the phase water organs is to take over an R&D institution that has already developed the right expertise for it. That is impossible, as the Red Association and the Red Collective control virtually all of them. They will never let them go even if we offer high-grade superdimensional matter in return. Given that our clan only has one human phase lord and a compromised one at that, I cannot think of any justification to maintain our heavy investment in the research of phase lord organs. The Saint Commander understood why this policy decision would make the former patriarch upset, but she had to take her duties as the new leader of the Larkinson clan seriously. This was not a problem where she could fudge the truth and get away with prioritizing private interests over public interests. The pros and cons of each decision were too far apart from each other. The clan could save a lot of expenses and allocate its research capacity a lot more effectively. Since Casella was being so serious about this, Ves had little choice but to concede this argument. He knew she was making the right decision for him as well. There were other organizations that could make much better use of the phase water organs harvested from the greater phase lords felled by the Larkinsons. This was a better benefit for Red humanity as a whole, as it needed to convert as much of its plunder into its armed forces as possible. Fine, I am not opposed to selling most of the phase water organs, but I would still like for us to retain the rarest and most relevant organs for me. Even if my phase lord cultivation is more of a detriment than an asset to the clan these days, who knows whether that will change in the future. Which organs do you want us to hold on then, Ves? Let me tell you that I will agree to retain 6 phase water organs. That will give you enough of a selection and will keep all of our in-house specialists on phase water organs busy for a long time. What a small quota. A total of just 6 phase water organs was too restrictive for his tastes. Can I get a few more? There are a lot of attractive organs that have great implications for me if I am successfully able to implant a version of them into my true body. No, the matriarch flatly said, making it clear that she did not intend to quibble over this issue. Ves sighed. Fine, let me think about it for a moment. I need to go over the list of old and new phase water organs that are currently in our possession. He quickly pulled up the list of organs, including the most recent ones harvested from the carcass of the 5th Lord of Bizisket. 2x Phasewater Production System, produces phase water 1x greater Norigo organ, accelerated healing through rapid digestion 2x greater Marigal organ, increased density and durability of flesh 1x lesser Simpatico organ, remotely interface with Architect products 1x lesser Kali organ, split mass to form a miniature clone 1x greater Vashkan organ, instantly propels a phase lord forward 1x greater Tarse organ, anchors a phase lord in space and calms nearby space 1x greater Farade organ, massively extends detection range of warp bubbles 1x greater loaded organ, significantly increases warp factor of warp travel 1x greater Enid organ, moderately increases reaction speed and strengthens reflexes 1x greater Zwine organ, generates organic beacon that transmits superdimensional signals. Ves did not have a clear impression of it, but now that he glanced at the list, he had to admit that the Saint Commander was right to worry about all of the massive organs piling up in the LBI's biostorage facilities. When he went over the organs harvested from the Fifth Lord of Bizisket, he was able to recognize a definite pattern. The Fifth Lord of Bizisket was probably a naughty boy, he said with an amused voice. From what I can tell about his selection of greater phase water organs, much of them are geared towards tracking and intercepting starships or maybe even other phase lords that are engaged in warp travel. The greater Farade organ can serve a defensive or offensive purpose, but when you combine it with the greater loaded organ, the combination lends itself too well towards commerce raiding, or piracy. There was no way the Fifth Lord of Bizisket had noble intentions when he integrated this set of greater phase water organs. This stood in stark contrast to the much more honorable and upstanding Arena Lord of Yagwasa, whose phase water organs were largely geared towards strengthening his direct combat capabilities. Both of them were Nunzer greater phase lords, yet their inclinations differed enormously. This reminded Ves that the Nuncers were anything but uniform. They encompassed vastly different individuals just like humans. Casella was not interested in the Fifth Lord's dirty laundry. From the moment Saint Dice ended his life, he ceased to be a point of concern. This was in contrast to the protector of Karnak, who successfully fought against a full superdimensional ace mech and lived to tell the tale. He would definitely convey a lot of critical intelligence back to his phase whale masters. Make your choice, Ves. The sooner you decide, the sooner we can clear our inventory. Fine, fine, let me think about what I want. Ves recognized that he needed to specialize just as the Nunzer greater phase lords had done. It was not feasible to integrate many different phase water organs with many different functions. Just like how most mech pilots specialized in specific mech archetypes, Ves felt it was prudent to stick to one mode. So what did he want to become? A pure warrior? No, Ves was not a fighter, and his alter ego Sev never enjoyed formal combat training. It was too much to ask for either of them to duel and brawl against actual warriors. Ves believed he needed to synergize his own phase lord capabilities with the features of his upcoming polymetal mech. Now that he had made a lot of strides in setting up the design project, he had a better idea of what he would end up with. The polymetal mech possessed both productive and destructive capabilities. This meant that it was at least partially supportive in function. That suited Ves a lot better than punching phase lords in the face like a simple brute. He decided to commit to a support role, even if he needed to force Sev to concede control over his true body in order to make effective use of his upcoming polymetal mech. In order to make his selection easier, he crossed out the options that he did not need as much as the others. No phase water organ was useless, but some were less relevant to him than others. He decided to get rid of the greater Marigal organs and the greater Norigo organ because he shouldn't be brawling so heavily that he needed to increase his durability and self-recovery capabilities. He chose to remove the lesser Simpatico organ because interfacing with Architect was more relevant to Gloriana than himself. He removed the greater Vashkan organ because charging forward sounded like the most dispensable ability. He crossed out the greater Enid organ because it was most relevant to brawlers and weapon masters. This left him with a reduced selection of phase water organs that definitely slanted heavily towards the Fifth Lord of Bizisket. In other words, Ves would rather become a naughty boy than an honorable warrior. He could see many potential uses for the ability to detect distant entities traveling in warp and trying to overtake them before yanking them back into real space. Only by plundering more aliens would Ves and the Larkinson clan be able to continue to enrich themselves. I have made my selection, he announced. I would like you to preserve a single facewater production system, a lesser Kali organ, a greater Tarse organ, a greater Farade organ, a greater loaded organ and a greater Zwine organ. Casella Ingvar instantly understood what Ves was going for. Are you sure about your choices? You are sacrificing self-defense for utility. With the bounty on your head, you need all of the protection that you can get. Most of your dreams will end once you are killed. I am sure, Ves said with a determined voice. If I want to strengthen my defenses, I will rely on my upcoming polymetal mech to do that. What I need are capabilities that are difficult to replicate with technology. Since he sounded so certain, the matriarch did not attempt to persuade Ves any further. He was old and wise enough to make his own decisions. Very well, then, I will inform the LBI to package the unwanted phase water organs and prepare them for shipping. I will permit you to seek out trades where you can exchange them for necessary goods and services. I highly advise you to exchange at least one. of them for external R&D support in the study of our remaining phase water organs. The sooner we use them up, the better. I was just about to make that request. It is good to hear that we are of the same mind on this issue. I am sure the transhumanist faction of the Raw or the Phase Lord department of the RC would be happy to lend us their expertise after we reveal what we are willing to offer. Despite all of the concerns about Sev, having a stronger and more capable Phase Lord on hand might save their hides one day. Now that he had made his selection, he no longer felt bad about clearing out the less relevant phase water organs. He felt liberated as he had chosen a focused and more concrete development trajectory for his Phase Lord cultivation. Although Ves still had a few concerns about strengthening his alter ego, enough time had passed since the initial emergence of Sev to conclude that the latter could not arbitrarily take control. So long as Ves restrained himself from unfolding his true body, he was sure he could keep his more savage and inhuman personality in check. Chapter 7079, The Essence of the Phasewater Production System. We are more than happy to help your clan research and convert your phase water organs in a more useful form. Vector Loban said after he concluded a small deal with the Larkinsons. Normally, we prefer to let the specialists over at the Phase Lord department of the Red Collective take over this responsibility, but you should be aware of our growing concerns regarding its people. All of the recent developments had overshadowed the mystery surrounding the increasingly more infamous department. Yet that did not mean that the collies managed to solve the problem. Ves had heard very little progress about it, which implied that the Phase Lord department continued to remain a big problem. A part of him wanted to change his mind and pay a visit to the Astral Octagon, but another part of him felt that intervening at the wrong time could get him into big trouble. After all, he happened to be a human Phase Lord himself. Many people might assume that he would automatically side with the Phase Lord department, which was not the case. Ves did not want the RC to experience a rift so shortly after its founding. Given the instability and uncertainty that had taken hold of the young and shakily run superorganization, he decided it was better to partner with the transhumanist faction this time. While the transhumanists had shifted most of their work related to the study of phase lords to the collies, recent events prompted them to partially reverse this decision. If the phase lord department had truly gone rogue, then the mechers needed to be able to gain an understanding of phase lords without relying on a third party. Ves was happy to work with the transhumanists. They may be crazy in their own way, but they were not traitors or unreliable. He cooperated with them for years and did not have too many complaints so long as the evolution which did not stick her nose in his business. So how quickly can your biotech researchers deliver results? Your faction agreed to help the LBI derive human-compatible phase water organs from our remaining alien phase water organs. Our clan is paying you a whole and functioning phase water production system for your services. The Saint Commander was reluctant to give away such a valuable strategic asset just to expedite your research assistance, but I insisted upon it because speed is of the essence. The transhumanist liaison briefly paused as he retrieved the relevant data from the RA's internal network. I understand your desire for haste, Ves, but please do not entertain any unrealistic expectations. Our biotech researchers are busier than ever since the mutated vorobugs have emerged. As a new threat, we urgently need to understand them better and have diverted many of our scientists to studying the new vorobug subspecies. However, I can promise you that we are on the verge of expanding the research teams that are still assigned to study phase lords and phase whales. We have not neglected the necessity of understanding their strengths and weaknesses. Ves took Vector at his word. That is good to hear, but can you give me a more concrete timeline? The complexity of the phase water organs that you have retained are all high, some more than others. Understanding the working mechanisms of the phasewater production system is a particularly high priority for us. You have greatly aided our research by donating an intact version of one to us. We already have them, but each additional PPS in our possession allows us to allocate more research teams that are permitted to hold riskier experiments. Even then, if nothing else changes, do not expect us to deliver anything useful until half a decade later. Do note that this is only a loose estimate. Given the immense complexity and amazing features of the PPS, 5 years was already the best that the transhumanist faction could offer under the circumstances. It was not realistic to expect the mechers to complete their research faster. Fine, what about the other organs? Broadly speaking, it will take at least 2 years to deliver an initial result. The more difficult phase water organs may take a decade to decipher. This is not an absolute. I can very well imagine that our research team may have to spend 2 decades of their life to finally produce a successful result if they are unable to call upon any further assistance. All of this was taking too long, but Ves had no other alternative. He had largely chosen to hold back the greater phase water organs, which were larger and more difficult to figure out. It would take a lot of time to crack their secrets and make them usable to humans. Ves knew that there was little point in urging greater speed. He was still a lesser phase lord. Before he could integrate the greater phase water organs, he still needed to integrate a phasewater production system first. Ves was not sure whether a human greater phase lord even existed at this time. He felt it was way too early for the phase lord department to achieve a major breakthrough on this front. Ves continued to chat with Vector about developments related to the study of phase lords and phase water organs. During their discussion, the transhumanist made a startling revelation. Our studies into the PPS have long confounded us because how it does not make sense. Vector said, its biological arrangements shouldn't work according to our own theories. We have even less understanding of where the phase water actually comes from. It seems as if it magically conjures it up from a pocket of empty space. It is only after we gained access to superdimensional matter and recognized a number of familiar properties that we learned the truth. The PPS is the first true superdimensional organ that we have discovered. Its sophistication and organic principles far exceed other phase water organs in complexity. It is as if it was developed by a greater species than the phase whales. Ves looked shocked. He never imagined that the PPS possessed such an amazing origin and composition. Are you saying that the native aliens are onto something whenever they reference their supposed elder gods? Are they the species responsible for uplifting the phase whale race and gifting them with the design of a phasewater production organ? Vector shrugged. This is one of the theories that have gained traction within our faction. There are many other theories that do not rely on the existence of the elder gods. Whatever the case, the PPS derives much of its remarkable properties from the modest amount of mid-grade superdimensional matter that is efficiently arranged within its organic tissue. All of the phase water that is reinforcing the flesh and structure has previously blinded our sensors of the presence of small amounts of alien-grade superdimensional matter spread across the organ. They are spread across the entire organ in small concentrations, but are always augmented by large amounts of phase water-infused tissue. That sounded as if the superdimensional matter was present in just enough quantities to open up new possibilities, but relied on the rest of the PPS to do the heavy lifting. In other words, the superdimensional matter acted similar to Ketty's whenever she opened up a new dimension breach. She, or rather the Dimension Observatory, created a temporary passage to the blue dimension. What came next were a huge number of mining mechs, mining vehicles and ore transportation vehicles. Each of them worked hard to mine and bring back as much superdimensional matter as possible. Ketty's did not involve herself in all of the large-scale mining activity, but she undeniably played a crucial role in making this possible. If the PPS worked in the same fashion but for the purpose of producing phase water rather than superdimensional matter, then it should no longer pose as much of a mystery to Ves anymore. He was sure that there was a lot of fascinating superdimensional science and bioengineering at play, but people should be able to unravel those secrets soon enough. What was important was that the mechers discovered the key principles and basic functioning of the PPS. It was no longer an organic black box anymore. That would have many implications on future research and development. Ves could already draw one insightful conclusion from what he learned. The strategic value of superdimensional matter had grown even further. Learning how to create your own PPS had become a lot more vital. Many people dreamt of owning a sustainable source of phase water. The PPS not only offered liberation to its users, but could also help a greater phase lord meet the exponentially greater consumption of his own true body. So the native aliens have access to and made use of superdimensional matter before the Red War began. Ves flatly said, "Can we make more superdimensional organs based on the template of this original one?" "That is sadly out of our budget and capabilities, Ves. You are asking us to fly when we have not even learned how to run. We have only just begun to walk. There is much to go before we can master every mystery that makes a PPS work. We can only promise to reproduce one within 5 years because we expect that advancements in superdimensional technology will help us understand the PPS better. We are essentially freeloading off their research." "I see. Well, I don't really care about the details. I will be happy so long as you deliver on your end of the bargain." Red humanity still did not know much about superdimensional theory. This was why the major players directed a lot of physicists and other scientists to figure out as much as possible. They urgently needed to build up their theoretical frameworks and catch up to the native aliens who were already capable of manipulating superdimensional matter in advanced applications. However, one possible consolation was that the phase whales did not invent the methods to process superdimensional matter into superior applications, but inherited them from the elder gods. If the latter was the case, then it was quite plausible for the phase whales to lack true understanding of what they were dealing with. If they revered superdimensional matter as godbones, then the very act of trying to decipher the secrets of this material could be regarded as sacrilege. All of this gave Ves hope that red humanity might be able to overtake the native aliens when it came to understanding the essence of superdimensional theory and utilizing it to create wondrous new mechs and other war weapons. Ves lamented that he was still stuck in the early stage of this technological cycle. He had to wait for multiple years before he could think of benefiting from all of the advancements in superdimensional technology. At least the delays bought him lots of time to solve his hidden personality. He had not forgotten about Sev's existence. Now that he resided in Xianxia, he was thinking about whether it was a good idea to borrow the Ra's assistance to confront his alter ego in a safe environment. He was too busy, though. Between his ongoing design obligations, the need to meet with important sellers and attending a social event here and there, Ves found himself short on time. One of the most important events that took place during his stay in Xianxia was the return of a lot of old friends. The Larkinsons, who had experienced multiple subjective years of intensive training and education, had finally come out of ED-net training. While they had not all been able to stay up to the limit of 4 full years, the Red Ocean was changing way too quickly. The longer they remained hooked up to a virtual universe, the more they grew out of touch with the real universe. The pressure of continuing to stay in an accelerated virtual learning environment rose considerably with every passing day. Given that staying longer than 3 years was already a form of mental torture for most people, Ves did not blame the Larkinsons for ending their session and returned to reality, where the Larkinsons needed their newly gained skill sets a lot more urgently than ever. Ves and Gloriana both freed a lot of time in their schedule to meet with the ED-net trained Larkinsons and welcome them back into the fold. Chapter 7080. ED-net graduates. The Larkinsons that had chosen to undergo ED-net training already ended their lengthy and strenuous session more than a week ago. Their conditions upon exiting virtual reality were awful. Their brain had been running on up to 4 times their normal thinking speed during every waking moment. This was not normal. The Larkinsons who volunteered for this training all went through extensive preparations in order to make sure they could endure the pressure as long as possible. They all received first-class cranial implants and other augmentations in order to bring them up to standard, in a manner of speaking. None of this treatment was cheap, but the Larkinson clan had already made an agreement with the Red Association about it. Ves wanted to accept nothing less than the best for his clansmen. The absence of so many mech designers and high-ranking personnel left a large void in the Larkinson clan at the time. Ves found himself missing the company of a lot of trustworthy friends and comrades. He had fought or worked alongside them for up to a decade. He dearly missed their expertise. He could have definitely used their talents and advice in the years following the Great Severing. Yet that was a short-term perspective on the matter. The cold hard truth was that third-class professionals possessed too many shortcomings compared to the well-educated first-raters that the Larkinsons preferred to recruit these days. It was too much to ask for people who grew up in third-rate states such as the Bright Republic to become as competent at their jobs as former Terrans and Rubarthans. Ves had given all of the cadre of the Larkinson clan an offer to undergo ED-net training. Many accepted, but there were those that refused for one reason or another. People like Kedis could not bear to separate herself from her children. She also was not really in a hurry to be promoted to a first-class mech designer. In hindsight, those who stayed behind did not necessarily lose out. This was because the introduction of systematic cultivation drastically reduced the gap between third-raters and first-raters. Although genetic treatments and artificial implants still granted significant advantages to their recipients, those who cultivated the right method steadily increased their learning speeds and comprehension. They were able to simulate the performance of expensive augmentations for a fraction of the cost. Not everyone improved at the same speed as others, but everyone benefited in at least one fashion or another. This diminished the gains made by the people who went through ED-net training, as they were unable to cultivate while they resided in the virtual learning environment. All they could do was to follow the original plan and cram as many lessons taught by the Red Association into their heads as possible. Perhaps the biggest advantage of going through ED-Net training was that each participant had access to a lot of high-quality lessons and teaching materials from one of the most powerful human organizations. The mech designers were especially happy as the RA freely made a lot of internal courses available to them. They all enjoyed an education that was almost equivalent to what internal members such as Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban once enjoyed. Many high technologies that Red humanity had mastered over the centuries became available to them. Since the mech designers all possessed highly defined specializations, they could easily select additional courses on subjects that were directly related to their design philosophies. All of this meant that Ves and Gloriana expected to welcome a lot of powerful helpers. The arrival of so many loyal, first-class, mech designers should definitely boost the productivity of the design department by noticeable degree. The other professionals also received a lot of lessons that prepared them to occupy high positions in a powerful first-class organization. They gained a comprehensive amount of knowledge on history, management, culture, military leadership, alien civilizations and more. Once they returned to the clan, they would definitely be able to professionalize the Larkinson clan even further. Given the importance of reintegrating the ED-Net graduates into the clan, Ves and Gloriana decided to book a middle-sized venue and welcome the returning Larkinsons with a banquet. That was why Ves and his immediate family had dressed up for the occasion and waited for the RA to bring back the recovered Larkinsons. "Look, a convoy is flying in. I bet they are coming," Andraste said and pointed beyond the courtyard. Ves already confirmed that the passenger shuttles contained Larkinsons. They were all connected to the Larkinson network, so they were able to recognize each other as kin even without showing their faces to each other. It had been a while since he felt the presence of General Verl, Director Calabast and the Voikin siblings. In his impression, the gap between them was smaller than he anticipated. Ves had grown enormously during the Age of Dawn. He developed his spirituality further and absorbed a lot of scattered knowledge. His successes propelled his design philosophy to greater heights. Yet the ED-Net graduates did not think they had fallen behind too much compared to the founder of the clan. Many of them had mastered skills and absorbed knowledge that only the RA had access to during normal times. This gave them the qualifications to participate in greater affairs. They had turned from people who could previously only look up to the high and mighty first raters to becoming their equals. 2. Ordinary people, this was their own version of transcendence. A third rater transforming into a first rater was as significant as ascending to godhood as far as many people were concerned. Ves had managed to accomplish this through his own work and the gambles I had made during my downtime. The ED-Net graduates did so due to a combination of talent and being lucky enough to be eligible to take advantage of a life-changing opportunity. As the Larkinsons wearing new and pristine smart clothing disembarked from their vehicles, Ves could immediately tell that they had yet to return to their peak. Each and every Larkinson looked tired in one way or another. It was as if they had been forced to stay awake for too long. The constant exertion and low-level brain damage inflicted by prolonged exposure to an accelerated virtual reality had caused each of the graduates to look as if they had been wrung out of every bit of courage they had left. The returning Larkinsons almost looked traumatized if not for the low smiles adorning their faces. They were tired, but they were also content with how much they managed to improve. Yet for all of their gains, they also exhibited a bit of discomfort to the reality around them. They spent so much time in a distorted virtual setting that the ED-Net graduates felt out of sync with the cosmos. It was as if they no longer recognized the society they previously lived in. So much had changed in so little time that they still felt a bit disjointed. The group filed out of their vehicles and automatically moved forward until they stood in front of Ves. Their behavior largely suggested that they still saw him as their patriarch and leader. Even though they should have kept up with the news from the real universe, the changes clearly had not fully set into their cognitions. The disconnect between reality and these people was much more severe than he expected. If the Larkinson clan wanted to smoothly integrate these disparate forces, she must find a way to become the thread that binded them to a grand cause. As the highest-ranking official of the Larkinson clan who went through ED-Net training first, General Quinlist Verl stepped forward and saluted Ves. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Patriarch Emeritus Ves." Ves smiled back. "I am glad that you have returned, Verl. By the way, don't call me Patriarch. I have stepped down recently. I am just a mech designer these days." "You are far more than a mech designer." General Verl shook his head. "You are still the founder of our clan, the father of Carmen Mechs, a Tier 3 galactic citizen, a friend of 2 god pilots, a son of a literal goddess, a member of the Oblivion Gate Consortium, the founder and an important counselor of the Red Collective, the creator of the first god ship and the first human phase lord. You managed to accomplish most of what I have listed during the time we stayed away from the clan. That is definite proof that you are far more than a simple mech designer. Okay, maybe General Verl made a good point. It has been difficult for me to carry so many burdens, General. Now that you and your fellow ED.net graduates are back and ready to get to work, I need you to find your place in the clan and do your best to help us survive the current crisis. You should already know that we are resisting against two formidable opponents at this time. General Verl actually began to grin. Good. Our civilization is in dire straits if it is locked in a death match against a single opponent, but now that the Vorabugs have emerged, the Red Ocean has become host to a free-for-all. There is much more room for maneuver for us. We will need to do our best to make the mutated Vorabugs attack Rubarthan's pace over our own. We can do this through a combination of overt actions and covert sabotage. We can take care of this mission on your behalf. Let's not be too hasty, Verl. You still have to fully reconnect with the current reality before you can tackle anything of significance. After he finished his chat with General Verl, Ves turned her attention to Director Calabast Arnlend, the clan's foremost spy mistress and intrigue master. She looked the most well-adjusted among the ED.net graduates. It looked as if her tolerance for this kind of training was significantly better than normal. She fared so much better that she most definitely was not drunk or intoxicated. What was also different was how much possessiveness and superiority she conveyed through her language and body language. Calabast, Ves, you look smarter. I think deadlier is the more correct term, but I shall excuse your questionable judgment. She said with her characteristic smirk. Our intelligence apparatus has clearly grown too passive as of late. That is not the intention. We need to be more willing to break a few rules in order to fulfill our objectives. It is my job to help the people understand who they are truly facing. After he was done with greeting Calabast, Ves waited for the journeymen to present themselves. Sir. Sarah Voikin stood at attention. We have come back as changed mech designers. Each of us have become first-class mech designers without a doubt. What we lack is a direction to work towards. We hope that you or the new matriarch can fill these positions for us again. Ves could understand her concerns. We have formulated detailed plans to reintroduce yourselves back to your original departments. Be patient, everything will work out somehow. How strong is your grasp on the new tech? Quite strong, she responded. I will be happy to explain my gains later on. My colleagues can present their own stories to you. Each of us have made sure to branch out and master specializations that you normally would not expect from us. We have become more knowledgeable and versatile than before. We are looking forward to your demonstration. Gloriana happily voiced. The design department will become stronger than ever before. This is a great development, Ves. Maybe it is time for you to start the design process of genuine first-class multi-purpose living mechs. Ves seriously considered this option. It would keep all of the returning mech designers busy while also showcasing how much they have improved. I will think about it, he said. I can see the merits of this decision.